18 years ago, the cataclysm occurred. Towers and gates suddenly appeared all over the world. From then on, monsters began to pour out, threatening human civilization. At the same time, a small number of humans awakened superpowers. They were called players, becoming humanity's hope and evolving into a new faction. At the Awakened Association, this young man is currently panicking. Not only has he successfully awakened as a player, but Kim Ji-yu has also discovered that he possesses a special ability, known as the Superman among Supermen. However, life isn't a dream. Ji-yu has faced more difficulties than he ever imagined. 5 years after his awakening, he still has to struggle in the tutorial forest, facing low-level goblins. Ji-yu was invited to the tower at the age of 18. He even had a special ability, something people called a privilege for the chosen ones. He thought his life would be a bed of roses after that. But even 5 years later, it still takes him an hour to take down a single goblin. Ji-yu never thought there would be such a unique player like him. 5 years have passed, but his status window still shows level 1. And next to his special ability is that eyesore of a question mark, indicating he hasn't awakened it yet. Just like that, life pushed Ji-yu into becoming a guide. Today, as usual, he is leading a group of newbie players to hunt goblins. For them, this job is quite easy. It feels like they've leveled up before even catching that many. Well, leveling up in the early stages is pretty easy, Ji-yu said bitterly. Then tomorrow we'll head up to the second floor of the tower. See you guys at the entrance tomorrow morning. After giving his instructions, Ji-yu left. Looking at his back, the new players started whispering among themselves. Ji-yu is very famous, and almost all of them have heard the rumors about him. The biggest rumor is that he possesses a special ability, but most people don't believe it when they hear it. Because if Ji-yu really had such an ability, he wouldn't still be here doing this mundane job. There's another rumor saying he's the lowest ranked player among all players. And over time, Ji-yu was given a nickname that every player knows: the player who can't level up. After finishing his guide work, Ji-yu came to this place. It's a shabby spot on the first floor of the tower that other players rarely pass by. A place he found by spending more time on the lower floors than anyone else, and it has become his secret base. Only one goblin spawns here once a day, and Ji-yu has always persistently trained on this very goblin. This time, the goblin spawned with its back to him. This made Ji-yu believe that today's hunt would go smoothly, because all he had to do was hit the monster's vital spot before it noticed him. No sooner said than done. Ji-yu started approaching the goblin from behind, as quietly as possible. Yet, when he was just a few steps away, the monster spotted him. And so, it immediately turned around to attack. Just like that, Ji-yu and the goblin had to wrestle with each other for a long time. And like every other day, he had to go through a tough battle today. After an hour of hard work, Ji-yu finally took it down. He returned to the player association, sold the crystal he got from that goblin, and received $20. He silently calculated. If he deducted the money spent on potions from this $20, there wouldn't be any profit left. Thinking of this, Ji-yu could only sigh. As he was about to leave, he ran into a blonde man. His name is Teo, an acquaintance of his. After greeting each other, Teo suddenly scratched his head, showing an awkward expression, and then said, "I'm sorry about what happened." Ji-yu didn't know what he was talking about, but before he could ask, Teo had already left. Carrying that question, Ji-yu entered the office. As soon as he saw the person inside, he asked, "Hey, Tae-shik, what's wrong with Teo?" This man's name is Tae-shik, the executive manager of the guides. He also had an extremely awkward expression on his face. It took a long time for Tae-shik to speak. "You see, the new players you were in charge of today, Teo will be taking over them starting tomorrow." "Why?" Ji-yu immediately asked back. Everything was fine today. Tae-shik rubbed his forehead, let out a long sigh, and replied, "It seems they've heard the rumors about you." This answer made Ji-yu freeze for a few seconds. But he didn't seem surprised, as this wasn't the first time this had happened. Ji-yu really found it hard to understand what those rumors had to do with his job as a guide, considering he always did his duties well. Tae-shik could only sigh, because after all, those rumors were true. And what new player wouldn't want to find a decent guide for themselves? Their conversation was interrupted by the latest news broadcasting on the TV. The Angela Guild just announced their intention to climb to the 75th floor of the tower. and the plan to clear the 75th floor will be carried out right tomorrow morning through the Soul Gate. Lately, news about players has become more and more frequent, turning them into a sort of idol. Even for ordinary citizens who never go near the tower. But for Jiyu, that news was like rubbing salt into his heart. Because for Jiyu, just becoming a true player was already out of reach. Unable to stand the feeling of being bombarded by this news anymore. Jiyu reached for the remote and turned off the TV. Why did you turn it off? I was watching that, Taeshik asked. That's enough, he replied. Then, Taeshik handed him an envelope containing his guide pay for the day, and didn't forget to advise him. As for Teo, he looks tough, but he's actually really sad and overthinking it, so don't hate him. Jiyu nodded. Although he was very sad, he knew well that this wasn't Teo's fault from the start. He didn't even have an obligation to apologize to him for the transfer of these new hunters, since Taeshik couldn't change it. Changing the guide was the wish of the new hunters. But to somewhat comfort Jiyu, he gave him a special job. Later, under Taeshik's arrangement, Jiyu had a meeting with Kim Jong-pil. This guy turned out to be Jun Sung-gu's cousin, and according to Jong-pil, he always talked a lot about Jiyu. It turned out that even though Jiyu couldn't level up these past few years, Sung-gu had been silently watching over him. This time, Jiyu being able to become the guide for Jong-pil's team was all thanks to Sung-gu. The player who guided him when Jiyu awakened put in a good word. After that, he and the team members started getting to know each other. The only girl in the team is named Kim Han-yoon. This chubby guy with a bowl cut is Jun Sung-gu, and the other guy is named Jae-hoon. They were all quite open, so the atmosphere was relaxed. Once the introductions were over, Jiyu quickly instructed them on the necessities for this 5-day, 4-night hunting trip. The first day went quite smoothly. As dusk fell, the group started setting up camp to rest. With his experience, Jiyu quickly finished this task, and even cooked an incredibly delicious pot of curry. The whole group sat down, ready to enjoy the meal. Suddenly, Jae-hoon asked, "Oh right, Mr. Guide. I heard you can't level up, is that true?" Jong-pil jumped, hastily stopping him. But Jiyu didn't seem to mind at all and replied, "That's right. Feel free to ask anything you're curious about." Jae-hoon probably had a lot more questions, but seeing Jong-pil's glaring eyes, he didn't dare say anything else. They started discussing today's hunting trip. Like most other new players, the group of 4 felt it wasn't too difficult, because the goblins on the first floor were poorly equipped and their movements were quite obvious. Sung-gu and Jae-hoon got a few scratches, but a potion fixed them right up. Just consider this practice to get used to killing. If you stay alert and work hard to level up, you'll be fine. As long as you don't run into a guardian, Jiyu added. The people in Jong-pil's group were all new hunters, so they were quite vague about the concept of a guardian. Jiyu explained that it's the protector of each floor of the tower and rarely appears. They are boss monsters that require large guilds or hunting parties to pool a lot of resources to defeat. To put it simply, they are like mighty gatekeeping beasts. Even though they yield a lot of experience points and good items, they are also dangerous enough that even rankers have to steer clear. Hearing this, Jong-pil's group all put on serious expressions. Jiyu immediately reassured them. But there's no need to be too afraid. Their respawn cycles have been determined, and there are guilds dedicated to hunting them. Not to mention the guardians on the lower floors are defeated very quickly, so running into them is actually very rare. Just like that, after chatting to their heart's content, they went into their tents to rest and recover for the next hunting leg. At the same time, on the 4th floor of the tower, in the area where the forest meets the wilderness, there was a goblin running for its life from the pursuit of a creature far more terrifying than itself. On the second day of the tutorial, the group started advancing to the 2nd floor of the tower. Here, besides goblins, there were also giant orcs. The new hunters all seemed quite scared of the massive size of this monster, but fortunately, they were quite slow compared to goblins. On the 3rd day, they advanced another floor. Here, orcs and goblins started appearing in groups. But they weren't smart enough to actually coordinate with each other, and Jong-pil's group came up with a method to divide them using just a pebble. Han-yoon hid behind a tree trunk and threw a rock hard at an orc's head. They weren't smart enough to realize a hunter was hiding behind the tree, so they turned around and fought fiercely with the goblins next to them. This way, Jong-pil's group could leisurely level up thanks to Jiyu choosing safe paths for them. Now they understood why Song-gu praised him so much. On the night of the third day, while cleaning up after dinner, Ji-yu saw Jong-pil hunched over writing something and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm writing a diary. I write in it every day since I received the invitation to become a player. Who knows? Maybe I'll write an autobiography or something when I become a ranker." Haha, very possible. All 4 new hunters were eagerly looking forward to tomorrow. Because if tomorrow was successful, they could head straight to the 5th floor test. Only Ji-yu seemed to have something on his mind when the 5th floor was mentioned. A peaceful night passed just like that. As they advanced to the 4th floor, the mission wasn't much different. It was still facing groups of orcs and goblins. The only difference was that their strength and agility were slightly higher, and the group still decided to use the old method to deal with them. All 4 of them fought with all their might. As for Ji-yu, in his role as a guide, he meticulously stood outside and observed. Just like that, he suddenly noticed something unusual. It was a dust cloud. An ominous premonition rose in Ji-yu's heart. Because even if today wasn't the day the Guardian was supposed to appear, this was no good sign. He gripped his sword tightly in his hand. Then he shouted to Jong-pil's group, "Everyone, we have to get out of here quickly. Finish this fast." Ji-yu's mood was extremely urgent. There was one thing he had realized after a long time working as a guide. This new hunter tutorial wasn't a game. In fact, it could become the most grueling trial for those who had just become players and had absolutely no experience. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly heard a loud scream. "It's Jae-hoon. It looks like he got injured up there." Jae-hoon's scream immediately distracted the other members of the team. This was exactly what Ji-yu feared the most. Just one small mistake could get the whole group wiped out. Things got even worse when Ji-yu's bad premonition came true. The Guardian of the 4th floor had appeared. With his experience, Ji-yu knew well that they couldn't fight it, so he shouted loudly, telling everyone to get ready to run. At this moment, Jae-hoon was injured and had to rely on Jong-pil to stand up. Han-yun wasn't doing too well either. Ji-yu took a highly effective smoke bomb out of his bag and threw it towards the Guardian and the monsters. Then he constantly urged the other 4 to run quickly, because this was their only chance. After that, thanks to his experience, Ji-yu led them to a rocky cave that looked safe. Only then could they let out a breath and relax a bit. Jong-pil immediately asked, "What was that thing just now?" "It looked like a giant orc." "That's the 4th floor Guardian," Ji-yu replied. He didn't know why this thing suddenly appeared either, but for now, they just had to observe the situation. Fortunately, the group still had leftover food and could temporarily hold out while waiting for the rescue team. However, the difficult problems didn't stop there. Han-yun had fainted earlier and still hadn't woken up. Her expression looked very uncomfortable too. Ji-yu checked her condition and immediately realized she had been poisoned by a goblin. She needed to take an antidote to recover. When Ji-yu said he brought an antidote, the other 3 breathed a sigh of relief. However, he rummaged through his backpack for a while but couldn't find it. Ji-yu tried to search his memory and then realized he had dropped the blister pack of antidotes while running away from the Guardian. Negative emotions immediately surrounded him. Even though they were rushing to escape at the time, Ji-yu didn't expect to make such an amateur mistake. He tried to calm himself down, because this wasn't the time to falter. Therefore, Ji-yu made a decision. He would go out and send a distress signal. When Ji-yu said this, Jong-pil, Jae-hoon, and Song-gu all strongly objected, thinking it was too dangerous. But Ji-yu reassured them that he had wandered around these tutorial floors so much he was sick of them, and he only needed to go to a nearby hill to fire a flare. "I know I don't look like it, but I'm the best level 1 in the world," Ji-yu said in a calm tone. But in reality, those were just words of encouragement for Jong-pil's group. Once outside the cave, things became much more difficult. Due to the Guardian's appearance, the movement patterns of these monsters had all changed, making it hard to guess where they would be. After groping around for a while, Ji-yu was forced to abandon his old route and find another way because too many orcs were blocking the path. He only had one smoke bomb left in his pocket to save himself. This time, Ji-yu followed the steep cliff and successfully approached the hill. At this rate, he would get there in about 3 minutes, and he had to fire the flare really fast and then return to the cave. As long as he didn't run into the Guardian. Just avoid it, Ji-yu thought to himself. But usually, the thing people fear the most comes the soonest. Because right after that, the 4th floor Guardian suddenly appeared behind him. Jiyu couldn't even beat it in a head-on fight, let alone being ambushed like this. And so he was punched hard by the guardian, flying straight into the cliff. Jiyu coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His whole body ached as if all his bones were shattered. But he still had to try to throw that last smoke bomb to limit the opponent's vision. Then, Jiyu picked up the flare gun, aimed it at the sky, and fired a shot. The mission to send a distress signal was done. Now, how to escape the guardian's clutches? Jiyu stood up and started running. First, he had to widen the distance between him and it. Jiyu was the one who understood this tutorial best, so he believed there must be a way. And then, the gate leading to the 5th floor suddenly appeared before him. The 4th floor test was a source of resentment for Jiyu. That gate was something he always wanted to give up everything to jump into, but he couldn't because of his family. Behind that gate was a place where it seemed only the Grim Reaper was waiting for a level 5 like him. Why did I come here? Jiyu approached the gate and slumped against it. At this moment, he really wanted to cry. He was just a loser who couldn't even handle the 4th floor. So how could he go up to the 5th floor? But behind him was the guardian frantically chasing after him. If he didn't go up to the 5th floor, he would definitely die right here. Jiyu gritted his teeth. Whatever. If I stay here, I'll definitely die. If I go up to the 5th floor, I'm not sure if I can keep my life. Then I definitely have to choose the second option. Because at least there's a chance to struggle. Just like that, Jiyu entered his first test. Jiyu reluctantly entered the 5th floor. However, after confirming the player's information, the tower announced that his ability was unconfirmed, leading to the difficulty of the trial being continuously drastically reduced. And Jiyu's first test was so simple that he only needed to hunt a goat. Jiyu stood up, staring at the status window, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He only needed a single hit to take down that goat. And the tower sent a notification that he had passed the test, which determined his job and revealed his unconfirmed ability. Jiyu cleared the stage perfectly and with ease, receiving his first reward at the same time. Holding the sword in his hand, Jiyu couldn't stop trembling, not from fear, but because it felt too unbelievable. He had been prepared to die when he entered, but he never expected to face just a single goat. While staring at the goat's corpse, Jiyu suddenly sensed something unusual coming from behind him. He turned his head and saw a thick black aura approaching. It then wrapped around him. Jiyu didn't know what it was, but in an instant, he was swallowed by it and lost consciousness. What on earth was that? Jiyu was awakened by a strange voice. He looked around in confusion, not knowing where he was, but he heard the voice again. Are you my master? This time, he could hear it more clearly. It was the voice of a young boy. Jiyu asked, what? Master? Damn it. An idiot who can't even answer a simple question is my master. The voice suddenly shrieked, and its tone deeply offended Jiyu. Fine, whatever. I've waited too long, so anything will do. Pick a name for me. At this point, Jiyu still didn't know what entity he was talking to, but it seemed to be asking him to connect with it. So, he agreed to the connection. The experience was fleeting, like a hallucination. Not long after, Jiyu woke up to find himself in a hospital bed. The first thing he saw was the worried faces of his younger sister, Young, and Taesik. He thought he had only been out for a short while, but in reality, 2 weeks had passed since he was found unconscious at the entrance to the 5th floor. Afterward, Jiyu could only hear about what had happened from Taesik. After the guild members saw the flare, they managed to corner the 4th floor guardian at the entrance to the 5th floor, but it ultimately escaped. Although he felt a bit frustrated that they couldn't catch the guardian, Jiyu was relieved to see that CMP's group had been rescued and were all safe. Other than Jae-gon, who was injured and on crutches, they were all fine. In the following days, Jiyu remained in the hospital to recover. His mother called him several times. She felt incredibly guilty for being a burden that forced her son to risk his life to earn money. Of course, Jiyu would constantly reassure her. They said I'll be discharged soon. Don't worry, Mom, and get some rest. The insurance covered all the hospital bills, so please don't worry. Knowing Yu Young was with her, Jiyu also reminded her not to visit him anymore and to stay home and take care of their mother. Only then could he hang up the phone with peace of mind. And only after hanging up did Jiyu dare to let out a sigh. Even after clearing the 5th floor, things didn't go as he had hoped. Jiyu was still stuck at level 1. However, a major change had occurred. When he woke up, Jiyu discovered a new ring on his hand. After being discharged, he returned to his usual work. When the new hunters saw Gio back in action, many couldn't help but mock him. Hey, isn't that him? The famous guide who can't level up. However, this time, someone else spoke up for Gio. Well, not exactly speaking up for him. It was more like correcting the information. Because recently, he had become famous under a different title. Now, people called Gio the Butcher of the tutorial. Unlike before, when it took him an entire hour to take down a single goblin. Now, facing a whole swarm of ferocious orcs and goblins. Gio was incredibly confident. From the strange ring on his hand, he drew a sharp, black sword. A good weapon, combined with years of experience grinding on the tower's lower floors, gave Gio absolute confidence. And this time, he dealt with the monsters in the blink of an eye. Both his speed and the effectiveness of his attacks were flawless. The more Gio fought, the more exhilarated he became. It was a feeling of happiness and vitality he had never experienced since awakening as a player. It was all thanks to his fateful encounter with that mysterious entity. Going back to the day Gio fainted, he had given it a name, Ru. The day Ru was born, Gio had also officially awakened his ability. His class was Companion of the Ego, and his special ability was to link with his ego. Although Gio was still stuck at level 1, his ego, Ru, was different. In a very short time, it had risen from level 1 to level 7, with 18 points in strength, 18 in dexterity, and 7 in stamina and magic. After Gio defeated this swarm of monsters, Ru's level even jumped straight to 8. It was surprisingly fast. This refreshing feeling was hard to describe. Not long ago, Gio would have been trembling in fear before a single orc. But now, he was casually picking up the piles of crystals dropped after annihilating them. Backtracking to 1 month ago, when Gio discovered he had awakened the special ability that had been a question mark for so long, he was so eager that he ran to the tower right after leaving the hospital. Although he could imagine his sister's fury, Gio still decided to flash from his hospital bed to test his new power. After all, he couldn't just sit still when his status window had finally changed after 5 long years. At that time, Gio still didn't know how to link with this thing called his ego. Thanks to reading web novels for more than 180 minutes a day, he finally came up with an idea. He struck a cool pose like a superhero transforming, and then shouted the word link. But absolutely nothing happened. Fortunately, Gio was alone at the time. Otherwise, he would have been so embarrassed he'd have gone to live on a mountain. He was extremely troubled, not knowing how to use this power. He had even given it a name, Ru. Just when Gio was at his most dejected, a sphere suddenly appeared before him with a notification. Ephemeral ego has been summoned. At that time, Ru still didn't have a fixed form. Because Gio wasn't strong enough, his ego would be chosen randomly. To form a physical body, it would arbitrarily absorb matter from the surrounding environment. Gio was even more confused after hearing this. What did arbitrarily absorb matter from the surrounding environment mean? But the answer quickly presented itself. From that sphere, a powerful suction force suddenly emerged. It sucked in everything around it, including Gio and the equipment on his body. Gio desperately held onto his equipment, as even the cheapest piece was worth at least 5,000 won. But the suction was too strong. In the end, Gio could only watch as it was all swallowed by the sphere. It even sucked away all his clothes, not even sparing his boxers. Gio had to fight for his life to keep his pants, or else he would have had to go home wrapped in banana leaves. Once it seemed to have absorbed enough surrounding matter, the wave stopped, and the sphere began to change. It emitted an incredibly dazzling light. It took a while for Gio's vision to recover, and what was floating before him now was a black sword. The hilt had a single, menacing red eye. After getting acquainted, Gio learned that the sword was his ego, Ru. At first, he was skeptical, but its arrogant tone was identical to the voice he heard when he fainted on the 5th floor, so he was sure it was real. Gio immediately demanded some explanations, because at that time, he didn't even know what an ego was. Is an ego a soul? Not a soul. I don't know either. And hey, stop touching my body, you perverted bastard. Ru shrieked as Gio kept fondling it. He tried to hold back his annoyance. This was a breakthrough, his special ability. Even if it was a bit rude, Gio would have to rely on it from now on. Hey Ru, can you move on your own? He asked again. Not yet, but I probably will be able to later. Oh, so, Can you break the link with me and change masters? That's up to the master. The ego can't do that. So, next question. When you can move on your own, can you attack me? Attacking you is possible. However, if the master dies, the linked ego disappears too. So, realistically, attacking my own master is pretty much impossible. When he heard this, the corner of Gio's mouth started to twitch. Finally, he asked a concluding question. Could Ru feel pain? Even though it was currently in the form of a sword. Ru's answer was, of course. Because I am a great ego. Not just emotions. As long as you set it up, all of your senses can be 100% replicated on the ego's body. Hearing this, Gio had completely grasped Ru's weakness. He immediately stood up, picked up a rock, and approached it. All right, I've had enough of you, you little punk. And just like that, Gio threw the rock straight at Ru, using force to teach it some manners so it wouldn't dare be arrogant with its master again. And with that brutal lesson, Ru actually became much more obedient. In the following days, it joined Gio in attacking the tower, constantly absorbing blood and experience from monsters to level up. Its stats also increased continuously. Gio was extremely satisfied. Because this thing not only brought him power, but most importantly, it was now very well behaved. Today, their harvest had filled their bags, so Gio decided to return and rest. On the way back, Ru whined that it was eager to go outside. To indulge his ego, Gio decided that next time, instead of entering the tower, he would enter a gate. However, when he got back, Tasik advised him not to enter any gates for the time being. Recently, many abnormal gates had been appearing, and just recently, for high rankers had died in a gate in the US. The abnormalities of the gates varied, like a gate displaying rank F but actually being rank C, or some gates having strange structures. This had never happened in the past 23 years, but it had been happening continuously for the past month. After hearing him, Gio felt a bit guilty, because 1 month ago was exactly when he found Ru. But then, Gio reassured himself that it was probably just a coincidence. Seeing him silent, Tasik continued to advise, I'm not saying you should never enter a gate again, but I just want you to be safe during this chaotic time. I know you're excited to finally be able to use your ability, but be patient. Gio knew he only meant well, so he didn't argue. The two then said their goodbyes, and Gio left the headquarters to go home. Not being able to enter a gate made him quite frustrated. Pure crystals, rare items, or mission completion bonuses. No matter what, those gates clearly offered greater profits than the tower. Although Tasik had advised Gio not to go, he had a huge debt hanging over his head. This forced Gio to quickly earn money to pay the interest. Besides, abnormal gates were quite rare. Gio didn't believe his luck was that bad. So, he still went online to look for recruitment posts for members to enter gates together. After choosing a mission that suited him, Gio dialed the phone number to contact the poster. Outside a bustling building, people were coming and going. Song-woo stood up to accept Gio's handshake and greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Ha Song-woo, and I'm the party leader for this expedition. I'm Kim Gio, the one who contacted you. He asked, you said this is your first time gate hunting, right? Gio, who was about to sit down, looked up and replied. Song-woo's face became serious as he listened to Gio's confession. I'm still familiar with clearing strategies and the like. He immediately took out a contract and placed it on the table, explaining, this is the contract. Things like profit sharing and contract violation fees are pretty standard. You'll see when you read it. We'll decide on equipment with dice. While Gio was reading intently, Song-woo added, we'll meet at Giri at 2 o'clock in 2 days. And don't be late. The magic gate was like a deep, swirling vortex. Gates were usually divided into 2 types. One-time gates, which disappear after being cleared, and fixed gates, which don't disappear and allow re-entry. Many people were waiting outside, ready to enter the gate. Although the rewards from fixed gates couldn't compare to one-time gates that offered many special rewards, many people cleared these gates because the clearing strategy was widely known, making the risk lower. The torches hanging on the walls were still lit. A voice announced, if you've finished checking your equipment, let's go. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as everyone moved forward without hesitation. The group, each clad in armor, walked slowly down the somewhat dark path lit only by a few torches. Gio curiously glanced around. He thought to himself, they all look a bit odd. Did they all come here through a job posting like me? Joe glanced at the couple walking right behind him. Those two probably know each other. Songwoo suddenly looked up as if he noticed something. He raised his hand, ordering everyone, "Hold your positions." From the deep darkness, a few mysterious sounds echoed, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Songwoo drew his bow and arrow, taking a stance and announcing, "They're coming." A whole horde of zombies rushed out from the darkness, letting out terrifying screams. Songwoo's brows furrowed as he shouted, "Tinker." Hearing the order, Oh-hoon smirked excitedly and charged forward. "Yes, sir." He simply raised his large shield and was able to block a zombie. Joe gripped his weapon tightly, leaped up, and shouted, "Melee, kill them all." Songwoo drew his bow, his eyes focused on the target. An arrow flew straight into a zombie's head, causing it to fall backward. Another zombie was slashed right in the side of its neck. Deo swung his sword powerfully, smirking triumphantly. He complained while fighting, "There are way too many of these things, especially when they're this rotten." Suddenly, a black shadow zipped past Deo, leaving him confused. That shadow was Gio. He moved with lightning speed, cutting through the zombies and attacking a dozen at once. The body of a zombie slowly rotted away. Deo and Oh-hoon stared with their mouths agape. Even Songwoo and Ji-yun were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, frozen in place. Oh-hoon sat down next to him and praised him endlessly. "Looks like we'll finish this up quickly thanks to you, Gio." Deo smiled warmly and added, "Didn't you say you were level 7? I'm starting to feel tired." Gio gave a faint smile and replied, "Just lucky." Oh-hoon immediately dismissed it. "You're just being modest." He continued, "You also contributed the most when we took down that mini-boss." Oh-hoon suggested, "After we finish clearing this, let me join your party, okay?" Gio forced a strained smile, but didn't answer. He glanced up, thinking thankfully, good thing he doesn't seem to mind. Suddenly, Gio felt that acting this way in front of the party leader was impolite. Oh-hoon spoke up, "We've benefited a lot from you today." Deo added, "I was about to say the same thing." Gio replied politely, "It was nothing," but in his heart, he affirmed, "They're not wrong." Songwoo approached and announced, "All right, everyone, let's move on." Gio stood up abruptly, asking inwardly, "Rue, are you ready?" Rue replied, "Zombie blood is useless, master." Gio reassured it, "We'll be at the boss room soon. Just bear with it a little longer." Oh-hoon and Deo were whispering something to each other. Suddenly, they both smirked. The group of 5 arrived at an iron gate and exclaimed, "So this is the boss room." Gio wondered to himself, "Are these iron bars meant to keep the boss monster inside?" Songwoo spoke up, "Well then, I'll explain the strategy for defeating the gatekeeper, Talon." While he was speaking, "First, Talon is a giant vampire," another voice cut in. "Seriously," Oh-hoon said, annoyed and impatient. "Do you think we came to a fixed gate without doing any research? Hurry up, we're wasting time." Hearing this, Songwoo frowned and emphasized in a stern voice, "Listen here. Even if you already know, one person's mistake can endanger the entire party inside the gate." Oh-hoon just clicked his tongue and grumbled, "So long-winded." Seeing this, Jae-yun's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth, a wrinkle forming between her brows. Sensing Songwoo glancing at her, she flinched and relaxed her expression. Jae-yun looked up at him without a word. Songwoo continued, "Then I'll continue the explanation." Gio seemed to notice the secret signals they were exchanging. That was strange just now. He had explained earlier, right after we melt the iron bars with acid and enter the boss room, Talon will be sitting with his back to us. As soon as they entered, a whisper was heard, "He's bigger than I thought." Songwoo's hand was poised to shoot an arrow. "I'll hit him with an explosive arrow. Here I come." He shot with immense force, shaking the heavens and earth. Talon roared in fury. That will anger him and make him swing his fists around. Oh-hoon also roared so fiercely that the wrinkles on his forehead became more prominent than ever. Talon swung his fist forward. "Our tanker, Oh-hoon, must block those attacks." Oh-hoon gritted his teeth and raised his large shield, struggling to block the terrifying attack. As soon as he stepped back, Deo and Gio charged forward to attack simultaneously. The most crucial part is when he bends over to change his attack pattern. The two of them ambushed Talon, one from the front and one from the back. It glanced back with its glowing red eyes. His defense will triple, blocking most of the impact from attacks. As soon as Talon lowered his head, a voice called out, "Joe, this is your chance." Something with triple defense. Oh-hoon shouted an order. "Joe now." He shot forward like the wind. But Joe's attack should at least be able to damage him, even if only a little. From above, he aimed straight down, intending to finish Talon with one blow. Suddenly, a system notification surprised Joe. Synchronization rate with Ru has increased. You can now use Ru's abilities more effectively than before. He gritted his teeth and used lightning sword technique, striking down without hesitation. The system announced, Gatekeeper Talon has been defeated. Hearing this, Deo and Oh-hoon were once again astonished by Joe's power. Both Jie-yun and Song-woo were also very surprised. Bonus experience points received. You killed the Gatekeeper with a single blow. Hearing the system announcement, Joe's eyes widened. Bonus experience points received. Your stats have slightly increased thanks to Talon's blood. The system announced, you have acquired the skill Cannibalism. Cannibalism, heal by consuming corpses. Seeing Talon lying on the ground, everyone started shouting, "What the hell? Impossible!" Joe, Oh-hoon, overjoyed, shook him and begged, "Can I have your contact information?" Deo also ran over excitedly. "Me too." Joe, flustered, nodded. "We can talk about that later." Song-woo spoke seriously. "Everyone, listen up. The equipment item Paralysis Dagger just dropped." Deo ran over, let out a whoop, and added, "Not only did we kill it easily, but an equipment item dropped too." Song-woo announced, "As stated in the contract, I will now roll the dice to determine the reward distribution." Oh-hoon put his arm around Joe's shoulder and whispered, "Hey, Joe." He smirked and said provocatively, "Don't you want that dagger?" Joe glanced at him, annoyed, thinking, he keeps talking down to me. A sly smile spread across Oh-hoon's face. "To be honest, you basically did all the work. Deo and I will take care of it, so just go along with it." He looked at Joe, speculating, Joe can't possibly ignore us after this. Joe's eyes darted around. "I help you, and you'll help me." He couldn't help but notice the two of them. After 5 years as a guide, Joe had developed a good eye for people. Asterisk the melee fighter Deo and the tanker Oh-hoon. "I didn't expect much, but I never thought they'd try something like this." Asterisk. Joe silently observed the others. On the other hand, the party leader Song-woo and the girl whose name I don't know, Song-woo spoke up. "If everyone's ready, shall we begin?" Joe still had some suspicions. "I'm not sure. They seem to be hiding something." He gently took something out of his sleeve. "Now I'll take out the dice." Oh-hoon subtly signaled to Deo. Suddenly, Oh-hoon leaped from his spot, his weapon held firmly in his hand. Oh-hoon smirked triumphantly and lunged to attack. Even as the blade neared him, Song-woo remained calm, watching silently. From a distance, Joe ran over, trying to block him. He pulled Oh-hoon with him, sending them both tumbling. The two of them crashed hard onto the floor. Joe pinned Oh-hoon's head down. Oh-hoon gritted his teeth and said, "Joe, I thought we were on the same side. Asterisk if I make a move now, I'll probably die. In that case, asterisk." Oh-hoon shouted for help. "Hey Deo, do something." Deo trembled with fear and shrank back, his brows furrowed, not daring to step forward. Joe's expression suddenly turned serious as he thought worriedly, "That was close." Oh-hoon screamed, "Just kidding. I was just kidding." He could have died. Joe's gaze shifted upwards, assessing the situation. Not the party leader, Ha Song-woo, but this bastard tanker. Suddenly, an image of Ji-yun with glowing red eyes and a cunning, terrifying expression flashed in Joe's mind. I didn't even see her draw her dagger. At this thought, his face darkened as he wondered, asterisk, isn't she a mage? This is dangerous, asterisk. Joe glanced at Song-woo and assumed, Ha Song-woo is the same. He recalled the moment Song-woo was unfazed by the blade aimed at him. Asterisk, he didn't even flinch when the knife was at his throat. Instead, he just sat and watched. Asterisk. Suddenly, Joe bluntly questioned them. "Who are you two?" Song-woo tilted his head slightly, a faint smile on his lips as he replied, "Actually, we wanted to ask you the same thing." While still pinning Oh-hoon down, he pressed further. "What were you going to do with these guys?" Deo knelt on the ground, terrified, and confessed loudly. "He said I'd get paid as long as I did what I was told. I didn't know he was going to stab you, really." Song-woo didn't answer the question. Why are you asking me? Jill calmly replied. Well, you were their target. He raised a hand to his chin, appearing to think deeply for a moment. Then, Song-woo turned and called out softly, Jae-yun. Understanding his intent, Jae-yun immediately conjured her magic. As she turned, she unleashed a stream of pure black energy, her eyes glowing red. Jio's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what was happening before him. In a flash, Jae-yun shot forward with the speed of light, closing in on Deo. She struck him hard in the back from behind. Seeing Deo about to fall face first to the ground, Jio thought to himself, just as I thought. She's very dangerous, His eyes widened as he looked away. Suddenly, Jio slammed Oh-hoon's head into the ground, knocking him unconscious. With that done, he stood up abruptly before Song-woo. Jio looked at his hand, a somewhat surprised expression on his face, and wondered, did it work? He bent down to pick up the dagger from the ground and proposed. Anyway, I'll be taking this dagger. Song-woo immediately questioned, why? Jio nonchalantly replied, well, I saved your life, so I think it's fair for me to take this dagger. He was immediately shut down. I think that's a bit much. Song-woo's words had a hidden meaning. An item of this level is nothing to someone like you, right? Suddenly, Jio looked up, a cautious and confused expression on his face. He immediately questioned, do you know who I am? As he spoke, he glanced back at Jae-yun. If you have someone like that as a bodyguard, it means you're not an ordinary person. I'm not interested in you, nor do I want to find out, or gossip about it. Suddenly, Jio's eyes lit up as he said, I'll leave dealing with these two to you. I'm going to hunt a bit more before heading back. Rue transmitted its thoughts. That girl named Jae-yun is very dangerous. Jio replied, I know. That's why I'm just talking to them. Should I run or something? That would be even more suspicious. Despite his surprise, he continued, talking? Rue tried to warn him, you know they're dangerous. Yet you're leaving these suspicious people to them? And you even stripped them of their equipment. Jio retorted, I saved his life, after all. He added, and thanks to that, we can stay and grind like this. The system announced, you have absorbed the stamina of a zombie. How does it feel? Like having two hearts? Have you heard of Park Ji-sung? Rue immediately grumbled, Master, I am an ego. And I'll say it again, zombie blood tastes terrible. Jio waved it off. All right, we'll head out. There are no more zombies, and we've absorbed enough blood. Rue absorbs stats through blood, dexterity from goblins, strength from orcs, stamina from zombies. That's why its stats are higher than normal for its level. He noted, the iron gate from before is now in ruins. Let's stop by the reward room before we go. Jio stood before Talon's body. The reward room. A confined space, only accessible through the gatekeeper's corpse. He gently raised his hand, about to touch it. Just as the name suggests, it's the place to receive rewards after clearing a gate. Jio called out in his mind, and it replied. So, he pressed, has there ever been anything like this before? Rue answered immediately, no. Jio touched the glowing wall in agreement. Right? It looks like a hollow inside. He held up Rue for its opinion. What do you think? Should we go in? Rue replied, I agree, Master. Hearing this, Jio prepared to swing his arm forward forcefully. Just as he broke through the wall, Rue spoke up again, stopping him. A thick layer of dust filled the air. Jio waved his hand to clear the dust, and asked, so much dust. What do you think? Rue simply replied, an ego. This left him confused. Hearing this, Jio's eyes widened in surprise. I can sense another ego here. He wondered, an ego in a place like this? An ego glowed amidst the thick dust. Jio kept wondering as he saw the ego emit a cloud of gray dust. How is this possible? Are egos that common? Then what have I been doing for the past 5 years? Rue hesitated and replied, that's because you're a. Jio cut in. A what? Rue tried to calm him. It's nothing, Master. Let's just find the ego first. It's somewhere in here. Stepping into the thick dust cloud, Jio coughed a few times. He looked up, his eyes bright with discovery. This gate is too old. There's probably nothing left, let alone a hidden item. Rue stated, I told you, I think there's an ego here. A shiny white sword with a blue gem that emitted a brilliant light. Gio stood before the sword, finding it strange. What is this, Excalibur or something? He asked for an opinion. Should I take it? Less than 3 seconds later, Gio gripped the sword, intending to pull it out. Suddenly, the light from the gem shone even more brilliantly. The light was so powerful it seemed to want to swallow everything. A gentle voice echoed as Gio's eyes fluttered open. Are you my master? He lifted his hands. A pure white space, similar to when I met Rue, but the feeling is very different. Gio's whole body floated in the hazy, bright white space. He kept asking, Are you the ego in this sword? The ego immediately replied, Yes. I have always been here, waiting for a master. Will you answer my call? Hearing this, Gio sincerely confessed, I'm not your master yet, but I want to be. The ego was silent for a long while, then suggested, Then, please choose a name for me. Gio emphasized, From now on, your name is L. Returning to reality, he was still standing there, tightly gripping the white sword. A faint light shone on it. Gio looked up with somewhat hazy eyes. This second time doesn't feel as strange, since I've been through it once before. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him, and his eyes flew open. The ceiling cracked, and small pebbles rained down. Less than 3 seconds later, a large chunk of rock fell. Rue screamed, Run, boss. Elle urged anxiously, Master, you have to run. Gio looked around and shouted, I know. Rue immediately questioned, Who are you? Elle asked back, confused, Who's asking? Rue answered with arrogant confidence, I am an excellent and great ego. Meanwhile, Gio, busy fleeing for his life, angrily shouted, You too, shut up. As he ran out, he suddenly stopped, thinking, Talon's corpse. I have to get to the reward room. Suddenly, a large rock fell, startling Gio. His eyes widened as if worried about something. The floor. Gio's foot stood on a very fragile edge as the floor seemed about to crack. His eyes widened with determination as he reached out to grab hold, pleading, Please. The system asked, Do you want to go to the reward room? Gio immediately urged, Hurry up. He looked down, gritting his teeth in endurance. Suddenly, Gio's eyes widened in great surprise. As the gate opened, a giant, golden-orange figure appeared. A crowd was still lined up outside, waiting to get in. A fixed gate had been destroyed, an unprecedented event. The cause was unknown. On the screen, a news reporter was saying, The fact that the timing of this unusual incident coincides with the formation of numerous gates has sparked a major, long-running debate. On the bright side, since Gio had left long before the gate collapsed, he wasn't suspected. The screen showed the rewards. The clear reward was 30 amethysts and a bonus reward, a protective charm, an item that prevents common illnesses and prolongs life, and can be used by ordinary people. Gio and Young stood by their mother's hospital bed. Although it's not enough to cure mom's illness, it's still useful. And the money I got from the amethysts helped me move her to this hospital. I feel a bit better too. The blue sky outside the towering skyscraper. After deciding to climb the tower again, the 5th floor. When he arrived, he couldn't help but stare in awe. I heard the test floor was quite developed due to the lack of monsters, but this is just an ordinary city. Gio walked along the crowded street, and through the 5th floor, where I was found unconscious, as well as alone with a sword, fighting a pack of wolves on the 6th floor. Then another horde of monsters was defeated by Gio on the 7th floor. Then he continued to fight with his other companions on the 8th floor. Before Gio were towering mountain ranges, his hands gripping his sword. And the 9th floor. The gems on both swords lit up simultaneously. I couldn't have dreamed of getting this far until recently. Sugu's words echoed in Gio's mind. The rank itself isn't what's important. Those words kept ringing in Gio's ears. As long as you don't give up, your special ability will eventually manifest. Gio smirked and affirmed to himself, Sugu was right. The 2 rings on his hand also began to glow. Seeing this, Gio looked up and smiled with satisfaction. L has leveled up quite a bit. Because the experience is split, the leveling is a bit slower. Thanks to synchronization, I can feel myself getting stronger. He thought to himself, I thought it was extraordinarily powerful, maybe because there was a demon sealed inside it. About the demon, sorry, I don't remember anything. Suddenly, Gio remembered the giant, glowing yellow figure. Was that Giant Eye the demon? He muttered his speculation while pressing on the system panel. Asterisk, it seems I can get stronger if I have more egos. I guess I'll have to find more. Asterisk Rue asked. And you know where to find them? Geo answered with unwavering confidence. I know a place. Outside the building, the clear blue sky and bright sunlight were dazzling. The item auction house. An announcement echoed through the crowded auction hall. Sold for $170,000. Geo silently asked, Do you feel anything? Rue thought for a long time before replying. Elle also added, I don't feel anything yet. Geo thought dejectedly. I should have known egos couldn't be that common. The unfinished sentence added to the curiosity. The final item for today. A shiny bracelet was presented, and the main item of the auction, the wounded soldier's bracelet. Everyone who saw it gasped in admiration. That's an item that increases regeneration speed. At the same time, Rue and Elle both declared, an ego. This made Geo's eyes widen in surprise. What? The evening sky was turning orange. Fluffy clouds drifted lazily. He walked alone on the crowded street. Geo's face was weary. Asterisk, I didn't expect an auction to be so exhausting. Why is everything so expensive? Asterisk Elle explained. It's the main item, so there's no other way, master. Rue bluntly criticized, the master is poor. Geo forced a comforting smile. At least the paralysis dagger sold for $100,000. So happy I could choke. Master's expression is strange. As he spoke, Geo wore a terrifying smile. Rue, Elle, let me give you a kiss. Rue immediately scolded, Are you crazy? Elle tried to stop him. Master. Geo walked out of the convenience store. Thank you. Please come again. He walked while talking on the phone. Yes, I'm on my way back. Is there a problem? No, there isn't. There is one problem. Geo then complained. It's so hard to find a party. I just got out of a gate, and the players are more troublesome than the monsters. The person on the other end of the line screamed. What? You went into a gate? I told you to be careful right now. Geo stammered in fear. It was an F-rank gate. Geo confessed. You know I'm just a level 1 without equipment. I can't get a player rank, so I can't solo. The other person sympathized. I know. I can't do anything about it. Geo continued. See you later. The night sky had covered the entire city. Geo didn't forget to remind him. Don't forget you said you'd treat me to a meal to celebrate your promotion. He continued. It's not that I don't like climbing the tower, but Rue needs to absorb blood too, so the progress is very slow. He walked up the stairs slowly. Geo's gentle voice echoed, and the reward from the last gate was very good. He let out a sigh. I guess it'll work out one way or another. I've taken care of the urgent matters. Geo smiled and lifted the bag. And I got to buy beef. Elle praised him endlessly. You are truly humble, even after just making a fortune. Rue immediately countered, stingy is more like it. Hearing this, Geo warned in a stern voice. How have you been feeling lately? Since the last time I disciplined you? Rue replied fearfully, I'm sorry. Geo was troubled by his thoughts. Asterisk, I want to make a lot of money and move somewhere else as soon as possible. I want you young to be able to go out more safely. Asterisk. He walked up the stairs silently. Suddenly, Geo noticed something. A small pillar of light suddenly appeared in midair. What is that? The light grew larger and larger in front of him. The rays of light seemed to want to cover the entire city. Geo wondered, a gate. The screen displayed text. Gate Formation Protocol. 1. Remain calm. A newly formed gate is not dangerous. Assess the situation. After calling 112 or the association. 2. Keep your distance. Entering a gate of unknown rank is very dangerous, even if you are a player. Entering a gate without verification from the association will result in a penalty of up to 5 years in prison or a fine of up to $10,000. 3. Gather reliable evidence. In cases where multiple witnesses are present before the association's verification, conflicts may arise. If you witness the incident alone, leave evidence. Priority entry and privileges will be granted to the first person who discovers it. Korea Player Association, Gate Monitoring Division, Head, Taesik O. Someone sat in front of a computer, looking intently. Let's see. The person moved the mouse and clicked somewhere. Taesik smiled, picked up his cup, and muttered with satisfaction, near Geo's house. As he sipped his water, he read a line of text. Report sent from. Suddenly, Taesik choked on his water, splashing it everywhere. From outside, Other staff members couldn't help but notice his frantic screams. Kim Jio, one person announced, if you don't enter the gate within 5 days, the right to conquer it will be lost and put up for auction. That staff member carefully reminded him, there are other conditions as well, so please keep them in mind. Thank you for your prompt report. Taesik, who had been waiting, slowly walked up and asked, are you done? You're working hard. He suggested, Jio, let's talk for a bit. Jio immediately agreed. Okay. The two of them went into a nearby coffee shop. Jio asked, isn't that too sweet? Taesik, while stirring his coffee, replied, it's not that sweet. You have to put syrup in coffee. After saying that, he picked up his cup and took a gulp. Then he slammed the cup down on the table with satisfaction, even sending his ID card flying. Korea Player Association. Taesik pressed. So it's an F-rank gate again by chance? Are you confident? Jio smiled and waved it off. Come on. You shouldn't underestimate me. I'm much stronger now. His face showed clear dejection. I don't know about that, but I know you're very stubborn. For sure. Stop smiling, damn it. What floor are you on now? Jio smiled lightly at that. Then, he said, floor 11. I just passed floor 10 today. Taesik asked further, what about your rank? Jio didn't answer and just said flatly, you already know. Suddenly, he spoke a single word that startled Jio. For days. Taesik's eyes were fixed and determined. His sharp voice emphasized, finish your preparations in 4 days. Then come with me. Jio, confused, immediately asked, why? He just replied in a low voice, I want to see if you're okay to go in. If you're not well prepared, I won't let you go, no matter what. Scene changed to 4 days later. The room is surrounded by prepared weapons. Only Jio's voice is heard. I never thought something like this existed in the building's basement. This is a training room. It's just not used much these days. He looked up and thought, spatial expansion, with a protective barrier around the walls too. I guess I underestimated the association. Taesik walked in and questioned, what do you think? This startled Jio. He said, interested? There's a position in the association. As Taesik adjusted his cuffs, he calmly stated, I think you'd make a decent agent. Or another position would be fine too. Jio immediately refused. Thank you for the offer, but I have to decline. He scratched his head and shared shyly, I don't want to settle down anywhere just yet. Taesik's steady voice replied, I see. You're always welcome here, so just let me know. Suddenly, Jio remembered someone and immediately asked, what about Sugu? The guide division disappeared when you got promoted, right? He continued while still rolling up his sleeves. The Caravan Guild, was it? I think he joined them. He's a far cry from the resilient kid I used to know. Jio couldn't help but feel happy hearing that news. I should go see him. Though I've never heard of that guild. Somehow, veins were already bulging on Taesik's hands. Jio pressed. So, you said we were going to fight, but you're not getting a weapon? He flinched in surprise. What? Suddenly, Taesik's brows furrowed, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Good grief. It seems you're looking down on me because I've been busy with office work lately. As he reached out his hand, a small layer of bone slid out in a circle. As the wind picked up, Jio stood still. It got closer and closer, making him widen his eyes in surprise. In a flash, a strong gust of wind blew, making Jio stumble, unable to stand firm. Taesik's confident voice and gaze rang out. Jio couldn't hide his fear. Once an expert, always an expert. Don't underestimate someone who used to be a high ranker. He demanded, his body suddenly enveloped in a dark aura. Stop messing around. Come at me. Jio thought to himself, I know I can't beat him. He decided, then I'll learn a little something. But I won't back down before I fight. As he looked up, Jio was suddenly startled, his eyes wide open. Taesik stomped his foot hard, sending another strong gust of wind toward him. Jio immediately stood to block the gust. He held his sword tightly and gritted his teeth, enduring it. One of Jio's feet slid to the side. As soon as Taesik lifted his foot to attack again, Jio gripped his sword, ready to charge. He asked, are you sure you're prepared? Jio didn't answer, just panted heavily. A high ranker is a high ranker after all. It reminds me of Sugu. Taesik's face paled as he shouted, focus. Letting your guard down in a gate means death. While panting, Jio's eyes stared straight ahead with determination. He's right. I've been too arrogant, Asterisk. He gritted his teeth and thought, but I have a plan. Scene changed to 4 days ago. Dong Demon District, player item auction market. Ru said items? What for? There are no items better than us, boss. Gio, while answering his phone, waved it off. That's not it. I still don't have any good armor. He said, I can't keep going around like this. And who knows, I might find an ego. L added, I'll let you know as soon as I sense one nearby, master. Under the clear blue sky, the dazzling sun shone brightly. A voice said, let's take a look around. Gio was suddenly drawn to a suit of iron armor in a shop. The system read, useless iron armor of a clumsy blacksmith. Rarity, common. Effect, defense +9. He quietly turned and looked at the suits across from him. Gio bent down to look at the price and was shocked. The system read, useless leather armor of a clumsy blacksmith. Effect, defense +7. He left and slumped down on the side of the road, dejected. His whole body was gloomy. Both L and Ru were unable to console him. Gio lamented, the cheap ones are disgusting, and the good ones are disgustingly expensive. This isn't going to be easy. Ru and L called out in unison, Master. Outside a shop, an adult and a child were arguing. Minsu shouted, that's not true. My grandpa is a great artisan. The adult waved it off. What's so great about equipment that doesn't even show its item information? The boy still insisted, you're wrong. My grandpa is very skilled. The other person said contemptuously, what's the use of advertising a shop that does no business? You'll just get kicked out again. From a distance, Gio approached and called out, hey, kid. Minsu turned around in surprise. Gio suggested, will you lead the way for me? Gio bent down and said kindly, to your grandpa's shop. Minsu immediately agreed, his face lighting up like a star. The two of them quietly went down to a basement. Gio was still skeptical. Ru, L, are you sure? L and Ru answered firmly, one after the other. Yes, master. Absolutely. Ru said, the clothes the boy is wearing, they're all egos. L explained, it was made by a human, but it still holds some of the power of an ego. For sure. Ru angrily scolded. Stop saying what I want to say, damn it. Minsu opened the door and called out with a bright smile. Grandpa? I brought a customer. The grandfather gently reminded him. Minsu, didn't I tell you not to bring customers? The boy replied. But I want people to know about you, Grandpa. The grandfather scolded. You have so many nice clothes too. Why are you wearing the one I made? Your father will be angry if he sees it. Gio quietly looked inside the door. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he sensed something. This has a scent. L emphasized, everything. Gio stood frozen at the door of the dark, cluttered room. Everything in here is an ego. L was stunned seeing the items in the storage room. How can a human? Ru continued, they're all one of a kind. Ru affirmed, they are all selfless egos. Gio wondered, isn't ego the English word for ban na? He stood frozen at the door for a long time, his mouth agape. The old man rested his chin on his hand and said flatly, not for sale, so please leave. I have no intention of selling to those who don't understand the value of my items. Jucheon Beck, the smith, while flipping through a book, said in a low voice, this isn't the first time I've met people who look down on this work. Suddenly, Gio's firm statement made him look up. I'll buy it. Jucheon closed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. I said it's not for sale. People like you wouldn't know how to use it even if you bought it. Gio asked, if I can use it, then you'll sell it, right? He showed his contempt. Fine, try it, and then leave. Gio seemed to not care and insisted. Sword. Nameless Sword, level 79. The ability is. Jucheon jumped to his feet and shouted, don't tell me. You can see the potential of each sword? Gio continued in a steady voice, of course. You have this ability too, don't you? Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god. Jucheon softened, smiled, and suggested, then give it a try. Finding someone who understands, who is worthy of the weapon in their hands. This is the greatest wish of every blacksmith. Gio silently ran his hand over the shiny blade. He raised the sword high and decided, from now on, your name will be Sobnus. Seeing this, the old man's jaw dropped in surprise. Minsu was also very surprised, his eyes wide. However, after waiting for a while, the sword didn't light up. The space became incredibly quiet and awkward. El guessed, "It seems it doesn't like that name very much." Gio paused and wondered, "Is that so?" Gio and Tasik stood opposite each other, preparing for the fight. His eyes blazed, emitting a murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, Gio shot forward. He was like a gust of wind, carrying the power of lightning and fire, flying straight toward his opponent. Despite the sword gradually approaching him, Tasik stood still, unfazed. Gio gritted his teeth with determination and swung the sword with all his might. As soon as Gio slashed, he was able to block it effortlessly with one hand. Tasik's brows furrowed, wrinkles showing as he shouted, "I can still feel your hesitation when you swing the sword. Aim at the target with all your strength. Do you think this little bit of force is enough to even scratch me?" Gio gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "My opponent is a pretty high-ranked person," he reminded himself. Focus. Gio swung his sword to strike, but Tasik immediately dodged the blow. Then he continued to slash. Gio slashed forward, and Tasik dodged backward. He turned to attack again, only to be blocked. It seemed Gio's slashes had no effect on him. Tasik swung his fist. Gio immediately ducked to dodge the blow. Gio once again swung his sword to slash. As soon as he brought both swords down, Tasik had already stepped back. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land a hit on him. Suddenly, Gio's eyes widened in surprise. Tasik looked serious and delivered a punch. As his hand approached, Gio reflexively raised his sword to counter. Scene change. He bowed his head and wondered, "Why can't I link with them? Is this even an ego?" Ru said, "They're just second-rate." Not only that, but egos are usually very picky when choosing a master. "I'm not that difficult, but don't assume they can be like me." El comforted him. "I like you, master." He decided, "I'll try one last time." Ru said with a faint smile, "Give up." Gio asked irritably, "Since when did you learn to talk like that?" He seriously placed his hand on an item. "Your name is Brandherd." Suddenly, a light emanated from it, enveloping him. The system panel announced, "Linked. You have just linked with the ego Brandherd. Due to a lack of certain skills required for use, you will not be able to utilize its full potential. Brandherd has lost most of its abilities." Returning to the present, Tasik's fist slammed into Gio, emitting a bright light. Brandherd, level 7. Strength 15, Speed 3, Durability 40, Magic 6. Additional skill, Defense plus 12. Brandherd reflects accumulated damage. His face showed clear confusion. An explosion of power erupted. Gio's entire body was sent flying backward, slamming hard into the wall. His eyes rolled back into his head, and he let out a pained cry. Then Gio collapsed, face planting on the ground. He coughed continuously, but still managed to stand up. A water bottle was thrown down in front of Gio. Tasik offered, "Drink it. It's a potion for internal injuries." Gio gave a faint smile. "Seriously, my hands are shaking so much I can't even open the cap." He said, "You passed." Gio looked up, dazed. "What?" Tasik smirked and affirmed, "I just said it. You passed. I thought you wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on my head, but..." Gio thought to himself, this method wasn't a coincidence. Was I going too easy on him? Suddenly, Tasik questioned, "What was that just now?" Gio smiled and replied, "It's my item." He continued, "If you can't clear the stage within a week from today, they'll send someone down from above. From now on, I hope you have good luck clearing the gate." Tasik turned and reminded him sternly, "I'm only giving you 5 days. If you can't get through in that time, forget it. I'll go in and rescue you." Gio, embarrassed, tried to stop him. "You don't have to." He cut him off before he could finish. "It's much cheaper than paying the transport fees for agents." Tasik asked with concern, "Do you have enough potions and food?" Gio replied, "Everything's fine." He asked again, "What about smoke bombs?" The answer, "Of course." Tasik reminded him, "Even if this is F rank, don't get cocky." Gio immediately obeyed. "Okay." Ru wondered, "Isn't this gate the same as the zombie gate? Why the rush? It doesn't look that dangerous." He smiled happily. He's like a father. It's only natural for him to worry. Gio turned back and said, "I'll definitely be back." Tasik smiled and replied, "Okay." He turned his face away and walked straight into the gate. The system announced, "You have entered the gate." Gio silently hoped, "I hope this is an easy one." Ru asked, So what's the reward? He replied gently, we can earn a lot of money. Rue wondered, how do you know if this gate is easy or hard? While answering, Joe glanced around. We have to clear it anyway. His face darkened as he mumbled, because this is F rank, there's a possibility of a difficult tower or a dungeon gate. As long as it's not a labyrinth, we can clear it. Joe gripped his sword tightly and praised it. Nice. He slammed his hand on the wolf right next to him. The power of his lightning spread through the wolf's mouth, making it seem unable to resist. Joe stomped hard on the ground. His face was serious as he looked back. Time to stop chatting. From the darkness, a pack of wolves appeared, eager to take Joe down. He smirked. Time to level up. The white wolf was slashed right down the middle of its face. Its body split in two. Thanks to that, Elle also successfully leveled up. Joe, holding a spear, continued to charge into the white wolf's den to finish off the rest. Notifications popped up one after another in this life-or-death battle. Brandherd's accumulated damage increases. While facing the swarm of wolves, one managed to sneak in and attack Joe's blind spot. But he wasn't afraid at all, even letting out a mocking smile. A small mouth roared in the dark cave. Rue's ability. Instantly, the white wolf bared its fangs and bit down hard. However, at that very moment, a pillar of light shot through the cave, blocking all vision. Joe had probably finished off all the wolves. He sat down with a plop and sighed. Time for a short break. Rue quickly spoke up. Human, you're at a disadvantage with the master. Joe paid no attention. He pulled up his sleeve and looked at his watch. It's already been 5 hours. Autumn in the cave. He kept wondering to himself, not noticing the purple stones faintly appearing around him. Is it because it's F rank? So there's no difference from orcs. It's easy anyway. Joe took out some stale food. While trying to chew, he mumbled, with my level, it's not easy to get in here, but this time was also thanks to luck. He kept questioning himself. I thought I'd definitely need to be A rank, but this rank isn't based on any device. If I'm far from my ego, I'll only have a level 1 skill, which is unpredictable. Suddenly, Joe remembered Tasik's calm face and remarked, even Tasik Young couldn't do anything. This ability is truly. After finishing his meal, he capped the water bottle. The voice continued to echo. Once the master's skill levels up, no matter how far apart we are, you will still maintain the connection. Joe raised the bottle to his lips and took a sip. I hope so, but I don't even know what form it will take after leveling up. Rue continued to preach. It depends on the ego. But Joe couldn't take it anymore and flicked it. He threatened the talkative, critical mouth. Watch it, or I'll hit you. Rue retorted sharply. You already hit me. Joe still sat leaning against the rock wall, muttering to himself. Besides not knowing how to improve, I also don't understand this. Rue, level 17. Strength 40, Speed 54, Durability 50, Magic 34. Additional skill, Cannibalism. Reading the last few words, Joe was startled. Cannibalism? Is that right? Eating you do that? Rue, upon hearing this, shouted back. Are you crazy human? Joe laughed, slowly stood up, and explained briefly to get it over with. Just kidding. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and moved decisively. Rested enough, time to go. But he suddenly stopped when he felt the backpack on his shoulder was a bit cumbersome. My bag is full of stuff. Smoke bombs, recovery potions. Should I buy a bigger bag? Suddenly, Joe thought of something. His eyes widened. He stared at the 3 bottles of different colors in his basket. Potions. If I drink these, I'll have more space. Without much thought, he clicked his tongue and decided quickly, might as well use it now. At that moment, Rue suddenly shrieked a warning. I sense a strong energy coming from the other side of that door. The boss must be inside. Joe calmly drained the potion into his mouth, replying, I know. That's why I'm drinking this. He cautiously walked through the dark cave. The path ahead was empty, so he impatiently asked Rue, Are we there yet? Joe started to feel restless. At this rate, the potions I just drank will all wear off. Rue repeated the warning it had just uttered. I sense a strong energy. This time, it emphasized it more. I think we're almost there. After walking a bit further, Joe suddenly saw a faint light on the path ahead. There's a light. Maybe Elle is there too. Rue urged him on. So what's the harm in going there? He put a finger to his lips and whispered, Quiet. Rue retorted defiantly. No one can hear us anyway. Joe saw the point and just gently waved it off. All right. Then, he used telepathy to remind it. Don't be rude to your master. Rue whined petulantly. Then mind your own business, you arrogant. Finally, Joe's figure appeared at the cave entrance. The boss he was looking for was sound asleep on the grass. Its presence seemed to swallow more than half the energy of the gate. Unlike Talon, who had been attacked countless times, this creature had the quality of a. However, a second later, its blood-red eyes were staring straight at him. The white wolf wagged its tail gently, then began to move forward with dignity. A monster that holds the ley line of an entire dungeon like this is known by a very grand name, Gatekeeper. Rue, upon seeing it, cheered with excitement. Wow, impressive. Brandherd, worried, quickly reminded him. Be careful, master. Joe already felt tense. He gritted his teeth and proactively raised his weapon. The pressure is many times greater than Talon's. This is a real boss. Before he could even compose himself, the boss shot forward. The spot where it had been standing trembled slightly. The dust had barely risen when the gatekeeper, with its blood-red eyes, charged like an arrow toward Gio. He raised his two swords to form an X, his eyes fixed on it, not daring to let his guard down. He gritted his teeth. The gatekeeper's massive jaws opened wide. Gio struggled a bit to block it, losing his balance, but luckily, he held his ground. He put one foot back to regain his balance, but Gio still didn't dare to take his eyes off the boss. His grip on the sword tightened with each passing moment. He quickly delivered a slash straight at its white teeth, but his sword couldn't even pierce its outer skin, let alone stab into its mouth. Gio frowned, feeling uneasy. Too shallow. The boss's eyes glowed, burning with hatred. The corners of its eyes wrinkled, showing it was baring its teeth ferociously. The boss slammed its body down, intentionally trying to get away from Gio's blade. He was stunned by this incredible defense and counterattack. Then, the boss grabbed his backpack, craned its neck, and leaped up on all fours, preparing to run in the opposite direction. In a flash, dust billowed everywhere. Rocks and leaves swirled in the air. The ground shook violently, and the dust was so thick that Gio had to quickly crouch down and cover his head. He struggled to defend himself. Its defense is higher than I expected. There's no other way but to accumulate damage. But then, the corner of Gio's mouth curled up slightly. His amused smile was a stark contrast to his panicked expression 3 seconds ago. He looked at the gatekeeper. Not bad, fighting tough opponents. As he thought, Gio recalled the intense moments of their previous battle. The backpack he was wearing was quickly discarded. His body accelerated, flying forward and soaring higher than the boss's head. With a sword in each hand, he swung powerfully and declared, "Fighting tough opponents is my specialty." A second later, the ground witnessed another terrifying impact. The tremor was caused by Gio landing with fierce energy. Now, he and the monster were staring at each other. The boss let out terrifying howls and continued to charge without mercy. It lunged to pounce on Gio. He quickly raised his two swords in front of him to block. The gatekeeper's fangs clashed with the blades, creating sparks. What was even more terrifying was that its sharp teeth had broken Gio's black sword in half. The black fragments fell freely through the air. Gio gritted his teeth, his nerves stretched tighter than a bowstring. He constantly moved, looking for a way out of this dangerous situation. He slashed wildly at the boss, the sword's path creating intersecting streaks of light in the space. Gio slid back a long way, covered in scratches. The boss's mouth was now wide open, its drool dripping disgustingly. A moment later, the space cleared up. The sound of heavy panting was heard. Gio sat exhausted next to the boss's corpse, panting and feeling lucky. That was close. He walked over to the monster's corpse and told himself, the effect of the potion just wore off. Without Brandherd, I probably would have lost. He still insisted, Talon is nothing compared to this thing, even though I just won. Gio raised his black sword and gently bid farewell. Thank you for dying at my hand. The sword plunged into the thick fur, and black blood spurted out. The system notifications popped up continuously. You have defeated the boss, Janki. You have received a vast amount of experience. Rue has absorbed Janki's blood. Rue has received the speed stat from Janki's blood. Rue has received a skill from Janki's blood. Rapidly recover durability when taking damage. Finally, the cannibalism skill was activated. This made him a little uneasy. The green grass was dotted with a few stains of black blood. The boss's corpse was placed in a pit. The black sword continued to plunge deeper, causing blood to spurt out continuously. Geo stared blankly at the scene before him. The space suddenly became eerie. Thick streams of magical energy moved through the air. The system sent notifications. Ru has just absorbed Janki. You have successfully transformed Janki into an ego. The boss's life force coalesced into a blue stone. He asked, confused, "What's happening?" Ru, also clueless, replied, "I don't know either. I've never heard of a monster transforming into an ego." Geo was also tired and decided to put the matter aside. "I'll figure it out later." He continued to ask, "What about you?" She confessed honestly, "Me too." Her voice was full of confusion. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help, Master." Geo showed no sign of annoyance, just asked gently, "Really?" Ru, feeling wronged, asked, "Why didn't you say anything to me?" So he quickly said, "Transformed into an ego. Does that mean Ru now carries Janki's ego?" It immediately denied it. "I have nothing. Are you listening to me?" Geo still sat there, stunned, muttering, "Then what is this?" El has never used this skill before, so guessing blindly wasn't working. He finally gave an order. Information window. Name, Kim Geo, level 1. Class, Companion of the Ego. Exclusive ability, Link. Skill, Synchronize Ego, Request Janki. After reading the information, Geo's eyes widened in surprise. Asterisk, I have it. So how do I use it? Do I just shout the skill name? Asterisk, suddenly, he remembered the image of himself struggling in the previous fight. His eyes narrowed with caution and hesitation. Finally, he clicked his tongue, cleared his throat, and made a decision, making both swords wonder. "I'll try it later. I'll know when the time comes." Geo dusted himself off and stood up. "I need to figure out what cannibalism does." His face suddenly became eager. "And I got a blue crystal. Better than an A-rank purple crystal. And with this size, it must be worth a lot of money." He walked slowly and leisurely across the grass. As he walked, he muttered to himself with delight, "Now, to the reward room." However, no matter how wide Geo opened his eyes and looked, he couldn't see anything. So he panicked. "It's not here." Both swords followed him in a fluster. "What? Is something wrong, Master?" Geo stood there thinking for a moment. To get into the reward room, I have to touch the gatekeeper's body. But then he realized and screamed, "Ru ate Janki's corpse." Ru sadly confided, "Why is it always my fault?" Inside the gate was a place where the sun never set. On the second day, he had already cleared the entire gate. Ru asked restlessly, "Is it necessary to search?" "Take what you're doing seriously. Don't you find this pointless and time-consuming? I have a suggestion. Going outside and asking for help is also a good idea." Hearing this, Geo firmly objected, "I can't do that. If something unusual happens again like in Giri City, they'll start keeping an eye on me." He turned his head to look at the rock formation before him. "If there's no way to answer this, then even if I get out, with every second that passes." The determination in his heart grew stronger. Asterisk, the gate experienced a disruption and caused a lot of casualties. "I have to finish what I started. I think I'm the cause, so I have to find a solution myself." Asterisk. Elle was full of admiration for her master. "I truly admire your sense of responsibility, Master." Ru, as usual, spoke with sharp words. "That's nice to say. But are you sure you can clean up the mess you just made?" Hearing this, Geo's anger got stuck in his throat, and he cursed, "Shut up. Taesik Hyung will be here in 4 days, so we have to try to avoid the worst-case scenario." Hearing Taesik's name, Ru suddenly became interested. "That human is quite impressive," Geo acknowledged. "Of course, the best way is still for us to quickly solve this mystery before then." 2 days passed. On the third day, he had searched everywhere on the grassland, but found nothing. Geo sat leaning against a tree, seeking shade. While eating a lollipop, he asked listlessly, "Should we just kill all the remaining monsters?" Elle enthusiastically agreed. "I think that's a good idea, Master." Ru also concurred, "A bit simple, but not bad." So, they returned to the paths they had initially skipped and wiped out the remaining blue wolves. By the 5th day, he was still doing the same thing as every other day, wiping out the wolves. Looking at the wolf's corpse sprawled before him, Gio calculated in his head. This is the last one. Elle cheered excitedly. Well done, master. At this moment, Gio felt confused. Now what? He rubbed his stiff neck and wondered. Tae-sik Hyung should have been here by now. In times like these, Gio often came up with bold ideas. Should I destroy the whole cave or something? Suddenly, both Elle and Rue shouted in unison, Master! They both took turns pointing Gio toward a place flooded with light. All the energy is gathering at one point. He stood there, stunned. What? A second later, he screamed in panic. Where is it? The swords continued to point. It's where the gatekeeper wolf was. The grassland. The dense forest gave way to a modern world with tall buildings. In a room, a reprimanding voice was heard. If you were about an hour later, I would have gone in myself. Outside in the hallway, there was an automatic sound barrier. The scolding was met with a nervous laugh. That was close. Under the showering water, a question was asked. Why were you so late? I thought with your current skills, it should have only taken 2 days. 2 men were relaxing and chatting. I'll be honest. I defeated the boss on the first day, but I ran into a little problem, so? Tae-sik, while soaping himself, glanced at the person next to him. A problem? After defeating the boss, what kind of problem could there be? Gio, while vigorously washing his hair, whined. The boss's corpse disappeared, so I couldn't get to the reward room. Tae-sik was extremely surprised. What? He then asked curiously, what did you do? Gio replied very calmly. I killed all the remaining monsters. Now, Tae-sik understood a part of it. So that's why you have so many crystals. And you're carrying them around like they're precious. Anyway, after killing the last one, all the gate's energy gathered at the boss's location. In the cave at that time, Rue kept urging, Master, hurry up. Gio grimaced and sprinted. I'm running as fast as I can. At the end of the cave, a bright light made it impossible to see ahead. The closer he got, the more he was blinded by the light. The scene gradually unfolded as Gio reached the end of the cave entrance. He looked up, his face full of surprise. How could one describe it? The space before him was covered by a transparent layer of glass. Different colors appeared in sections. It was as if the entire world had shattered into pieces and converged in one place. A small sphere was slowly approaching Gio. He held out his hands to catch it. The sphere flew straight into his palm, before his astonished eyes. At the same time, Gio received many notifications. You have received an ego fragment. Transitioning to the reward room, Tae-sik listened to the story with wide, disbelieving eyes. What are you talking about? Gio was silent for a moment, looking down and thinking about something. Then, he confessed his speculation. I think the gate itself is an ego. A faint sound echoed amidst the dripping water. After leaving the bathroom, Tae-sik got down to business. I've exchanged all the crystals and the reward for cash and deposited it into your bank account. It should be around $50,000 in total. Gio simply said, Thank you. He walked slowly with his hands in his pockets. It's nothing. Are you going straight to the hospital now? Gio nodded and replied, I called her beforehand, but I should still go see her, or she'll worry. Suddenly, Tae-sik took out his car keys and pressed a button. Then he pointed behind him with a mischievous smile. Get in. I'll give you a ride. Gio refused outright. I really don't want to. Hearing this, Tae-sik smirked mockingly. What's wrong with you? If you're a real man, you have to try pink. It turned out Gio didn't want a ride because the car's girlishness didn't suit him. Sitting in the car, Gio's body cringed with embarrassment. But Tae-sik was extremely excited. Gripping the steering wheel, he shouted, This is a real man. The car sped off with the sheer joy of the person inside, accompanied by screams of terror. Inside hospital room 537, a voice said, All right, as long as you're not hurt. Young, let's go for a drink. Outside, Gio and Young turned to leave. He didn't forget to announce, I'm heading out first. You two continue talking. After they left, Susie smiled gently from her hospital bed. Thank you for taking care of Young. He scratched his head shyly. It's nothing. I'm the one who receives a lot of help from her. In the hallway outside, the siblings walked side by side. The little girl yawned until tears came to her eyes. He asked, Are you so tired you're falling asleep? Have you had lunch? Gio's face was full of teasing as he reminded her. Your exams are coming up. Young pouted and looked away, stretching. I just took a short nap, so I'm still studying normally. He added gently, don't push yourself too hard. Remember to take care of yourself too. Hearing the concern in his voice, Yu-young also smiled and looked at him. In that case, make me feel protected. Suddenly, a voice said, be careful. Someone with an 4-drip approached. Are you Yu-young's older brother, young man? They were surprised to see the old woman. Grandma, the girl calmly approached. Why are you still awake at this hour? The old woman smiled and looked at Gio, explaining, I came out to stretch my legs a bit. I heard voices over here, so I came over. Her eyes glanced over as if she noticed something. Then she approached, a smile on her lips, and took Gio's hand. It's all thanks to you that Yu-young has become such a good child. He felt a bit embarrassed. It's nothing. The woman's face was full of kindness as she held Gio's hand tighter. You are such a vibrant young man. He could only go along with it. Thank you, ma'am. After saying that, she continued on her way. Sorry for bothering you too. They both bowed politely. Not at all. Be careful, ma'am. See you tomorrow. Her footsteps suddenly stopped for a moment. Then the old woman turned her head and looked at Gio. Young man. He looked at her, confused. Yes. The old woman reminded him. There are some conflicting energies. Gio's face was full of confusion as he heard her advice. Try not to lose yourself. Finally, she turned and walked away. I hope you overcome the upcoming obstacle. The two stood silently in the hallway, watching her go. Gio thought, confused, what did she mean? He looked at the ring on his hand and marveled. Did she sense something? The next day, at a large hospital in the city, he stood in front of the door and stretched with satisfaction. That was a great sleep. Compared to that damp cave, this place is like a 5-star hotel. Someone approached, startling Gio. The doctor looked at him, with a nurse holding a medical chart beside him. You're the family of patient Lee Suzy, right? Opposite him, Gio calmly replied. Is something wrong? He cleared his throat, his expression serious. Do you have time to talk? In another corner of the city, the dungeon gate opened, and a crowd surrounded it. Sugu smiled excitedly. Finally, after 3 days, we can go home. Want to go for a drink after a shower? Behind him, his companion reminded him with a cold face. Just a little beer. I want to rest. He looked at Sugu, confused. Sugu still suggested, what? Or do you want to switch to soju? Then, both of their eyes turned towards him, and they started talking. Isn't that the Master Slayer, huh? Seeing this, Sugu also got excited. Wow, I'm a huge fan. Should I go say hello? His companion encouraged him. If you want to, go ahead. Soon after, their expressions slowly turned to astonishment. On the other side, Ju bit his lip. They were confused. What's that? Huh, his expression is a bit. Over here, he also remembered the words he heard at the hospital. The patient is currently in a very critical condition. Although she doesn't show it, her muscles have been severely affected. Jo's steps moved forward unconsciously. In the hospital room, Yeung was slumped beside her mother. He stood outside the door, not daring to face them. The doctor's voice still echoed in his head. Drug therapy won't last much longer. No matter how well we take care of her now, it's too late. Currently, Gio was entering a dungeon. In front of him were 2 ferocious demons holding weapons. The doctor added, there's one last problem, but we don't know the cause. His face was filled with panic as he stammered. A problem? What is it? He stated. Unfortunately, all we can say now is, she has at most 1 year left. At worst, 3 months. Currently, Gio bit his lip, his eyes filled with resentment, his body radiating a murderous aura. The monsters quickly charged at him crazily. He also charged forward to attack them with self-blame. It's all my fault. In his mind, Gio thought about the past gate and screamed, it's because I was always hesitant, making them suffer. If only I had been braver back then. Gio's body glided past the monsters, carrying a powerful attack. If only I were stronger, faster. Soon after, the rain poured down heavily. His body stood frozen in the rain. Seeing this, Ru worriedly reminded him, but he remained motionless. Master, are you crazy? Do you want to die? This is starting to get abnormal. El reminded, watch your words. She comforted him, making Gio's hand grip the sword even tighter. Master's mother's illness is very serious. I can understand how much pain you're in. Right now, he could only grit his teeth helplessly. Next, on the 19th floor of the tower, the crowd turned their heads in astonishment. A messy pile of belongings was tied together. They watched Gio's figure and gossiped. How many bags is that? Who is he? Are they all bags of crystals? Is he collecting them for a whole year or something? Isn't that him? The guy who's been hunting like crazy for 2 weeks. So he's been in here the whole time? 2 weeks? He went from the 11th to the 19th floor in just 2 weeks. Someone approached and asked, his face haggard and expressionless. Sir, that must be heavy. Do you need help? Seeing this, the crowd gradually became wary. What are they doing all the way up on the 19th floor? Their faces were filled with malice as they sneered. This is the Red Player Group, a merchant guild. The leader, with a dark face, sneered, let me help you carry that. Hearing this, Gio also opened his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. A stream of energy shot past, making him stare in astonishment. Gio's sword, Ru, rested on his shoulder, carrying a menacing aura, and his face was cold. You bastard. He looked at the sword at his neck warily. Don't you know who I am? Gio interrupted. Shut up. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, stared at him as he growled. Get lost. And don't even think about touching my stuff. The man's legs trembled. He screamed in his mind. What the? In front of him, Gio was as cold as a demon. He panicked. So scary. Gio pointed his weapon right at the opponent's throat. Get lost. His eyes shot out intimidating sparks. He enunciated each word. And don't covet what belongs to others. A man in a suit ran over from a distance, shouting, What's going on over there? The Red Player Group immediately gritted their teeth in anger. Damn it, it's the association. Without needing any orders, they automatically gathered their things and told each other, Let's run. I won't forget your face. You're lucky. Gio didn't chase after them. He stood still. Soon, he heard someone from the association come to ask, What happened? He reflexively turned his head to look. The corners of his lips turned down and his eyes narrowed slightly. He held up his ID card and introduced himself. My name is Sung-hoon, a security officer for the 19th floor from the Korea Player Association. I need your cooperation for a moment. Gio pointed behind him and voiced his suspicion. It seems those red players had their eyes on my bags. Sung-hoon looked at the bags, which were almost as big as him, and laughed. They're so big, I can see why. Then he continued to ask, By any chance, are you the player Kim Gio? Gio was taken to a cleaner and warmer room, but his face was blank and annoyed. What did I do for you to put a bounty on my head? By the way, the person who brought me here is named Hyo Sung-hoon. The other person gave a few instructions. Please inform the division head. He promised an extra reward. The person opposite him was Taesik. He smiled brightly and said, Sung-hoon, I guess I'll have to double his reward this month. Gio impatiently asked, What do you want? Taesik stopped playing around. He seriously asked back, What do you think? Did you really think I'd look for you after you were out of contact in the tower for 2 weeks? Gio shrugged indifferently. Is that all? Taesik emphasized, Of course not. Finally, he got Gio's attention with just one sentence. There's a way to cure your mother. A look of reliability appeared on Taesik's face. The only way to cure an illness of unknown cause. You probably already know, right? Gio immediately uttered 2 words, the elixir. But after thinking about it, he shrank back, full of anxiety. A panacea that can cure any disease, but the elixir is very expensive. Understanding Gio's concern, Taesik quickly confirmed, Exactly. He held up 3 fingers to illustrate. Only 3 elixirs have ever been found. One was in the early stages when the tower appeared. As a reward for the test of Marco Elon show, the first person to clear the 50th floor. Gio automatically continued, and the other 2 were both rewards for clearing gates. Seeing him speak so clearly, Taesik leaned forward slightly and remarked, You know more about this than I thought. Gio then explained, I've investigated it many times. Taesik lowered his face slightly to probe him. Then I don't need to tell you, do I? The connection between the 2 gates. Gio continued to ask, the Labyrinth Gate? The Labyrinth Gate. This type of gate is notorious for its difficulty, thanks to a large number of monsters of various ranks, as well as a strong gatekeeper and many traps. But because it's classified as a mixed gate, separate from ranked gates, anyone can challenge it, meaning they can verify their identity. Taesik paused for a moment, then looked at the notification. 2 days ago, the 3rd Labyrinth Gate appeared in the US. Seeing Gio's disheveled appearance, he had to exclaim, "Go take a shower before you go. Susie will faint if she sees you like this." Gio hurriedly took off all his things. Meanwhile, he could still hear Tasic's offer faintly. "I'll convert what you brought into cash and deposit it into your account without any fees, so just leave the bags here." Gio replied with a drawl, "Thank you." A clattering sound was heard in the room. Tasic leaned back in his chair and let out a tired sigh. The evening sky outside cast a faint light inside. Tasic suddenly felt a craving. "I want to smoke today." He looked up at the vast sky outside. "Kim Hyung, I've done everything I could think of." At night, someone was still lingering in the building, trying to find out more. Gio stood in the main hall and asked the guard escorting him, "According to Ohun, right?" The person quickly confirmed, "That's right." Song-hoon scratched his head in confusion. "The division head told me I had to see this through if I wanted the reward, so I was assigned to be your guide." He deliberately emphasized, "The division head has taken care of all the related paperwork, and the necessities have been prepared." Song-hoon hurriedly walked away. "We can go now? Please follow me." While walking smoothly, he suddenly stopped when he heard a strange voice. "Please wait a moment." That day, at the 24H building, the system displayed a notification. "You have passed the test. The synchronization skill has evolved into Synchronization E. Kim Gio, Level 1. Class, Companion of the Ego. Special ability, Link, can link with an ego. Skill, Synchronization E, can use 35% of the ego's power." He stood there, rubbing his chin, lost in thought. A ranked skill isn't very common. Even though I can only use 35%, I can still feel my body brimming with power compared to before the test. Beside him, Song-hoon approached, skeptical. "Player Kim Gio?" He replied. He announced, "It usually takes a day to pass the 20th floor test." Gio closed the system window, confused. "So?" His expression was hard to read. "Well, you entered less than 20 minutes ago." Then he cleared his throat again. He smiled a standard smile. "Never mind. Shall we go?" He put his hands in his pockets and asked, "What time is our flight? I feel like I'm taking up too much of our time." Song-hoon affirmed, "We're not taking a plane." Hearing that, Gio's eyes widened in confusion. Then he added, "We're going to the 5th floor. In an empty plot of land, the Labyrinth Tower. Although it's not common to see players from different countries inside due to the separate areas. The tower connects to everywhere in the world. But there's no denying that the tower is linked to the whole world. On the 5th floor, the branch office of the Korean Hunter Association." They stood inside the elevator, looking out at the vast space before them. He was so amazed he couldn't look away. An elevator inside the tower? Isn't it almost impossible to get electricity in here? How does this thing work? Beside him, he proudly explained, "It's an artifact powered by crystals." Then he added, "You can consider this whole building an artifact. That's how important this place is." Gio smiled skeptically and looked up. "How much did they spend?" The elevator dinged. He announced, "We're here." The elevator doors opened, and what was inside surprised him. Advanced teleportation gates were lined up neatly. "So this is the International Spatial Teleportation Gate Management Center." They quickly entered. Gio wondered, "I never thought I'd use an international spatial teleportation gate. I heard they're top secret and managed by each country's association." Song-hoon, walking ahead, affirmed, "Not just anyone can use them. Division head Tasic has more influence than you think." Suddenly, he stopped. "Here it is." They stood before the gate to the USA. Song-hoon's face was full of joy. "Now let's see." With that, he stepped into the gate. "Let's try the fastest mode of transportation in the world." Gio followed. "You look really excited." In his mind, he thought, "Is this even considered a mode of transportation?" Soon after, they were teleported to Los Angeles, USA. That night, the two sat inside a car. He was flipping through a stack of lists. He was also lost in thought. Many high rankers have announced their participation in this gate raid. USA's Iron Shield, Europe's Athena, and the Demon King in Korea. Will I be okay standing among them? Finally, the car stopped. "We've arrived." In front of them was a military zone with tanks and armored vehicles. This is a modern-day hell. It has appeared, A large dungeon gate appeared. The third labyrinth gate, Heron's Labyrinth. Elsewhere, there was chatter. "Do you know anything?" "I don't know anything." The soldiers looked towards Jio and Sung-hoon. Who's that? He looks Korean. Ban adjusted his glasses, looked, and said, I've never seen him before either. Probably from the association. The eyes behind the glasses seemed to see through everything. While he was focused and confused, the person next to him also looked up and asked, What's wrong? Ban replied, He's only level 1 in stats, and he has no special abilities. In the distance, he spoke shyly to a manager. I'm not saying. Sung-hoon was surprised. You can't even see it with your ability? He affirmed, That's right. I'm surprised. This is a first for me too. She calmed down and adjusted her glasses. Why? Her face was full of excitement as she took off her glasses, her enchanting ability radiating all around. His face is my type too. How interesting. But later, in the labyrinth inside the dungeon gate, hurried footsteps leaped across the ground. On one side, he gritted his teeth and swung his sword to defend. Above, a giant spider was shooting webs at them. Jio quickly dodged. Then he shouted, Sung-hoon. Now, behind him, Sung-hoon understood and charged forward. Got it. He raised his spear, aimed, and threw it. The force of his arm was even stronger. It plunged straight into the giant spider's head. Blood trickled from its eyes, and the giant spider's body was pierced through. They stopped fighting and breathed a sigh of relief. Ju sheathed his weapon and praised him. Good job. His face showed a hint of regret. You have to go now? On the other side, he also sheathed his spear and smiled. 15 hours have passed. Considering the time it takes to get back, it's best if I go now. With that, Sung-hoon walked towards him and extended his hand. Jio acknowledged. Thanks for everything so far. Thanks to you, Sung-hoon, I was able to adapt quickly. He also praised him. Your growth rate is amazing. If you want to thank me, treat me to a meal next time. They shook hands with a promise. I'll definitely do that. Get back safely. I'll see you again in Korea. Inside the ravaged labyrinth, he confirmed. Okay. Jio walked alone, conveniently marking an X on each wall with endless paint used for marking paths. Looks like everything here is done. Behind him, large spiders lay scattered about. A week has passed since Sung-hoon went back. Now I can handle 3 giant spiders at once without difficulty. Then he turned and left. But getting familiar with one type of monster means I'm stagnating. His eyes held a hint of anticipation. If I want to get closer to the boss room, stronger monsters need to appear. Jio picked up an object in his hand. What's this? Earlier, Sung-hoon had explained. This is the thread of Ariadne. It's an item that allows you to return to the gate's entrance once. It's a gift from Division Head Tasik O, along with the message to run if you encounter a monster that's too strong. His voice still echoed in his ear. Don't save it. Nothing is more precious than your life. Jio pouted and marveled. Well, I don't plan on using it until I get the medicine, even if I have to die. Suddenly, a scream was heard, startling him. The 2 rings on his hand also reacted. They quickly materialized. He went on high alert, looking around. Jio's expression was extremely serious. Did you hear that? A girl's voice. Ru warned, It's suspicious, master. It's better not to go there. But he was determined to move forward. Even if it's a trap, it won't hurt to check it out. It could be a major threat in the future. Ru agreed. That makes sense. El followed suit. As you wish, master. In a tree, Soo-young was tied up tightly. Ju peeked out at the girl. She was still tirelessly calling for help. Someone save me. He looked in that direction, confused. So suspicious. On the other side, the girl's body was tightly bound to the tree trunk by vines. Jill was filled with doubt. How is a kid this young alone in a gate? She's Korean too. And she looks a bit like Yu Young. Is it a polymorph trap illusion? With that, he imagined a whole story under the ocean. This situation reminds me of the anglerfish. Finally, Joe decided to peek out. It's best to just pretend I didn't see anything. There are too many suspicious things. Ru said smugly. What did I tell you? He turned to leave, but an aggrieved voice echoed in his ear. Mom. Joe's body froze. The voice continued. I'm sorry. I can't pay for your hospital bills anymore. Seeing this, he also gritted his teeth. Ru was worried. Master, don't tell me. He said contemptuously. Isn't that line a bit cliché? On the other side, Seeing still had her eyes closed, sobbing. Mom, Ru stated. Even a 9-year-old wouldn't be fooled. Seeing Gio's hand freeze, he also felt a bit suspicious and cleared his throat. Idiot. Soon after, he leaped up and charged towards the tree trunk. The wrapping vines were quickly cut and fell to the ground. Gio grabbed the girl and dashed out. Now, Gio leaned against a wall. Did you get separated from your party by accident? Suyuyung sat in a corner, sobbing. When I was distracted for just a second. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched a water bottle. Her name was Suyuyung, and she said she had a natural buff-type talent. As long as someone had talent, even a 10-year-old could become a player. But it's tedious to have someone underage in a party. However, it's still worth it, because not many people possess a buff-type talent or are born with one. They were reluctantly brought into parties. That's why they brought her to such a dangerous place. This also made him silent. Then Gio handed Suyung a brown block. His expression was serious as he instructed, "This is a safe zone deployment kit. It's not high-end, so it'll only last for a day. But someone might show up to help you in time." But Suyung jumped up and shouted, "Mister." He was also startled. Her eyes sparkled as she pleaded, "Can you take me with you?" Gio coldly refused. He looked at her with some reluctance and reminded her, "You should know this. If you're a player, you have to be responsible for your own life. I can't help you with more than this. And I'm not old enough to be called Mr. T." But Sing didn't give up and looked up, tugging at his sleeve. "Please, I'm pretty good at support. I'm sure I'll be useful." She trembled and whined. "I just became a player, so my level is low too." When I told them I had a natural talent, Jiu looked down at her, finding it hard to refuse. Suyuyung's voice trembled even more. "I followed them because they said they'd give me a lot of money if I did." Finally, he turned his face away, determined. "My goal is to clear the gate, so I'm not turning back." Then his voice became somewhat hesitant. "It will definitely be dangerous, and even if we share the rewards, I can't give you any potions if they drop." Suyuyung hesitated. "You'll take me with you?" She let go of his hand. Gio explained further, "I'm just telling you in advance. But if you're not useful, I'll hand you over to another party on the way. I'm not your bodyguard, after all." Being accepted, she shouted, "Thank you." He was helpless. All right. Having support will make hunting much easier. It's definitely not because she said her mom is sick, or because she reminds me of Yung. The 2 rings on his hand glowed. Ru was helpless. Just like that. They were quickly targeted by a monster. Gio stood in front and shouted, "Suyung." Suyung also coordinated from behind. His feet were enhanced with muscular ability. Soon after, Jiu leaped forward to attack. The monster's body was subsequently cut into many pieces. His expression was determined, his body still charging forward. In front of him, another one stared at him. But Jiu only needed to slash lightly to cut its body. Finally, it collapsed to the ground, creating a strong tremor and dust. The system announced, "Ru has absorbed the blood of a poison ant. Poison resistance has increased." One day, they sat beside a stone wall. "It's been 2 weeks since I met Suyuyung, and hunting has definitely gotten easier." Suyung reached out to take the food. "Hey, my level went up again." Zhou also replied happily, "Congratulations." She chewed excitedly. "It won't be long before I catch up to you." He glanced away, feeling a bit guilty. "Probably not." Zhou's eyes widened as he saw something. He turned and announced, "I sensed someone." But she was still dazed. He hid behind the wall to observe. Behind him, she tilted her head. Seeing the person behind him, Zhou was a bit startled. That is, with a leader fully equipped and a crowd of people standing behind him. He also recognized them. The giant guild led by a high ranker from the US, Iron Shield. Zhou felt a bit uneasy and hid behind the wall. If he's a high ranker, he must have sensed my presence. Finally, his eyes became firm as he decided to investigate further. He decided, I could be attacked if I'm mistaken for a spy. I have to run fast. But something shot towards him, making the wall explode. He ducked to dodge, bewildered. The smoke gradually cleared. Zhou opened his eyes and looked ahead. He grimaced as he looked at what had just attacked him. Zhou sat on the ground, looking at the blade stuck firmly in front of him, terrified. Meanwhile, Iron Shield on one side still maintained his heroic posture. Seeing this, another man was a bit confused. "Guildmaster, why did you throw the lien?" Hearing this, the opponent immediately looked at the giant blade in the distance and replied, "It's nothing. I must have been mistaken." Deep in a desolate ravine, a man and a woman were panting heavily. Su Yung had a weary expression. Why are we running? We didn't do anything wrong. Gio, kneeling on the ground, was taking something out of his bag. We did do something wrong. It would be different if we met them normally, but we were following them. Following can lead to a surprise attack, so players are forbidden from doing that. As he spoke, he handed the water bottle to the other person and continued, but it's rare for someone to attack so suddenly. Drink up. Thank you. Large guilds have many enemies. At this point, the backpack's mouth was still wide open. A moment later, Su-Yung sat with her legs folded, pressing close to him, and asked, "So what do we do now? Do we need to take a longer route to avoid them?" Instantly, Gio replied seriously, "We'll keep our distance and follow them." He squinted, tilting his head to one side. Thinking about it differently, it's a good thing. If we're on the same path as a skilled party, then it's likely we're going in the right direction. As soon as he finished, Su-Yung's eyes widened as she replied, "I understand." Scene changed to a ruined city wall. On it was a circular symbol painted red. At this moment, Gio immediately turned his head back. "See? There's a mark here too. Since the Iron Shield Guild has killed all the monsters, we don't have to fight anymore. And there's no danger from traps either. It's quite convenient for us." He opened his eyes wide to observe. "Now we just need to find the boss room first." Su-Yung. When he didn't see the other person, Gio was a bit confused. Where did she go? He stood motionless, staring in one direction, his hand still gripping the longsword. Something is coming. From somewhere, a warning voice echoed. "You idiot! Dodge, master!" Behind him, Iron Shield looked at Gio with dazed eyes. "Found you, you bastard." At this moment, he glanced back. Immediately, a long hand reached out and slapped Gio across the face. His face was pressed against the stone wall. "I can't." Gio gradually lost consciousness. Unconscious. Scene change. A slap hit his cheek along with a shout. One side of Gio's face was scratched. He glanced at the person speaking. Finally awake. His mouth didn't utter a single word. Then, the opponent grabbed his hair. Iron Shield leaned close to Gio's face. "Who hired you, you damn spy?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but show an angry expression. Asterisk seriously? I don't know English. A spy? He knows I was following him. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Iron Shield continued to question him. "Who are you? How did you deceive my senses? If you're honest, I'll kill you painlessly." As soon as he finished, Gio suddenly shouted, "Kill? Please, no killing. I'm not a spy. Just hunting. Hunting." At the same time, the opponent seemed to realize the problem. "You can't speak English? He might be acting, guild master." He glanced away and clicked his tongue. "We'll see." Then that man called another person. "Roger." Instantly, the opponent bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, guild master." That person was a player who had announced he would join the Iron Shield Guild, a Korean American named Roger San. "Does he know I'm Korean?" Roger squatted in front of Gio and spoke. "Hello. You know me, right? I'm pretty famous in Korea. I even have a fan club." I'll skip the introduction. As he held up a bag containing small bottles, he continued, "Oh, right. I know you're Korean because of this in your luggage. These things are expensive, aren't they?" Roger said gently. "Sorry for the rough greeting. Our guild master is in a bad mood." As soon as he finished, Gio was stunned. Asterisk, he's quite friendly. Bringing a translator means he wants to talk, right? Asterisk. A moment later, he began to probe. "Why were you following us? What group do you belong to? How did you deceive the guild master's senses?" Hearing this, Gio immediately put on an innocent expression. "Following you? It's all a misunderstanding. I came here to hunt, and I'm a normal player who doesn't belong to any group." He still tried to explain. "I didn't do anything stupid like deceiving his senses. I thought you already knew I was there, so I thought you were okay with me." Instantly, Roger flashed a cunning smile. "I see." At this moment, the sword was drawn from its sheath. Roger held it high in front of Gio. Then he suddenly, without hesitation, stabbed down. At the same time, Gio broke out in a cold sweat, his teeth clenched. He cried out in pain. Seeing this, Roger sneered. "Why is this guy so weak?" He kept mocking his opponent. "I don't know what brought a loser like you here, but how dare you lie to us from the start?" Roger flashed a demonic smile. "Son, I'm sure you're aiming for the elixir, right?" In the back, the captain was talking to someone, examining the sword. "What a strange sword. I can't see the sword status window, and it's too dull for its appearance, so it can't cut anything. not even orc skin. After hearing this, he immediately fell into deep thought. Then, he clenched his fist and ordered, "We can give it to the blacksmith after we get back. For now, hold on to it." As soon as he finished, the man replied, "Yes, Guildmaster." He couldn't help but praise, "Wow, compared to your holy sword, Kalian, this thing is just a piece of scrap metal." Scene change. Vials of solution were scattered on the ground. Roger, while shaking the object, spoke up. "The healing potion works fast, doesn't it?" He deliberately teased his opponent. "No matter how many times I stab you, you won't die." Roger looked at Joe's face and reminded him, "Don't make that face. I thought you were a big spender, so I'm just helping you use them, right?" His expression suddenly darkened. "So hurry up and spit it out, you bastard. Whose dog are you?" But Joe wasn't afraid to hide it. "I already told you. I lied about hunting. I really came here alone." Instantly, a powerful slap once again struck his cheek. Roger seemed to have run out of patience. "Do you think we're joking?" At this moment, Joe's hands were still tied. He continued to listen. "We used to check to see your stats before you woke up. Even the rope tying you isn't a special item, just a normal rope." Roger asked angrily, "Do you think I'd believe that someone who can't even break free from a normal rope came here alone? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Roger, come here. Eat first, then continue." Hearing this, Roger's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He punched Joe in the stomach one more time. Roger, as he was leaving, reminded him, "You better not be acting, smart guy." Meanwhile, Joe couldn't stop trembling. I won't be complacent. I've told myself that many times. I realize I'm still lacking in many things after fighting Tasik. He leaned his back against the stone wall. Successfully conquering the labyrinth, something I had almost a 0% chance of clearing. Even though I knew it was impossible, I couldn't give up the thought that maybe I could do it. A rope was being tied around his hands. But everything I believed in was just some borrowed power. They just had to take away my weapons. At this moment, only Gio was in the middle of the grassland. And I become useless like this. In the distance, someone's hand curved into a small tube shape. The platinum-haired girl lowered her gaze and said, "Estimated distance, 2 kilometers. It's highly likely we'll be scouting near the checkpoint for a while." She turned her head slightly to look back. "What will you do?" However, the person wearing the mask remained silent. Gio, covered in wounds, hung his head. Fingers and toes cut 27 times. Bones broken 63 times. Punctures and cuts 121 times. And many instances of torture, about 200 times. On the ground were countless empty potion vials scattered around where he was kneeling. "It's been 4 days since I was captured by the Iron Shield Guild." Iron Shield stood with one hand on his hip. "He's tough. If he were more talented, I might have recruited him." Gio just bowed his head without saying anything. Seeing this, Iron Shield immediately called out, "Bring this man's sword here." This made the other person a bit confused. "Both of them." Instantly, Iron Shield quickly replied, "One is fine." Looking at the battered figure below, he spoke up. "I was going to melt them down and recycle them, but I've changed my mind. A man like him deserves my respect. I will personally kill you with your own sword." Iron Shield glanced at his opponent. "Your grieving soldiers will be your grave when you are buried with the gate that will go down in history." A rather honorable death for a player, isn't it? At the same time, his hand was still tightly gripping his sharp hilt. Iron Shield showed a cold expression. "I'll send you off quickly." After saying that, the tip of the sword immediately moved towards Joe's body. He stood with his legs spread shoulder-width apart, preparing to thrust his sword. Meanwhile, Joe remained motionless like a statue. Countless red lightning bolts appeared around Gio. The link with the ego Ru has been re-established. The rope binding him snapped. Gio went berserk and charged forward. His hand quickly grabbed a sword. Gio pointed the long sword at Iron Shield's chest. Seeing this, Roger's jaw dropped in utter astonishment. The others became extremely angry. Suddenly, his face unexpectedly returned to normal. At the same time, Iron Shield had used his bare hand to catch the tip of the sword in front of him. He quickly sneered. "So you were still hiding your cards, huh? No wonder. I thought I sensed the Demon King's energy. It's not surprising if she's interested in you." Gio sneered back. "It seems she sees you as a toy. A thought rose in his mind. He didn't even flinch. At this moment, Iron Shield spoke again. But how did you trick the inspection? Even the Demon King can't. He clearly stated his purpose. I still need to get more information from you. It's come to this. Geo gritted his teeth. It seems I have no choice but to use it. The two of them were in an unbalanced confrontation. Athena, in a dark corner, coldly ordered, "Launch the attack." Instantly, an object was shot towards Iron Shield. It flew through the palm of his hand. Seeing this, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He observed it carefully and remarked, "An Arthur missed arrow." At the same time, Athena suddenly appeared. Athena. Exactly. Another voice also added, "Long time no see, Iron Shield." Hearing this, Iron Shield couldn't contain his anger and broke the arrow. He dropped the fragments of it to the ground. I assume this is a declaration of war against the Iron Shield Guild, right? Instantly, Athena didn't hesitate to provoke. Your sense of humor has improved, Iron Shield. She swung her scepter. When have we ever not been at war? The two quickly entered into a battle for supremacy. A powerful gust of wind rushed towards Iron Shield. Seeing this, he calmly drew the blade from his back. He gripped the handle with both hands, the tip plunging hard into the ground below. At this moment, a stream of blue energy rose from the ground. A symbol immediately appeared in midair. The two streams of energy clashed, creating an unprecedentedly large explosion. A large tree nearby was uprooted, and a strong wind slapped the faces of the remaining people. A moment later, Iron Shield suddenly glanced back. "Roger, keep the spy alive. Capture him." Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to reply. Iron Shield began to skillfully rotate his hands. He swung the blade horizontally with a cold expression, his eyebrows furrowed. "Today, we will end this, once and for all." Opposite him, Athena was also in a fighting stance, her expression fearless as she stood silently observing. Meanwhile, Iron Shield roared, "Entire party, prepare for battle." As soon as he finished, a unified sound echoed. In the deep ravine, dazzling flashes of light continuously appeared. Everywhere was filled with blinding light. In another development, Roger tilted his head slightly and said, "Just hearing it gives me chills. They really are monsters, aren't they?" He had soulless eyes. "Sometimes I wonder if they're gods fighting each other." Looking at his opponent, Roger asked, "Do you agree?" At this moment, only he continued, "It seems you can only stand there. The guild master told me to keep you alive." He held the sword up in front of him. "It wouldn't be strange if I said, I accidentally killed him when he was on the verge of death." After saying that, Roger suddenly disappeared into thin air. Then, he abruptly appeared next to Geo. "I can't let you live after you've seen my true face." Roger swung his sword forward forcefully, the slash coming close to Geo's neck. This scene terrified Geo. "Right now?" He suddenly screamed, "Counter!" Seeing this, Roger still didn't understand. He charged fiercely towards his opponent. "Brandherd, reflect the damage received." He gritted his teeth in horror. What the? Finally, a large explosion occurred right after. A moment later, the scene returned to normal. Roger lay sprawled on the ground, his whole body trembling. Opposite him, Geo gently wiped the corner of his mouth, panting heavily. Brandherd has reached its limit. Brandherd is breaking. Geo held the sword in his hand, his whole body disheveled. A notification sound rang out. Brandherd has reached its limit. Black blood spread, soaking his shirt. Brandherd was shattering. Geo lifted his foot and walked towards the person lying on the ground. Then, he slowly raised his sword, preparing to strike down. Seeing this, Roger had a dazed expression and said, "W8." He trembled and whimpered, "Spare me." However, Geo's eyes darkened. He didn't hesitate to plunge the tip of his sword into his opponent's body coldly. Roger's face contorted in pain, his eyes rolled back, and he spat blood. His tired moans echoed in the air. At this moment, Geo finally hung his head. He rolled onto the green grass, his eyes half closed. Because I have Rue, the damage isn't that bad. I almost got my hands on Iron Shield, but the power of Reflect is terrifying. I can't stop the bleeding anymore. Geo's expression wrinkled slightly. This is as far as I can go. Suddenly, someone's hurried voice asked, "Appa, are you okay?" Before him was the dark silhouette of a girl who kept calling, "Appa." Seeing this, he stammered, "Yoon?" Young didn't understand what he was saying and explained, "What are you talking about, Appa? I'm Young." Then Jio's eyes became lifeless. Opposite him, the person suddenly smirked. Young squatted near him and spoke. "Hey, mister. If I save you and heal you." She touched her cheek. "What do I get in return?" In the deep valley, Young's voice still echoed. "Would you sacrifice your life for me? Live the rest of your life as my slave?" Her face showed excitement. "Do you think you can do any of those?" However, Jio just looked at her without saying a word. After a moment, his hand trembled as he raised it. He tried to say more. "One more thing." Jio glanced at the girl beside him. "I can defeat Iron Shield." At this point, he clenched his fist and destroy the entire Iron Shield guild. Meanwhile, Young stared at Jio with wide eyes. "Isn't that two things? You just said it was only one. Forget it. Let's make a pact." At this moment, he continued, "And the sword is with the middle-aged man with the white beard." His hand, having lost all strength, fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, Young was a bit puzzled. "Why do you keep stating conditions?" From behind, Ban, who had just appeared, praised, "He's quite an interesting person." Hearing this, Young also slowly stood up. "Isn't he? Anyway, don't forget to keep a close eye on him." She turned her head to look behind her and said, "He's strong, but the demonic power latent within him is also strong. There will be someone who makes him reveal his true nature." Looking at the sword stuck in the ground, Young continued, "Did you see when he killed that idiot just now? It wasn't an act of anger." She lowered her gaze and remarked, "He aimed precisely and at a vital point. This seems to be his first time, yet he's already so cold-blooded." Ban just gently adjusted his glasses and listened, without a second of hesitation. Then, he was very curious. "What can we do with him? His injuries seem quite serious, but he's a high-level character after all." As soon as he finished, Young coldly replied, "Just leave him be, and he'll recover on his own." She used an indifferent tone. "Just ignore him. If he can recover on his own, it means he's still valuable." Then Young gently closed her eyes. "So letting him live won't be much of a loss." Her tone was extremely satisfied. "Revenge is more interesting the longer you wait." Along with that was her sharp gaze. "The Demon King is coming." This statement surprised Ban a little. "Is that so?" Instantly, Young immediately reminded him, "Silence. Only the ignorant who know nothing dare to mention that name." Her long hair fluttered in the air. Young transformed into another person and said, "I am the one who killed the Demon King." In a box-like space, someone's thought echoed, "This is..." Jio approached the object. "I remember now." He looked around, examining it. "Inside my dream, the nightmare that has followed me for the past 5 years." Jio saw the bars in front of him. He raised his hand, about to touch them. "After I met Ru, it disappeared." Jio's face suddenly darkened. He gripped the rope. "This thing, this bucket." Jio closed his eyes and thought for a long time. In his thoughts, a blurry scene appeared. Asterisk, "I see now. Even after getting through the wall, I'm still trapped here." Asterisk. Jio gently tugged the rope. "Now even my dreams have become ridiculous." Thoughts kept popping into his head. Asterisk, "Of course, just simply grab the rope to climb up. This isn't my power. All of it comes from..." Asterisk. Suddenly, a voice from behind snorted. "So you failed. Just because the link was broken, how long are you going to whine?" The person continued in a hellish tone, "Borrowed power? How is that any different from anyone else?" The sound kept echoing in the space. "Whether it's through training or luck, whoever has it owns it, you fool." While Jio was a bit confused, another voice spoke up. "He's right, master." Instantly, he quickly glanced behind him. The girl, radiating a dazzling light, continued, "My power belongs to you, master. Please do not despair." Jio's eyes immediately widened in surprise. Then he unconsciously sat up. Ban, seeing this, asked, "Awake now?" Jio was very curious. "Who is this?" He thought of another person. Soon. However, when he saw the other person's smile, Jio quickly realized, is he related to the Demon King? Ban just calmly tilted his head and looked at him. He pointed out, "The sword is right next to you." Instantly, Jio gently called, "El." Both of them hurriedly replied, "Master, you're finally awake." After a moment, Ben added again, "You should rest for a bit. Although I've given you first aid, you should still avoid strenuous movement." He added nonchalantly, "You could be in danger at any moment." Suddenly, the surrounding scenery began to shake. Jiu looked around, bewildered, his eyes looking up at the sky. Su-young was floating in the air. The ground was shattered, lifted into the sky. They were being sucked up into the blue hole in the sky. Seeing this, Jiu was stunned. What is that? Hearing this, Ban calmly replied, the monster commander. I assume this is the first time you've witnessed it. The two of them exchanged words while looking at the scene before them. Monster commander? The 3,000 giant bodies in front of them continued. This is the master of this labyrinth, the monster commander, Heron. Looking at the powerful white body, Jiu spoke up. It's the gatekeeper. Ban couldn't help but click his tongue. Well, you're not wrong. A bit confusing. Behind him, he immediately thought, does he mean I'll have to fight this thing? Heron approached Su-young. A large flame appeared, surrounding it. Seeing this, Su-young's eyes became even more profound. It seemed to have transferred energy into Heron's eyes. At this moment, it looked even more spirited, its power soaring. Elsewhere, Jiu could only stare with wide eyes. He couldn't help but ask sharply, the gate? What the hell? Instantly, Ban replied, come here. A moment's distraction could cost you your life. He clenched his fist. Stand next to me. Blood continuously flowed out from within and dripped down. A drop of blood soaked into the ground. Instantly, a demonic black and red circle appeared around Ban. A powerful gust of wind appeared and blew fiercely. Seeing this, Jiu was extremely bewildered. This is a barrier? As soon as he finished, Ban remained nonchalant. That's right. It seems you're not completely stupid. Behind the smoke and blinding wind was the tall figure of Heron. A dark aura continuously rose. An army from the underworld immediately advanced. The birds flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Su-young slightly furrowed her brow, her lips lifting. Meanwhile, the monsters were still advancing towards her. Su-young's entire body emitted a powerful light. Instantly, all those monsters were blown to pieces. It was an exclusive skill with the beautiful name INFL. At this moment, another wave of beasts charged to attack. A sudden flash of light was blinding. At the same time, a giant sword immediately appeared. Su-young stood behind it and smirked, delightful. Jiu's jaw dropped in utter astonishment. A stream of purple energy suddenly appeared around the sword. Roger's image suddenly appeared. Sometimes I wonder if they are gods, fighting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the sword was pointing straight down at Heron. Instantly, an explosion quickly occurred. The ground cracked. In another development, in a long and wide ravine. Then, the scene changed to the reward room. Someone's hand lightly touched the lid of a chest. It was opened. The two swords beside him couldn't help but speak up. Finally, we got it. Congratulations, Master. Jiu, however, was very calm. I really did it. Although this is the result of hard work, it doesn't feel real. He felt a state of not being very happy. I feel more disappointed than happy. At the same time, Su-young also added, I kept my promise. She glanced at the person next to her. To be precise, you still have many enemies to take revenge on in the future, but I probably don't need to get involved in everything, right? Jiu, however, was a bit curious. Is your real name Su-young? Instantly, the other person didn't hesitate to be honest. Yes, Young Su. I'm Korean. Su looked at Ban. Good. Mine is also a rare potion. What about you, Ban? Hearing this, he picked up the potion bottle. It's a potion too. Then Su-young held it in her hand. Take it. Seeing the other person hand it to him, he was very surprised. Why are you? Su-young, however, replied very calmly. Helping you defeat the Iron Shield Guild. Wasn't that one of the conditions? Consider this part of the job. Su-young expressed her kindness. You're not in good shape. There are some parts that haven't been treated yet. This will help. She frankly admitted, my primary goal wasn't the potion, but to become a commander. Besides, I have another bottle, so just take it. Consider it an investment in our pact. As soon as she finished, Jiu stared at the potion bottle in his hand. I can't believe she could give away something I had to work so hard for so easily. His hand clenched tightly. I can't keep depending on others forever. I need to grow up. For some reason, I feel like if I accept this, Ru will never let me hear the end of it. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly echoed. I'm glad you finally understand the problem. Hearing this, Jiu glanced to the side. But you certainly wouldn't give me such a rare item without expecting something in return. What are you planning to take from me? He seriously asked Seung. It's not being a slave for the rest of my life, is it? After a moment of hesitation, Seung replied, It's not that. A disciple. She narrowed her eyes, her tone low. I want you to become my disciple. Then Seung suddenly shouted, Don't hum me. Right now, you're useless only because you're weak. She reached out her hand and continued, When you pass the 50th floor, come back and see me. Seung placed both hands on his cheeks. At that time, I will take care of you. After saying that, she took her hands off his head. A purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared by his ear. Seeing this, Seung slowly explained, This is the sign of the pact. She sat on a stone pedestal. Right now, you have no skills or abilities, but I don't want to go around pointing things out. My hand touched the cold stone below. Try to remember as much as you can. Then she seemed to remember something. Oh right, come to think of it. Seung calmly added, I took a look. The sword you carry is also quite unique. There's still some time before the gate closes. I'll show you a way to strengthen your sword. This made Gio very curious. Then, Seung looked at him and continued. But first, drink that whole bottle of potion. This is also a rather risky method, so you must be well prepared. This is your first lesson, disciple. Scene changed to a desolate, destroyed forest. Two sides were engaged in a tense battle. The voices of two people echoed in Gio's ears. Master, that person is very dangerous. Don't trust her. Master is losing control. His sword trembled violently. What should I do now? In front of Gio was Iron Shield, covering a girl's eyes. The two of them said nothing to each other. A moment later, Iron Shield coldly spoke up. This is your doing again, you bastard. I can't believe you dared to snatch the boss while we were distracted. Instantly, Seung put her hands in her jacket pockets. I was never one of you from the start. First come, first served. She raised her fist in encouragement. Go for it, disciple. Hurry up and use the method I told you. Is this person a demon? Suddenly, someone called out, Iron Shield. Gio raised his sword, his mouth agape, and shouted, I'll kill you. This action made Iron Shield a bit confused. He flashed a deadly smile. Seeing this, Gio suddenly hesitated. Should I go up? Meanwhile, a spark shot forward. Iron Shield ran quickly towards Gio. His face darkened. You've changed. You've become that bitch's man. Have you always been like this? The sword was swung in front of him. All right, it doesn't really matter. Either way, you'll die by my sword. Iron Shield's face darkened as he swung his arm forward. You've changed. Have you become that demon's subordinate? He clicked his tongue mockingly. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll kill you here anyway. Scene change. Gio was drinking a potion with a purple liquid. He focused on drinking it all. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, Reconstructing Foundation. Gio's entire body underwent a transformation. His eyes widened, and sweat poured down his face. On the other side, Seung and Ban were still quietly observing. After a moment, Gio remarked, Not much has changed. My physical condition is only slightly better. Instantly, Su Yuyung sighed and laughed. Of course, what changed is your ability and your hidden potential. She got straight to the point. For now, the changes in your body will be very small. Hearing this, Gio couldn't help but furrow his brow. That small difference can decide whether a player lives or dies. For now, the most noticeable change is the black figure glanced to the side. Observation. His arm and leg movements were also faster, and his reflexes. Gio gripped his sword tightly, looking at the gray smoke before him. Simply put, your perception has increased. Gio gasped for oxygen. I dodged it. Countless images flashed through his mind. Movements that were once new to me, now I can see them bit by bit. Meanwhile, Seung stood to one side with her arms crossed, silent. Congratulations. You've taken another step towards becoming a high ranker. In the quiet space, Gio thought, just as the Demon King said. Another voice also echoed. That doesn't mean you can fight the Iron Shield Guild now, understand? A newbie who has just started walking can't compare to those with experience. Su Yuyung had a thoughtful expression. Even if you're lucky, you'll probably only be able to dodge one attack at most. You know, there's a saying, don't use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. But Gio seemed to disagree. It's not that he's careless. He thought for a long time. But he's relaxed because he knows he's very strong. Iron Shield at this moment lowered his gaze and called out. His face twitched slightly. I understand. Asterisk, and in just one move, he was able to grasp it. Your growth, the exchange with me, and the elixir. He didn't miss a single clue. Asterisk. After a moment, he spoke up. I see. After understanding the situation, he would attack a bit more seriously. A stream of light blue energy appeared. Iron Shield's face darkened as he swung his sword. Activate the power of the Holy Sword, Kalian. Then he ran quickly towards Gio. Iron Shield flew and thrust his sword at him. Don't be a coward. Just block it with your sword. At the same time, Gio struggled to block his opponent's attack with his sword. His teeth clenched together. From the hilt, a dazzling yellow light appeared. A voice kept echoing, interspersed with Iron Shield's voice. The Holy Sword Lord El has awakened his ability. Absorbing the ability of the Holy Sword Kalian. What? Because the Master's level is too low, only a portion of the power can be absorbed. A moment later, the two blades clashed. Absorption complete. Seeing this, Gio smirked faintly. Taking advantage of the moment he's confused, thinking his attack can't be blocked, and taking advantage of the exhaustion from having the Holy Sword's power stolen will make him hesitate. He didn't hesitate to jump. Gio looked at the person in front of him while planning. Let's create as much distance as possible. He slowly took something out from his clothes. And finally, a fragment of memory appeared. This is the item that will help you escape the gate. Gio's hands held the tiny thread. Asterisk the thread of Ariadne. Asterisk. Seeing this, Iron Shield couldn't help but furrow his brow. Countless white rings poured out, approaching him. However, Iron Shield wasn't afraid at all and shouted, You. I will. Missed. Meanwhile, Gio remained very calm. He raised his middle finger to mock his opponent. Seeing this, Iron Shield's face became even darker. He held his blade and slashed, cutting the threads. His eyebrows furrowed, and his teeth clenched. In the desolate mountain forest, Iron Shield's roar echoed everywhere. At this moment, Suyun was standing behind him. She spoke nonchalantly. So, shall we talk? Countless purple spots appeared around Suyun. Iron Shield. She smirked mockingly. As soon as she finished, Iron Shield cursed in annoyance. Damn it. In another development, it was already dark. The sky had a blood-red glow. The car was surrounded by several soldiers. The door was slowly opened. Sung-hoon stepped out, panting. Suddenly, his face gradually relaxed. In front of Sung-hoon were several soldiers guarding someone. Gio flashed a friendly smile. The darkness still enveloped the city outside. Scene change. A voice suddenly echoed. Please take my mother home too, Sung-hoon. I can't give her the elixir at the hospital anyway. He slowly walked towards the door and replied. Let me know when you get to Korea. See you later, Taesik. The two men said one after another. Thank you for your help, Sung-hoon. No problem. I'll be going then. Yes, be careful. On the bed, a woman lay motionless. She slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the black shadow before her, Susie wondered, Gio? Is that you? Instantly, the other person quickly took her hand and replied, It's me. Are you okay, Mom? Hearing this, Susie stammered, Son, I wanted to see you. Tears streamed down, falling onto the pillow. One last time before I die. I really just wanted to see you one more time before I die. Thank you, son. As soon as she finished, he immediately reassured her. Don't worry, Mom. Everything will be okay. Then Susie got straight to the point. There's something I've always wanted to tell you, son. Gio's hand gripped hers tightly. A weak voice echoed. Gio, actually you. Before she could finish, something happened to Susie. Seeing this, Gio was extremely bewildered and called out. Mom, hang in there a little longer. He said while opening the potion bottle. It's okay now. Gio put it in his mother's mouth. Time passed, and the space remained silent. Suddenly, Susie's face emitted a purple light. Seeing this, Gio's worries disappeared. It's all okay. He fell asleep beside Susie's bed. El and Ru spoke one after another. Master, we know. He's been through too much in one day. El looked at someone's hand and continued. Will this be okay? I have a feeling that the more we get involved with her, the more dangerous it will be. Ru immediately replied. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. It looked at the sleeping man. For now, let's just let him rest. The night was enveloped in a quiet atmosphere. Under the bright yellow streetlights, a ringing sound echoed from afar, breaking the persistent and urgent silence. In a crowded street, Young held her phone to her ear with a cold face, her steps slowly weaving through the crowd. As soon as the operator's voice came on, "The subscriber you have called is temporarily unavailable," she immediately hung up and gritted her teeth in anger. The screen showed an unanswered conversation from her brother. Young gripped her phone so tightly she trembled with frustration. Asterisk, after being gone for a whole month, he only sent me one message? He won't even answer my calls. Asterisk, at this thought, Young's steps quickly became hurried. Asterisk, that's enough. You're going to get an earful when I get home. Just you wait. Asterisk. A few minutes later, at the apartment complex, the night sky was as dark as ink, with a few small stars twinkling. The air was so quiet you could hear the gentle whistling of the wind. At that moment, the front door was suddenly pushed open violently. Young shouted angrily, "Appa, are you kidding me? You told me to come home, but you won't even answer my phone? I had to skip my cram school class." Her eyes rolled back as if she was frustrated to the point of helplessness. "Do you know how worried Mom was?" At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly came from inside. "Is that you, Young?" Young didn't answer right away, but rushed straight inside. The woman opposite her asked affectionately, "Your brother is sleeping in his room. You must be hungry, right? How was school today?" As soon as she saw her, Young's eyes immediately turned red, her gaze watery and trembling. Then her face flushed with embarrassment. "Who are you?" A little later, the sound of boiling soup was clearly audible. Plumes of white steam rose, carrying the sweet and spicy aroma of spices that filled the small house. Gio, who was sleeping in his room, was awakened by the chirping sounds. "So, Appa, what happened then?" He groggily sat up. The yellow light cast a warm glow inside. The person outside continued. "And then he—" "No way. Really?" He mumbled. "I smell it. Mom's soybean paste stew." The familiar scent made Gio unconsciously move his lips as a reflex. Then his whole body trembled. Gio bit his lip tightly, trying not to let the tears fall. A thought appeared in his mind. Asterisk, behind that door is the scene I've been dreaming of for so long. The scene I'm willing to trade my life for. Asterisk. Gio put his hands on his head, pressing his thick hair down, and told himself, "I can't let Mom see this face. I have to smile and greet her." At this thought, he resolutely stood up and gripped the doorknob. Gio rushed out happily and shouted, "Did you sleep well, Mom?" Asterisk, what the F? "Who are you?" Asterisk, at this point, Susie had a completely different appearance. Her face was youthful and full of life. "You're awake." Susie slowly placed the pot of soup on the table and urged, "Dinner's ready. Come and sit down." Young burst out laughing at her brother's expression. He's even more surprised than I was. The sky gradually filled with more stars. After dinner, while the bowls and chopsticks were still messy in the sink, Young hesitantly spoke up. "So you." The sound from the TV still broadcasted the news. She continued, "Entered the gate that's on the news, defeated all those high-level people." Young rested her chin on her hand and questioned curiously, "And got the divine medicine, then gave it to Mom to recover?" Gio shyly mumbled, "I didn't expect this to happen either." The three of them sat together at the familiar small table. Everything was unchanged except for Susie's new appearance. Young held her head in frustration. "I don't know if I should be surprised, happy, or terrified, though I did have a good cry earlier." Then she pleaded in a small voice, "I want the divine medicine too." He immediately refused. "You're asking for too much." At that moment, Susie suddenly patted her son's shoulder and called, "Gio." She smiled affectionately at him. "You've worked so hard for me, haven't you?" "I'm sorry, son." Gio burst out laughing, his voice light as if it had never been a burden. "It's nothing, Mom. It wasn't that hard." At that moment, the night suddenly became more lively, with laughter and chatter constantly coming from the small house. Gio played happily. "Mom's son is so good. You didn't know, Mom?" Susie pretended to be surprised. "Is that so?" In the blink of an eye, it was early morning. White clouds floated gently and leisurely. In front of the building, Susie's cheerful voice kept ringing out. "It's been a while since you visited. Why don't you stay for dinner with us?" Tasik blushed shyly. He politely refused. "It's all right. I need to talk to Gio privately, but thank you for the invitation." Susie took the gift box and thanked him profusely. "Remember to visit again soon." I'm very grateful to you for taking care of my son. Taesik burst out laughing. It's nothing. See you next time. His unusual expression at this moment made it impossible for Gio to look away. His gaze was fixed on every small movement, as if he had figured something out. A little later, at a barbecue restaurant, the aroma of sizzling meat wafted from inside. Amidst the noisy chatter of the people, Taesik tilted his head and called out his order loudly. For orders of pork belly and a bottle of soju, please. The staff immediately shouted, coming right up. At that moment, while waiting for the food, he slowly poured water into a glass. Gio asked, "It's still daytime, and you're already drinking?" Taesik replied nonchalantly, "Why not? We have a very good reason to celebrate." His eyes lit up as he changed the subject. "Tell me, how did you get the divine medicine?" Taesik, while drinking water, explained, "I had to hold back from asking you over the phone." However, faced with his question, Gio just slowly opened his mouth. First of all, his next words immediately made Taesik spit out all his water. "Are you interested in my mom?" The people in the restaurant heard the noise and turned their heads to watch. Now he was trembling, unable to speak. What? Gio kindly reminded him. "Your face is all red." He reached for a napkin and exposed him. "I've been suspicious for a while now." Gio slowly wiped his water-soaked face. "I know you often took care of Mom when I was away, and I know it's not just because she got younger. Although you're being much more obvious today. Anyway, I support you too." He spoke comfortably. "If Mom ends up with someone like you, my dad wouldn't mind either." At that moment, the owner had brought the food. Taesik hurriedly cleared his throat and reminded him. Ahem. Thin smoke started to rise from the grill. He quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, back to what we were talking about. The divine medicine." Gio picked up some meat to grill. "About that, do you have a soundproof barrier generator?" Taesik was confused. "I have one in my car, but what for?" He sighed wearily. "It's a long and complicated story." The sound of grilling meat sizzled gently on the rack. Fat dripped onto the red-hot coals, crackling, combined with the white smoke rising, mixed with the story being told at the table. After understanding the whole situation, Taesik immediately became furious. "What? Those bastards dared to do that?" He stood up impatiently and shouted, "Give me the address. I'll feed them to the chickens." Gio, flustered, raised his hand to stop him. "Calm down. And what are you doing with that soju bottle?" Then he rested his chin on his hand and sighed. "Thanks for being angry for me, but there's no need to be so mad. I'll defeat them myself." Gio resentfully clenched his fist and cursed, "Those damn Iron Shield bastards." Taesik seriously reminded his junior, "Hey, revenge must come from the heart." He hurriedly grabbed a piece of meat from the grill and stood up again. "Speaking of the heart, you need food to fuel it. Eat up." Gio shyly waved his hand. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, he remembered something else. "Speaking of revenge, I still have another debt to pay." At this point, Gio asked loudly, "How's the guardian of the fourth floor?" Taesik slowly recounted, "A C-rank subjugation team was just sent yesterday." His face gradually turned red from the alcohol. "There are 37 people in total, 70% of whom are C-rank players. That kind of manpower is enough to take down a 30th floor guardian. So they should be reporting their success soon." He lamented, "What a shame. I was planning to relieve some stress and get some exercise." Scene changed to a dark forest. The sound of hurried footsteps and gasps echoed in the quiet space. The man kept gasping for air. "I have to report to the association." He clutched his half-missing arm. That the entire C-rank subjugation team. Suddenly, a giant monster closed in on the man. Its eyes glowed like a predator's. However, he was completely unaware and mumbled, "Has been wiped out." As soon as he finished, a piercing, agonizing scream echoed. The entire quiet forest was suddenly shaken. At this time, outside Gio's house, a conversation was heard from inside a black car. "Our priority right now is to check your and your mother's condition after taking the elixir. This isn't something that can be done at a regular hospital." Song-hoon operated on a tablet and didn't forget to reassure him. "But don't worry too much. Taesik will help you take care of it." He also made an announcement. "Next is the crystal that came with the elixir reward. I've given half of the money from it to Division Head O as you requested." Song-hoon tilted his head and smiled. He almost fainted when he heard the news, but I told him it was your wish so you wouldn't be in his debt anymore. and he reluctantly accepted it. At this point, Sung-hoon smoothed out the report. Let's see, after taxes and miscellaneous things, there's still about 20 million left. He mentioned another issue. Considering you want to move with your family to a new house, I've looked into a few places north of the Han River. Sung-hoon held up the tablet, displaying a map. As per your family's request, I've narrowed down the scope, so you just need to make a decision. Do you have any questions? Jiu looked for a long time, his lips moving without a sound. At this point, he just shook his head. No, I understand. But why are you even choosing the house we're moving to now? Sung-hoon was surprised. Is that all you're asking? He tapped something on his phone screen and explained. As per Division Head Tasik O's instructions, starting today, I will be your personal assistant. Sung-hoon held out his phone number. His voice was very cooperative. I look forward to working with you. Jiu, flustered, waved his hand. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, is he always like this? Scene changed to Dong Demon Alley. The sky had gradually turned a deep purple. At this time, the two of them were pulling their suitcases outside. Sung-hoon hesitated and spoke up. I've prepared according to your instructions. What do you plan to do with this? At this point, he glanced at the pile of suitcases. $8 million in cash. Jiu bowed his head and explained, some of the equipment I bought was destroyed, so I'm going to pay off my debt and buy some new equipment at the same time. Sung-hoon asked in horror, exactly how much does it cost? His next words were like a thunderclap. $3.5 million. He gasped. Jiu grimly recalled. Asterisk, that old man was crazy enough to lend me $3.5 million without hesitation. But I was just as crazy to accept it without thinking. Asterisk, Ju Cheon casually announced. That item costs $3.5 million, sir. He continued. Asterisk, looking back, I don't know what I was thinking. Even though I managed to pull it off in the end. Asterisk, scene changed to Ju Cheon's house. The back door was ajar. Smoke and fire from the furnace billowed out. Chunks of red-hot coal crackled, accompanied by a flickering red light. At this moment, a spark from the iron ingot shot out fiercely, sending out sparks. Ju Cheon continuously swung his hammer, each blow landing decisively. The sound of metal clashing echoed amidst the hazy smoke swirling around the forge. Minsu suddenly ran in from outside. Grandpa, we have a visitor. The weapons were hung neatly on the wall. Ju Cheon gently replied, a visitor? Sung-hoon turned towards the stairs and said, I'll wait upstairs. Jiu nodded. Thank you. At this time, Ju Cheon called out from a distance, so it's you. He slowly walked forward. It's only been a few months, but I almost didn't recognize you. Jiu also smiled. Hello, sir. He slowly approached and asked, Are you well? Ju Cheon nodded and replied, Of course. I also received the money you sent through the association. He playfully raised his hand, though it was a little short. Jiu scratched his head shyly. I'm sorry. At this time, Ju Cheon smirked. I'm just kidding. Anyone who saw the accompanying letter would know. It was basically a will. He looked up and continued. To be honest, I didn't think you'd come back alive. I was going to consider it as condolence money for you and write off the debt. Ju laughed and exclaimed, I came to pay the rest, right? Ju Cheon said calmly. If you insist, I'll gladly accept it. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became serious. Ju Cheon's gaze was fixed on Jiu's thin shirt. Ju Cheon asked vaguely, Is Brandherd dead? He calmly admitted, It saved my life, then disintegrated. The other person's words made Ju Cheon ponder for a long time. A few minutes later, he looked up and said, Well, that's what it had to do, so I have no reason to be sad. But the life of a piece of armor is still quite sad. Night gradually fell on the small alley. The gentle light from the moon illuminated the entire sky. Ju Cheon's slow voice was heard. Will you tell me about its final moments? Morning at Jiu's house. The sky was clear blue. The gentle wind carried a cool breath. Yu Yung called out from inside. Mom. Appa. Where are you two going? Jiu called out in surprise. You're awake. He slowly explained. I told you yesterday. Mom and I are going for a checkup today. Yu Yung was still dazed and sleepy. You did. As soon as she rubbed her eyes, her gaze suddenly sharpened. Yu Yung looked at her brother in shock and shouted, Did you get taller? Jiu was confused. What? Scene change. The sky began to show warm rays of sunshine. At that moment, in the company's changing room, Sung-hoon couldn't stop exclaiming, Wow, Kim Jiu. I thought you were a model or something. Why don't you become a celebrity? At this time, Joe was slowly taking off his shirt. His broad shoulders and bulging muscles gave off a sense of stability. He shyly retorted, "Stop it." Sung-hoon continued to ask, "How did you grow 3 cm in one night? You also gained a lot of muscle. The elixir is really good stuff, huh?" He whispered, "Can I have a bottle?" Joe silently recalled Yu Young's words. "I want a bottle too." He smiled wryly. "My sister said the exact same thing." As he finished, Joe's eyes quickly became deep and profound. He told himself, it might not look like much, but this is a big change. Even with crazy exercise, my muscles have reached their limit. A system notification appeared. Your limit has been readjusted. Joe wondered, what did readjusted limit mean before? Rue teased. In the end, you're still a weakling, master. He quickly cut it off. Shut up. Just then, Sung-hoon announced, your test results are in. Starting with the stamina test results. If this were 25 years ago. He turned his head and smiled teasingly. You would have broken the world record in every Olympic category. Jiu wondered, why 25 years ago? He slowly put on his outer jacket. What about the current standards? I've never even watched the Olympics. Sung-hoon nodded. Right. Then he continued to smile. You're about level 10. Joe's lips twitched. Are you trying to pick a fight? Then Sung-hoon's eyes suddenly lit up strangely. He leaned forward and pointed. As for player Kim Jio, don't be surprised. He had a confused expression. What? Sung-hoon whispered. Your magic power and mana control. At this point, he immediately shouted, S rank. You have the potential of a high ranker. However, faced with this exclamation, Jio was completely speechless. Okay. Sung-hoon exclaimed in surprise. You're a little too calm. He was confused. You told me not to be surprised. Sung-hoon flew into a rage, waving his arms. Be a little surprised. I said high ranker. Jio turned his face away and mumbled to himself, it's old news anyway. At that moment, the sound of a door opening was suddenly heard from a distance. Taesik slowly walked in and asked, Are you done? Jio nodded and replied, What about my mother? He raised his voice and waved his hand to announce. Not only is she completely healthy, she's even healthier than a normal person. Then Taesik suddenly took out his phone. But what's really amazing is, even though she's a normal citizen, she can now use items. Jio shouted in surprise, What? His forehead was covered in sweat, but he still hesitated. Amazing. Taesik admitted with interest. Finally, he changed the subject. Well, I'll give you the details later. I came to see you about something else. Taesik asked in a serious tone, You haven't been hunting these days, have you? Jio was dazed. Hunting? I'm taking a break for now. His ringed hand was pressed against the wall. I'm still absorbing Kalian's power. El said regretfully, I'm sorry, master. Jio immediately shook his head. It's okay. Taesik tilted his head and continued. When do you plan to start again? He looked up and mumbled, a week after the full moon. Hearing this, Taesik rested his chin on his hand, his eyes full of complexity. Finally, he agreed. Then let's set aside time for next week. Jio was confused. Why? Is something wrong? Taesik opened his mouth to explain. We've lost contact with the C-rank subjugation team. He slowly added. We're forming a B-rank team to be dispatched next week. Jio hesitated. So you mean? He immediately interrupted. That's right. The fourth floor guardian still hasn't been caught. This made him gasp. Taesik suddenly stopped. But that's not the important thing. His face gradually became profound. It seems that bastard can hunt players to grow stronger. Jio was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. Contrary to the atmosphere, Sung-hoon sat behind him and told himself, I want to join the conversation too. A B-rank subjugation team. These teams have at least 30 members, with over 60% being B-rank. Thoughts ran through Jio's mind. But I, player Kim Jio, my rank after drinking the elixir is, at this point, the atmosphere immediately deflated. Of course, I don't have a rank. A little later, at the general manager's office, Taesik reminded him sternly, go take the official rank assessment. Now you don't have to worry about not being able to use equipment anymore. He gently encouraged. Although your physical attributes might only be ranked D, if you include your potential, you'll easily reach B rank. Ju slumped over the table, dejected. Then he pointed up and explained, but B rank means I have to be over level 100. Quoted from the Player and Society high school textbook. The problem is, I'm still at level. Is it okay for the ranking criteria to be this general? Isn't it too vague if you include potential? Tasik opened his mouth to reply. We may call it potential, but mana reserves and how they are used are directly related to practical combat skills. At this point, he gave an example. Try looking at mutants. Their level doesn't matter, right? Tasik continued. The general opinion is that level isn't really important. What's important is that stats increase with each level up. Besides, these days we can't even know other people's levels due to privacy issues. Joe asked, if I take the assessment, I'll attract attention, right? Tasik nodded. A little. A bloodthirsty guide who can't level up suddenly becoming B rank will naturally stand out. Joe reminded him wearily. I told you not to call me by that nickname. And you even made up a new one. At this time, Tasik bowed his head profoundly. You'll cause some controversy either way. We can't stop the press from calling you a promising player who could become a high ranker. What? You don't like that? Joe quickly explained. It's not that I hate being famous, but Iron Shield is definitely still watching me, so I don't want to attract attention. This made Tasik hum for a long time. I think you're being overly cautious, but I respect your decision. He continued. However, I can't just give you a rank myself. I don't have that authority. Joe looked up in surprise and replied. Seeing you so calmly tell me to clear my schedule made me think you had a way. Tasik didn't argue. I didn't expect you to refuse like this either. I thought you'd definitely take the assessment. In a world where just having a high rank gets you treated completely differently, who would have thought you'd refuse? At this point, Joe sighed wearily and complained, what a headache. But just then, Tasik suddenly brought out a report. It's not like there's no way. Joe looked at the chart on the paper and asked vaguely, what's this? He replied flatly, a list of the guilds participating in this subjugation. Tasik suggested, if you temporarily join a guild, you'll be able to participate in the subjugation. At least I can act as a middleman and introduce you to the guilds. Joe didn't feel any hope at all. Who would accept a complete stranger? His eyes were fixed on the list. Besides, if I leave the guild right after the subjugation ends, it will increase their number of departing members, and in turn, I'll damage their reputation. Then, in a moment of distraction, Joe's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. The fifth line seemed to glow. Team Morningstar with CMP as the team leader. Scene changed to a mountainous forest area. A young man introduced himself with a serious face. I have been appointed as the leader of the subjugation team for this expedition. I am Kim Donghae. Donghae raised his hand and announced cheerfully, we will depart as soon as the roll call is complete. I look forward to working with everyone. The guild members replied in unison. We also look forward to working with you. The sky was very gloomy at this time. Dark clouds covered the entire area. The Morningstar team had also arrived. Gio tilted his head and said, thank you for accepting me. I know this request is a bit much. CMP replied comfortably. It's nothing. We all owe you our lives. Then he added shyly, I feel bad because I can't help you more. We're just a C-rank guild, here for extra support. Gio smiled happily. You've already helped me a lot. As long as I don't have to be a porter, I'm happy. If I get the chance, I'll definitely join the fight. Hearing this, CMP smiled awkwardly. I'm not sure it'll be our turn. There are a lot of big shots here. He asked again, big shots? Their gazes turned towards the Chariot Guild. For example, this team leader, Kim Donghae. There's a rumor that he's about to be promoted to A rank. They were constantly training. A rank means he'll become a ranker. Just getting close to that level is amazing. Joe was starting to get a clue. He silently wondered, asterisk, is that something special? I mean, compared to the Demon King or Iron Shield. Asterisk L suddenly spoke up. That woman is an exception. Ru replied, confused. What's the point of having such high standards? At this moment, Han Yun suddenly approached him. But, Mr. Guide, you look like you've completely transformed. Gio was startled. What? Jagon also chimed in. That's right. Did you have plastic surgery or something? Songgu hurriedly stopped him. It's rude to ask that. Gio thought silently. Have I changed that much? Ru explained. Well, your demeanor has completely changed. Finally, there's something about you that can leave an impression on others. At this point, he hurriedly waved his hand. It's not plastic surgery. It's probably because I acquired a specialized skill on the 5th floor. I just got a little taller. Ru immediately cursed. What a crappy excuse. They kept exclaiming in admiration. Han Yun marveled, wow. I didn't know there was a skill like that. I wish I could get that skill too. Ru said contemptuously, damn, they actually believe it? He said wearily, shut up. They walked forward together. The sound of cheerful chatter echoed through the forest. The Browser Guild on the opposite side found this scene very annoying. A little later, everyone had reached the 4th floor of the tower. Dong Hei announced loudly, search team, proceed to hunt the Guardian. The rest of you, take a break. They quickly obeyed. Understood. At this time, the other teams had also found a place to sit. The Morningstar team gathered under a tall tree. At this point, Jiu tilted his head and observed his surroundings. He began to name each person one by one. CMP is an archer, Han Yun is a mage. Everyone immediately had a confused expression. He continued, Song-gu is a swordsman, and Jae-hoon is a tank, right? After finishing, Jio asked innocently, so why is the guild's name Morningstar? There's no one in the team who uses a flail. Han Yun at this point couldn't help but laugh until she trembled. CMP shouted shyly, stop laughing. While Jae-gun was also covering his mouth and secretly laughing, Song-gu seriously explained, CMP chose this name because of you, Mr. Guide. He began to explain. When you left the cave to call for help, he said he saw you shining with a brilliant aura. At that time, he had said, I'm the best level 1 player in the world. Song-gu exclaimed in admiration, you looked like a morning star. CMP was so embarrassed that his face turned bright red. I told you to stop laughing. The atmosphere quickly became awkward, forcing Jio to wave his hand to reassure them. He spoke cheerfully. Anyway, just talk to me normally. I'm not your guide anymore. They all said in unison, oh right. CMP looked at him and said, you're the same age as Song-gu, right? Can I call you Hyung? Jiu nodded comfortably. Of course. At this very moment, a figure suddenly appeared from a distance. Everyone was unaware and continued to laugh and joke. Hyung, you should also talk more comfortably with us. He quickly agreed. Okay. Then the person suddenly approached and sneered. The world has changed, hasn't it? He smirked contemptuously and poked. I thought you guys came here for a picnic. 3 tall, muscular men, in contrast to Jio's group. He tilted his head and whispered, who's that? CMP whispered back, player Jun Seonam. He's from the Browser Guild. He's their representative in this subjugation. Hearing this, Jio couldn't help but be curious. What are they planning to do? CMP hesitated. Well, you could say they're quite famous. He slowly recounted. They pursue strength with the motto, the fittest survive. They also value traditional values and a class-based system. But above all, they always prioritize loyalty. Jio was weary. So, in short, he whispered a concluding sentence. They're a bunch of old-fashioned guys. He immediately nodded. Understood. Now, Jun Seo opened his mouth to continue. So useless. He looked at his comrades and chuckled continuously. I guess this is all C-rankers are good for. Jae-hoon's face darkened as he prepared to stand up. What did you just say? Han Yun beside him reached out to stop him. Just ignore it, Jae-gun. Jun Seo provoked. I asked if you guys came here for a picnic. You must be so proud to be part of a B-rank subjugation team. You should be the ones on highest alert, but instead, you're lazing around and chatting here. At least you should be more useful than the porters. The whole group gritted their teeth, no one saying a word. Only Jio's face suddenly darkened. Jun Seo snorted in boredom. Useless trash. Then the group turned and left. Let's go. At this time, CMP spoke shyly. Sorry, Jio. Because of us, you. He saw Jio looking down and immediately fell silent. Then CMP continued to call out loudly. Jio. At this very moment, a dark aura suddenly emanated from behind, making Dong Hei's face turn pale. He sensed something unusual and turned to observe. Jio's face was now as dark as ink, and his eyes glowed, emitting a faint purple smoke. El hurriedly reassured him. Master, please calm down. Ru also chimed in. Are you trying to kill someone? Deep in Jio's eyes was a deep resentment that made Ru speak up to calm him down. Control your emotions. Jio lost control and clutched his chest. Asterisk so? I know this is very annoying. Asterisk he thought to himself. Asterisk but I didn't expect it to be this annoying. It's like a side effect of the torture, isn't it? Asterisk. At that moment, a voice from a distance suddenly made him stop. What's wrong? A figure appeared right in front of them. Dong Hei said seriously, "It seems something has been disturbed." Jiu looked at him nervously. "Aren't you going to interrogate me?" Dong Hei calmly explained, "As the leader of the extermination, I need to understand the situation." He nodded. Then, at that moment, Jiu suddenly thought of something. He spoke in a low voice. "Although there was a small conflict, because of that, I want to ask the extermination leader for a favor." He was dazed. "What is it?" Hearing this, Jiu slowly stood up. He pointed at the browser group beside him and said, "I want to have a match with player Nam Junisio. After all, it's better if the conflicts between members of the extermination team are resolved before the battle, right?" Junisio, upon hearing his name, turned his head in confusion. The people around them also started to watch. What? Are they going to fight? Dong Hei hesitated for a moment at the suggestion. Asterisk, is this okay? The gap between C rank and B rank isn't just one level. Asterisk. Jiu calmly held up one finger. "I know. That's why I want to add another condition. You know, the C rank players of Morningstar are all reserve members." Then he shrugged and asked back, "And the B rank players of Browser are the main attackers, right? But practical combat experience is still more important than level, right?" Finally, Jiu made a bold proposal. "So if I win, I want to switch the positions of the two teams." CMP hesitated and called him. Jiu continued in a low voice, "Sorry for not asking for your opinion first, but please trust me this one time." At this time, Junisio from a distance couldn't stop smirking. "Wait a minute. Who are you to make decisions on your own? Ridiculous. You can't help us with anything, so why should I?" Then Jiu suddenly threw out a number that shut him up. 500 million. He confidently pointed 5 fingers at his opponent. "If I win, you get 500 million. This condition isn't bad, right?" Of course, Junisio had to hesitate for a moment after hearing that number. A member whispered in surprise, "Really? Spending that much money to shut him up?" Junisio turned his head and replied, "No way. Do I have to play dumb when so many people are watching us?" Finally, he put his hands on his hips and declared loudly, "If so, that's a bit much. Anyway, I can't lose." Dong Hei was now very hesitant. Asterisk, the match is about to start. As the leader, I have to prevent any unnecessary trouble from happening. Asterisk. He remembered the feeling from before. If what I felt just now wasn't due to emotions, in the end, Dong Hei still decided. Then it's good to prove it now. Thinking this, he opened his mouth and said, "All right. As the leader, I agree." A little later, everyone around had formed a circle. Both Jiu and Junisio stood opposite each other. Dong Hei made the rules. No weapons and no overly rare attacks. The match will stop if one side surrenders. CMP hesitated and looked at him, wanting to say something but stopping. Jiu. Sensing his worried gaze, Jiu immediately nodded to reassure him. Then he turned his head and asked Ru, "Is this distance enough?" He cleared his throat and said, "It's enough." Ru continued to remind him, "For the ability to develop, the link distance will be continuously expanded." L worriedly advised, "Master, be careful." Now Junisio spoke contemptuously, "But you first. If it ends too quickly, what's the fun?" Then he confidently waved his hand. "Come on, if you've got it." At this point, Ju seriously considered, "My opponent is a player. Asterisk, from his physique, he has a lot of, is that?" Looking at his build, he's a typical melee dealer who uses strength. Or is it a coincidence? Asterisk, thinking this, Jiu quickly planted his feet on the ground. He's B rank, but he must have some hidden power. Then he started running forward. The layers of sand and dirt were kicked up under his powerful steps, flying out with each long stride. He put all his strength into it, running straight without a hint of hesitation. Asterisk, but first, I have to quickly approach him and seize the initiative. No need for much probing. I'll trust my enhanced explosive power. Asterisk, Jiu gritted his teeth, his hand behind him clenched into a fist. Then, at that very moment, he suddenly stopped, suspicious. A series of questions appeared in Jiu's mind. Asterisk, he didn't even flinch? He must be very confident in his defense. Or does he have an instant counterattack skill? Asterisk. Then he silently regretted it. Asterisk, I'm screwed. It's too late to pull back my fist now. When he counters, I have to dodge quickly to prepare for the next attack. Asterisk thinking this, Gio still punched him straight in the body as planned. A dull thud echoed through the air. As soon as he took the blow, Junesio's entire face contorted. His expression made him momentarily dazed. Finally, his large body fell straight to the hard ground. Junesio's mouth trembled in pain, and he foamed at the mouth. The members of the browser group couldn't help but be shocked at the sight. Donghei was no exception. His mouth hung open as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Finally, Donghei regained his composure and shouted, "The winner is player Kim Gio." As soon as he finished, everyone cheered excitedly. Everyone's face relaxed in relief. Ju Hyung. The Morningstar team surrounded him. "Oh Hyung, when did you get so strong?" "Just now. You're on a new level now." The browser team, however, approached their captain to ask, "Are you okay?" At this time, Donghei's lips twitched slightly as he told himself, "Asterisk that attack, just now. I was just watching, and I couldn't even see it clearly." Asterisk he looked straight at his opponent and calculated, player Kim Gio might become the biggest variable in this subjugation. Just then, someone from a distance suddenly ran over to announce, "Subjugation team leader." Donghei listened to the information, dazed. The search team has returned. At this point, they were all bent over, panting heavily. The atmosphere in the mountain forest suddenly became strangely quiet. Scene changed to the city. The sun was gradually setting, turning the sky a brilliant orange. The mechanical sound of the elevator echoed. The screen displayed floor 43. In the chairman's office, Tasik stood seriously and confirmed. "So that means a B-class subjugation team has been urgently formed and will depart on Friday morning." The chairman continuously opened the paper and hummed in response. The names on the paper appeared one by one. Kim CMP, Kim Gio, Yoon Jae-gun, Kim Han-yoon. He suddenly called out loudly, "General Manager O." Tasik immediately spoke up. The chairman continued, "The training room in the association's basement is a domestic teleportation gate." He recounted, "Recently, at the hospital for association officials, even Secretary Hyo Sung-hoon's secretary went there." Finally, the chairman gently placed the report on the table. His voice was a bit low. "It seems we've given outside players too many benefits. Please explain a little." The chairman's eyes glowed a bright, mysterious red. Back in the mountain forest, the sky was getting darker. The Morningstar group was very focused on the challenge before them. A giant monster with long hair was tightly gripping someone's body in its hand. Its mouth kept growling with a strange sound. Asterisk it has the highest mortality rate. As a player, even if you don't like it, you have to get used to death. If your own kind is just prey, and your appearance no longer resembles a predator, asterisk, then of course, it will be difficult to get used to death. At this time, Donghei stepped back and gripped the hilt of his sword. Finally, he leaped high, simultaneously swinging his sword and shouting with all his might. A giant pillar of water immediately burst out, accompanied by a blinding light. It struck a straight line into the Faraze's back. Water-cutting sword. After finishing, Donghei bent over to one side to observe the situation. The Faraze was completely driven mad by this display. Donghei continued to shout, "Subjugation team members." Everyone followed the command and prepared their stances. He shouted, "All attack." Donghei swung his sword and shouted loudly, "Water guillotine." Asterisk this is the plan for this subjugation, very simple. The captain's attack is the signal. The Faraze has almost gone berserk. While injuring the guardian with our strongest spells, we will drive it mad. Asterisk. It continuously stomped its feet on the ground and kicked hard, making the ground shake. Then, the tanker in the back row would step forward. Donghei continued to give orders to everyone. Earth wall. Furthermore, he shouted once more, "Shield." At this point, the Faraze went mad and charged straight at the shield, punching it hard. At this time, by simultaneously using their defensive skills, they would block the Guardian's attacks. They would throw the pre-prepared explosive items over the shield wall. Then, simultaneously, the long-range attackers would use their long-range attacks. This was what they were aiming for. A simple but effective strategy. All the attacks flew straight towards the Faraze, which was standing dazed in front of them. Soon after, behind the stone wall, a violent explosion echoed. Flames erupted in a flash, accompanied by a column of black smoke that billowed straight up into the sky. Everyone bowed their heads in thought. No one said a word to each other. However, Gio gritted his teeth nervously, thinking of a name. CMP. He quickly turned his head and reminded him. Be careful. Gio seriously instructed his opponent. Don't rush forward. Instead, stay behind and observe the situation. CMP was very confused by these words. Why? We finally got the main position. But just then, a sound from a distance made his face turn pale. The stone walls had reached their limit and could not withstand the force. Cracks began to appear on them. The dust cloud above grew thicker. And then the wall could no longer hold. It shattered, sending large chunks of stone flying out from the deafening explosion. Donghae gripped his sword, his face filled with shock at this scene. However, the biggest problem with this strategy. The Faraze's foot had begun to appear. It violently stomped on the ground, making the whole scene seem to shake. In the thick, hazy dust, its large body slowly stepped out. Its aura completely overwhelmed the small group of people. The monster clenched its fist. It opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing roar. Gio continued to tell himself, is that if it fails, everything will get out of control. At this point, a sword from a distance was suddenly knocked back. The young man was thrown off balance by this push. He gritted his teeth in pain. Then the young man fell straight backward. His teammate shouted in fear, Yonggu. Yonggu's jaw was shaken by the monster's power. He lay on the ground, struggling to speak. You'll have to cover me. His teammate immediately replied. At this point, he silently opened a red potion bottle in his hand. How long has it been? 30 minutes later. His teammate shook his head wearily. No, it hasn't even been 5 minutes. Yonggu couldn't help but curse. Damn it. After drinking, he wiped his mouth. Captain Kim Donghae is amazing. To fight a monster like that, On the other side, Donghae was very focused on the current situation. His eyes glowed with strong determination. The Faraze continuously roared madly. It swung its arms and writhed, trying to dodge his water guillotine technique. At that moment, Donghae kept glancing back to assess its condition. As soon as he saw that the Faraze was completely fine, he couldn't help but exclaim, its wounds are recovering too quickly. A thick white smoke covered the mountain forest scene. Donghae ordered loudly. Its regeneration ability is comparable to a high-level guardian's. Main force teams 1 and 2, switch positions. Support team, prepare for battle. Everyone followed the order and gradually ran forward. CMP hesitated and looked at him. Gio, she reminded him in a low voice, we should also prepare soon. Gio calmly nodded. I understand. His attitude made CMP call out worriedly. Gio's small body was a complete contrast to the Faraze's huge size. Songgu shouted in fear, trying to stop him. It's dangerous. At that moment, a strange light suddenly emanated from beside Gio. His face darkened, becoming profound and cold. Just as the light was about to strike Gio's shoulder, he immediately managed to dodge it. The dirt and sand on the ground were kicked up by the impact, exploding everywhere. Gio smirked with satisfaction in his mind. Asterisk, just as I predicted. I was right. Asterisk. He turned his head to glance at the group. All the players who quickly completed the tutorial don't know. At this time, every time the Faraze launched any attack, Gio could easily dodge it. His body gracefully jumped from one place to another. That this thing's attack pattern. The Faraze's eyes glowed like a laser beam, scanning across, wanting to destroy everything. Asterisk, the only differences are its physique and regeneration ability. If so, asterisk, Gio remembered what Song-hoon had said then. What do you plan to do with this? $8 million in cash. He exclaimed, wow, I'll pay off my debt and buy some new equipment. Returning to reality, Gio bent down to dodge each of the Faraze's strikes. Then his sharp eyes glanced up. He silently made a decision. This is the perfect opportunity. Thinking this, Gio pushed off and ran forward. He thought, to test the power of my newly linked ego. At that moment, Gio continuously dashed like a lightning bolt, running back and forth around the Faraze, which could only turn its head to look, unable to keep up with his movements. He continuously swung his sword, cutting through the wind, leaving brilliant streaks of light that flashed through the air like sharp sparks cutting into the darkness. The shoes on Gio's feet also glowed brightly, helping him move more easily. The system announced, Skill, Adornment, Hermes's Boots. Gradually increases speed for 5 minutes. Maximum speed can be reached after 3 minutes. At this point, the Phrase had become unsightly with anger. Long wounds appeared all over its body, continuously oozing a black liquid. The two young men standing beside him were surprised to see this scene. Donghae also gasped, speechless. What the? At this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes as if he had discovered something. Donghae shouted hastily, Jiao, its regeneration rate is abnormally high. We should land a deeper blow rather than many shallow attacks. He continued to shout instructions. It seems this will be a battle of attrition, so you should conserve your strength. However, at this very moment, the scene before him made Donghae stop. Its regeneration ability has stopped. The necklace on Jiao's body began to glow brightly. The system announced, mana regeneration increases mana recovery rate. Critical wounds slow and reduce healing ability. The Phrase bent over and collapsed on the ground. It struggled to breathe, wheezing. Then the Phrase suddenly stood up. It violently swung its fist forward, creating a whirlwind of rage. The two young men looked at each other, dazed. What's wrong with it? Did it change its attack pattern? Jiao observed in silence. Thoughts kept appearing in his mind. This move isn't something as impressive as changing its attack pattern. It's just a low-level monster cornered and about to die. Then he suddenly smiled provocatively. I also have. He quickly jumped forward. The sharp tip of his sword seemed to have identified the spot to strike. Jiao's eyes lit up with determination. He told himself, predicted these things. Just a moment later, Jiao used his sword to deliver a series of slashes across the Phrase's body. Its body was quickly covered in long wounds. After finishing, he quickly jumped down. The members of the Browser Guild were stunned by this scene. Jiao forcefully planted his feet on the ground to break. His sword at this moment emitted a brilliant light. At this point, Jiao took the opportunity while it was in pain to jump up and slash again across its chest. Pillars of electric fire erupted along the path of the sword, raging fiercely as if to burn everything. The surrounding air immediately fell into a strange silence. Jiao continued to land on the ground, keeping his distance from it. The Phrase's entire body was continuously shooting out a foul, cloudy liquid. At this point, he jumped up again and moved to another place, leaving only a hazy smoke below. Jiao seriously charged forward with the speed of light. He stared at it, silently calculating his path. A sweeping blow right to the eyes. However, if it reveals even a small opening, then no matter how many levels it gains, an orc will always be an orc. Thinking this, Jiao confidently charged forward. It doesn't scare me one bit. At this point, Jiao had flown to be level with the Phrase. He swung his arm back to gain momentum. Jiao's eyes shone brightly, full of hope and determination. Finally, he continuously unleashed a barrage of slashes without a moment's rest. Each streak of light cut through the air, filled with sharp power. Everyone who witnessed the scene was astonished, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Jiao stood proudly with his sword in front of the monster's corpse. The surprised voices of everyone were heard. He took it down. He turned to look at it. By myself, a mechanical voice rang out. You have defeated the low-level demon, Phrase. Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. A demon. The mechanical voice rang out again. A huge jaw of an animal appeared and took a bite out of half of the monster's corpse. The Demon Eater skill has been activated. The others stared with wide eyes and open mouths at the scene before them. The monster's corpse was torn to shreds in front of them. While blood splattered around, the mechanical voice rang out again. Phrase's self-conceit. It continued. Phrase's self-conceit has failed. He narrowed his eyes and looked down, silent for a long time. The voice continued to emanate from the black sword he held in his hand. The fragments from Phrase's failed self-conceit are being absorbed into Ru. The wind blew away the surrounding dust, revealing an empty space before everyone. Donghae was terrified, his voice trembling. Everyone. He turned his head and hurriedly gave orders. All injured members, focus on recovery. Non-combat members, start collecting the remaining luggage of the main attack force. He reminded them loudly. Don't let your guard down. Stay focused. Everyone said respectfully. Yes, sir. Donghae walked up behind Jiao, his voice serious. Player Kim Jiao, may I have a private word with you? Joe's expression was a bit tense as he glanced at him. The two of them walked to another place. He was troubled. He looked at Donghae and thought, is he going to question me about the missing corpse? Even though a guardian's corpse is very valuable, but, he frowned, a little worried. Now that all the spirit stones and items are gone, he's probably going to blame me. Joe narrowed his eyes and quickly reassured himself. But no, he doesn't have any evidence. Anyway, the whole thing is quite unusual, so he can't rush to conclusions. He and Donghae stood alone in a corner under the watchful eyes of everyone. Joe thought, if that's the case. Donghae raised his hand, his expression serious, and said, let me be direct. Would you like to join our chariot guild? Joe's expression was calm, but inside he was overjoyed. So he's trying to recruit me. I knew you'd like me. He quickly expressed, I'm very grateful, but I don't plan on joining any guild right now. Even the group I'm currently in is just a temporary measure to be able to participate in this subjugation. Donghae smiled, his voice a little regretful. I understand. What a shame. As he spoke, he put his hand in his pocket to get something. Anyway, I still want to maintain a good relationship with you, Gio. He handed out his business card and said, if you change your mind, Chariot Guild, Vice Guild Master Kim Donghae. Or if you need help, just contact me. I'm sorry, it's a bit wrinkled from the fight. The evening sun was setting. Their voices echoed outside the tower. Well done, everyone. Thank you for your cooperation. Gio glanced to the side, a faint smile on his face, and asked, can I ask you something? CMP replied in surprise, yes, sir. Gio asked doubtfully, I didn't ask before because I was afraid you'd be sad, but why didn't you join Sugu's guild? While the two were talking, Songgu and Han Yun were discussing, what should we eat? Soup. Gio commented enthusiastically, you could easily get in. You have more than enough potential, and you don't lack connections. You could be very successful if you joined. He smiled and replied, it's nothing special. CMP smiled, his tone full of confidence. I just don't want to be accused of nepotism, and I want to achieve everything on my own. He asked nonchalantly, what about you? Gio was startled and replied, me? CMP said cheerfully, even when you were a guide or now, I feel like Sugu would still send a recruitment offer to someone as capable as you. He was silent as if thinking about something. He looked up at the brilliant red sunset and smiled lightly. It's nothing special. Han Yun looked at the two of them doubtfully. What are you two talking about so seriously? Songhoon said cheerfully, shall we go eat? I know a delicious place. Gio smiled and refused, sorry, next time. I have something to do. He glanced at everyone, waved, and said, I need to go home and pack. CMP was sad. Is that so? Songgu said, yeah, see you later then. Han Yun said, thank you so much. You're welcome. Jiu cheerfully waved. I'll call you guys after I'm done. See you. He took his phone out of his pocket and said in a low voice, all right, I was told to call Songhoon after I'm done. The hot secretary, huh? Jiu looked at his phone screen in some surprise. A message from Taesik. He opened his phone and looked at the message. Taesik Hyung, call me after the subjugation is over. The lights from the tall buildings illuminated the entire city in the quiet darkness. A voice was heard. Sorry for calling you out so late, Gio. Taesik exclaimed in surprise, his voice stuttering. That fake name? You mean? He announced calmly. The association president wants to have dinner with you. He touched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, the association president? That's quite a surprise. I should have gotten a haircut first, or something. My hair is a mess. He said wittily. Oh my, a haircut maybe. The image of the mysterious man standing in front of the towering skyscraper appeared before him. Gio thought with some curiosity, the president of the Korean Player Association. Besides that title, he's a self-made man. Information about this giant of the Korean player industry is still a mystery. Gio asked with some tension, why would someone like him want to see me? But this is your place. The elevator opened. He said calmly, 10th floor. That's right. He said he wanted to cook for you personally. He likes to cook. She asked doubtfully, you're welcome, but I mean, why at your place? The two stood in front of his door as he raised his hand to enter the code. The two entered. He said nonchalantly, we're here, old man. A voice was heard. You're finally back, Otis. He glanced at him, his voice bored. How long are you going to quote that movie? It's been out for ages. He shouted angrily. Shut up, he said cheerfully, but it's because it's the right time. What's for dinner? He looked at him, his voice worried. I don't think there's enough food at home to cook. His voice was heard. I bought ingredients. Set the table. Gio was a little surprised, silent for a long time. He thought in surprise. So that's the president of the Korean Player Association. Taegu, wearing a pink apron, stood by the stove with his hand on his hip, looking annoyed, and said, clean the house too. It looks like a pigsty. He held out his hand, his expression excited, and said, so you're the player Kim Gio? He said cheerfully, nice to meet you. Gio's face was tense. He hurriedly held out his hand to shake his. Yes, sir. Me too. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Gio. Suddenly, something brushed past his body, making Gio jump. He felt his powerful aura. He introduced himself. I'm Taegu, president of the Korean Player Alliance. Gio gritted his teeth, his expression serious, and thought, such heavy pressure. It's no wonder a person can lead a group of people with superpowers, Taesik frowned and looked at the two of them, his voice doubtful. Gently. What are you doing? Gio exclaimed in surprise, his head full of question marks. Well. His surprised voice echoed throughout the building. Well. A delicious meal appeared on the table. Everyone discussed. Let's eat. Not bad. Thanks for the meal. Gio picked up a bite of food and put it in his mouth. Taegu glanced at him, smiled, and said, I've heard a lot about you from Taesik. He narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint in them, his voice low. It seems he's helped you a lot with his authority as a department general manager, huh? Gio, while eating, said, his expression a little embarrassed. A lot is an understatement. Taesik exclaimed, his annoyance clear. All right, old man. We're having dinner. Let the kid eat. He disagreed, saying, he can eat. I'm just talking. He frowned and retorted. How can he swallow? Taegu crossed his arms, his tone serious. Anyway, I want to offer you a job. Do you want to hear it? Gio hurriedly swallowed his food. Then, he covered his mouth, cleared his throat, and asked calmly, a job? You mean? The two began to discuss. The association wants to hire you. I've already told Taesik. Gio smiled nonchalantly and replied, I have no intention of joining any organization. He interrupted, it's not like that. He looked at him in surprise. He seriously offered, do you want to become a mercenary for the association? A small, two-story house was silently immersed in the quiet night. Gio was walking up the stairs. Taesik's voice still echoed in his ear. Even though the old man was a bit harsh, he didn't intend to pressure or force you. Gio remembered his words when he stood in front of his house. He wanted to give you a title, so you can comfortably receive help from the association. So you can help when needed, and get back what you deserve. This deal isn't bad. Gio pondered, linking with a party will also bring a lot of benefits. Although it's not full-time, it's probably not bad. If Taesik said so, he frowned, a little hesitant. A link? Gio remembered Sung-hoon's words from the afternoon. What about you? He remembered the image of Sugu along with countless other powerful members and thought, the Kim Guild. While I was messing around with this level 1, Sugu became the guild master of one of the 10 strongest guilds in Korea, Gio thought worriedly. I've been in his debt since I met him. Sugu's tall, sturdy back appeared before his eyes. Gio encouraged himself. I can't be a burden anymore. I want to stand on equal footing with him. The image of the mysterious forest appeared in his mind. Gio's heart was filled with confidence. See you later in the tower, Sugu. A flame hit the tree, causing an explosion. Something quickly ran away. The mage holding the scepter shouted angrily. Damn it. I missed. He held his sword high in front of his chest, his voice serious. Don't worry, I'll finish it. The fierce fire was blazing as he exclaimed, It's coming. A saber-toothed tiger burst through the flames and pounced. It opened its fanged mouth and lunged at him. He used his strength to slash at the red flame. The tiger fell to the ground, motionless. He breathed a sigh of relief. The mage asked in surprise, Should we continue? It's getting dark outside anyway. He smiled and said, Let's hunt 2 more. The 2 of them trembled as they approached the tiger, discussing in low voices. I think I'm about to level up. So, is it getting colder? It's probably because it's night. Strange. He was shivering uncontrollably, his hands wrapped around himself. His voice was doubtful. Usually, the 26th floor has a hot climate. The two stood on top of the hill, looking down. A voice was heard. I think they're at the bottom of the hill. The mage was startled, his mouth agape. Below the hill were countless animals frozen solid. He exclaimed in horror, "What is that?" A large area seemed to have returned to the Ice Age. Ice and snow had covered the entire area. A voice was heard. "Guildmaster, it seems it's not here." Sugu was sitting on the corpse of a frozen animal. She said, "I understand." Sugu, with his hand on his knee, slowly stood up. He opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of white air, his voice nonchalant. "Then let's keep going." On the screen, an image and an announcement about the player of the week appeared. A press conference was taking place. Last weekend, the Angela Guild announced they would conquer the 80th floor, shaking the entire world. The Guild Master of Angela, the #1 candidate worldwide, is Charlie Sioho. There is also player Shin, who was just added to the list of top players in March. They have solidified the fact that Korea is definitely a nation of strong players. The girl's voice continued. Therefore, we have prepared a special event for top players. An image of the player's statue appeared with an introduction. The first one is the living legend, Azura. The other editor added, even among the 5 great masters who are considered the enlighteners of the top player world, information about Azura is extremely limited. No one knows anything about him. His nationality, age, and even gender are unknown. This information was being relayed to Gio. He immediately wondered, and you're telling me that Azura, who was once known as the strongest player in the world, even before Sioho, is the president of the Korean Player Association, and also your grandfather? Taesik replied, "That's right." Gio exclaimed, "Oh my god, you're really rich. Beyond imagination." He reached into his chest pocket to get something, replying, "Ahem. Well, don't let it get out. This is top secret information." Then, Taesik took out a ring and placed it on the table. "Anyway, take this." He was startled and wondered, "What's this? A marriage proposal? I think you've got the wrong person. You're giving me goosebumps." His voice dropped as he scolded, "You idiot." Taesik said seriously, "It's an identification item provided to mercenaries. With it, you can receive the authority of a director." Gio's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Really?" He smiled and said, "Sung-hoon will explain in more detail. From today, he will be your secretary." A voice echoed in the dark room. "You will receive the same treatment as a high-level player regarding matters related to the tower or clearing gates. And every time you complete a mission, you will receive a reward. The association can buy back the items you obtained during missions without any discount." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Furthermore, you have the right to refuse any mission. Got it. Gio was frozen, not yet recovered. A voice echoed in the tower. "Too amazing." The light from a tall building illuminated a patch of the dark sky. "This is New York, USA, the headquarters of the Iron Shield Guild." Iron Shield stood opposite the glass door. He said in a low voice, "So, you wanted to see me?" The man looked at his back, silent for a long time. He called, "Roger." He bowed his head respectfully and said, "Yes, Guildmaster." He coughed continuously. He glanced at him. He asked with a cold face, "What's wrong?" He glared, his eyes full of bloodshot veins, his expression fierce as he gritted his teeth. "Korea, please, let me go to Korea. I'm begging you, Guildmaster. Anything. I can give you everything." He nonchalantly cut him off. "All right." He looked at him in surprise. His voice was calm. "I'll open a branch in Korea and make you the director. Do whatever you want. Get your revenge too." Iron Shield continued, "And I will grant you number 9. He was startled for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, "Number 9? The Holy Sword number 9. He bowed his head, his voice hurried. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, Guildmaster. Thank you." In his cheerful voice, "Thank you very much." Iron Shield glanced at him, a cruel glint in his eyes. He thought, asterisk, "That's right, Roger-san. Be the stepping stone for my revenge, asterisk." His face was dark, and he thought to himself, "And the Demon Lord." He gritted his teeth, his expression fierce, and whispered, "The next time we meet." The light from the lamp shone on his metal leg. He screamed wildly in his heart, "I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." A notification panel appeared. Title, Holy Sword Lord. Level 89. Strength 130, Dexterity 132, Stamina 147, Magic Ability 122. Accessory Skill. Holy Sword Lord. Can reflect 5% of damage received from holy swords. Can absorb all lower-level holy swords. Kalian can prevent death from a single blow while at full health. One-time effect. Geo sat in a car waiting at a red light. He pondered, the sword. It has become significantly stronger since absorbing Kalian. Geo touched it, feeling doubtful. Asterisk, but how can I find it? Do you know? Asterisk, a voice echoed in his mind. I'm sorry, Master. Although I have awakened my power, my memories are still not intact. Geo glanced at his reflection in the car window. He asked in his mind, what about you, Ru? He remembered the ferocious wolf from before. Geo began to analyze. Asterisk, you said you still don't know how to use the ego fragment I got from the Genki ego. But you've already absorbed the Phrase's ego. Asterisk. He asked curiously, how do you feel? Has anything changed? Songhoon smiled and asked, did you get your hair done again? Geo replied, a little embarrassed. Yes, I realized it was a bit strange, so I had it trimmed a little. Ru's worried voice echoed. It's like he can hear us talking. She calmly reassured him. No way. What about the fragments? Ru replied, I don't know. His voice was dejected. What was I expecting from it? Geo ended the conversation with Ru and L. He turned to ask him, excuse me. Yes. Where are we going? He explained patiently, a unique gate in Yosu. The gate measuring device keeps fluctuating between F rank and C rank. You just need to clear it. Geo touched his chin nervously. This is my first mission as a mercenary. I'm a little nervous. The car sped down the road. He said nonchalantly, no need. Our first goal is just to gather information. The car sped past a billboard. He was startled when he saw it. Rest area. Songhoon said, I'll go in too. Geo was startled, panicking in his heart. Asterisk, oh no, my baby potatoes. When did we get on the highway? Asterisk, Songhoon continued. Oh right. Did you know? He smiled cheerfully. At the association, mercenaries are given nicknames. While Geo was crying over his thoughts, my baby potatoes, he looked at him in surprise and asked back, nicknames? You mean like Demon Lord or Azura? Geo replied, I haven't heard about that. Songhoon recounted, it was decided in this morning's meeting. He asked in surprise, why did they decide that on their own? He said calmly, your nickname is Triton. Geo's mouth hung open, his eyes filled with confusion. The angry faces of Songgu and Hanyun appeared in his mind. Geo forced a laugh. What a coincidence. The kids will love it. Songhoon couldn't help but laugh out loud. Geo shouted angrily, why are you laughing? The road ahead was blocked by a barrier. A spatial gate emitting a purple light appeared before everyone. While Geo was eating a fishball, a voice was heard that startled him. Sir Triton, it's an honor to meet you. A man bowed respectfully and said, I am the director of the Yosu Player Association. Geo, flustered, quickly replied, I know. Please raise your head. He blushed and said shyly, you can just call me by my name. Songhoon couldn't help but laugh out loud. Geo looked at him angrily and shouted, stop laughing. The two stood in front of the spatial gate. A voice was heard. It appeared a few days ago. It was immediately identified as a unique gate. No one has entered yet. Songhoon touched his chin. He thought for a moment and said, so the first goal is still reconnaissance, as planned. What is our current manpower? He said seriously, we can assemble a B-rank subjugation team if you request it. That's enough. He smiled and waved his hand. I've gathered the necessary equipment in the management office. As soon as you two are ready, we can leave immediately. Suddenly, he looked towards Geo. His voice stuttered. Songhoon, seeing this, turned his head doubtfully. The two exclaimed in horror, I mean, Sir Kim, Player Kim Geo. The two of them rushed over to advise him. Sir, it's a unique gate. It's dangerous to be so reckless. He looked at the spatial gate, a little worried, and asked back, Ru, L, are you sure? L affirmed, I'm sure, Master. Geo raised his hand to touch the spatial gate. Suddenly, a whirlwind rose. The quiet spatial gate suddenly became violent. The other two shouted in panic, damn it, it's a gate breach. He quickly took out his phone to call for help. Contact headquarters immediately. Request support from nearby guilds. Damn it, why is this happening? There should have been more time. He was surprised by the gate's violence. It's really, Ru said calmly. I told you so. A notification appeared in front of him. Accept link? This gate. Gio raised his hand to touch the notification to accept the link. El cheered happily. An ego. Master, it's an ego there. Gio was now standing in front of the gate, which was emitting a thick, dark aura. Someone turned back and asked, Any news from headquarters? A member holding a phone reported back. They said it'll be at least another 15 minutes. Everyone was calling out anxiously. Hunter Kim. He gently raised his hand toward the gate, where a status window was displayed. Confirm link. Jiu paused, thinking to himself. Asterisk, so a gate is an ego, huh? I had a feeling, but still. Asterisk, while everyone was still calling his name. Player Kim Jiu. He stared blankly, his hand ready to touch the confirmation button. Is this really happening? Just then, Sung-hoon arrived in the nick of time, grabbing Jiu's hand and pulling him back. He warned, That's extremely dangerous, player Kim Jiu. The scene suddenly became intimate. Jiu softly called his name, Sung-hoon. The others watching this scene were momentarily stunned. My God, what is happening? Afterward, the gate area was sealed off and carefully guarded. The scene changes. A simple room inside a container has become a temporary office. Sung-hoon's cheerful voice rang out. How wonderful. Player Kim Jiu, you remained silent, your expression a bit tense. He rested his chin on his hand, a torrent of questions spilling from his mouth. So now you can even create gate breaches? What's next? Are you going to control a whole horde of monsters? Jiu averted his eyes, not daring to look at him. He scratched his head in confusion and said, I didn't know this would happen either. Sung-hoon leaned back in his chair and let out a breath. He asked suspiciously, So what happened then? Jiu froze, remaining silent for a long moment. Sung-hoon recalled everyone's suspicion and speculated. It's returned to its normal state. This really is a gate breach, huh? I was a little worried. Jiu tried to choose his words carefully. I think I have some idea of what happened, but this is a first for me too. I can't go into detail, but it's probably because of my unique skill. He frowned, a slightly troubled look on his face, and whispered, If it's your unique skill, it would be rude of me to ask for more. He picked something up and handed it to Jiu, saying, Here, take this for now. Jiu took the wooden mask in surprise and asked, What's this? He calmly replied, A traditional Korean mask. I painted the lipstick on myself. He remembered the countless players who had appeared outside the gate. Since there were signs of a gate breach, the area around the gate is now swarming with players who were urgently summoned. He glanced at the gate not far away and took out his phone. His voice was worried. The reporters will be here soon, too. Sung-hoon frowned and showed Jiu a picture on his phone of the spatial gate from the earlier storm. He said seriously, You don't want to end up in the papers, do you? So wear a mask in front of other people. Jiu said with a hint of resignation, Thanks. But your taste is really. He replied, flustered. It was hard for me to find. I mean, the lipstick? Isn't it nice? Jiu stood before the spatial gate, discussing the situation with them. After an hour-long meeting, everyone decided to let me enter the gate alone. He remembered the displeased faces of the other players, but in the end, they remained silent and just watched him. He guessed there were a few objections, but it seems the association took care of it. Jiu's heart sang with joy. Asterisk mercenaries are the best. The association is the best. Asterisk. Sung-hoon asked again, a little worried. Are you sure you'll be okay going in alone? Jiu calmly replied. Since it's related to my unique ability, it'll be fine as long as everyone is prepared outside the gate just in case. The notification window appeared. Accept link. Jiu raised his hand, touched it, and said, Link. A stream of light slowly engulfed his body. Jiu vanished before everyone's eyes. The light of the moon filtered down, illuminating a dead tree branch. A crow turned its head, looking around warily. A man was walking hastily down the road. A voice rang out, Prove your worth. He clutched his head, his voice weary. Worth? Jiu took off the mask. He speculated, asterisk with Ru and L. All I had to do was name them. Maybe gates are different. Asterisk Ru said angrily. You're making us look cheap, you know. He put the mask in his bag. His voice was uncertain. I'm not sure what's going on, but I just need to clear it, right? L replied, I don't know either. but it's probably best if you just destroy everything and see what happens. Jiyu crossed his arms, his whole body shivering. His voice was fearful. But this place is terrifying. I'd better clear it out quickly. Ru and El cheerfully assessed the area. I can feel the presence of a damp and dreary magical energy. This place is fine. As he walked, he observed his surroundings and said, "First, let's find the place with the highest concentration of magical energy." Ru's calm voice startled Jiyu. "My lord, I don't think that will be necessary." He stopped. The ground beneath his feet trembled ceaselessly. In the distance, a thick cloud of dust rose into the air. Countless feet pounded across the ground as armored skeletons charged forward nimbly. They rushed at him in terrifying numbers. Jiyu's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious again. His voice was low. "Skeleton soldiers." A shadow flickered. Jiyu's breath caught as if he'd seen something. From afar, a headless skeleton wielding a sword rode toward him on horseback. He cried out in shock. "That's a Dullahan," he exclaimed in horror. "This is the first time I've seen a real one. But come on, isn't throwing out a sub-boss right at the start a bit much?" Jiyu dropped his backpack and got into a fighting stance. He called out. They both replied in unison. "Oki." "Yes, my lord." Two streams of light, one gold and one red, shot out from Jiyu's body. He charged powerfully at the skeleton soldiers. Acceleration. Where Jiyu passed, skeleton soldiers fell in layers. Countless purple gems dropped to the ground. He said with uncertainty, "Usually, in a situation like this..." Jiyu leaped up. He swung his sword and said, "You're supposed to chop off the leader's head first." El cried out in confusion, "But my lord, it doesn't have one." The ancient claymore drew a circle on the ground. A skeleton soldier raised its claymore to block his sword. The scene shifts to a gloomy cemetery filled with deathly energy. Jiyu stood before the entrance to the tomb area. Ru said doubtfully, "Something is very strange." He asked it, "What is it?" It replied, "The skeleton soldiers are one thing." He remembered how easily he had dealt with the Dullahan. Ru continued its analysis, but even the sub-boss, the Dullahan, they were too weak. Compared to the magical power this gate is emitting. Jiyu asked, a little worried. "That's right. They were weaker than I'd heard. But so what?" He was startled and looked in a certain direction. Jiyu stared doubtfully at the largest tomb located in the center of the cemetery. Behind the tombstone was a coffin. He said calmly, "Looks like this must be where the boss will emerge." The coffin lid suddenly flew open, and a stream of green smoke billowed out. Ru warned anxiously, "Be careful, my lord." The coffin lid fell to the ground. Green smoke rushed out. Ru asserted, "There must be a reason why that Dullahan was so weak." The sword Ru emitted a brilliant red light. Jiyu frowned, his expression fierce as he charged forward. Ru stammered, "For instance." The green smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a withered hand. A skull appeared before his eyes. The monster, a lich exuding green smoke, appeared before him. Ru's voice trembled. It had a bold thought. What if all the magical energy dispersed throughout the gate is concentrated inside the boss monster? The monster opened its mouth, letting out a rattling sound. Jiyu frowned, his heart filled with doubt. It should only appear in high-level gates, or from the 60th floor and up. He took a step forward, assuming a stance, waiting for an opportunity to attack. A storm was brewing in his heart. Vuandris, the Necromancer. It opened its mouth, its voice deep and somber. "So, you are the one who wishes to become my master?" Jiyu's eyes widened, his face a mask of astonishment. He said doubtfully, "How?" It slowly replied, "I will ask again." It raised its hand, its voice low. "Are you the one?" It pointed at him and asked, "Who wishes to become my master?" Jiyu stared at it in horror, his face filled with disbelief. How can the gatekeeper have the system's voice? It extended its hand, pointing at him and asking, "I will ask one more time. Are you the one?" Two bright red lights shot out from its eyes. It continued, "Who wishes to become my master?" Jiyu frowned, his mind in utter turmoil. Why does this gatekeeper have the system's voice? He roared, his expression full of defiance. "That's right. I came here to become the master of this gate." Jiyu said arrogantly, "Then let me ask you in return. Are you the gate?" It whispered, "The gate." It paused, then clicked its tongue softly. It replied, "Indeed. The gate. I am the master of this abandoned ruin." He thought in astonishment. Its voice. It held out its hand, and green light gradually condensed in its palm. Jiyu was startled and frowned, focusing his gaze forward. He thought urgently. "L, I have to act first." Ru and L replied in unison. "All right." "Yes, my lord." A staff materialized in its palm. It shouted, "Prove that you are worthy of becoming my master." A stream of dark green light emanated from the staff. A black vortex, with it at the center, expanded relentlessly. At the same time, a brilliant red beam shot out from the tip of the staff. Jiyu watched in horror as the red light rushed toward him. He gritted his teeth, his expression pained. Damn it! Too late to dodge. A terrifying explosion occurred, its destructive power immense. Afterward, a thick cloud of dust and smoke rose. Jiyu coughed twice, his face darkening. He ground his teeth and said, "Damn it." Ru's voice came from within the sword. "My lord, be on your guard. It's coming." He frowned and said, "I know." Jiyu frowned, his expression tense as he watched it. It raised both hands, and countless sharp arrows appeared. It laughed contemptuously and said, "Is that all you've got?" Its voice was full of arrogance. "I haven't even started yet." Countless arrows shot toward Jiyu. The sword lay not far away. The sword vanished. Countless arrows descended. A rumbling sound echoed as dust filled the air. Jiyu dashed to the opposite side. Where he had just been standing, a large hole had been blown through the rock. His voice rang out, "Enhance." The rain of arrows came again. Countless green arrows appeared beside it again. It said, "It's useless." The arrows came again. Jiyu hastily dodged. He thought to himself, "If I let my guard down for a second, I'm done for." Jiyu gritted his teeth and said, "I'm counting on you." Ru asked in surprise, "What?" He reassured Ru, "Don't worry. I got pretty good at throwing grenades last time." Ru cried out in horror, "Wait. You mean? Don't tell me you're planning to." Before Ru could finish, Jiyu had already thrown it like a grenade. The sword stuck in the ground. Ru couldn't help but curse. "Damn it. You son of a bitch, master." Jiyu appeared beside it with a smile and said, "Sorry about that." Ru roared in anger. "You can still smile?" Two streams of light, one red and one green, appeared. He gathered his strength and leaped high into the air. With a weapon in each hand, Jiyu charged forward to attack it. He swung his sword down, thinking, "Take this." Vuandris calmly raised its staff, easily blocking the blow. It said arrogantly, "Oh, you who wish to be my master, this is not enough too." Jiyu cut it off. "This was my real intention." He spun in midair, his speed like a whirlwind. Then, he delivered a powerful slash straight to its chest. Vuandris roared in pain. A long gash of light appeared on its chest. A stream of purple light corroded its body. After attacking, Jiyu hastily jumped back to create distance. It looked at him, now far away, and a growl rumbled in its throat. Vuandris touched the wound on its chest. It looked at the silver sword in Jiyu's hand, which was topped with a green crystal, and remarked in a low voice, "Quite a troublesome weapon, isn't it? Looks like I'll have to avoid pulling it out." Green sparks appeared in its large eyes. Jiyu frowned as he saw the rain of arrows coming again. But there were more of them, and their range was wider. His annoyed voice rang out, "Damn it! The range of this arrow rain covers the entire area." Ru extinguished the idea that was about to form in Jiyu's mind. Ru said, "We can't dodge this attack." L's voice was filled with determination. "My lord, swing me. My lord, I will block it." A volley of arrows began to rain down. Countless arrows flew toward where he was standing. Jiyu roared, "Let's go." "Yes." Ru asked doubtfully, "What about me?" His speed increased to its limit, as if he had become two people. Jiyu swung his sword, deflecting all the arrows. He said to Ru, "Your attribute isn't suited for this." Ru said admiringly, "What do you mean? Those dull dark blades are nothing compared to me." As he parried the arrows, he explained to Ru, "Sorry, now's not the time to talk about uncertainties." Jiyu frowned as if he had realized something. The speed of the arrows was increasing. He thought with a bit of doubt, "It's getting faster. Can I hold out?" He gritted his teeth, his expression full of determination. Jiyu asked with some concern, "Are you sure?" Ru affirmed, as sure as can be. He looked at Rue and said, I trust you. He took the sword Rue and slashed at an arrow. The green arrow collided with Rue and vanished in an instant. Rue said, El is absorbing the dark energy. Rue continued, El has begun to awaken as the Lord of the Dark Blades. Jiu asked doubtfully, Lord of what? Rue said seriously, sacrifice something, so that it can fully awaken. A red light spread from the eye on the sword. The eye emitted a brilliant light. A powerful surge of red energy erupted. It stared at the scene in front of it, stammering, What the? How can a mere mortal? Vuandris, slightly surprised, gritted its teeth and growled. Its voice echoed, It seems you're not just all talk, but I still haven't fully accepted you. It raised its hand, and green smoke spread everywhere. Suddenly, the ground cracked as if something was about to rise up. It said, Let the final test begin. Inside the cemetery, the corpses underground suddenly came back to life and rose. The undead crawled out of the ground and slowly stood up. It stood atop a mountain of corpses, looking down at Jiu. His voice was full of confidence. I have a lot of things I want to ask you about this Lord business, or whatever it is. But it seems I don't have much time for that now, do I? A pair of glowing red eyes opened. The mountain of corpses from before had transformed into a giant monster. Jiu's eyes widened, and he whispered in horror, A living golem. It raised its fist, preparing to strike down. The fist descended with incredible speed. The fist came down with terrifying force. A large crater appeared in the ground, and dust filled the air. It paused, searching around. He calmly analyzed. Asterisk, if I'm at an attribute disadvantage, then I'll overwhelm them with this terrifying weight. In that case, asterisk. A stream of light appeared in the thick smoke. Jiu said, Enhance. He glanced up. Jiu's speed was also incredibly fast. He slashed continuously from the hand up to the arm. The monster's arm was destroyed. He shot up into the air, his tone challenging. How about this? Lower the gate. Jiu smiled confidently and said, Is that worthy enough? He let out a cry. He slashed his sword across his body. At the same time, he replied, I accept you, my master. A voice was heard. The gate has accepted your link. Please name it. In the center of the smoky cemetery. The necromancer's entire body was smoking. A voice was heard. The gate has accepted your link. Please name the gate. The black smoke gradually dissipated. Jiu whispered, A name. He maintained his sword-swinging posture and wondered, What should I name it? Suddenly, the sword Rue absorbed the black smoke. Jiu asked worriedly, Rue, what now? A brilliant red light emanated from the eye on the sword. Rue let out a crazed laugh. Rue said, Do you see? This is me. This is the real me. Rue's voice was full of jealousy. Did you think I would just stand by and watch? Watch that holy sword gradually become stronger than me. Rue continued to laugh crazily. Jiu exclaimed in panic, You star. The red light became increasingly dazzling. Rue's laughter grew more and more terrifying. Jiu screamed, his face still filled with shock. He looked at Rue worriedly and asked, Don't you think you've gone a little too far? What's wrong? Rue asked doubtfully, What did I just do? He said nonchalantly. He was confused. Master. Jiu looked at the sword in surprise. Confused, she continued. Rue hurriedly cut her off. Shut up. Don't say unnecessary things. Rue's voice was a little tired. I'll rest for a bit, master. I think I have a bit of a headache. Jiu replied, It's fine, even though I have a lot of things to ask you. Red crystals fell all over the ground. He said calmly, We can talk later. Rue replied, That's fine. Jiu looked at Rue, who had retreated into the ring on his hand. He thought to himself, First, I need to think of a name. He looked at the notification panel and frowned in thought. Please name the gate. Then, Jiu closed his eyes and thought deeply. In his mind was the image of a shattered, lifeless body. Jiu thought, Brandherd is slowly disappearing. He said cheerfully, All right, I've got it. Jiu looked at the notification panel and said, Your name is Brandherd. The city gradually entered the night. People walked anxiously on the streets. This is really happening. They've confirmed a gate breach. A person holding a megaphone announced, Please follow the association's agents and move to the appropriate evacuation shelter. I repeat. The players were still on standby outside the spatial gate. The warning voice was heard again. This is not a drill. They have confirmed a breach. Two players with worried expressions discussed in low voices. It's been a while since a gate breach. What rank did they say it was? They said it fluctuates between F and C rank. A man stepped out of a luxury car amidst the whispers of the crowd. Is it a unique gate? This is such a headache. Tasik glanced at him. What about the backup plan? He quickly said, we've notified the nearby guilds, and the Chariot Guild members are on their way. He continued to ask, is the evacuation complete? He opened his computer and replied, everything is still flowing smoothly without any problems. We believe it will be completed in 30 minutes. He ordered anxiously, make that number 10. I'll inform them. Tasik glanced in one direction, his expression annoyed, and said, however, the biggest problem is. On the other side, there were reporters with cameras shouting loudly. Tasik thought dejectedly, the press doesn't seem to be cooperating. Even if it's freedom of speech or whatever, some of them used to be players, so it's a bit annoying. He frowned, his expression indifferent, and said, just ignore them. If they want to die, let them die. A voice was heard. Understood. Tasik frowned and analyzed. This gate breach isn't really a big problem. Our forces now, including myself, are more than enough. He looked at the spatial gate, his heart filled with worry. Tasik's face darkened. He thought, if a gate breach really happens, it means something bad has happened to Geo. The players outside all stared with wide eyes and open mouths, their faces filled with terror. The spatial gate suddenly emitted brilliant red rays of light. Cracks appeared on its surface. Everyone shouted in panic. It's a gate breach. Prepare for battle. Tasik, both worried and annoyed, shouted, damn it. So it's really happening. A spear appeared in his hand. Tasik was sad in his heart. Kim Hyung, I'm sorry. It's all because I'm incompetent. His expression was fierce. He gripped the spear tightly, his heart determined. I'm sorry, Geo. Director. And what's worse is, Tasik took a running start and charged, dust flying everywhere. He roared, I will avenge you. He rushed past the players in front and charged towards the gate. He said, with my own 2 hands. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Tasik shouted angrily, Kim Geo. Geo stepped out. He replied doubtfully. Geo said nonchalantly, did you call me? He was silent for a moment, not understanding what was happening. Tasik, who was charging, let out a cry. He turned around in a graceful mid-air posture and scolded, you bastard. Suddenly, he fell backward as if he had hit something. Geo scratched his ear, his expression surprised. He turned his head and exclaimed in surprise, what is this? A dazzling light shone on him, making him quickly cover his eyes. Cheers and praises were heard. Take a picture. Let us see your face. It's a special case. He cleared the gate himself even when it was about to breach. They exclaimed excitedly. Interview. Let us interview you. Geo stammered. Wait, excuse me. They asked curiously, is that ring an item? The scene changes to the building with Tasik's apartment. Taegu said with a serious expression, an ego. On the table, he was deep in thought. He asked doubtfully, is that so? Is that why you were able to get so strong so quickly? Song-hoon asked a little shyly, can I hear this? A unique attribute isn't just some random skill, is it? Tasik quickly reassured him. I brought you along because I trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made you my secretary in the first place. He looked at Geo doubtfully and asked, connecting with a gate? What happened to it? He replied with some worry. To be honest, this is my first time, so I'm not sure. But it said it's balancing things and isn't responding to me. I think something happened when the gate closed. He asked while eating, what about that ego named Ru? You said it's not responding either. You said it's exceeding its limits. Geo said nonchalantly, it's quiet, but I can still use its abilities as usual, so I guess nothing's wrong. He replied, good news. Taegu sighed softly, oh my god, a player who can possess a gate. If this gets out, the whole world will go crazy. He reassured him, of course, don't worry about the press leaking this. The association has taken care of it. The press won't know. Geo replied, all right. Thank you, sir. At this moment, Joe's phone vibrated. He stood up a little shyly. Excuse me. Just a moment, sir. I have a call. He said calmly, feel free. Geo moved to another place and refused. I'm having an important conversation, so can we. He covered his mouth and said in a low voice, hello? Taegu was tasting the dishes and thought, a bit salty. A voice came from the phone. The person on TV was you, right? The person repeated, the person on TV was you, right? The person laughed, their voice cheerful. Looking at that ring and necklace, it's definitely you. What's with that weird mask? Sung-hoon, who was eating, also received a call. Tae-shik asked doubtfully, you both got a call? Is it from the association? The person on the other end continued to tease Ji-yu. Because the mysterious hero stopped a gate breach. You look cool. Meanwhile, Tae-shik and Taegu had opened their phones to check the news. The person said wittily, can I brag to my friends about you? No, but I'm sure many people will recognize you anyway. Hey, Ji-yu glanced toward the dining table. The person's voice continued, but he wasn't paying attention because the three people at the table were staring at him. Hey, you there? Tae-shik looked at his phone doubtfully. The phone displayed, breaking news. Special report. A hero single-handedly prevents a disaster. Is this the birth of a high ranker? He exclaimed, this is big. The picture was of Ji-yu with a panicked expression on the front page. A hero single-handedly prevents a disaster. Is this the birth of a high ranker? A girl looked at the news about Ji-yu on her phone. A man appeared behind her and asked doubtfully, did something happen? You seem to be in a good mood. She smiled faintly and replied, it's nothing. That girl was Seo Young. A crazed light flashed in her eyes. I just feel like I've taught my student quite well. There's a type of player called a reporter player. Most of them are retired players, and they gather news about the tower, gates, and other players. At that moment, the two of them were washing dishes together. Tae-shik spoke with regret. I couldn't control them. I'm sorry. Ji-yu shook his head. It's not like you did it on purpose. He closed his eyes and sighed. We were just unlucky. It seems a troublemaker managed to sneak in with the reporters. Ji-yu raised an eyebrow and asked skeptically, a troublemaker? Tae-shik nodded. He's quite famous for being a ranker before he retired. That person is Go Hyung-chun. He was a pretty high ranker, even among the rankers. Tae-shik warned him seriously, but you shouldn't get involved with him. So just be careful if you happen to run into him later. Hearing this, he slowly opened his mouth. All right. The scene changes to Dong Demon, Senior Huang's shop. Gentle rays of sunlight shone down from the sky. Just then, Ru's scolding voice echoed in Ji-yu's head. Asterisk, so now you're interested in collecting items? Such a bad habit. You selfish master, lusting after egos. Asterisk, he closed his eyes and gave a wry smile. That's probably what Ru would say if it were awake. Ji-yu walked around the room, looking around. It's pretty empty without it here, huh? Elle spoke up apologetically. I'm sorry, my lord. But I could never speak to you like that. She was timid and reserved. How could I dare? Ji-yu replied wearily. You don't have to do that. Just then, Hyung-chun, sitting in front, had a puzzled look on his face. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Ji-yu scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed. How have you been, senior? He rested his chin on his hand and couldn't help but praise. I saw the news. You've gotten quite famous, haven't you? Hyung-chun's gaze shifted to the necklace around his neck. I recognized your tear and Hema. Then, he playfully teased. Do I need to pay you an advertising fee? Ji-yu smiled and explained. Actually, that's the reason I came here. Hyung-chun mumbled in surprise. You're really going to ask for an advertising fee? Ji-yu was so flustered, he broke out in a sweat. Now that things have turned out this way, I don't think I should stand out too much. So I need something to help hide my identity. Hearing this, Hyung-chun's face turned grim. So you're looking for a mask? The one you were wearing in the news was really ugly, I have to admit. Ji-yu immediately retorted, that's not it. Hyung-chun continued in a low voice, I'm sorry, but I don't think my shop has what you're looking for. Ji-yu hastily repeated, I told you I'm not looking for a mask, and I didn't even buy that one. He asked, confused, then what is it? Ji-yu looked down at the two rings on his hand. His voice slowed. As you know, egos and masks are quite easy to recognize. As for the mask, I can just stop wearing it. He recalled the online article. The rings look quite rare, so I tried searching for them, but there's no information. It seems like the items, he's wearing 3 or 4 of them. He has a lot of good stuff. The ring on his ring finger is from the Player Alliance mercenaries. I've seen it before. I think I saw someone wearing rings like that in Seoul not too long ago. Ji-yu continued. Fortunately, the tier hasn't gotten much media attention yet. But the problem is the rings. He calmly explained his problem. But I can't be without them. So I'm looking for a way to hide them on me. Hyung-chun said, "Oh, I see. That's no fun at all." Then he pointed to the shelf behind him. "There are gloves and gauntlets over there. And over there, too. Go take a look." He introduced them, saying, "I've made a few, but not many." Ji-yu followed his advice and turned to look around. I managed to successfully link with Brand after a few failed attempts. But linking with the Tyr and Hema was easier. He thought to himself, if I remember correctly, is it because my ability to possess egos has increased? Hearing this, Elle immediately spoke up. "My lord," she shared her thoughts. "Before, your possession ability was only enough for me and Ru. But compared to then, you are much stronger now. I don't mean you were weak back then, or anything. It could be that the egos at that time didn't like the names you gave them." Ji-yu cut her off wearily. "You don't need to comfort me." He hesitated, observing each item one by one. Thoughts constantly ran through his head. They all look fine, but I probably shouldn't choose one with a flashy design. However, just then, Ji-yu suddenly noticed something. He reached into the shelf and mumbled, "All right, I'll choose you." This action was all seen by Hyung-chun. He smiled and thought to himself, "Good choice." Ji-yu began to call out, "Link, your name is." As soon as he put it on, a stream of light shot out from within. The system announced, "Oberon. You have successfully linked with the ego Oberon. You can now access Oberon's information." Ji-yu moved his fingers with interest, constantly exclaiming in amazement. Hyung-chun asked, "How are they?" He tilted his head and replied, "They feel a little strange, but I'm sure I'll get used to them." The system began to display the necessary information. Oberon, level 27, strength 40, dexterity 30, health 12, magic power 8. Skills, disguise, force. Ji-yu thought to himself, it has the perfect options for a gauntlet. Force increases strength instantly, Just then, he wondered to himself, can I summon Ru and Elle while wearing it? Regular gloves always break when I summon them, so I can't use them. Thinking of this, Ji-yu decided to speak. At his word, the two rings on his hand immediately lit up. Powerful sparks shot into the air, hissing with intense rhythm. A moment later, two sharp swords materialized. They were covered in brilliant red and gold currents, as if they were alive in his hands. Hyung-chun witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Nice weapons." Ji-yu looked at the two familiar swords and thought with relief, all right, normal summoning. But the most important part is whether it can hide the rings. Even though these gauntlets are just accessories. At this, he decisively shouted, "Disguise." As expected, the Oberon gauntlets immediately expanded at his command, completely covering the two rings inside. Ji-yu was extremely satisfied with the result. "I think I can even use them daily." He praised them with interest. "They're amazing, senior." "How much are they?" However, Hyung-chun suddenly shook his head, refusing. "All right, you don't need to pay." Just then, he continued, "In exchange, if I ever need your help." Hyung-chun rested his chin on his hand seriously, looking at him with great anticipation. "Could you help me out just once?" The next day had already arrived. At a tall building, Ji-yu was now standing in the first-floor lobby of the Alliance. Suddenly, a noisy crowd appeared in front, causing the atmosphere to become chaotic. "Is it true that they're secret agents for the Alliance? Please answer us." He had a puzzled look on his face. "What's with this commotion?" Sung-hoon opened his mouth to explain. "The reporters have been bothering us a lot lately." He closed his eyes and sighed in frustration. After the news about that day got out, they've been coming here every day. They're here for the masked rancor. Ji-yu was getting more and more shocked. His eyes went wide, and he didn't know what to say. He continued, "The one who caused quite a stir on his first mission." Ji-yu silently offered his opinion. "I think I should stop climbing the tower for a while. Maybe I should go check out some gates." However, Sung-hoon immediately dismissed the idea. "No need." He smiled and explained, "The reporters think player Kim Ji-yu is a high-level ranker, and they're waiting for you on the upper floors of the tower." At this, Sung-hoon suddenly burst out laughing with delight. "But it's no problem for me, because the reporters looking for the masked rancor are all on the lower floors." The corner of Ji-yu's mouth twitched. "Are you mocking me?" He shook his head. "Of course not." Morning at the first floor of the tower. The harsh sunlight shone down on the space. Jiyu's gloved hand was covered in a sticky black liquid. Behind him, a goblin's body lay unconscious on the ground. As Jiyu walked, he recalled Hyung-chun's words. If I ever need your help, could you help me out just once? Jiyu pursed his lips and thought to himself, Senior Huang doesn't underestimate the value of the items he creates, because he takes great pride in his products. He walked slowly, step by step. The request will probably be difficult. At that very moment, a low voice suddenly came from behind Jiyu. Are you their master? At his word, he quickly turned his head to look around. However, there was nothing unusual. Jiyu called out skeptically. Did you hear that? She asked, puzzled. What are you talking about, my lord? He opened his mouth and mumbled. I think I just heard someone talking about a master or something. The strange sound continued to echo. You who call yourself their master. Call my name. Jiyu repeated. Did you hear it this time? El didn't know what it was either. Could it be Ru waking up? He shook his head in disagreement. The voice is very different. It's telling me to call its name. Then, just at that moment, Jiyu suddenly remembered something. Could it be Brand? As soon as he finished speaking, a shining sphere that looked like a mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. Jiyu looked up at it, bewildered. For some reason, this feels quite familiar. The light from the strange object shone on his face, revealing every expression. What now? The image of Jiyu falling into the sea of water once again appeared in his mind. Jiyu's face contorted, his eyes wide with terror. He hunched over, clutching his jacket, and screamed unconsciously. As soon as he finished, the entire area returned to a quiet atmosphere. Only the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. The strange sphere still floated in the air. A few minutes later, Jiyu slowly and cautiously opened his eyes to observe. However, at this moment, absolutely nothing was happening. He was confused as he heard the system's voice. Brand's form has not yet been determined. Please determine a form for Brand. El asked worriedly. My lord, what's wrong? Jiyu replied hesitantly. It's nothing. The system's reminder sounded. Brand's form has not been determined. Please determine a form for Brand. At this, Jiyu's face showed hesitation. He mumbled to himself. This is a bit different from Ru's time. Do you know what I should do? El slowly instructed. Place your hand on the sphere and imagine the form you desire. He slowly stepped forward but still felt uncertain. Will this really work? At this, Jiyu gently placed his hand on the sphere above. He pursed his lips tightly and imagined what he wanted. Just then, Jiyu slowly closed his eyes. In his heart, he began to share his thoughts. Brand, we've only been together for a short time. Jiyu recalled old moments. But you saved me time and time again until you died. I only hope you can continue to protect me as before. At that time, Brand had shielded and saved Jiyu from a fatal blow. He thought to himself, I want you to be by my side and protect me. As soon as he finished speaking, the floating sphere suddenly shot out a strange stream of gas. Brilliant blue lightning bolts quickly snaked out from within. To Jiyu's astonishment, they shot straight toward his chest, forming a radiant sphere of light. The air was so quiet that the crackling sound of sparks could be heard. Jiyu mumbled in astonishment, This is... Then he embraced the source of light and was made to laugh by his own thoughts. What is this? Iron Man's arc reactor? However, just a moment later, a joyful voice came from nowhere. My lord, I am so glad we can be together again, my lord. Hearing this, Jiyu still didn't understand what was happening. Together again? He bowed his head and slowly whispered to himself. Could it be? Brand. The system appeared with a notification. Brand, the ego that inherited memories. Jiyu repeated skeptically. The ego that inherited memories? Is this really the Brand I know? Brand hastily replied. Yes. I am the Brand you know. It exclaimed enthusiastically. I am so glad to see you again, my lord. Jiyu's forehead was covered in sweat as he followed along. I'm glad too, Brand. In his heart, Jiyu felt it was extremely strange. This is quite different from the image I had of Brand. I imagined it as a silent knight protecting me. Its voice sounds quite childish. Just then, Jiyu requested, merge. At his word, a stream of light appeared and enveloped his body. El politely greeted. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am El. Brand replied with delight. I remember you. I'm very happy to. Jiyu's face was contemplative as he stared at the system window, thinking to himself, asterisk, it's a merge, not an accessory. So this is the result of applying my wish, asterisk. Speculations constantly arose in his mind. Asterisk, it inherited memories from that name. And it also has the reflect skill that the original brand had. Asterisk, brand, rank E, gate ego. Strength 30, agility 30, stamina 30, magic power 30. Skills, merge, reflect, absorb, dominate, open, close. Ego that inherited memories. He thought, the new skills are probably its abilities as a gate. At this, Jiyu couldn't help but praise. You're very impressive, Brand. Brand laughed excitedly. Did I do well? At this, he raised his voice and asked, all right then, shall we try it out a bit? A week had already passed. Jiyu was still training. Asterisk, it took me a week to climb the tower, while focusing on understanding the states of each ego, including Brand. First, the new skills, open and close. They have the ability to open and close a gate. Asterisk. A monster from inside the gate charged out. He thought to himself, asterisk, even though this is my skill, I still can't actually enter it. And the monsters inside don't listen to my commands either. Asterisk, at that moment, the monster raised its weapon, preparing to swing it forward forcefully. However, before it could do anything, Jiyu had already used his sword to knock it aside forcefully. A blinding light immediately shot out. He looked at the monster, now in pieces, with satisfaction. Asterisk, but this skill is really useful. Because I have the ability to create a gate breach if I wanna. Asterisk. Jiyu couldn't help but wonder. If I can completely control this ability. He shouted, close. Then he thought to himself, then the power I have will surpass that of a single person. The scene changes. Asterisk next are absorb and dominate. They are skills related to Branda's growth. Asterisk. The system displayed an information window. Absorb. Brand can grow by absorbing other gates. Dominate. Brand can absorb a lower-ranked gate and dominate it. Jiyu began to have an inkling. Reading the description, I can get a general idea. Brand hastily reminded him. It only works on gates you already own, my lord. This made him contemplate. But it seems this skill also has its limits. At that very moment, a shadow suddenly covered his face. Jiyu calmly opened his mouth. I want to try it right away, but maybe I should save it for later. First, in front of him was a giant bear, growling like thunder. Its eyes glowed with a primal power that momentarily froze the air. His low voice rang out. I need to take care of this guy first. This monster was the guardian of the 28th floor, the Great Bear Golem. Its enormous size was a complete contrast to Jiyu's small body. He couldn't help but exclaim, I've only been hunting weak monsters for a whole week. At this, the Great Bear immediately swung its powerful arm toward Jiyu. He confidently said, as if encouraging himself, so I should at least have a challenge once in a while, right? As soon as he noticed the Great Bear's razor-sharp claws were just an inch from his body, Jiyu immediately shouted the command, Enhance Stamina. A moment later, a violent explosion erupted from that position, shaking the entire space. A cloud of dust rolled up as if something had just collided with destructive force. Jiyu planted his feet firmly on the trembling ground. Grains of sand flew about in the air. At that moment, he gripped L and Ru tightly to block the Great Bear's giant hand. Then Jiyu raised his head and smiled confidently. This is enough for a warm-up. At his word, he immediately spun around and unleashed a brutal slash. The gleam of the sword tore through the air, heading straight for the Great Bear's arm, leaving it unable to resist. Immediately after taking this blow, its hand quickly began to tremble violently. A black liquid started to flow from the wound. By now, the Great Bear had gone mad. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and roared, a sound like thunder tearing through the sky. This expression on the monster's face immediately made Jiyu smirk with amusement. The Great Bear punched the ground with the speed of light. The punch carried all its weight and fury, causing the ground to explode, but Jiyu had already jumped away in time. Then he dashed to the side, continuously slashing at its giant body with his sword. Red and gold lightning flashed around the Great Bear's body like swirling energy rings, binding it. Below, a cloud of dust continued to rise. At that moment, it madly continued to raise its claws, preparing to grab Jiyu. However, not giving the Great Bear the chance, he quickly activated Brand. A fierce blue light pierced through its chest. Jiyu shouted, "Reflect!" Finally, the ground beneath the Great Bear suddenly erupted violently, swirling into powerful whirlpools that dragged along heaps of white foam across the water's surface. The Great Bear lay sprawled on the green grass. Plumes of white smoke from the fierce battle rose into the air. Jiyu slowly approached and remarked, "The Guardians are pretty tough. But once you get used to this size, fighting is easier." He gripped Rue tightly and raised his hand high. This enhanced reflect skill is also very effective. Brand proudly asked, "Did I do well?" Jiyu smiled and praised, "Of course. I'll feed you soon, Brand." At his word, he swung his sword forcefully at the Great Bear's body in front of him. The system quickly displayed a notification. Rue is absorbing the Great Bear Golem's blood. After finishing, Jiyu picked up a green stone. So only one green crystal dropped? It's a shame no equipment dropped. He mumbled skeptically to himself. Its identity is also quite something. I wonder if the association can handle this if I report it at the base. However, Jiyu still turned his head and called to the gate. But I still need to keep my promise. He decisively threw the green crystal straight inside. I learned one thing about Branda's ability last week. The system's mechanical voice sounded. The gate has received a skill. The monsters inside the gate have been strengthened. Jiyu gradually understood the issue. So it can grow a lot and absorb crystals. Finally, he gave an order to the gate. Jiyu thought to himself, I've learned about Branda's abilities, and I've also gotten used to my combination of enhanced stamina and acceleration skills. He continued to think about the two swords. Asterisk, although Rue hasn't woken up yet, its power is still being preserved. And L is still leveling up steadily. Asterisk. In the end, Jiyu was still hesitant. Should I go straight to the 30th floor? I'll decide after I reach the 29th floor. The scene changes to the 29th floor. A group of tall people were questioning angrily. You red players. Don't you know who we are? The red players replied contemptuously. So what? We're pretty confident in our reputation too. Hearing this, the leader immediately became angry. He shouted loudly, show these criminals what our guild is made of. Everyone attack. Back to Jiyu. Just then, he looked up, bewildered. Asterisk, I hear fighting. Are players fighting each other? Asterisk. L urged him curiously. You should go check it out, my lord. However, Jiyu refused immediately. You shouldn't just go checking on things like that. Just then, the leader of the red players stepped forward and slashed at his opponent's arm. He clutched his wound in pain, groaning continuously. By now, blood had started to seep through his sleeve. He trembled and growled. You bastards. You dare to lay a hand on us, the Tree Guild. The man from the red players sneered and dismissed it. Tree Guild this, Tree Guild that. Get over it. I'm not interested in small fry like you. Bring your guild master here. You're nothing but hostages. However, before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow was rushing toward him at the speed of light. I'll lure that Suho here and then. Jiyu leaped up from below to the 29th floor and slammed his head into the ground. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, mixed with the howling wind, creating a chaotic and deafening scene. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for every enemy to hear each word clearly. What did you just say you were going to do? At that moment, Jiyu's heart was beating so fast it felt like it would burst out of his chest. The blood vessels in his body tensed as if they were about to explode, trembling with the uncontrollable, rapid rhythm of his heart. Jiyu rushed forward and brutally slammed his opponent's head into the ground, sending dust and sand flying. The bones in his body began to make painful cracking sounds. Jiyu's eyes were as sharp as blades, fixed on his opponent. He gritted his teeth, expressing the resentment in his heart. He remembered the feeling when he met the captain of the Browser team. This is just like back then. Jiyu gripped his hair tightly and tried to calm himself down. Calm down. He remembered that day. I've seen this face before. Then Jiyu glanced at his teammates, confused. Why is the Ambush Guild picking a fight with the Tree Guild? Just then, one of them shouted hastily, don't just stand there. He urged his teammates to charge forward and attack. He's all alone. Jiyu continued to reassure himself. I have to stay calm. However, at that very moment, the Ambush Guild charged forward again, surrounding him. Get him! They rushed in. But just then, Jiyu stood up and dashed in all directions. A source of light began to shoot out randomly from the two swords. A different aura emanated from his entire body. Asterisk the first time I killed someone, I didn't hesitate to swing my sword. Asterisk. Thinking of this, Jiyu couldn't help but smirk with amusement. Asterisk I can feel the fresh cut through the blade, and my heart is trembling constantly. Asterisk his feet moved swiftly, leaving a trail of blurs in the air. The ground beneath his feet burst open in chaos, as if torn apart by a whirlwind sweeping across the land. The members of the ambush guild were caught off guard and took every one of Jiyu's slashes. The surrounding atmosphere immediately became frantic. Red blood spread, accompanied by a nauseatingly metallic smell. Elle called out, "My lord." Her body also began to be splattered with drops of blood. "My lord." However, Jiyu didn't seem to hear and only focused on the battle. He flew up with the speed of light, wiping out all the enemies. A moment later, Jiyu's eyes suddenly widened. Elle's calls grew louder and louder. "My lord." The clear blue sky and the gentle, floating clouds. After the battle ended, when the cheers from below rang out, "I am the mid-level commander of the Tree Guild, Bong Gudu. Thank you." Again, Gudu continued joyfully. "I can't believe you're Kim Jiyu. I've heard the guild master talk a lot about you." He asked in return, "From Suho?" Gudu nodded and replied, "He said he hopes you'll join our guild." However, a strange thought appeared in Gudu's mind. Asterisk, but he's very different from what I've heard. He said he has a weak heart, so he was very worried about him. Asterisk Gudu remembered the terrifying moment just now. But he can swing his sword without any hesitation, and that strength can be compared to the guild masters. Just then, Jiyu tactfully changed the subject. "Anyway, what happened between you all and the ambush guild? It seems they were targeting Suho." Gudu hesitated and opened his mouth. "I'm not sure. The guild master isn't someone who would go around making enemies. The members of the ambush guild were tied up tightly." He continued to add, "I guess we'll find out after we interrogate them. Red players will be killed anyway. We'll consider whether to torture them depending on the case." Gudu rambled on. "Even if the association allows it, this is something we're not very fond of." Jiyu heard that word and mumbled to himself. "Torture, huh?" A few minutes later, after separating from the group, he stood in a bush, tilting his head and looking around. Jiyu mumbled to himself, "When I joined the Guardian subjugation team." He recalled, "The way I couldn't control my emotions back then was strange. I thought it was trauma from being tortured." Jiyu stared at his hand, unable to shake his suspicion. "Because I also have issues with pressure. But when he talked about torture, I didn't feel anything." Jiyu frowned and asked himself, "Is it because they're criminals? I didn't have any trauma to begin with." Then he speculated, "In that case." Questions arose in Jiyu's mind. Why couldn't I control myself back then? Thinking of this, he immediately dismissed it. No, that's not important. More than anything, Jiyu couldn't believe what he had done. Back then, why did I think that killing people was fun? At that moment, Elle hesitated and spoke up. "My lord." He replied, "I'm sorry, Brand. I've made you all worry for nothing." Then Jiyu decided to turn back to the noisy crowd and reassured them, "You don't need to worry too much about this. I have my own plans." In his heart, he silently remembered someone. The Demon King, Jiyu speculated. She must have done something to me. Just then, Gudu saw his figure and quickly stood up. "Player Kim Jiyu, you're back," he said shyly. "Oh God, I'm sorry you had to see that." Jiyu nodded, indicating it was fine. "I understand. It was the situation." Then he quickly asked, "Have you found out anything yet?" Gudu glanced at the crowd behind him. "Not much, except that they were following orders from their superiors." Jiyu replied softly, "I see." He frowned and continued, "It seems they are the lowest ranking members, because they don't know anything and their skills are below average." Gudu was so nervous he was sweating. It seems so. In his heart, he thought to himself, "It's probably because you're too strong." Gudu continued to report, "We'll start heading down from here. Although it would be great if we could contact the guild master and he could meet you too, there are many things we have to take care of." However, at that very moment, Jiyu suddenly stopped. "Wait." He turned his head skeptically to look around. "I feel something." In the distance, many slow footsteps could be heard approaching. One by one, they all headed in one direction in front of them. On their chests was the familiar logo of the Ambush Guild. Of course, Gudu also recognized this. He mumbled in terror, "The Ambush Guild." All of them formed a circle, surrounding Jiu's group in the middle. Why are there so many? He secretly doubted. It looks like there are more than 100 players. Did the whole guild come? Do they care about their comrades that much? At that moment, he glanced at the person next to him with a not-so-happy look. Gudu, Jiu thought to himself. This is very dangerous. But why am I? He questioned him in a serious tone. Did you send anyone to contact the association or the guild? Gudu turned his head and replied, I sent someone to report the incident, but I didn't ask for help. Jiu felt his body become strange. Why am I? Finally, he immediately turned his back. I'll create a path. Prepare a messenger. Everyone. Jiu's eyes lit up like a burning flame. Enhance. He asked himself, am I excited by the thought of an upcoming fight? His face quickly darkened, leaving the members of the Ambush Guild confused. Then, just as they were about to advance and grab him, Jiu disappeared, leaving only strange lightning bolts shooting through the air. Just then, Jiu had already climbed up the coconut tree behind them, causing the Ambush Guild members to shout and ask each other, what the hell? What's going on? However, while they were still looking around in panic, he had already jumped down. Damn it! Where is he? Intense streams of light shot out from Jiu's body like spears of light, tearing through the surrounding space, brilliant and powerful. Immediately, he used his two swords to slash repeatedly, causing the crowd to become chaotic. They screamed incessantly, die. He's alone. At that moment, Gudu couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Right after, he ordered his teammates to advance and fight. Let's go too. Support player Jiu. His attacks filled the air with the metallic stench of blood. Jiu thought to himself, it's not much different from killing monsters. Guilt, pressure. I don't feel anything. Thinking of this, he smirked. However, before he could finish his thought, a fire suddenly erupted from nowhere, burning fiercely and engulfing the entire surrounding space. Everyone stood watching the mountainous forest area burn, with black smoke curling up suffocatingly, utterly stunned. No one dared to look away from the chaos before them. The fire, like a living vortex from hell, roared madly through the mountains and forests, sweeping away everything in its path. It blazed so large that even the enthusiastic Jiu had to plant his feet and retreat several feet. Just then, from the middle of the fire, someone's amused laughter suddenly rang out. He stood up straight, staring at Jiu, and challenged, You managed to dodge that? This item is quite expensive. I stole it from someone else. Gudu immediately recognized this person. He stammered in fear. The guild master of the Ambush Guild. And it was none other than the fallen ranker, the murderer, Choi Min-suk. At that moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, You smell like one of us. His eyes were empty, like a soulless person. His gaze was lost amidst the sea of fire and rising smoke. Min-suk stepped forward, his low voice echoing like a snake's hiss in the ear. Want a position? Want to join the Ambush Guild? Speaking of the daily criminals in the tower, they are called red players. Basically, applying laws inside the tower is impossible, and the only thing the association can do is control the gates, which are also the entrances to the tower, and prevent their numbers from increasing. It's no secret that a red player was once a ranker. Wanted, Guild Master of Smart, Choi Min-suk. Jiu thought to himself with a serious face. The fact that he willingly gave up all the luxury and status of a ranker to trade for a life of crime shows that he is a murderous psychopath. At that moment, Min-suk smirked and shrugged. So? Interested? He nonchalantly invited. I can guess. You're the same type of person as us. I guarantee joining our side will be much more fun. Jiu remembered his previous feeling. The same type of person as them. However, he immediately dismissed that thought and cursed. Shut up, you criminal. Don't treat me like the same kind of scum as you. This immediately angered one of the men in the group. He gritted his teeth, about to charge forward. This arrogant brat. How dare you speak like that? In front of? However, before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly burst into intense flames. The crackling sound of explosions echoed like the roar of a monster, accompanied by ash and dust swirling in the wind. Jiyu was completely unprepared for this and gaped in astonishment. Minsuk's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at him. How dare you interrupt when I'm talking? Just then, he pointed his burning sword straight at his opponent. His head was engulfed in red-hot flames. You want to die, don't you? Finally, unable to bear the heat, he collapsed to the ground in an instant. A teammate called out, trembling, Vice Guild Master. Just then, Minsuk gently blew on his sword. Sorry about that. These guys are pretty rough since we weren't taught very well. He tilted his head to the side and explained. Anyway, let's continue. As you can see, we're now short of Vice Guild Master. He decisively pointed his sharp sword at Jiyu, his voice both inviting and coercive. I'll give you that position. Join my guild. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere between them immediately became strangely silent. Jiyu frowned and said in a serious tone, Let me ask you something. Why are you targeting the Tree Guild? This attitude immediately displeased him. Not answering and asking more questions? Well, I guess there's no reason not to answer. Minsuk's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and complained, We're going to get out of this tower. I'm tired of being stuck here. Then Minsuk pointed the tip of his knife straight at Gudu. So we need to have a talk with your guild master over there. Gudu questioned him back, confused. Getting out of the tower? What does that have to do with our guild? He probed. Are you planning to use us as hostages? Hearing this, Minsuk didn't bother to say any more and just smirked faintly. At that moment, Jiyu's face gradually became impatient. How do you know about that? That thing is Suho's secret, his second unique attribute. Minsuk feigned surprise and said, Oh, you know too. Then he smirked sinisterly. You're interesting. At that moment, Jiyu couldn't take it anymore. He quickly flew up and shouted, Shut up. Jiyu, like a madman, commanded, Answer me now. However, as soon as he saw his eyes, he immediately became excited. Those eyes. Minsuk's hand gripped the rising flames. The brilliant red sparks passed through the gaps between his fingers like burning threads and wrapped around his flesh. He didn't hesitate to charge forward and strike Jiyu directly. I told you, you're the same kind of person as us. At that moment, a burn mark appeared on his face, smoking. Jiyu thought nervously, he's already using dual blades. The air quickly became hotter than ever. The sound of weapons clashing, shouts, and footsteps on the burning, dry ground merged into a chaotic symphony. Minsuk's eyes lit up with oppression. He opened his mouth as if warning. But there still has to be a hierarchy. As soon as he finished, he swung his sword forward, creating a giant flame that spread like a whirlwind, burning everything in its path. The members of the ambush guild were also stunned by this heat. Jiyu hastily planted his feet on the ground, trying to stand firm. He thought incessantly, I've only skirmished with him a little. It doesn't even count as a fight, He gritted his teeth, tense in the current situation. But I feel very different from past battles. I've met dozens of high-level people like him, but this guy, he's basically a master at hunting people. Just then, Minsuk was so excited he burst out laughing. He charged forward, relentlessly slashing at his opponent. The sound of metal clashing and screeching was extremely ear-piercing. Minsuk teased, You think I'll let you rest? He thought to himself, I'm a little slower than him. The continuous attacks made Jiyu a bit panicked. Even though I'm stronger than before because I'm using force, he's just as strong as me. And enhance is on cooldown. At that moment, El suddenly spoke up to remind him. My lord, to your left. Sure enough, Minsuk had taken advantage of his inattention to kick him straight in the side. Jiyu winced in pain, his whole body feeling like it was about to shatter. His body slid across the ground, dragging a trail of burning flames behind it. Jiyu slammed his two swords into the ground, trying to stand firm. He wondered, confused. He suddenly got a lot faster. Is it a skill? El immediately refuted. No, my lord. She hastily explained. His movements haven't changed at all. He speculated doubtfully. So that means. Minsuk calmly spun the sword in his hand with great skill. He sneered. Looks like it's working, huh? It seems you were scared by my fire ability, but this isn't the full power of this fire. Then Minsuk opened his mouth to provoke. It accumulates damage on the enemy you're fighting. That means the winner was decided the moment the battle was prolonged. He growled, repeating as if forcing him, You can't beat me. If you surrender, I'll at least let you into the guild. Jiyu mumbled to himself. Accumulates damage. He gathered all his strength and shouted angrily. You should have said that sooner. At his word, Jiyu seemed to go berserk and charged straight at his opponent. Enhance. Minsuk was also surprised by this attitude. This guy still has a trump card hidden? The flames erupted fiercely, swirling into a red vortex that consumed the surrounding space. The sparks shot high into the sky, burning everything in their path. Minsuk raised his hand and shouted, "Then I'll also use my full firepower." Endless fire. However, in this situation, Jiyu didn't flinch and continued to charge forward. His whole body was drenched in sweat. The heat is incredible. Thanks to that, I can finish him. As soon as he saw Jiyu's figure, Minsuk's face immediately showed astonishment. He stubbornly swung his sword, striking his opponent's blade. It accumulates damage on the enemy you're fighting. The air glowed red. From within Jiyu's body, a strange green color suddenly spread. Counter. The system announced, Brand has reflected the accumulated damage onto the opponent. The blinding light made Minsuk unable to comprehend what was happening. What? The vortex of fire swirled higher and more fiercely. It sent up columns of thick, hot steam that blurred the sky, burning the space and making it suffocating and chaotic to the extreme. At that moment, a strange and powerful column of light suddenly shot out from within, causing the ground to tremble. The members of the ambush guild looked around in shock. What was that? A body plunged headfirst forward. The speed was so fierce that the ground beneath it cracked with each step. Chunks of earth and rock flew up as if torn apart by an uncontrollable force. A moment later, Minsuk was completely unconscious on the ground. His eyes were rolled back, white, having lost their earlier power. Jiyu gripped Ru tightly in his hand and looked straight at his body. He sneered, "Revealing your own weakness? What's wrong? Are you new to this?" In the quiet space, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Activating collection. Finally, a faint pink light emanated from Minsuk's body. Absorbed player Choi Minsuk. Absorption successful. Jiyu looked at Ru, which was emitting sparks, and wondered, it works on people too? And what are the conditions to activate it? Just then, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. I don't think my legs can take it anymore. As expected of a ranker, things could have been much worse. Jiyu continued to think to himself, but I can't let them see me weak. Because there are still members of the Smart Guild here. But their guild master is dead. Maybe they'll surrender. However, at that very moment, the ground behind him began to shake violently. Jiyu glanced skeptically. The members of the ambush guild whispered continuously, "The guild master is dead." The guild master was killed by him. Their words were filled with extreme rage. The vice guild master is also dead. At that moment, Jiyu slowly turned his head. The members of the ambush guild mumbled to each other, "If we can kill that bastard." But where's the leader's body? Elle hastily reminded him. "My lord, run." She called out urgently and fearfully, "My lord." But Jiyu lingered. "It's not because of us. It's probably because of some skill." He recalled a past moment. That skill is counter. But that doesn't mean I didn't take any damage. If I want to reflect damage, I have to take it first. Just like what happened in the Harian Labyrinth. The damage I take will be greater because of that counter move. Thinking of this, Jiyu gritted his teeth in frustration. My whole body is aching. If only I could rest for about 10 minutes. A few minutes would be more than enough. Seeing this expression, the ambush guild suddenly became timid and slowly retreated. His eyes lit up with a fiery glow, like two burning will-o'-the-wisps. The man with the scar on his face pursed his lips and thought to himself, I understand why the guild master liked him. In front of him was a faint smoke rising from his opponent's body. He wondered, confused. A player who isn't a red player can be this terrifying? Who is this brat? However, at that moment, the man with the scar still smirked faintly. He confidently thought, well, it doesn't matter. We have the numbers. It doesn't matter how many of them die, as long as I'm the one who deals the finishing blow. Thinking of this, all of them charged forward madly. The flames burning brightly around their swords carried an overwhelming heat. The ambush team shouted to each other, "It's over. Let's take him down together." Just like a normal hunt. At that moment, Jiyu silently assessed the situation. But just then, his entire face suddenly froze. Then Jiyu calmly smirked. Too late. At his word, a raging snowstorm swept in, blowing the ground apart and whipping into the air like thousands of ice blades. They quickly froze all the members of the ambush guild, leaving them unable to move. Just then, Jiyu let out a sigh of relief. He smiled at his opponent and said joyfully, "You're here." Suho stood on a block of ice and calmly called out, "Jiyu." He also smirked and replied gently, "Long time no see." A moment later, the mountain forest returned to its warm atmosphere. A terrified scream rang out. Gudu shouted in astonishment, "Guild Master." The young man opposite him was no less surprised. "Suho." Suho turned his head and teased them. "I'd love to chat a bit, but we have to prioritize what's necessary first." At that moment, he shouted, causing the ice storm to blow even stronger. "Ice rain," they exclaimed in panic. "This wind." The ice block under Suho's feet grew taller. She mumbled, "Let's see." Then Suho pointed at the people behind him. "There are still a few left, huh?" Finally, Suho swung his sword, creating a path of cold ice, and instructed, "Wait 3 minutes." He quickly jumped into the air. "We'll talk later." At his word, the cold air shot forward, creating a deafening explosion. Suho gracefully glided through the crowd with the speed of light, leaving them no time to react. Then he used his sword to slash them repeatedly, immediately filling the space with the metallic smell of blood. The path of the ice sword tore through the air, cold and sharp to the bone. The surrounding scenery was filled with a dazzling red color. Jiyu watched his technique and thought to himself, as expected of Suho. He stood in a corner, resting and drinking water. He felt a sense of admiration. He's still, even stronger than before. Jiyu fell silent for a moment. But now, his eyes gradually became sharp and confident. "The distance between us isn't that far anymore, my friend." Just then, Jiyu raised his hand to wipe the water from the corner of his mouth. Expensive potions really are the best. The ice shards slammed into the ground, creating a resounding and chilling sound. The members of the ambush guild were caught off guard by these attacks. While they were screaming, Suho had already slipped away and hidden behind a layer of ice. "What the hell is this?" He smirked with amusement. Then the two of them cooperated seamlessly. Suho shouted, "I take that back. 1 minute is more than enough." A moment later, all the members of the ambush guild were tied up tightly. Just then, Suho slowly approached Jiyu. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You've changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you." Suddenly, Suho asked curiously, "By the way, what's wrong with your eye?" Jiyu was surprised. "What's wrong with my eye?" Suho asked back, "You don't know? Your left eye is purple." This immediately made him skeptical. "I felt a little hot, but how did it change color?" Jiyu remembered Seo Young's actions and had a vague idea. "Maybe it's," he explained, flustered. "This is probably because of a skill." Suho slowly sat down and cleared his throat. "I see," he continued. "It seems you haven't just changed your appearance, huh? I heard you got stronger, but I didn't expect you to get this much stronger." Suho's steady voice sounded. "Even after Songpil told me, I still couldn't believe it. But to think the masked ranker was you." Just then, Jiyu tilted his head and replied, "Songpil said that? How did he know it was me? Right? Songpil is your cousin. I introduced him to you, didn't I? He said he knew it was you the moment he saw you. But it's really troublesome." Jiyu suddenly sighed. "At least I'm wearing a mask, so it's a bit better." Jiyu raised his voice and continued, "I admire you. I don't know how you can handle being so famous." This immediately made Suho laugh. He replied comfortably, "Well, our personalities are different, I guess." In front of them, their comrades were treating Gudu's wounds. Jiyu suddenly remembered. "By the way, are there still reporters at the association? It should be better by now, right?" Suho shook his head. "They've moved on to another topic for a while now." By now, Jiyu's left eye had turned purple. He asked again, "Another topic?" Suho calmly said, "How long have you been out? You should at least check the news at the checkpoints." He explained in a serious tone, "The president of the association has revealed his identity to the press." Jiyu mumbled to himself, "The president?" He began to feel skeptical. At this time, did he do that because of me? Finally, Jiu had no choice but to close his eyes and accept it. Maybe I shouldn't see this as a favor. At that moment, Suho spoke up. It's great to see you again. I wanted to invite you for a drink, but… Suho stood up regretfully, not forgetting to dust off his pants. It seems a bit difficult. Jiu calmly reassured him. This is a big deal. You'll be a bit busy. Suho hummed in agreement. But a cup of coffee is still possible. I don't want to say goodbye like this either. Then he suddenly held up a brightly shining ring with a hidden meaning. We have a lot to talk about. Jiu asked curiously. Suho, you're a mercenary too? He slowly explained. There are many of us. I'm sure people recognized you because of that ring. Then Suho reminded him. Be careful. Just because we're all mercenaries doesn't mean we'll protect each other. He warned seriously. So whether it's with skills or items, everyone hides their rings in their own way. Jiu looked at his gauntlets and replied. I'm also taking precautions against that. Just then, he suddenly asked. Suho, I have something to ask you. Jiu tilted his head and looked straight into his opponent's eyes. What's your nickname? Hearing this, Suho's lips moved, but no words came out. Finally, he shyly turned away to avoid it. Jiu calmly replied, It's better than mine. He hesitated and said, Mine is a great mace. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere became strangely quiet, making Jiu clear his throat. Then he slowly stood up. About the reason the ambush guild attacked your guild. How did that get leaked? The two of them faced each other. Jiu continued, Sugu's second unique ability. He pursed his lips and stared at his opponent. Sugu didn't avoid his gaze and looked straight into Jiu's eyes. Finally, a spatial gate appeared. Gate creation. All the theories were correct. The ability to create a gate, whether inside or outside the tower, is a unique ability that could shake the entire world. Jiu nervously mumbled to himself, so he's been trying his best to hide it. At this time, he ventured a probing question. So how did the ambush guild find out? Even the members of the tree guild didn't seem to know. Now Sugu bowed his head, looked at his watch for a moment, and then opened his mouth. It's a long story. It seems they're done. Let's go down and talk. This immediately made Jiu curious. You're the guild master. Don't you have to debrief with them first? Sugu smiled playfully. Talking to important people has to be a priority. It's also part of the job. Besides, everyone is handling it well. At this point, Jiu turned his back and instructed. Is that so? Then I'll choose the location. I know a coffee shop. He immediately nodded. Whatever. Scene changed to the director's office. At this time, Taesik looked at the two of them with a confused expression. This place looks a lot like a coffee shop. Jiu calmly replied. Well, this is the only place where we can talk privately for free. Sugu said cheerfully, Hello. Taesik nodded. Long time no see, Sugu. Then he raised his voice and questioned. What do you mean, for free? If you keep thinking like that, I'll start charging you. Just then, Taesik suddenly realized something. What's with your eye color? Jiu, flustered, rubbed his face. It's just because of a skill. In his heart, he couldn't help but worry. How long will it be like this? Of course, that explanation didn't lessen his suspicion. However, Taesik still didn't make things difficult for him. He quickly changed the subject. Okay then, I heard you guys just wiped out the entire ambush guild. Taesik's voice carried a hint of tension. And you came straight here, which means you have something to ask, right? Jiu raised an eyebrow. Not really. Hearing this, he immediately became surprised. You two really just came here to avoid the noise? As soon as he finished, both young men burst out laughing, leaving Taesik helpless. So funny. A little later, he continued to ask, Did the ambush guild know about your gate creation skill? Sugu at this point confided. A few months ago, I was forced to use it in front of a few guild members. But unfortunately, one of them was captured by the ambush guild. He frowned and slowly opened his mouth. Because they are extremely desperate for information about the outside world, they used every trick to get them to talk. Taesik raised his cup and couldn't help but complain. What a hassle. So what happened to those members? The darkness gradually obscured Sugu's face. He lowered his eyes and explained. Since none of the ambush guild members we captured knew about them, the probability that they are still alive. At this point, Taesik took a sip of coffee without replying. Sugu hurriedly asked, Will a team be formed to eliminate the rest of them? Taesik replied gently, We'll take care of them as soon as they're willing to talk. Hearing this, he became serious, his voice full of determination. We, the Tree Guild, will also participate. I need to know if the captured members are still alive, and I have to ensure no more information is leaked. It was already late afternoon. The sun was gradually setting, leaving a brilliant orange sky. Finally, Sugu said his goodbyes. I'm leaving now. I still have a lot of work to do. Taesik gently nodded. All right. Good luck. The two of them walked him to the gate. At this time, Taesik mumbled regretfully. That kid. He keeps pretending he's fine. Joe also silently agreed with him. He looks like that, but he's probably a mess inside. Taesik always knew one thing. Because Sugu sees his members as family. At this point, he hesitated and turned his head to ask, Are you okay? Gio replied naturally. I used a few potions and got treated by someone, so I'm fine. Taesik immediately shook his head and explained, No, I mean mentally. This is the first time you've killed someone, right? He hummed in agreement. About that, Joe glanced to the side and began to explain. It's complicated to say it's the first time, because I was determined to kill Roger Sam before. Then he bowed his head, his eyes fixed on his hand. My enemies all deserve to die, and I have no reason to feel guilty. I feel fine now too. At this point, Joe clenched his fist, his voice gradually becoming hazy. The problem is, when I kill people, I feel excited. This made Taesik silent. He pursed his lips and turned his head away, his eyes full of complex emotions. Finally, Taesik continuously patted Joe's head, which confused him. He smiled reassuringly. It doesn't really matter. To some extent, this profession has many people who look normal but are dark inside. In the end, Taesik concluded one thing. What really matters is whether you can control it or not. At this time, Joe closed his eyes regretfully and thought, Can I control it? The next morning, the sound of leaves rustling gently in the wind. On the 29th floor. On the surface of the leaves was a thin layer of frost. Joe bowed his head and marveled. Still frosty? He broke it off and mumbled, That's Sugu for you. I wonder what level he is. Joe continued to turn his head back and thought, Come to think of it. He killed countless people here yesterday. I still can't believe it. In front of him was a patch of ground that had sunk down. Actually, I'm not shocked anymore, but I'm more surprised that I wasn't like that. Gio vaguely raised his hand to touch his eyelid. And this I won't change back to its normal color. Have I completely changed? Or have I always been like this? Then Taesik's words echoed in his head. What really matters is whether you can control it or not. Finally, Gio stood before a giant door that radiated a powerful energy. His voice was full of determination. Let's go. To the 30th floor. At this point, Gio couldn't help but remember. I've been through the test floor 3 times, and the system announced. First test, successfully hunt a goat. Then from the 5th floor to the 10th and the 20th. Second test, successfully hunt an orc. Third test, successfully hunt a minotaur. I was given simple tasks with the message. Difficulty has been significantly reduced. Thinking this, Gio's hands immediately began to tremble. It's always been like this. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, as if something was draining his strength from within. Gio bowed his head and panted. My hands are shaking. At this time, he felt a sense of doubt. Is my body warning me? Then a thought flashed through his mind. Never ignore a player's intuition, Gio thought, confused. Is Rue still silent? I wish it could talk to me at times like this. And things are even worse now that my senses have been enhanced after drinking the elixir. He suddenly remembered someone's back. At this point, Gio took a deep breath and exhaled, as if releasing all his tension. His eyes quickly became sharp. Why hesitate? Let's go. Elle encouraged. I will go with you anywhere, Master. Brandherd also shouted excitedly. Me too. Master is the best. As soon as he finished, Gio cautiously pushed the door and entered. His face was full of tension. The last test only upgraded my skills, but who knows? This time, both the test and the reward might be different. As soon as he entered, the mechanical sound of the system echoed. You have entered the 4th test room. You are qualified. You are worthy of participating in a special test. Before Gio was a scene covered in hazy dust. The sand was so soft that it left deep footprints. He frowned, covered his eyes, and guessed. It said it's special, so it's probably different. I guess I have to go into that castle. Elle called out, Master. However, before she could say anything, Gio interrupted. I know. At this point, as he was walking, the ground suddenly shook violently. A scorpion's stinger shot forward. Following that, its sharp pincers moved continuously. They were giant scorpions surrounding him in a circle, trapping Gio from all sides. At this time, he was already prepared for battle. In his hands were Elle and Rue, emitting brilliant sparks of electricity. Giant scorpions. As expected. As soon as he finished, Gio quickly shouted an order, making the ground crack. Enhance. His face showed a dazed expression, not believing his eyes. Gio's whole body stumbled forward. He thought, I lost my balance because of the sand. As soon as he finished, a dazzling light suddenly exploded, tearing through the space with the fierce roar of an invisible shockwave. Force. The sharp tip of Gio's sword struck the scorpion's pincer head-on, causing it to crack into pieces. He used his foot to press it down, causing both of the scorpion's claws to tremble. Right after that attack, the scorpion collapsed with a thud. Its weight made the ground shake with each beat. At this, Gio gritted his teeth and raised his hand behind his head, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The two beams of light from Rue and Elle crossed, shining brightly. Finally, they slammed the scorpion to the ground, creating an explosion that shook the entire sky. The surrounding air was immediately covered in a thick cloud of dust. Using enhance in this situation isn't suitable. Maybe it's better to just walk on them to the castle. At that moment, Rue suddenly spoke up. I can feel it. Gio's eyes widened in astonishment. Right after, he jumped out of the chaotic mess of scorpions. Gio asked in shock, What's going on? How long have you been awake? Rue slowly explained. As soon as you entered. That's not important, my lord. Finally, it pointed. Go to the castle. Gio exclaimed in confusion. Why? Deep inside the castle, Rue continued silently. There is, my body. The man's eyes glowed with a brilliant red light. At that moment, Elle appeared and asked, Rue, you're awake? Gio continued the story. You said your body is in that castle? What are you talking about? Just then, Rue suddenly stopped speaking. Gio quickly noticed its attitude and looked down skeptically. A scorpion's tail was whipping up from below. He nodded. All right, I understand. You can talk. Right after, Gio powerfully jumped out of that area. In detail later, Gio squatted on Rue, much to its confusion. My lord? What is this? He smirked with amusement and teased. What do you think? I'm using you as a platform. Now that you're back, you'd better get to work. Then he looked out into the distance. The scorpions were still stubbornly crawling after him, but couldn't reach him. Look at them. Trying to take them down will just waste more energy. And I don't even know if there are more inside that castle. Although it's a bit of a shame. Instantly, Gio lowered his leg and released a burst of energy at the speed of light. I'll go straight to the castle. Rue shouted in fear. Save me. At that moment, as he flew forward, he spoke apologetically. Sorry, Brand. I don't think I have time to collect crystals. It replied, I'm fine, my lord. Rue spoke up, dissatisfied. What's with that tone? Gio continued to shout. The gate ego is the ego that inherited the memories of the old Brand. Rue grumbled. So everything has an ego now, huh? Just then, Brand introduced itself cheerfully. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Brand. You're my senior, right? So I'll treat you with respect. This address made Rue snap. Senior? Do whatever you want. Gio smirked and thought to himself, looks like it likes it too. Finally, he frowned and observed the situation ahead. As soon as he arrived, Gio planted his feet firmly and slowed down. He looked up at the giant tower before him. We're here. Seeing the scorpions gradually crawling toward them, Rue urged, Stop trying to look cool. Hurry up and go. A moment later, Gio cautiously pushed the wooden door, causing it to creak. Then he raised his hand to his head and brushed off the dust in his hair. The door behind him quickly slammed shut. The scene inside immediately made Gio gasp in astonishment. He approached and exclaimed, A boss room, and the statues looked so big. On the wall were two lamps with brightly burning flames. Rue hastily reminded him, This way, my lord. Inside that door is my body. Gio hummed in agreement and nodded. Now that I'm closer, I can feel it. His eyes were fixed on the door in front of him. Or at least, I'm sure there's something behind that door. At that very moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Dust from above bounced with each beat. The sight made Jiyu's eyes widen in astonishment. The guardian, which seemed to be motionless, suddenly moved and raised its sword toward him, preparing to attack. The one on the right was no exception. The two guardians cornered Jiyu in the middle. Large and small rocks flew about in the air. The room shook violently. Gray dust filled the air. Jiyu wisely jumped back to dodge. Golems. His face was covered in sweat as he exclaimed nervously, "It seems the guardians are quite impressive." At that moment, the guardians stomped their feet on the ground. Then Jiyu gripped his sword tightly and slashed at their shins. However, he quickly realized the situation was not good. They're tough, too. Then Jiyu looked at the door behind him, hesitant. "Can I just go in?" He immediately dismissed the thought. "I don't know what's inside. I can't leave an enemy like this behind me. No matter how strong they are, they must have a weakness." At this, a stream of blue light immediately shot forward from below. Jiyu risked it and jumped up in front of the guardian, shouting, "Let's try the head first." At his word, he used both swords to slash at the side of its face. The sound of metal and stone clashing created a piercing sound. The decisive attack was so strong that the guardian's mask even smoked. Right after, Jiyu jumped down and gritted his teeth, trying to regain his strength. The guardian, seizing this opportunity, quickly swung its axe toward him. The axe whistled through the air and slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a resounding echo and kicking up a cloud of dust around its feet. Jiyu's small body was immediately thrown several feet away. He trembled and struggled to get up. That was pretty strong. I tried to turn to reduce the damage, but it was still this much. At that moment, Jiyu had already quickly turned to dodge. He gritted his teeth in frustration and calculated. "They're made of stone. My slashes won't have any effect. The weight difference is too great. I have to find another way." As soon as he thought of this, Elle suddenly exclaimed in panic, "My lord, be careful." Jiyu remained silent, his eyes fixed on the two guardians in front of him. She continued, "My lord." Ru opened its mouth to encourage. "Use it, my lord. Use their power." At his word, he frowned and shouted, "Enhance." A beam of light shot up from the ground, causing the two guardians to panic and dodge. Jiyu used the two swords in his hands to continuously create chaos and deflect. He planted his feet on the ground, causing the stones to shatter. Their attacks. The sound of explosions and shattering stone hissed in the wind. Jiyu persistently swung his sword in front of them. Finally, he decided to jump up and deliver the finishing blow. Instantly, both guardians shattered. Large and small pieces of stone flew through the air. They slammed into the ground, creating a cloud of dust that covered the entire room. Jiyu's small body also rolled on the ground. He knelt, his head bowed, and both swords slipped from his hands. At that moment, the stone head of the guardian was gone. The one next to it was no exception. Both of them immediately became two soulless corpses. Faced with this scene, Jiyu struggled to get up. Ru spoke up, impressive. His face was covered in dirt as he smiled. "It's nothing. But why do I feel like I've been rolling around a lot more than usual today?" Right after, Jiyu picked up the two swords and confronted it. "Ru, we need to talk after this." "What do you mean? Your body is in there." Ru didn't hide it anymore. "Inside is my body from when I was alive." He repeated in surprise. "When you were alive?" It nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Ru continued to brag. "I'll tell you first. I was very strong when I was alive. So strong that you couldn't even dream of defeating me." Jiyu's mouth twitched. "I'll temporarily ignore that arrogant attitude." Then he asked curiously, "So, you mean you can't now?" Ru was impatient. "I already told you. That is my body." Just then, Jiyu slowly approached the door. Ru continued to explain, "My soul is here with you." It added, "Inside is just an empty shell of my former self. A being that can only move through muscle memory. A flawed version of my old body." At its word, Jiyu gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. He looked around skeptically and thought to himself, "I've used potions to heal, and I've maxed out all my enhancement spells." However, as he was calculating, he suddenly widened his eyes. "With this much preparation, I will." A tall figure in front of him whispered in a low voice, "Are you the one who has awakened me?" Half of its face was obscured by shadows, revealing only one glowing red eye. Jiyu immediately gritted his teeth in frustration. He couldn't help but wonder, the pressure is incredible even from this distance. That's the flawed version? Jiyu fixed his gaze on the person in front of him. Ruse passed. What is it? Just then, he spoke up and questioned, Are you really? Hearing this name, the other person's lips moved. It slowly descended the stairs, not forgetting to exclaim, An interesting name. Its footsteps echoed on the ground, breaking the silence. It calmly refuted, That is not my name. Then the person held out one of its skeletal hands. I am the master of the demonic arts. The other hand was flesh and blood, like a normal person's, and the master of the demonic sword. Witnessing this, Jiyu's face immediately turned pale. It spread its arms wide and solemnly declared, I am the king of all demonic beasts. Its eyes glowed like a laser. One half of its face was skeletal, the other half flesh. You may call me by the name. Jiyu silently recalled, demon. The first time I met El, a demon will awaken from El's seal. It is the master of that giant. Then he wondered skeptically, but Ru's true identity is the Demon King. The Demon King's lips moved as it said, but the name is completely swallowed. You can call me. Jiyu swallowed hard, trying to hear more from behind. But in the end, he still looked up at it, bewildered. Something is preventing me from hearing its name. Just then, Jiyu smirked. It seems our Ru has many secrets, huh? Especially in battles. He spoke up and asked, But, will you be okay? Jiyu gripped the hilt of his sword. If I kill your body? Ru replied wearily, I already told you. It's just a mediocre shell. Then the eye on the hilt of the sword suddenly lit up. I don't know whose joke this is. Ru reminded him in a low voice, Destroy it. So they can't play with my body anymore. Hearing this, Jiyu just said, Don't regret it. At his word, he immediately shot forward. His body tore through the wind like an arrow released from a bowstring, leaving behind a sharp, whistling sound. Acceleration. Right after, Jiyu's eyes immediately lit up. Force. Instantly, a sky-shattering explosion erupted from where the Demon King was standing. However, it just stared at Jiyu and smiled mysteriously. At that moment, he rushed in front of the Demon King and planted his feet firmly. His face was sharp as he glanced around, trying to assess the situation. Of course, the Demon King didn't dodge and even burst out laughing. Jiyu continued to swing his sword at it, releasing a brilliant energy that cut through the air. However, his slashes seemed unable to touch its body. The Demon King stood still like a statue, unfazed. Just then, the Demon King's eyes suddenly widened. Ru reminded him, Be careful. As soon as it finished, a series of brilliant red rays shot straight at Jiyu from nowhere. Instantly, he jumped back, successfully dodging the attack. Just then, Jiyu stood motionless, watching the thick black smoke billow in the air. He gritted his teeth and thought nervously, It's strong. Don't get cocky. The Demon King stood behind a wall of sharp swords and couldn't help but exclaim, Not bad, guest. It continued, provoking. Its voice was sharp. But with just that, you won't even be able to leave a scratch. At that moment, Ru hummed as if in agreement. This immediately caught Jiyu's ear. Have you always talked like that? He gritted his teeth helplessly and thought to himself, even though I'm annoyed, it's not wrong. A very big problem right now is the endless search. At this rate, I won't be able to get close to it. Just then, the Demon King sneered and asked, Is that all you've got for an attack? Finally, it suddenly snapped its fingers mysteriously. Then this time, a moment later, the series of swords stuck in the ground suddenly floated in the air. The Demon King excitedly suggested, It's my turn. This scene immediately made Jiyu a bit hesitant. The series of swords, as if with a single will, all shot forward at once, tearing through the wind with a sharp, murderous sound. Immediately, a violent explosion rang out, as if it would tear through eardrums. A thick, suffocating cloud of dust rolled up, dyed the brilliant orange of embers. The series of swords all stabbed into one spot, but Jiyu was no longer there. Even the Demon King had to open its mouth and exclaim, Oh my God! As fast as lightning, he had appeared behind it and raised his sword, preparing for a fatal blow. But it quickly realized. The Demon King calmly smirked. Are you really just that stupid? At its word, Jiyu swung his hand, unleashing a series of slashes, but he couldn't touch the Demon King at all. Moreover, the pile of swords had turned back toward him. Jiu closed his eyes tightly in pain and shouted. Finally, he still managed to jump back under the Demon King's gaze. Jiu slammed his two swords into the ground. El cried out in alarm, "My lord!" Brand also spoke up, "My lord, are you okay?" Just then, Ru hastily urged, "It's coming. Get ready." At its word, dozens of swords continued to rush toward him. Jiu continued to use his sword to slash repeatedly, blocking their path. Amidst the thick smoke and the harsh clash of metal, he gracefully dodged, moving as lightly as the wind, and weaving through the attacks that came within a hair's breadth. Jiu thought nervously, "This attack is more annoying than one powerful blow. It's like I'm facing dozens of swordsmen at once." At that moment, he remembered the Demon King's words. "I am the master of the demonic sword, and the king of all demonic beasts." Thinking of this, Jiu hastily shouted, "Ru, they're demonic swords, right?" Ru replied, "Although they're low level, they're all demonic swords." He asked while blocking the swords, "Like how El absorbed the cannon. Can you try to do something with these?" It opened its mouth wearily. "If I could, I would have done it a long time ago." Then it explained helplessly, "I can't do much now. This place provides a lot of power." The Demon King's eyes were filled with provocation. It emphasized with a heavy heart, "To that body more than to me." Hearing this, Jiu's spirit immediately wavered. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it! The swords continued to multiply, growing more numerous by the second. Just then, Ru suddenly offered an idea. "But, because this place is special, maybe I can lend you a little power." Jiu grasped at this straw. "Your power?" Ru continued to urge, "Give me some time." Immediately, Jiu mumbled to himself, "Time." At his word, the ground beneath his feet suddenly loosened, causing his body to slide back. Then Jiu brought his sword behind his back. He thought. He gathered all his strength and swung his arm forward forcefully, blocking the path of the sharp swords. Is it that easy? Jiu's eyes became extremely sharp and serious. He gritted his teeth and frowned, trying to observe the current situation. Finally, Jiu quickly ran around, distracting the swords. Behind him was a dazzling blue mass of energy. The Demon King stood motionless, watching the scene before it, and let out a breath. Its eyes lit up with a mysterious glow. How interesting. Just then, Jiu's face showed clear tension. The swords continued to rush madly toward him. Jiu quickly ran to dodge the burning flames that pursued him, trying to buy more time. He asked hastily, "How much longer do you need?" It hesitated and said, "Just a little longer." Jiu's eyes gradually filled with panic and fear. He urged, "Hurry up." Just then, the Demon King watched as if it were a comedy. Its swords were a complete contrast to Jiu's small, lonely figure. He was still in a state of falling and couldn't stop. Finally, Jiu shouted, causing Brand to light up. "Reflect." At his word, an explosion immediately erupted, sending the swords flying in all directions. Seeing this, the Demon King exclaimed in surprise. They fell to the ground one after another, creating a piercing metallic sound. Jiu gripped El, which was stuck in the wall. He tried to hold on and thought to himself, "Is it working?" At that moment, the swords began to regain their strength. They continued to rush forward. Seeing them pointing straight at him, Jiu cursed, "Damn it." He asked impatiently, "Ru, I don't think I can stall any longer. Are you almost done?" At that moment, Ru spoke in a low voice. "Well done." The system announced, "Sensitivity to magic is increasing. Assimilation level has reached C." Jiu smiled brightly as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Come on, I'm about to die here." However, the Demon King still didn't understand what was happening. It was surprised by the source of power above its head. The system continued, "You can now use the ego's abilities more effectively." The Demon King's eyes widened, and it retreated several feet. How can that human use that power? In the smoke, a dark figure gradually appeared. "You have learned word magic from Ru. From now on, you can use word magic to a certain extent." His eyes lit up with a deadly glow. Inside the vast space, the notification sounded. "You have learned death manipulation from Ru. From now on, you can manipulate death to a certain extent." The swords gradually appeared behind the mist. The Demon King below also looked at them doubtfully. How can a normal human use that power? Impossible. Opposite him, Jiyu charged down with his sword. On the other side, it looked up at him in panic. Jiyu gritted his teeth and looked at it, his lips bitten in anger. The Demon King trembled amidst the swords. No way. It roared in madness and indignation. That is mine. Right after, the swords madly rushed forward like a vortex. They cut through everything in their path. The sword cut into flesh, mixing with blood. It stood in the vortex of swords, looking at him and screaming madly. Tear him into 1,000 pieces. Right after, the swords descended. Seeing this, Jiyu calmly raised his sword and focused his power into it, his eyes filled with determination. In front of him was a powerful vortex of swords rushing toward him. The energy from it glowed red, illuminating the space. On the other side, a red smoke also billowed from the hole. It began to dissipate. Brand asked Jiyu doubtfully, "Did you get him?" Hearing this, he was also a bit startled. Brand. Behind him, the Demon King's figure was still approaching. Jiyu stood there in the smoke, confused. "Why do you say that?" Behind him, it raised its hand to summon a weapon. The hand, now just a dry skeleton, was trying to release a stream of blood. Finally, the Demon King raised its sword, and energy radiated around it. "You dare!" It glared, roaring in anger. "A mere mortal like you dares." The stream of energy was quickly knocked down. Along with that was a slash that stabbed straight into the ground, causing it to crack. Right after, he jumped up to dodge the slash. Jiyu dodged to the side of a wall, but the slash didn't stop and cut it in half. Seeing the situation was not good, he also gritted his teeth. His eyebrows furrowed as he thought to himself. Even after taking a direct hit from death manipulation, a blow that contained immense magical power, it still has that much strength? Rue's voice rang out, reminding him, even though it's just my shell, its original form is still very strong. Jiyu quickly stood up and looked at the Demon King, urging it on. "I don't need to hear you brag. Do that thing you just did again. One more time." Seeing this, it also mumbled in dissatisfaction. On the other side, the Demon King was also raising its sword, preparing to strike. "Do you think it's that easy? Even though I'm in a special place, I can only do it one more time before you reach your limit. If you use it too much, your body won't be able to take it." He gritted his teeth, his eyes wary as he stared ahead. "One time. I think that's enough." Rue was confused. "My lord." Right after, Jiyu jumped up. The sword slashed through the air in multiple paths. Next, the Demon King was still watching. Its hand gripped its sword as it mumbled, "I guess." Then it calmly raised its hand. The sword magnified above its head. "You don't seem to learn, do you?" Saying this, it also caught Jiyu's rhythm. A slash straight down at his head. The ground was quickly shaken by its slash. Jiyu's feet sank into the ground. The surrounding smoke and dust gradually dissipated. He reached out, using his sword to block the slash. His face was contorted in a struggle as he gritted his teeth. Opposite him, it looked at the trembling Jiyu and calmly pressed its sword down. "A bug is just a bug, no matter how high it jumps. What are you going to do next?" Its face was fierce as it stared at him and laughed. "Are you going to test your limits with?" Right after, its eyes widened in shock. It looked at Jiyu's hand and sword, which were blocking its slash. That human. Just then, it noticed the gauntlet on his hand, which was emitting energy. Where's the sword in his right hand? Suddenly, a sword rushed toward it from behind. It turned its head and looked at the sword in astonishment. Rue looked at it with the eye on its body. Peek-boo. On the other side, seeing it distracted, he smiled triumphantly. Next, Jiyu flicked his hand, causing its sword to fly up. Energy also surged from behind. The Demon King's eyes were filled with panic as it looked behind. Its body was engulfed by Rue. Its hand released the sword as it cried out in pain. The large sword was also quickly corroded. On this side, Jiyu watched as it was still struggling in vain. How is this possible? Its face was filled with panic as it roared. "I am the king of monsters." Finally, its body was also quickly burned away, leaving only Jiyu standing there. The space became silent, with only his back visible. Right after, his body staggered. Brand called out, "My lord." Finally, Jiyu collapsed to the ground. She cried out urgently, "My lord, you can't die." He lay there, fumbling for something in his coat, and explained with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm just a little exhausted." Ru also commented. Because you manipulated that much power without holding back, the consequences won't be light. Jiu drank another vial of blood. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. You have passed the special test. You will receive a reward for passing the special test. Seeing it, he sat up and sighed. The system added, excellent completion. You will receive an additional reward. Jiu closed his eyes and then opened them again. In front of him were two chests in a dark space. Asterisk, where am I? Probably the reward room. Asterisk, the system's voice reminded him. New skill acquired. You have acquired the combine skill. You have acquired the embody skill. Jiu was puzzled. Skills. The system added. Your skill assimilation level has increased. Next, he commanded, status window. The system panel displayed. Name, Kim Jiu. Level, 1. Profession, companion of egos. Inherited ability, link. Skills, assimilation, B. Death manipulation, combine, embody. Egos in possession, Janku, Kaio. Ego fragments in possession, 4. Assimilation, B. You can manipulate 60% of an ego's power. Death manipulation, you can manipulate death. Combine, you can combine egos. I got a lot of new skills. I can combine and embody egos. Suddenly, Jiu touched his chin, his face serious. He looked at it in amazement. So that means if I combine Ru and L, I'll get Eru? Or Rule? Is that right? Ru cursed in dissatisfaction. Are you stupid? Did fighting so much make you lose your brain? Beside him, L was also dissatisfied. My lord, I'm sorry, but I agree with Ru this time. Right after, Jiu walked toward the reward chests and waved his hand. I was just kidding. But I'll need to use that skill to know what it really does. His face was joyful as he looked at the boxes in front of him and pointed. But I can't try it right now, so I'll open the reward boxes first. A gold and a diamond box, huh? Ru was confused. Is that so? Jiu touched the gold box and replied. What a question. Although the gold box is good enough, the diamond box is on par with the one that had the elixir before. Next, he picked it up, opened the box, and smiled in anticipation. Save the best for last. Inside were 3 shining gold orbs. What's this? I think I've seen it before. The system announced, you have collected 3 ego fragments. Right after, a stream of energy flowed out from it, surprising him. A golden light shone down from above. Are these ego fragments? Then Jiu thought of the ego he had received before. Is this the thing I got after clearing the Blue Dragon Gate? At this, Jiu looked at it with suspicion. Why do they exist inside the tower too? Suddenly, he sighed and put it down on the table. Well, whatever. Sooner or later, I'll figure out how to use them. Next, Jiu looked at the box next to it. Now for the diamond box. Brand also spoke up. I'm so excited, my lord. His face was full of excitement as he opened it. I wonder what it is this time. Another elixir? His eyes froze. Inside were a few strange bone fragments. What the hell is this? A jawbone. The ring on Jiu's finger sensed it and emitted energy. He looked at it, confused. Ru? What's wrong? It hesitated. Did they have to do this? Hearing this, he looked on in suspicion, while Ru cried silently. Jiu stood there, stunned and confused. Ru revealed, this is a part of my real body. Later, at a large building, the 30th floor station, people bustled through the streets. A coffee shop under the direct control of the association. Quiet style. Takeout. Discount on Americano, cafe latte, mint choco latte. The room was completely separate from the outside. Jiu sat with his arms crossed, looking at Ru opposite him. Then he smiled amicably. Now it's time for me to hear the whole story. Opposite him, it lay there silently. He was confused. Until now, why did you? That's not something I should ask you. Jiu looked at it with suspicion. Who are you? Seeing that it couldn't hide it anymore, Ru calmly explained. As my body said, I am the lord of all demons. He was calm. The lord of all demons, huh? Next, it recalled what it knew. That very strong guardian god was just a low-level demon. Just estimating the power of the demon that L is sealing is already very difficult. Right after, Jiu crossed his arms and questioned, so why is the lord of all demons a sword now? Hearing this, L also exclaimed, a lord? Wow, cool. This made Brand helpless. Suddenly, it asked him, do you know what an entity with an ego needs to do to endure eternal time? He looked at his glass of water, confused. A smartphone. Ru interrupted. It needs to forget. Jiyu repeated in suspicion. Forget? Next, Ru remembered its past, full of cracks and pain. That's right. It has to forget. To endure existing for such a long time, I needed to forget all the time I had lived through. If I didn't, my very existence would fade with time. Its hand reached for the noble crown. As I said, I am the lord of all demons. However, I was imprisoned by the rebels, lost my body, and was left to face eternal time. I had to protect my own existence. At present, Jiyu stood silently, watching it speak. That's why I forgot. My emotions, my purpose, my name. And finally, my own identity. That was the only way I could endure. Next, Ru remembered when it used its power. However, when I awakened as the Lord of the Demonic Sword, the memories I had sealed were also temporarily awakened. Then Jiyu crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, still listening to Ru ramble on. Although it was only a small part, that memory confused me, enough to make me not know what to do. His eyes looked down at his reflection on the sword. He recalled with some suspicion. So I decided to forget everything again. Outside, the sun was gradually setting. In the end, I didn't get much information from my conversation with Ru. Jiyu stepped out of the gate. Outside, the crowd was still talking. He was lost in thought. Since Ru chose to forget again, it couldn't answer many of my questions. And because I didn't want to see Ru suffer, I didn't ask any more questions. I chose to postpone deciding what to do with the fragments of Ru's body. Saying this, he looked up at the outside and thought to himself, no matter what its past was, Ru is still my first ego. The one that gave me hope. We just need to create new memories for it. Right after, Jiyu left under the evening twilight, mumbling, I'll go home and rest today, because tomorrow will be busy. On the other side, at the director's office, the sound of typing echoed from the keyboard. The door opened. Inside the room, the sound of typing clicked away. Only the monitor was lit. Song-hoon entered from outside, his face hesitant. Director. On the other side, Tae-shik also looked up. Song-hoon. His face was still glued to the computer, his hands typing continuously. You worked hard today? You can go home now. Song-hoon stammered. It's not that. He approached and whispered. I know you're very busy because of the Smart Guild incident, but aren't you going to clock out? You stayed here all night yesterday too. Tae-shik's face was deeply bruised and swollen. His face was crazed as he typed, making him helpless. I want to finish this tonight. On his hand, energy was still being channeled down. The keyboard was being pressed continuously. She reminded him, Are you using magic even when doing office work? I know you're in a hurry, but why do you have to go this far? Right after, Tae-shik hit the enter key. His face was full of excitement as he raised his hand. Then he smiled and looked at Song-hoon to announce, Tomorrow I'll get to see Soo-jin. No. Tomorrow I have to attend Jiyu's housewarming party. After that, the group's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiyu smiled excitedly. Come on in. The group entered the basement. Wow, this is amazing. Brand spoke up. Hello, my name is Brand. Beside it, Elle also replied. Brand, only the master can hear our voices. Han Yul was suspicious. Is this really your house? Jiyu grinned. With a place like this, I wouldn't be surprised if someone was living in your basement. Jiyu laughed awkwardly. There's no one here. Although my house does have a basement. Beside him, Song-gu looked around. But your house is amazing. He added, compared to this place, our guild headquarters is just an abandoned building. Beside him, CNP was also dissatisfied. What? Seeing them like this, he could only laugh awkwardly. Jiyu's hand touched the doorknob as he urged, Stop arguing. Hurry up and come in. The door opened. Inside, Soo-jin smiled at them. Welcome. Beside her, Yurong was also polite. Hello. The friends entered politely. Hello, everyone. Inside, two people were preparing food. Next, Seong-hoon smiled politely and handed over a gift. I'm Kim Seong-hoon from the Monica Guild. Jaiwa's mother reached out to take it. I've heard a lot about you from Jaiwa. My son isn't very reliable, but please take good care of him. Seeing this, he looked at her in shock. What? Son? She looked at them, confused. What's wrong? The whole group froze. Nothing. Young looked at her doubtfully. I was so sure you were his older sister because you look so young. Hearing that, she smiled happily. Thank you. She added, Make yourselves at home while I prepare the food. He replied politely, "Excuse us then." From behind, Young stepped forward and called out, "Appa." Jai would turn to look. "Is Siku Appa not coming?" He looked at her, confused. "Why? Do you want to see him?" Hearing that, her eyes widened in anger. "What are you talking about? I just wanted to get his autograph for a friend." Jaiwa then rested his hands on his hips and smiled, explaining, "He said he's really busy. He's got a lot of work lately. Depending on your attitude, I might consider getting that autograph for you." Hearing that, Young smiled excitedly. "Why don't you take off your mask and become famous? I want to sell your autographs to my classmates." He got annoyed. "You brat. I told you this is a secret." Jaiwa turned around and walked away. "Stop talking nonsense and go help Mom. I'm going out for a bit." She asked, confused, "Where are you going?" He turned back and explained, "To pick up a guest." Outside the door, Seong-hoon quickly walked in and smiled. "Good evening, player Kim Jae-woo." Beside him, Taeshik also waved in greeting. "You didn't have to come out to meet us." Jae-woo stepped out to welcome them. "You're here," Taeshik explained. "I finished my work earlier than expected. I just arrived." Behind him, Seong-hoon awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm sorry, player Kim Jae-woo. We were so busy we didn't have time to prepare a gift." Jae-woo smiled at them amicably. "It's fine. I should be the one thanking you for finding us such an amazing house." Suddenly, Taeshik changed the subject. "I don't need to get you a gift, right?" Jae-woo confirmed. "Well, you already bought new furniture for our house." Hearing that, Seong-hoon exclaimed, "Really? That's so generous." The three of them quickly walked up the stairs. Jae-woo remarked, "You didn't have to do that. Our old stuff was perfectly fine." Taeshik said excitedly, "A new house needs new furniture, you idiot." Jae-woo remained calm. "What a waste of money." Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. Could it be? Jae-woo turned to him and teased, "Did you buy all that furniture thinking this would be your future home?" Taeshik's face filled with embarrassment as he looked away, sweating profusely. Behind them, Seong-hoon watched in confusion. "What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean." They entered the house. Jae-woo asked, confused, "What's wrong, director?" But Taeshik brushed it off. "You don't need to know." Inside, Taeshik's flattering expression left the other two feeling helpless. "Here is a housewarming gift." "Oh my, you already bought us all this furniture." So he didn't have a gift for me. Dusk gradually fell. The dining table was cleared. "Thank you for the meal." "Thanks for the food." The guild members quickly stepped forward to take the food trays. "Let me help." But Jae-woo stopped them. "Your guests, just sit and relax." They looked at each other and exchanged greetings. "Are you Jae-woo's assistant?" "Even though I don't help him much." Suddenly, Taeshik called out from behind. Jae-woo, holding his phone, he suggested, "Come outside with me. Let's talk for a bit." Jae-woo looked at him doubtfully. "Right now? Let me clean this up first." Taeshik then put his phone in his pocket and urged, "It'll be quick. Just a few minutes." Finally, Jae-woo turned and told his mother, "Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll finish cleaning up later. You go rest." She nodded in agreement. Outside, the sky had grown dark. The two stood in the yard. Jae-woo asked, confused, "What do you want to talk about that we had to come outside?" Taeshik crossed his arms and added, "The association will make an official announcement soon, but I thought it'd be best to let you know beforehand." He then calmly delivered the news, leaving Jae-woo stunned. "The Ireland Guild has opened a branch in South Korea." Jae-woo's eyes widened. Taeshik explained with a troubled expression, "The association opposed it, but the Angela Guild intervened. It seems they made some sort of deal." He then recalled the battle and added, "As you know, the association can't just ignore the Angela Guild. The influence of the nation's top guild is no joke. But we still." Taeshik rubbed the back of his neck in frustration. "Anyway, the old man. The association president has stepped up to the media regarding this matter." He then turned to observe Jae-woo's reaction. Taeshik then turned to leave. "I'll handle the cleanup. Make sure you cool off before going back inside." Jae-woo's body was radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Taeshik warned him, "Don't give off that kind of bloodlust in front of your family." Jae-woo clenched his fists so tightly that blood seeped out. El reminded him, "Master." Lu also felt helpless. That night, at a large building. Rehabilitation room. Roger-san. 3 months. Pinned to a wooden board was a newspaper clipping. An angry scream echoed. Above it was Jae-woo's face. "I can return to South Korea in 3 months." The newspaper headline read, "The hero who stopped a gate break with a single strike. The birth of a new high ranker." Suddenly, a short sword was thrown straight at his face. He looked around frantically. No matter how much stronger he's gotten, I'll take him on. A crazed smile spread across his face. Inside, a sword rested in its scabbard, gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Because I have the holy sword that he bestowed upon me. His eyes were filled with madness. Just you wait, Kim Jae-woo. After dinner, everyone said their goodbyes. Thank you for the meal. Goodbye. Get home safely. Back at Jae-woo's house, all the dishes had been cleaned up. He quietly walked down to the basement alone. The Ireland Guild is opening a branch in South Korea. The space was dead silent, save for the sound of Jae-woo's footsteps. Thoughts continuously raced through his mind. This will happen in 3 months. And the branch manager is Roger San. Jae-woo carefully pulled the door handle. My chance for revenge came sooner than I thought. He slowly stepped inside. The room was pitch black, without a single ray of light seeping in. There was only a solitary chair in the middle. Jae-woo gently flicked the switch, instantly flooding the room with light. Brandhurst exclaimed in delight. This place is always so comfortable. Jae-woo explained. Since the basement will always be used as a training ground, it's perfect. Liu voiced his thoughts. But isn't it a bit inconvenient that the entrance is outside? Jae-woo paused for a moment before countering. He stretched his body, rotating his elbows, and replied, I'll constantly check for gate openings. And I want to make sure the monsters won't climb upstairs if something happens. Jae-woo thought of Seong-hoon and muttered in satisfaction. I can't believe he found me such a perfect house. Anyway, the opponent is a branch office of the Ireland Guild. He sat down on the chair, resting his chin on his hand to organize his thoughts. Even though it's just a branch office, its power is estimated to be on par with the Kane Guild, one of the top 10 guilds in South Korea. 3 months isn't a long time. I need to get stronger. Of course. And to do that, the first thing is to figure out my new skills. He began to wonder, first of all, synchronization and containment that I got on the 20th floor. How do I use them? Thinking of this, Jae-woo immediately called out to the system, synchronization. The system's mechanical voice rang out. Please select your primary ego. Jae-woo repeated doubtfully, primary ego? It probably means the ego that will act as the main component for the synchronization. He furrowed his brows and made his final decision. As soon as he spoke, the system announced loudly, now, the primary ego Liu and the secondary ego Changkyu will synchronize. The moment that sound echoed, a blazing red surge of electricity suddenly erupted from the ring on Jae-woo's hand. Then, they fused together, swirling before suddenly taking the shape of a fiery red wolf. Streaks of lightning continuously exploded around it, enveloping it like a net. At that moment, the system quickly notified, synchronization successful. Ego Liu has become free. Liu hurriedly yelled, what the hell? Seeing his reaction, Jae-woo burst out laughing. Sorry, I was just kidding. Liu angrily complained. Why is it always me? Jae-woo then lowered his head in deep thought. It's still a power I don't fully understand. Liu called out urgently. Jae-woo continued. I can't use it carelessly. Liu kept asking, are you even listening to me? Besides, conscious egos like Liu, L, and Brandhurst face a higher risk when using this skill. And Oplon, Ran, and Hamd are all crucial to my current combat style, so I can't use them either. His eyes were filled with complexity. That means I have to use the egos of Minseo, Changkyu, or the ego fragments as materials. Suddenly, Brandhurst spoke up. Master, let me try. Jae-woo replied in surprise, Brandhurst. He pleaded, I want to get stronger like Liu and L and be more useful to you. Jae-woo questioned him doubtfully. Are you sure? I don't know what the outcome will be. The worst case scenario is that I won't be able to use your ego, or it will change completely. Brandhurst paused for a moment but still confidently reassured him. I'm a little nervous, but I feel like it'll be fine. Didn't I already die and come back? Hearing this, Jae-woo smiled faintly. Thank you, Brandhurst. He then immediately called out to the system, synchronization. The system quickly appeared. Please select your primary ego. Jae-woo answered without hesitation. Brandhurst. The system presented the next choice. Please select your secondary ego. He clenched his fist. Ego fragment. As soon as he spoke, the system began the process, proceeding with synchronization. A moment later, Jiwoo's entire body suddenly emitted a scorching golden smoke, taking him by surprise. His eyes were glued to the light source in his chest. This light, is it the ego fragment? Has it been inside me all this time? The stream of light grew so bright it was blinding. A few minutes later, after the light had faded, Brand finally spoke up. "My lord." Jiwoo replied, "Brand." It repeated, "My lord." Seeing that something was wrong, he quickly shouted, "Brand, wait. Cancel synchronization." However, just then, the system displayed a notification. "You will now be transported to a gate." Before Jiwoo could figure out what was happening, he was moved to another place. The scene changes. It is now nighttime. The sky is covered with dark, gloomy clouds. The mournful cawing of a crow echoes from afar, a bad omen. Jiwoo looked around, bewildered. The ground was littered with scattered tombstones. He hesitated and mumbled, "This is..." He speculated, "It seems to be the same gate as last time." Rue was also curious. "So we're inside that kid now." Just then, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. "Brand and the ego fragment have successfully synchronized. Brand's gate may be affected by the ego fragment." Jiwoo tilted his head, not understanding what it meant. "Affected? How?" Rue quickly reminded him. "It seems the answer is over there." At its word, something suddenly reflected in Jiwoo's eyes, causing them to flash. In front of him was a coffin emitting a strange aura, placed right in the middle of the path. Jiwoo curiously and slowly approached. "That's the coffin where a lich appeared last time, right?" It hummed in agreement. Jiwoo reached out to touch it, then hesitated. Finally, he bravely reached out and touched it directly. As soon as he placed his hand on it, the system immediately displayed a notification. "This gate does not have a gatekeeper. You can create a gatekeeper using the synchronized ego fragment. Please set up a gatekeeper." This statement made Jiwoo freeze in his tracks. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Asterisk monsters are appearing in my head. Do I have to choose one of them?" Asterisk. He remembered the choices he could make. Goblins, zombies, skeleton knights, and even dragons. It seems they're all undead. Maybe it reflects the characteristics of this gate. Then Jiwoo suddenly remembered something. A higher-level monster is. As the coffin lid gradually opened, he calmly let out a breath. As expected, a lich. At his word, a corpse from inside slowly emerged, surrounded by a golden light. The system continued. "You have chosen a lich to become the gatekeeper. The synchronized ego fragment has been consumed." Finally, it concluded with a sentence. "The gate will now be managed by the lich." Just then, the corpse from inside slowly stepped out and knelt down. It bowed its head respectfully, its low voice echoing, "Greetings, great master." This action immediately made Jiwoo's face darken with fear. Asterisk, it's greeting me so respectfully after I beat it up? How strange. Asterisk, then he spoke up and asked, "You're the gatekeeper, right?" Vuandris nodded. "From now on, I will manage this gate." Jiwoo continued curiously. "So you can also manage the monsters in the gate? Will they listen to your commands?" It immediately refuted, "That's not it." Hearing this, he felt confused. "Why? Aren't you the gatekeeper?" At that moment, Vuandris moved its finger slightly. A little. It held out its hand and summoned a notification window in front of Jiwoo. Just then, it began to explain. "The gate control level is low, so I can't control the monsters." The screen displayed, "Gate control level, 1%. Vuandris continued, "From now on, if I or the Great Master deal with the monsters in the gate, the control level will increase. Then I can summon and control them." Just then, Jiwoo gradually began to understand. "So you mean?" Then he suddenly turned his head to the side to listen. In front of him was a crowd rushing forward. Jiwoo asked curiously, "They'll listen if I give them a beating, huh?" He couldn't help but make the connection. Just like Rue. Rue reminded him angrily. Right after, Jiwoo gripped his two swords, which were brimming with power, and spoke confidently. "Anyway, this is a gate I've conquered before. Beating it again will be a piece of cake." Rue warned him seriously, "But don't be careless. It has absorbed a crystal, so it will be stronger." He pursed his lips and mumbled to himself, "Stronger, huh?" At his word, Jiwoo immediately shot off, leaving a long trail in the air. "So am I." He didn't hesitate and jumped into the chaotic crowd in front of him. The scene changes. A clear, cool morning. Taeshik stood downstairs, talking. Jiyu hasn't contacted you in 4 days? Sujin hesitated and nodded. I know he sometimes stays in the tower for weeks, but he always sends a message before he goes. She clenched her hands anxiously. I hope nothing happened. Taeshik was made to blush by her expression. He cleared his throat. I'm sure he's fine. You know, he's very strong. On the other side, Sung-hoon looked around skeptically. Is this the last place he went? So please calm down. Yurong replied gently. He continued, please rest assured. We will. At that moment, Yurong suddenly recounted. Big brother told me I should never go in there. Finally, Sung-hoon still decided, we'll try to go in first. Both Taeshik and he quickly moved inside. He calmly opened his mouth. It's a basement. Sung-hoon also nodded. It is indeed a basement. Taeshik glanced around, bored. It seems there are no clues here. Then he turned his head and playfully teased. And it's also ridiculous for someone to disappear in a place like this. It's impossible for a gate to suddenly appear. As soon as he finished, a shining circle of light suddenly appeared in front of him, illuminating every feature on his face. Both of them retreated in terror. A real gate. Taeshik couldn't believe his eyes and mumbled to himself. What kind of law is this? Just then, a pair of familiar feet quietly stepped out. He was still scared and thought to himself, this is too dangerous. What's inside that gate? Jiyu's steps became unsteady and dizzy. He complained wearily, I'm so hungry. Jiyu's face was covered in scratches. At that moment, he suddenly looked up. Jiyu hunched over and looked at them, bewildered. Why are you here? Why does it feel like I'm at work? At that moment, Jiyu regained his composure and questioned, why are you here? And you too, Sung-hoon. The two of them spoke at the same time, not giving an inch. What kind of law is that? What is that gate? First of all, were you in that gate for 4 days? What the hell is that gate? Did you conquer it? Taeshik impatiently rushed forward and grabbed his collar. Stop talking, you bastard. Jiyu spoke up to defend himself. One at a time. You came at the right time. I was about to call you. I wanted to ask you for a favor. Taeshik angrily came over and pinched his shoulder, cursing, a favor, my ass. Jiyu winced and shouted, that hurts. He urged, explain yourself, you bastard. Then he quickly rambled on. Last time, I linked with a gate, remember? I just entered that gate. Now I can control it. This statement immediately made Taeshik's face go blank. You can control a gate? Both of them had their own thoughts. Taeshik mumbled to himself. So he can control monsters and cause gate explosions at will. And Jiyu was in pain, rubbing his arm. Why does this hurt more than being stabbed by a sword? Is this the pinching power of a high ranker? What was more terrifying was that it was like a power that could control natural disasters. At that moment, Taeshik asked, besides us, have you told anyone else? Jiyu shook his head and replied, not yet. This is the first time I've used it. Actually, I was planning to keep it a secret until I fully understood my abilities. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Let's keep it that way for now. So what did you want to ask for? Jiyu immediately remembered. That's right. Then he began to explain, I just want to spar. Taeshik was astonished. Spar. Jiyu stated his intention. I want to test my new power, but I don't have anyone to fight with. He questioned angrily, what am I? A test dummy. Jiyu pleaded in a small voice. Please? I'll treat you to dinner with my mom. Just then, Taeshik cleared his throat softly. If it's something you want that much, I guess it's okay. Finally, he burst out laughing, trying to act calm. We'll talk more later. You have to go see your family first. They were very worried because you didn't contact them for 4 days. Jiyu hesitated and mumbled, I forgot. Hearing this, Ru scolded him quietly. In his mind, he recalled the old scene. It took me 4 days to raise the control level to 100%. It took longer than expected because the monsters got stronger after the gate absorbed a crystal. But since I could handle them with my own strength, it wasn't too difficult. Jiyu also remembered the Lich. I named the Lich Hurst from Branda's name, although I originally intended to name it Brune. At that time, everyone unanimously objected. Impossible. What a shame. That name. Completely object. He thought to himself, there were objections, The next day had already arrived. In the morning, the sky was filled with white, fluffy clouds. Just then, Jiyu spoke softly. Thank you. Taeshik nodded and reminded him. All right. Don't forget your promise. Then he slowly took off his jacket. Forget everything else. Let's start releasing magic. At his word, Jiyu's legs suddenly emitted a blue energy. Releasing magic. It refers to releasing all one's magic power without holding back. He bowed his head. The amount of magic power not only increases when leveling up, but the proficiency in concealing it also increases. So, when strong players release their magic. At this, Jiyu's entire body emitted a smoke that enveloped the entire room. It will gush out like a broken dam. His eyes lit up with a terrifying power. Taeshik thought to himself, I knew my feeling yesterday wasn't wrong. Finally, he smirked faintly. It seems. I can't back down now. At that moment, Taeshik reached behind him and summoned a spear. Its sharp tip continuously shot out a magical smoke. He spoke excitedly. This time, I'll fight you for real. Now, downstairs, someone's coffee cup was shaking slightly. He looked at it in surprise, not understanding what was happening. A colleague at the next table quickly asked, Did you feel that tremor? The other person replied, bewildered, a tremor? Then he looked up skeptically. I don't know. I saw the director go to the training ground earlier. Maybe this shaking is from him. Back on the upper floor. At that moment, Taeshik's expression was extremely focused. However, Jiyu was no exception. He pursed his lips, unafraid. Both of them charged forward to attack. The sound of metal clashing was extremely ear-piercing. At that moment, Taeshik's spear suddenly shot out a column of light, like a dragon breathing fire, extremely fierce. Smoke spread throughout the room. A girl immediately refuted, Impossible. Do you know how many barriers are set up there? She looked at the locked door of the barrier room. Then the girl continued, It's not just for tremors, but also to prevent magic leaks. The other colleague immediately nodded. That's true. Now he smiled and reassured her. It would be different if the director used his power to destroy this place. But he's not someone who would do that, and it's rare for him to have an opponent who can fight him. However, the situation was completely opposite. In that room were two people fighting extremely intensely. Jiyu used his two swords to strike Taeshik's spear forcefully. Taeshik frowned, trying to hold on, and his eyes were filled with tension. The screech of metal made the atmosphere extremely fierce. At that moment, he raised his elbow and knocked his opponent to the ground. Jiyu's entire body slammed into the floor, and the tiles immediately shattered. But he quickly regained his composure and opened his eyes wide. Taeshik's face was dark, and his expression was completely unreadable at this moment. Counter. A blue explosion flashed. The cold light tore through the smoke, illuminating the entire space. The scene changes. At that moment, a girl suddenly froze. Yubin opened her mouth, bewildered. Grandma, this is... Haesuk interrupted her. You can feel it too, Yubin. She looked up and around. The tremors we've been feeling, they're not simple tremors. Powerful magic forces are clashing. One of them spoke up and asked, Is there a gate explosion somewhere? Haesuk shook her head in a low voice. The source of the tremors isn't far, but it's in a closed space. Maybe. She bowed her head and explained, At least, it must be players with great power. Taeshik continuously used his spear to take the initiative. She continued, unleashing their full power in a direct attack. A stream of light rushed toward Jiyu, leaving him no time to react. Right after, the ground continuously shattered, sending pieces of the floor flying into the air. The entire room seemed to have been destroyed. A thick cloud of dust filled the air. However, Jiyu was completely unscathed. He stood in front of the wall, panting. El spoke up. My lord, I don't think you should push yourself too hard. Brand exclaimed, That person is so strong. Ru immediately refuted, Don't talk so weakly. This is how you become strong. Jiyu spoke up to reassure them. I'm fine. I'm stronger than before, so I'm surprised to see the gap is even bigger than I thought. Now he looked down at his hand, which was starting to bleed. But I didn't expect his power to be able to penetrate my gloves. Jiyu thought nervously. He took the full force of the counter damage, and the effect of Ren's increased injury has also taken effect. But his movements haven't changed at all. Taeshik slowly approached. My god, Jiyu. This is no joke. Is that all you've got? Ru also agreed. That's right. Normally, he would be dead by now. Jiyu resolutely charged toward his opponent once more. Because he won't die, I can comfortably use all my strength. His arms swung out a stream of bright red light. Jiyu's entire body dashed to the side as he mumbled. He can probably read my surprise attack by using his divine speed. Ru replied silently. And your movements are also quite simple. Jiyu was so nervous he was sweating. Taeshik is truly a former high ranker. Behemoth. And the reason he has that nickname. At that moment, Taeshik threw his spear straight forward. The legendary weapon, Gaius of Behemoth. The light from the gem on Ru shone. He thought to himself, come at me. It was bewildered. Are you really going to kill him? I may not be as strong as when we were on the 30th floor, but I'm not weak, my lord. At its word, a stream of red liquid covered the entire room. A deafening explosion tore through the air, as piercing as thousands of pieces of steel clashing. A brilliant red light erupted fiercely, swirling like a fire of blood, consuming everything. The tall building shook violently. A moment later, the door outside slowly opened. Song-hoon looked inside, bewildered. The walls in the room were covered in cuts and slashes, indicating a terrifying battle. Taeshik lay on his back, exhausted. You're here, Song-hoon? Jiyu was no exception, lying flat on the floor. In front of Song-hoon was a destroyed room with a giant hole in the middle. He hesitated. What the hell happened? The door outside the room was also shriveled and wrinkled. Taeshik shook his head. I don't know. Bring me some medicine. Jiyu also followed. Me too, Song-hoon. A moment later, after Song-hoon had brought the medicine, Taeshik didn't hesitate to pour it directly into his wound. He spoke up, confused. Do you have a curse skill or something? It seems the medicine isn't working. Jiyu replied wearily. I have a similar skill called Worsen Wounds. Ru couldn't help but exclaim. Even though its power is much lower than before, I can't believe he's still fine. What a monster. Song-hoon sat beside him and continued. Can you explain the situation to me now? What the hell happened to make the training room end up in this state? At that moment, both of them looked at the pile of rubble. Taeshik exclaimed, not knowing where to start. As you can see, he mumbled. From what I see, someone wanted to demolish this place. The infrastructure team will be scared to death after seeing this. Jiyu raised his head and drank the entire bottle of water in his hand. A moment later, he tried to move and cried out in pain. Then Jiyu ventured to ask, how do I look? I'm pretty strong, right? Hearing this, Taeshik squeezed the water bottle tightly and sighed. Kid, you still have a long way to go. Your movements are very poor because you got strong too quickly. He began to analyze. Maybe you can fight 100 weak enemies, but it won't be easy when a truly strong enemy appears. After hearing this, Jiyu also bowed his head and remembered, that's right. Taeshik continued to teach. First, learn about your opponent. Second, you have to make it so your opponent can't see through you. Finally, he asked again, I'm asking you to practice more techniques. Understand? Jiyu nodded. Ru continued to express its thoughts. My lord, it seems you're a bit clumsy when using dual swords. Just then, Jiyu pursed his lips and mumbled to himself. Technique? Does he mean I can only learn through actual combat? Taeshik pursed his lips and thought to himself, a person can't use even half of the power they possess if they don't have the necessary techniques to go with it. Just then, Taeshik suddenly noticed something. It was a scratch on his spear. A legendary weapon. A scratch on an item that you don't have to worry about its durability. He remembered the fight. If he can make that power his own and control it, then... Lost in thought, Taeshik spoke up to remind him. All right, let's go register you. Jiyu opened his mouth, bewildered. What? Climb. This attitude of his angered him. Register, you bastard. It's time for you to get your ranker title. A few minutes later, the repair team had arrived to inspect the place. Jiyu asked curiously, a ranker? Won't everyone know who I am then? Didn't we agree not to do that? Taeshik nodded in agreement. But you don't have to worry about your identity being revealed. Song-hoon was constantly on the phone. Please help us take care of this properly. Then he reminded him, you were a mercenary before you were a ranker, and protecting your mercenary identity is the top priority. There's no way the association will reveal your identity. Jiyu mumbled, even so. But before Jiyu could finish, he cut him off. And you don't know what will happen if you're a masked ranker. But after our match today, I think you'll be fine. Song-hoon instructed. Please charge the maintenance fee to the CEO, Otis. Ji-yu asked in surprise. Tae-shik continued to instruct. Even if the Ireland Guild keeps an eye on you, it seems you can protect yourself now. This statement made Ji-yu pause for a long time. Finally, Ji-yu's cheeks flushed red and he cleared his throat. I understand what you mean. Song-hoon thought to himself, he's embarrassed. Tae-shik also smirked. What's there to be embarrassed about? Ru immediately asked, embarrassed? And L teased, he's embarrassed. Finally, Ji-yu wondered, but is having a title really that important? To the point of taking risks? I feel like being a mercenary already gives me enough authority. At that moment, Tae-shik's limbs were exhausted. Listen to Song-hoon for the details. I'm going to finish my work and go home to rest. I'm dead tired. The elevator screen displayed the 83rd floor. Tae-shik instructed, you should go home early and rest today too. He nodded. The morning had already arrived. At that moment, Song-hoon began to explain. First, there are two major benefits to becoming a ranker. He began to advise. First is the ability to influence the association's decisions. You will also have access to more information. Then Song-hoon didn't forget to instruct, but things you can only do through me and the director's authority, you will be able to do yourself. Ji-yu asked curiously, what's the difference? He stated what he knew. I heard that mercenaries also have the authority of a CEO or a high ranker. Song-hoon smiled and replied, that's only when you're on the battlefield. Administrative matters are a different story. In general, it's very complicated. The higher-ups have their reasons. Their car gradually accelerated. Song-hoon continued, what's more important is the second benefit. What I just mentioned is just an added bonus. He continued to add, as you know, the ranker title and ranker level are not set by Korea, but by the International Player Association. While mercenaries only have authority in Korea, rankers hold authority worldwide. At this, Song-hoon glanced at him probingly. From a street punk to establishing a constitution, isn't that pretty cool? Ji-yu tilted his head and mumbled vaguely, global, huh? He explained nervously. Actually, I don't feel that great anymore, because the scale has widened. Song-hoon suddenly burst out laughing. I can guarantee, you will step onto the global stage in the near future. Finally, he concluded confidently, I bet on it. Ji-yu spoke up, flustered. Even if you praise me like that, it won't change anything. El spoke up. I also think the master will play a big role. Ru exposed him. My lord, your ears are red. At that moment, Ji-yu opened his mouth and hesitated. If you say so. He raised his hand and clenched it tightly. It's a piece of cake. I'll become a ranker. Song-hoon, while driving, replied vaguely, a piece of cake? Becoming a ranker is a piece of cake? He said wearily. Then what does that make me? How am I still alive? Ji-yu hastily explained. That's not what I meant. Hearing this, Song-hoon suddenly smiled. Song-hoon explained. Anyway, being a ranker only has benefits. There are no disadvantages or troubles. That's right. Actually, there is one trouble. He brought up some news. You have to participate in an unofficial ranking match once. Ji-yu asked in surprise, a ranking match? Song-hoon nodded. Normally, a ranker gets their title from fighting in public ranking matches, right? He explained seriously. In your case, you're being registered unofficially this time. Even if the association recognizes it, it doesn't mean the other rankers will. You have to fight a ranker in a place where 3 or more rankers are gathered. This made Ji-yu so nervous, he broke out in a sweat. Fight a ranker? I won't have to fight someone who's about to become a high ranker, right? Song-hoon refuted. Of course not. It's actually a formality, so it's usually a new ranker. He hesitated. If we're talking about players who have recently become rankers, the scene changes to the 45th floor of the tower. A red dragon opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and roared madly. It flew like a bullet toward a group of people standing in front of it. Yubin pursed her lips, her expression extremely calm. It ran forward, continuously screaming at everyone, causing the air to seem to tremble. Finally, the dragon charged forward and bit down. Its eyes lit up with a faint light, as if it had discovered something. Yubin stood calmly on its head, making it look around, bewildered. Smaller dragons are dumber. In return, they have very tough skin. That means, compared to fighting them head-on. Instantly, She powerfully spun the sword in her hand. It's better to jump on their heads and... At this, Yubin aimed straight for its glowing eye. Attack their eyes. Immediately, a stream of bright red blood flowed from its head down to the corner of its mouth. The red dragon roared madly. The ear-piercing screams tore through the sky. Yubin quickly ran away. In case things don't go as planned. She nimbly jumped behind it. Then Yubin's face became serious and she continued. You can slash at the back of their knees. That way, you can hunt them much more easily. At that moment, she jumped up high. But of course, Yubin used her sword to unleash a series of slashes forward. A stream of red blood continuously spurted from its body, causing the dragon to writhe in pain. Yubin calmly turned and left. Then she slung her sword over her back. A moment later, the red dragon immediately gave up and collapsed under the girl's attack. You have to be strong enough to deal damage in the first place. And she was none other than Shin Yubin, the guild master of the Frostflower Guild. Just then, before the surprised gazes, Yubin opened her mouth and called, "Everyone!" All the members of the guild blushed and exclaimed, as expected of the guild master. "She's so cool." The noisy crowd shouted, "Guild master, you're so cool. Show us again." Yubin replied shyly, "Next time, everyone should try it." The scene changes. In another area. Just then, in the changing room, Haesuk suddenly spoke up and asked, "Yubin, don't you think we should let the other opportunities handle the guiding from now on?" She replied gently, "I do it because I like it." She smiled and explained, "My late father said that compared to leveling up, guiding those who come after is more meaningful." However, before she could finish, Yubin suddenly froze. He always talked about the guide who helped him a lot when he was a new player. An unofficial ranking match. She immediately turned her head and asked, "Grandma, what's an unofficial ranking match? I only know about ranking matches." Haesuk quickly explained, "It's a procedural match for those who have become rankers in the association. It seems someone in the inner circle has just become a ranker." Yubin frowned with displeasure. "What? So this guy is getting preferential treatment? Instead of helping those who come after, this guy is stealing their opportunities." Her eyes narrowed with tension. On her phone screen was a picture of Kim Ji-yu, evaluation opponent. Yubin declared with determination, "I won't let him get the qualification easily. It would be great if he were half as good as the guide my father always talked about." At this, Yubin suddenly froze. "But he's quite good looking." Ji-yu looked at the tablet and mumbled, "The person who will be evaluating this unofficial ranking match is the president of the association, Director O, and the ranker Suho." He bowed his head in contemplation. "They're all people I know." At that moment, Ji-yu questioned, confused, "Isn't this too dependent on personal relationships? Seriously, is it okay for an association that prides itself on being impartial to do this?" Song-hoon shrugged and explained, "Why are you like this? I told you from the beginning that this is just a formality." He repeatedly reassured him, "Didn't you already know? They're not the type of people who would let their emotions interfere with the evaluation. And more importantly, your skills have long since reached the level of a high ranker." At this, Song-hoon's voice became low, to the point where we had to wonder who to choose for the ranking match. He hesitated. So, just then, Ji-yu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, that's right. The opponent." He was busy tapping on the screen. "Who will I be fighting? I forgot to ask the most important question." Song-hoon reminded him. "Scroll down a bit." As soon as he saw the person, Ji-yu read it out loud. "Commander of the Frostflower Guild. A small-scale guild composed of elite female rankers. Ranker Shin Yubin of the Frostflower Guild." This character immediately made Ji-yu contemplate for a long time. Then he suddenly remembered something. "I feel like I've met her somewhere before." Song-hoon carefully reminded him, "Player Kim Ji-yu, people don't flirt like that anymore." Ji-yu frowned and retorted, "That's not it. I'm sure I've met her somewhere before." He repeated, "You must have seen her on TV. Because she's a ranker." He exclaimed in surprise, "Is that so?" The scene changes to another place. At the second training room, Song-hoon stood in the middle and shouted, "Player Kim Ji-yu, ranker Shin Yubin, face each other." He stated the rules. The rules of the match are as I explained before. Excessive attacks are forbidden, and the match ends when one side surrenders. At that point, the fighter is considered to have broken the rules. The three judges were extremely noisy. Suho waved his hands and shouted, Jiyu, do you understand? Taeshik reassured him. Just fight like you normally do. And Taegu was expectant. Let's see what you can do. Jiyu tilted his head and thought to himself, this is an important match. Can't you be more serious? At that moment, Yubin's impression of her opponent worsened. Just as I thought. He's just a climber with a lot of connections. I won't accept this easily. She gripped her sword tightly. If he's not qualified, then I have to protest to the end. At that moment, Song-hoon shouted loudly, ranking match, begin. At his word, both of them charged forward. Jiyu, however, observed the situation. And Yubin was no less impressive. The sound of metal clashing screeched piercingly. Just then, Yubin pulled her sword back and winced, gritting her teeth. She continued to charge forward and slash again. Yubin's eyes were extremely sharp, showing clear determination. She continuously ran around, distracting him. The moment she stood behind him and aimed her sword at her prey, Jiyu had already noticed and leaned to the side. But Yubin still wouldn't give up. Each slash seemed to emit light. She continued to jump up and swing her sword straight at him. The battle was now extremely intense. Ru spoke up to reassure him, suppress your strength and speed as much as possible, and only face her with technique. Then it couldn't help but praise, your opponent isn't bad. Her movements are quite good. Yubin gritted her teeth in frustration. She didn't give up and was determined to stab his sword multiple times. The sound of metal clashing screeched piercingly. Ru exclaimed incessantly, block the sword with the most perfect technique. Jiyu focused on dodging her continuous chain of attacks, and thus avoided the attack. Ru continued to instruct, if you can redirect the attack instead of blocking it head-on, then do so. Like that. The judges were now also confused. Taeshik spoke up. He's more like he's training than fighting a ranking match. Suho was confused. Have ranking matches always been this gentle? There was one thing the judges had to agree on. Both of them were amazing. Just then, Yubin also began to be more timid. He's so strong. Her feet continuously retreated. I judged him too hastily. This person isn't cheating. The battle was so intense that even someone like her was sweating. A thought flashed through Yubin's mind. No matter which direction I attack from, I can't touch him. How did someone this strong get here? Finally, she lowered her sword and thought to herself, if possible, I didn't want to use a skill, but... Thinking of this, Yubin didn't hesitate any longer and charged straight forward. She swung her sword in a straight line, creating a powerful whirlwind that knocked Jiyu back. He gradually became panicked. I can't see her sword path, El gently reminded him. That's a type of illusion skill. Ru also chimed in. It seems you can't hold back anymore. Jiyu, although reluctant, also admitted, I think I have to end this match soon. Just then, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and shouted, Flash step. At his word, his speed immediately became faster, making it impossible for Yubin to keep up. She was surprised and gritted her teeth in confusion. Finally, Jiyu swung his sword behind him. Power. Instantly, Yubin was caught off guard and took this attack head-on. Her sword immediately slipped from her hand and flew behind her. The sword slammed into the wall and then slowly rolled on the ground. The judges also watched the progress of the match nervously. Song-hoon also didn't expect this result. Yubin's face was covered by shadows. Her lips moved slightly. She bowed her head to the ground and admitted, I surrender. At that moment, Song-hoon immediately raised his hand toward Jiyu. The winner is Kim Jiyu. Because you have won, you are accepted to be promoted to a ranker without needing a point evaluation. Yubin clenched her fists in frustration, trembling. I misunderstood him. I was even defeated in a humiliating way. I can't even lift my head. However, at that very moment, a hand suddenly reached out to Yubin. He smiled warmly. Thank you, Ranker Shin Yubin. It's been a while, hasn't it? Yubin was surprised and didn't dare to reach out her hand. What? You know me? Jiyu asked back. Your father's name is Shin Dongchul, right? She was bewildered. How did you? He continued to explain. Just as I thought. Before, when I was a guide, I heard him talk about you a lot when he was alive. I saw you at his funeral. The judges exclaimed, as expected of a guide with 5 years of experience. Jiyu continued. I wasn't sure at first, But when I faced you like this, I realized. I remember you were just a high school student back then. But now you've grown up so much. Yubin suddenly remembered her late father's words. Yubin, the guide I just met can't level up, but he still helps people get stronger. Isn't that cool? Then she remembered her own shameful words. Instead of helping those who come after, this guy is stealing their opportunities. I won't let him get the qualification easily. Just as I thought. He's just a climber with a lot of connections. I won't accept this easily. If he's not qualified, then I have to protest to the end. It would be great if you were just half as good as the guide my father talked about. All of this made the current Yubin completely dazed. At that moment, her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Thinking of this, Yubin quickly raised her hand. She covered her face and mumbled to herself. It's been a while. A moment later, Taeshik smiled and spoke up. Congratulations, kid. You're a real ranker now. Taegu also turned his head and said in a loud voice, Congratulations. See you next time. Suho was no exception. I'll be going now. I've been away from my work at the guild for too long. Finally, Sunghoon spoke up to remind them. Jiu, both of you, just need to sign here. He carefully instructed Jiu. That's right there. Please write your full name. Just then, Yubin suddenly hesitated and opened her mouth. She was so shy she didn't dare to look straight at him. Can I? Then Yubin ventured to look up. Have your number? Jiu readily agreed. Of course. But right after, he immediately felt Sunghoon's strange gaze. Jiu questioned, confused. What's with that expression? He immediately turned away. Nothing. Elle spoke up teasingly. The master is embarrassed. The scene changes. At that moment, the elevator displayed the 5th floor. He thought to himself, this doesn't feel like climbing the tower at all. I'll go talk to Taeshik for a bit. A moment later, at the director's office. Jiu knocked politely. Sir, it's Kim Jiu. May I come in? However, at that moment, he immediately realized. The door isn't locked. Then Jiu vaguely pushed the door open and entered. Taeshik? Is he not here? But as soon as he saw the scene inside, Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment. He called out to him in panic, Taeshik. Taeshik was hunched over, clutching his stomach in pain. Blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Jiu rushed toward him. Taeshik, are you okay? He vaguely observed his body and asked in a small voice, You're bleeding. What happened? Jiu's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth. Taeshik, a person who was only slightly injured even when I used my full power. What kind of monster dared? Just then, he gently helped Taeshik up. Were you poisoned? Or were you attacked by someone? Did someone break into the association? Jiu mumbled nervously to himself. At that moment, Taeshik suddenly spoke up. The president of the association. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket. The president of the association? I'll call him right away. He hastily shook his head. Jiu's entire body trembled. He tried to speak. That weird old man hit me. As soon as he finished, the entire room fell silent. He asked in astonishment, What? After drinking the entire bottle of potion, Taeshik slammed it on the table as if to show his displeasure. He wiped his chin in frustration. That old man. How dare he actually hit me? I'll sue him one day. Ru spoke up. A person who can withstand the power of death was attacked one-sidedly by him. Brand was also angry on his behalf. Even though he wasn't seriously injured, it still pisses me off. Jiu asked curiously. So why did he hit you? The more Taeshik talked, the angrier he got, to the point of fuming. He kept trying to force me into an arranged marriage. He explained, and I kept insisting that I wanted to marry the person I love. And so he raised his fist at me. Jiu said, flustered, Oh, I see. Then he wondered, but an arranged marriage? I thought the world was very different here. Taeshik reminded him irritably. I told you not to call it that. He covered his face and sighed in frustration. It's not that noble. It's just that he's annoyed to see his grown son still single. Taeshik remembered his father's words. And talking nonsense like unrequited love at your age. The more he talked, the more depressed he became. And who would love you anyway? Suddenly, Jiu asked seriously, Are you busy later? Taeshik replied wearily, I was busy before. I'm this sad, and you still come to tease me. As he was fiddling with the bottle cap in frustration, Jiu spoke calmly. Really? That's sad. Well then, lately, because of the Ireland Guild, I've been very worried about the safety of my mother and sister. His nonchalant tone immediately made his eyes light up. So, I need someone who can protect my mother whenever she goes for a walk or to the supermarket. Taeshik immediately stood up and slammed the table and chairs. I'm not busy. All I have is time. He seriously leaned into Jiyu's face and shouted, even if I'm not here, all the work at the association will be taken care of. And if all my vacation days aren't enough, I'll still make it enough. Even if I have to face that old man again. Jiyu interrupted him, scared. All right, then I'll count on you. Finally, he reassured him, now sit down. Just then, Jiyu began to present his problem. But I didn't come here just to talk about this. I want to continue our previous conversation about the Ireland Guild. Is there any news related to them establishing a Korean branch? After hearing this, Taeshik leaned back in his chair. It will be officially announced tonight. They've completed most of the procedures and have set up security for the guild building. He hesitated and questioned, so that means this can't be cancelled anymore? What's the IPA's reaction? At this, Taeshik explained, actually, the IPA has a non-interference policy. It's a policy that if a conflict arises, they won't let the organization get involved with any of the national associations. He continued, the problem is. Jiyu immediately interrupted, the Angela Guild. Taeshik didn't refute. Suddenly, they're supporting the establishment of the Ireland Guild's branch. From the information we've gathered, it seems that once the branch is established, they won't interfere anymore. At this, he paused. But the most annoying thing is that the two guilds have no interaction with each other. Moreover, they have a not-so-good relationship and are discussing things privately. It was none other than Ireland Seal and Lee Seo-ho. We suspect the two guild commanders are up to something. Jiyu bowed his head and thought to himself, a deal between two major guilds? Taeshik asked curiously, what are you going to do? Jiyu looked up and replied, what? He looked straight into his eyes and continued, revenge. I don't deny that this is a rare opportunity, but I can't support it. Of course, that's something. There are still many risks. Suddenly, Jiyu spoke up. At this very moment, the establishment is coincidentally happening. He slowly emphasized, in Korea. And the manager is coincidentally Roger San. At this, Jiyu's eyes lit up. They're targeting me. If that's the case, then there's no other way but to take their heads. His voice echoed with determination. There are still 3 months until the branch is established. I will eliminate those risks one by one during that time. The scene changes. A stream of discussions constantly appeared on social media. Ireland Guild establishes a Korean branch. Many mixed opinions. The association remains silent. The branch manager is Roger San. He's targeting his own home country. 8 hours ago. The Iron Guild report is amazing. No need to worry about riots anymore. At this age, who cares about nationality? Thank you for protecting Korea. The best product of the Korean Player Association is Roger San. Thank goodness. The people who oppose this must be fine with their homes being destroyed by riots. They discussed animatedly. How can you guys welcome this? You stupid pigs. Don't you know those people are more terrifying than monsters? How can you happily accept foreigners bringing weapons to our homeland? What is the association doing? Are they letting this happen? I want to have hope in Roger San's mustache. Jiyu's eyes were fixed on the screen with a complex expression. Asterisk, the word opportunity has a rather light, harmonious connotation. But in reality, it's an army. There are people who welcome them because they believe it will reduce the risk of riots. But there are also people who oppose the stationing of foreign troops. Asterisk, Sunghoon leaned over and asked, what are you looking at? Ranker Kim Jiyu. He replied shyly, just the news. Please don't emphasize the ranker part. Then Jiyu put his phone in his pocket. But is this the right place? Just then, both of them stood before a chaotic mess of rubble. The secret meeting place with that man. Rue exclaimed, he didn't choose a bad place. Brand exclaimed in surprise, what a salty taste, Rue. Elle teased him, it's always like that. He looked around and thought to himself, a city destroyed by a riot. The pile of rubble made Jiyu confused. There are plenty of beautiful places, but he chose this one. Sunghoon opened his mouth. This is definitely the place. But he's late. Jiyu accepted it with a heavy heart. It can't be helped. After all, we're the ones who need him. At that very moment, he suddenly glanced behind him. Jiyu smiled and reminded him. It seems he's here. The 3-month revenge begins now. The first part. Just then, Hyung-chun floated in the air. He bowed his head and slowly approached. Sorry for being late. Then he pretended to act. Player photo hunter. I am an acquaintance of Go Hyung-chun, the former ranker Go Hyung-chun. Ji-yu remembered Tae-shik's words. There's nothing good between that guy and the association. So be careful with him from now on. He thought to himself, I don't have a good impression of him after the masked ranker incident. But now, I need to use his information network. Now he asked back, an acquaintance? Ji-yu questioned him seriously. I want to talk directly to player Go Hyung-chun. Hyung-chun bowed his head and replied in a low voice. I'm sorry. Mr. Go Hyung-chun only accepts requests through me. Ji-yu patiently explained. This is a very big deal with a lot of risks. Let me meet him. Hyung-chun also firmly refused. You can't. All requests are received through me, and the decision to accept or not is also up to me. Finally, he suggested, feel free to make a request. At that moment, Sung-hoon whispered in his ear, this is dangerous. If your plan is exposed. Ji-yu nodded. All right. Then he raised his sharp gaze. I have a plan. Ji-yu made a suggestion. First, I'll talk about the price. 5 billion up front. If you bring me the information I need, I'll give you another 10 billion. This statement immediately made Hyung-chun exclaim, Oh. He probed. And what is the content of the request? Ji-yu continued, gather information. While the Ireland Guild is establishing its Korean branch, there's a high probability that they've made a deal with the Angela Guild. This request quickly changed Hyung-chun's expression. Gather information for me. He trembled and retreated. Are you crazy? Then Hyung-chun decisively turned to leave. Request denied. No matter how large the amount, we can't risk our lives. At his word, he immediately jumped up and flew away. Hyung-chun flatly refused. I'll pretend I didn't hear this. Just then, Ji-yu managed to grab his ankle in time. Hyung-chun turned his head in astonishment and looked back. Ji-yu slid on the ground and spoke up. You think I'll let you go so easily, after you've said that much? His voice was gentle but full of threat. You were free to come here, but leaving is another story. Hyung-chun trembled uncomfortably. Let go. Ji-yu's eyes lit up with a mysterious glint. He growled a warning. Come down here if you don't want to fight. And stop acting. Hyung-chun was so nervous he broke out in a sweat. What are you talking about? At his word, his entire body was immediately pulled down. Ji-yu brutally slammed his entire body onto the hard ground. A moment later, an explosion rang out. A thick cloud of dust filled the air. Ji-yu calmly continued. I held back a lot last time. Thanks to you, I was able to release some of my anger. Ji-yu bowed his head and confronted him. So, let's talk nicely. His eyes lit up as if he had seen through his opponent. Mr. Go Hyung-chun. Ji-yu spoke up. Let's have a talk, shall we, Mr. Go Hyung-chun? He opened his eyes wide as if he had discovered something. Ji-yu gripped the black cloth tightly in his hand, thinking silently. Amidst the ruins of the house, the dust gradually settled. There was a voice from inside. Go Hyung-chun shouted angrily. Why are you doing this to me? If you keep acting like this, I won't let it slide. Ji-yu walked back and forth and said, as expected, of a ranker, Mr. Go Hyung-chun. He said in surprise, what are you talking about? I'm not Go Hyung-chun. He spoke up, stop pretending. Ji-yu said with a cold gaze, I have a way of knowing. Go Hyung-chun stood still, looking at him. Behind him, a thick purple circle of light erupted. Purple particles of light filled the air. His hair trembled as the light covered his entire body. A day before, the system panel displayed a notification. The Ego Ru has completed its awakening as the Lord of the Demonic Arts. Ji-yu asked, this is only showing up now. He continued, I was so busy I completely forgot about this. It seems this wasn't complete when Ru awakened. It spoke up, the master is quite busy. Ji-yu asked, how is it? Do you feel any different? It replied, from now on, you will be able to use a part of the demonic eye's ability. Because becoming the Lord of the Demonic Arts includes everything with a demonic attribute. Ji-yu asked, the demonic eye? What's that? Ru said, your left eye. He asked matter-of-factly, this is the demonic eye? Why did you only tell me now? It replied, well, you didn't ask, and I wasn't sure before. It's not easy for a normal person to obtain the demonic eye. I don't know what that woman who calls herself the Demon King did either. Jiyu was silent, as if thinking. He spoke up and asked, "Who is she to have such terrifying power?" Ru continued, "Anyway, the demonic eye is an eye that can see through the true nature of all things, although it hasn't been fully unleashed yet. Well, you'll probably be able to see other people's names." Jiyu looked at the ring on his hand and said smugly, "Pretty useful, huh? That is, if I had something similar to a death note." Ru asked, "What's that?" "An item." He waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." Information window. Ru. Title: Lord of the Demonic Sword and Demonic Arts. Level: 95. Strength: 136. Dexterity: 155. Stamina: 108. Magic power: 185. Resistance: 10%. Resistance: 5%. Physical resistance: 6.7%. Heat resistance: 10%. Magic affinity has increased. Skills: Accessory Transformation, Cannibalism, Indomitable Will, Demonic Arts. Demon that has absorbed a part of Ferrat. The system panel continued to report, Demonic Arts can grant demonic power to egos. Jiyu looked at the screen and said, "Grant demonic power to egos, huh? Does that mean I can grant skills like Ren's Worsen Wounds, Hema's Flash Step, and Oberon's Force?" Ru replied, "That's right. You can grant skills that are suitable for the nature of the ego." Jiyu stared at the screen and said, "I see." Ru asked, "Why don't you try it with those gauntlets of yours?" He shouted, and the gauntlets immediately lit up, releasing a purple smoke that wrapped around him tightly. The system panel displayed, Choi. Control the opponent with dark magic. Jiyu pointed his hand forward. The gauntlets shot out several purple tendrils, which whipped forward and wrapped around Hyungchun. Songhun looked at him and asked, "Is that a new skill?" Jiyu replied, "Something like that." As he pulled the rope, he spoke up, "I'll say it again, Mr. Go Hyungchun. Stop acting." He looked at him with a sharp gaze and said, "This is my final warning to you." Go Hyungchun said in surprise, "The demonic eye? As expected, you have a connection with the Demon King." He continued, "If that's the case." A white smoke curled around him from behind. Both Jiyu and his teammate widened their eyes in astonishment, not understanding the scene that had just unfolded. Go Hyungchun broke the ropes that were tied around him. His glowing red eyes flashed amidst the thin smoke. He stared intently ahead. He slowly appeared with a new appearance and said, "I'm interested now. I'll listen to what you have to say." Jiyu looked at Hyungchun and said, "This appearance of yours is much better. A mission, it's more like a deal. Let's negotiate the terms." In front of them was the scene of a ruined house with rubble scattered everywhere. He sat opposite him and asked, 5 billion up front and 10 billion upon success. "I told you that, right?" Go Hyungchun said, "That's not enough. My life isn't that cheap." Jiyu stood up and said, "Didn't you just try to run away with my information? Let's call it even." He spoke up, "And the masked ranker incident too. How ridiculous." He looked at Hyungchun and asked, "Then what do you want me to give you?" He replied, "Information about your relationship with the Demon King and about the power of the demonic eye." Jiyu hesitated and asked, "Is that all you need?" He looked at him and replied, "That's more than enough. I'm sure you don't fully understand the value of such information." Jiyu said, "All right, if you want." He began to tell the story. "I am the disciple of the Demon King, and the demonic eye has the ability to see through the true nature of all things. It seems you're not lying." Go Hyungchun stood up and said, "I've received my payment. I'll take this job too." His eyes glowed red as he stood behind the hazy smoke and said, "I'll come see you when I've gathered the information. Goodbye." Saying this, Hyungchun disappeared behind the smoke. Ru spoke up. He didn't doubt the master's words at all. Maybe he has a skill to verify it. He said, "What a noisy meeting. But things went more smoothly than I thought." Jiyu asked, "Really? Then let's move on to the next location, shall we? I want to finish everything I can today." A tall house reached straight up to the sky, its exterior shiny. Clouds and sun surrounded it. At the president's office. "I've heard from Tae-shik about your situation." Taegu spoke up, "Revenge, huh? Even if you're a mercenary, this is something I can't help you with. But I can turn a blind eye to what you're about to do. I'm only doing this because we have a common goal. Because this branch office incident is also quite a headache for the association." Jiyu looked at him and said, "Instead of revenge, I prefer to call this taking the initiative." Those bastards will definitely target me. He looked at Taegu and continued. Although I'm very grateful that you'll turn a blind eye, I'll still ask for one more thing. He asked, you have another request? Jiyu spoke up. Complete control of information. And change the work schedule of the ordinary citizens working in the Iron Guild's branch office. At the same time, make it so that other guilds can't access that place. He looked at him and asked, is that possible? Taegu didn't answer and asked back, are you planning to take down that entire branch office by yourself in the middle of Seoul? He continued, that branch office has the forces of one of the top 10 guilds in the world. Taegu sat in contemplation, his arms crossed, as if thinking. He continued, the association isn't omnipotent, so controlling information to that extent is a bit difficult. That's in the case that no gate breach occurs. Jiyu looked at Taegu and asked, you mean, if a gate breach occurs, it'll be okay? He looked at Jiyu for a moment, and then said, you talk as if you can create a gate breach. Jiyu spoke up, of course, not a gate breach. Taegu sighed and said, of course. Jiyu continued, there have been many attempts to weaponize gate breaches, but all have failed. That's not a power that an individual can possess. He put his hand behind his neck and hesitated, as if thinking. Jiyu continued, I can create something similar. Taegu closed his eyes in contemplation, as if thinking. He spoke up, if possible, I'd like to take that power from you. Jiyu asked in surprise, what are you talking about? The sun dyed the magnificent tall buildings yellow. A voice echoed, I only have 3 months. I have to act as quickly as possible. Jiyu continued, I've assigned Go Hyung-chun to investigate any potential risks. And I've received a promise of some support from the association. Ru spoke up, now you have to go find that Death Note thing, right? He said, that's not possible. You have an unnecessarily good memory. Jiyu continued, I still need one more thing. Even if I can control a gate, I still can't match their forces. Brand asked, am I that useless? Oh no, that's not what I meant. You've helped me a lot, Brand. He looked at it and asked, the gate will become stronger as it absorbs more crystals. And that's not your only power, right? It smiled and replied, I'm enough. Jiyu spoke up, the opponent is one of the top 10 strongest guilds. No matter how much stronger I get in the next 3 months, I can't face them alone. A young man entered and said, I'm sorry. The association can't directly support me in the battle. He asked, what are you doing here alone after sending all the guild staff home? The other person said, you're here. I need a force that can match them in terms of numbers. I'm sorry for making you go back and forth. I'm a bit busy right now. The young man spoke up. What's there to be sorry about? In this country, everyone knows that Suho is a busy person. He laughed loudly and said, long time no see. Actually, it hasn't been that long. I'll create an allied force. So what did you want to talk to me about? To fight side by side with me. Suho spoke up, I see. So that's what happened. This is the first time I've heard the details. Jiyu spoke up. Well, it's not something to be proud of. He asked, so? What are you going to do? Jiyu crossed his arms and was silent, as if thinking. Suho continued, our guild owes you a great debt. I'm willing to do anything you ask. But you know, right? This. Jiyu smiled and replied, this is extremely dangerous. Jiyu continued, so I didn't come here as a friend, but to make a proposal. He spoke up, most of the benefits that arise when the Ireland Guild's branch office disappears will be handed over to the Tree Guild by the association. Jiyu spoke up, actually, that's a given. If I had to add one more condition. He spoke with a stammer. Suddenly, Jiyu raised a finger, much to Suho's astonishment. He continued, once. If the Tree Guild ever needs my help with anything, I will help once without any questions. Ru said, I can't believe you're using yourself as a condition. You've become too arrogant. Jiyu was angry. Master, shut up. How am I arrogant, you old hag? Suho said, it feels like just yesterday he was trembling before a goblin. He asked, what a tempting offer. What exactly will we have to do? Will we have to fight the members of the Iron Guild at the branch office? Jiyu replied, that's more than enough. Suho stood up and said, although I can't decide on such an important matter by myself, this is enough for me to convince the leadership. He held out his hand to Jiyu as if to shake his hand. Suho spoke up, we will consider your proposal, Mr. Monica. Jiyu said, I will await everyone's response, Mr. A. Rock. He kept his lips slightly closed, his chin slightly tilted. His expression was calm. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. His chin was clearly defined. The door opened, and a voice echoed. Let's not humiliate each other like this anymore. The day of the establishment of the Iron Guild's branch office. D53. Sugar City, Gyeonggi Province. In the middle of a stone-paved courtyard, a swirling purple portal opened. Two people stood watching. One person was talking on the phone. You're so late. The man asked, who's late? Song-hoon replied, Kim Ji-yu, the minister. He took a little long to handle things today. He looked at his watch in surprise and said, but he's only been inside for less than an hour. He looked at the vortex and said, this is a B-rank gate. The other person was surprised and also looked. The corner of Song-hoon's mouth curved slightly, as if he was planning something. Ji-yu stepped out, his feet covered in blood. He was quite tired, his whole body covered in blood, and continued to walk out. L spoke up. Well done, Bran, my lord. L, the monster blood is so sticky. Ru spoke up. Your fighting skills are now passable. The man was astonished to see Ji-yu and said, he clearly went in alone. Even a guild would take several days to conquer it. He looked at them and asked, are you here to pick me up? Song-hoon walked toward Ji-yu and asked, you've worked hard. You're not selling the crystals this time either, right? He replied, of course. I'll use all the reward money to buy crystals too. Bran said, I'll eat them all. Ji-yu stretched wearily and asked, all right, where's the next gate? The other person replied, that's all. He turned back in surprise and looked. Song-hoon spoke up. You've conquered all the gates the association assigned to you. There are no more difficult gates on the entire Korean peninsula. Ji-yu asked in astonishment, really? Bran said, oh my god, does that mean I don't have any more crystals to eat? Ru spoke up, finish what you have before asking for more. Ji-yu turned and asked, so for now, I'll just go home and take a shower, right? He stammered as if he had suddenly remembered something. Ji-yu continued, then let's go for a few drinks. Han River, Seoul. Evening fell. The setting sun was a brilliant red, and the water sparkled as if honey had been poured on it. He raised his hand and popped the top of a beer can, the sound breaking the suffocating atmosphere. The two of them clinked their cans, and Song-hoon spoke up, there are only 2 months left. He turned and asked, what are you planning to do in the remaining 2 months? Ji-yu replied, I don't know yet. I don't plan on going so far as to buy gates or fly abroad to find crystals. Maybe climbing the tower to find crystals isn't a bad idea. He raised his beer can and said, I haven't fully absorbed the power I've gained yet. Ji-yu spoke up, and while I'm busy handling this and that, 2 months will fly by, right? Song-hoon spoke up, that's right. I'm sure you'll do well. He asked while eating, that's right. Didn't that person say he would meet you? Ji-yu spoke up, he'll probably appear from behind while we're talking like this. He did that the first time we met. Then every time we contacted him, he appeared like that 3 more times. He pointed behind him and said, like that. Ji-yu pointed to where a gray smoke was swirling into a hazy circle. Go Hyung-chun appeared amidst the white smoke with fiery eyes. He slowly approached the two of them. Song-hoon said, you saw through my concealment technique again. You surprise me every time. Ji-yu handed him a beer can and said, your way of speaking is always so strange. Song-hoon asked in surprise, why are you suddenly speaking so informally? Ji-yu looked at Song-hoon and said, you were the one who spoke informally from the beginning. Come to think of it, I'm still holding a grudge about that. And we're the same age. Song-hoon opened another beer can and said, well, that's not important. He turned away and said, what's important is that you detected me. While even high rankers can't do that. You're surprisingly sensitive to magic. Ji-yu asked in surprise, is that so? Ru said, it's all thanks to me. He spoke up, you're so good. It spoke up, can't you praise me more sincerely? Ji-yu turned and asked, so did you find anything this time? The last 3 times were all trivial information. Song-hoon asked angrily, what do you mean, trivial information? I told you that Ireland Seal's leg is fake. He lowered his voice. Well, it could be considered useful. He spoke up. This is an investigation into the relationship between the 2 top guilds in the world. It's not as easy as stealing candy from a baby. Ji-yu spoke up and asked, I see. So do you have any new information? Sung-hoon replied, yes. But to be honest, he continued, I'm going to withdraw from this case after I give you this information. He sat in silent contemplation. Ji-yu frowned and asked, is the information that important? Sung-hoon replied, of course. He asked, first, the rumors about Lee Seo-ho that have been spreading recently, have you heard them? He asked back, Lee Seo-ho was injured while conquering the tower, right? Sung-hoon replied, yes, that's true. I don't know the exact nature of the injury, but I heard it's quite serious. He spoke up, that's why. I heard that he needs an elixir. The dark door opened slightly. A green orb shone on the grass. Ji-yu thought, the last known place to have an elixir is the Harrian Labyrinth. If the information about me and the Demon King hasn't been leaked, everyone will naturally assume that the Iron Guild, the guild that participated in that conquest, has the elixir, He wondered, so he used the elixir, which he doesn't have, as bait to make a deal later? No. Even if it's the Iron Guild, he wouldn't dare to do that when the other party is Lee Seo-ho. Besides, Lee Seo-ho wouldn't be fooled by such a trap. The 3 elixirs found in the past are all known to have been used. So that means this deal has something to do with the Demon King. Ji-yu continued to think, but what kind of injury requires an elixir? Elle said, his meridians must have been damaged. He asked, meridians? She replied, you've experienced it before. The elixir helps restore meridians. Your meridians will be restored. If he needs that effect, it's highly likely that his meridians have been damaged. Ji-yu spoke up, meridians damaged? Elle spoke up, it would be good if we could meet that Dell person. Ru spoke up. She said to come find her when you've conquered the 50th floor, right? Even for you. That's difficult. Brand called, my lord. Ji-yu asked in surprise, what's wrong, Brand? It hesitated and said, I'm so full. I can't eat anymore. Ru spoke up. I told you, didn't I? Finish what you have before asking for more. Purple stones flew everywhere, shining like stars falling all over the floor. Brand said, I can't eat anymore. He spoke up. Well, let's put aside the things we can't answer for now. Let's go do something else, shall we? It called, my lord. Elle spoke up. You've become colder. Ji-yu held a necklace with a shining green stone in his hand. The system panel reported, level 51, strength 19, dexterity 25, stamina 67, magic power 25. Skills, accessory transformation, mana recovery, worsen wounds. Please select the main ego. He brought the necklace closer and said, combine. The main ego is Ren. The sub-ego is. The system reminded, please select the sub-ego. Beginning the combination process. The green stone shone brightly. A beam of light exploded like a miniature sun. A red light erupted in the middle of the room. A green wind swept through the entire space. Incheon International Airport. The long, curved roof of the terminal under a gray sky. The train tracks and people walking in shoes. Under the wide terminal roof, a stream of people moved quickly. Boots clacked on the ground. He said, so this is Lee Seo-ho's country. Rotor said, who cares? I just want to fight already. The others stared intently, silent, as if in thought. A voice rang out. Please say something. Someone asked, what will be the guild's operating policy from now on? Another person spoke up. What is Mr. Ireland Seal doing right now? What are you all planning to do next? A sharp gaze swept through the crowd. People held up signs and phones, showing a warm welcome. The pride of South Korea, Roger San. He thought angrily to himself. How dare you consider me a compatriot just because we have the same skin color? I'm on a completely different level from those people. A little girl holding a wreath timidly approached Roger. The little girl raised the wreath and said shyly, please, protect South Korea. His eyes widened, his dark pupils dilating slightly. He held his breath and looked at the little girl angrily. She opened her brown eyes wide, her lips parted. Her face was bewildered and confused. She was startled and turned back when someone touched her. A man lifted the little girl onto his shoulders and shouted, let's go. The reporters cheered. It's the president of the association. Quick, take a picture. He frowned and looked at everyone with annoyance. Taegu approached, carrying the little girl on his shoulders, and looked at him, saying, Branch Manager Roger San, you don't know how to create an image at all. What's wrong with these wreaths? He thought to himself, The president of the South Korean Player Association. He's not someone I can afford to offend, Roger said loudly in anger. Is the South Korean Association this careless? Why are there so many civilians in an official area? Taegu looked at him and said, it seems the branch manager of the Ireland Guild in South Korea also doesn't know how to assess people's abilities. He asked, what kind of trouble can a child like this cause? Roger gritted his teeth in anger and looked at him out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he rushed forward and snatched the wreath from the little girl's hand. Roger frowned and reluctantly said, I am very honored to receive this gift. Taegu laughed smugly and said, you should say that to this little lady. The association has prepared a welcoming ceremony. I hope you will attend. The little girl opened her eyes wide and looked at him, bewildered. Roger angrily threw the wreath, and the flowers scattered everywhere. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it. A bunch of monkeys putting on a show. Roger angrily ordered, let's go straight to the branch. Ireland Seal turned back and asked, aren't you going to the South Korean Association? He spoke up, why should we do what they want? Tell them we have to prioritize inspecting the branch building first. He replied, understood. The car sped down the road, heading straight for the branch. Roger thought to himself, Kim Ji-yu. It's strange that most of the information about him has been restricted. He continued to think, but that's to be expected, since he's connected to the Demon King. But it's okay. Roger looked at the information about the girl Kim Yoo-rong on his phone and said, because I can easily get information about his family. Roger smirked under the blue light of the screen, his eyes shining with a calculating glint. He thought, I wonder what kind of expression he'll make when he sees the corpses of his relatives. The car stopped at a tall building. A voice called out, we're here. Roger, as he got out of the car, looked ahead in surprise. He asked, shouldn't there be a main street nearby? Why is it so quiet? The sound of a loudspeaker suddenly blared loudly. A gate breach has occurred. All civilians, please evacuate immediately. This is not a drill. I repeat, a gate breach has occurred. Roger frowned, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. Both Chuck Lamond and Roder looked toward the loudspeaker with interest. Sung-hoon was talking on the phone. The evacuation and lockdown are almost complete. You can start now. A voice replied, understood. He continued, yes, this will be the last time I contact you. Set up the barrier. A halo of light spread out like a wave, covering the entire building below. Ji-yu stared intently at his phone screen. Secretary, first place. According to Sung-hoon, the call has ended. He spoke up. This way, we don't have to worry about witnesses anymore. Now then, open the gate. A swirling purple portal roared in front of him. He stood still, as if preparing to step through. Everyone stepped into the purple vortex. When the gate opened, the two sides clashed. Brand stepped out of the blue vortex and rushed forward. He quickly knelt before him, performing a salute. Brand spoke up, greetings, great master. Ji-yu looked at him and asked, you all know the plan, right? He continued, those with red armbands are allies. The rest are enemies. As soon as you encounter an enemy, Ji-yu looked at them with a sharp gaze and continued, destroy them. Brand bowed respectfully. A voice said, as you command. Ji-yu continued, all right, everyone to your positions. Remember to follow the plan. Suho looked at Ji-yu and thought, he really created a gate breach. He suddenly glanced to the side and wondered, why do those ordinary skeleton soldiers look so strong? Suho continued, the energy radiating from the Lich and the Dullahan must be on par with a rancor. Doohae spoke up, as expected of player Kim Ji-yu. He always exceeds our expectations. CMP asked, are we really going to face the Ireland Guild's branch? Ru said, CNP is also participating. He spoke up, the person next to the kid seems to be from the Cha Guild. A month ago, the coffee shop was bright under the morning sun. The large glass window reflected the blue interior. It was quiet. Doohae's eyes were wide as he stared intently ahead and said loudly, the Cha Guild. CNP also spoke up to introduce himself, the Monica Guild. Both of them looked at him and said in unison, we want to form an alliance. With Mr. Ji-yu. With player Kim Ji-yu. He asked in surprise, an alliance? And why are you two together? Doohae spoke up, we started contacting each other more after the subjugation of the guardian god. CNP spoke up, I guess we got closer after talking about Mr. Gu. It's all thanks to you. He laughed loudly and asked, so what's this alliance about? Duhei's voice was low. To explain everything from the beginning. He looked at Gu and continued. Recently, after the guild master of the Cha guild retired, the vice guild master was appointed as the new guild master. He spoke up. Although it's a bit late, congratulations. I've been so busy lately, I haven't been keeping up with the news. Duhei continued. Thank you. When talking with player Kim CNP as guild masters, we discussed player Kim Jiu. He continued. We believe that all parties will benefit from an alliance, so we decided to meet here together. Jiu spoke up. I appreciate that you all think highly of me, but as you both know, I'm just an individual with any guild. Duhei said. When the gate breach at Yosu was prevented, I read an article with a picture of you stepping out wearing a mask. He thought to himself, everyone recognizes me. He continued. At that time, I thought, this person will become famous. So why wouldn't I build a good relationship with player Kim Jiu? He reached for the cup and spoke up. All right. If that's the case, Jiu asked, can I, a member of the alliance, make a request first? He thought to himself, a month later, at the time and place I've designated, bring all your forces. For security reasons, I can't go into detail, but it's something where you'll have to face a very powerful force. I know this request is a bit much, but if you come, I guarantee I will form a solid alliance with you too. Duhei thought, we're being drawn into a very big incident. So big that just one misstep will crush us. CNP thought to himself, we might fall here. But after seeing him control that gate, I'm sure that. Ru spoke up, player Kim Jiu. Mr. Jiu will take us to a new level. Their blue gazes met in the middle. A crooked smile. A tense glance. He called out, Ru. It replied, I've been waiting forever. She spoke up, my lord. And it emitted a dazzling blue light as if in response to Jiu's words. His posture was straight, the tip of his sword touching the floor. A blue spark gently escaped from his sleeve. His eyes narrowed, a blue-white flame flickered across them. His fur stood on end, his yellow eyes snapped open. A beam of light swept across. It began to awaken. Jiu held two swords, his sharp gaze fixed beside him as he spoke. He looked straight ahead, his sharp gaze speaking volumes. Let the revenge begin. The system panel reported, Ego has combined with the blue crystal. Level 81. Strength 77. Dexterity 102. Stamina 91. Magic power 98. Skills. Accessory transformation. Monster transformation. Mana recovery. Worsen wounds. Bleeding. Fire element. Water element. Dark element. The ground was dark and damp. The rain had just stopped, leaving tiny droplets. Oil had fallen, spreading into round stains. The sound of tapping on the road. The rain tore through the sky. Two figures stood still, staring intently ahead. Taegu spoke up, it's starting. Taeshik stood silently, lighting a cigarette. The rain fell, whitening the road. A group of people walked silently. Blades swayed. The rain poured down. A line of zombies slowly advanced, their eye sockets dark and empty. Taegu spoke up. I was skeptical at first, but it turns out to be true. That is, the young man said, an army, or something close to it. He was startled, his hand holding a half-burnt cigarette, standing silently as he asked, are you confident? Taeshik asked back, confident about what? Taegu spoke up, that kid. Are you confident he won't turn into a monster? He flicked the cigarette ash and said, how would I know that? I just hope the kid will be happy. He continued, if that kid becomes a monster and gets in the way of our plans, I'll have to intervene. So, Taeshik stood silently, looking at Taegu out of the corner of his eye. The rain was still falling. A man suddenly appeared behind the father and son. He spoke up, Director. Mr. President, everything is ready. He ordered, from this moment on, don't let anyone enter this place. Whether they're players or civilians. Not even a mouse is allowed to get in. Taeshik looked ahead with a sharp, emotional gaze. A voice rang out. We're betting the honor of Grigori on this. Suho dashed through the thick rain. Water splashed on both sides of the path. He stared intently ahead as if he had discovered something. Suho frowned, his expression tense. He thought to himself, This energy is different from that of a normal player. Despite the rain falling on his face, Suho still charged straight ahead, deep in thought. No wonder they sealed off such a large area. Grigori. On the surface, they seem to be affiliated with the association, but in reality, they are soldiers who only operate under the orders of the president of the association and Taeshik. He continued to think. Their origin and history are all a mystery. I heard they are an organization that exists to protect South Korea and save humanity, but this is just what I've heard from others. The man came to Suho and said, Guild Master, in front of us. He stopped in the middle of the rain and looked straight at the group of people. The hard landing splashed rainwater everywhere. Rotor and his comrades had arrived. He smirked, his eyes terrifying. Suho thought to himself, the Iron Guild. They still don't know about our side's plan. A surprise attack will be more effective than a direct confrontation, From the air, he quickly descended. Suho landed in the middle of the wet road and looked straight at his opponent. He spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Jose from the Tree Guild of South Korea. We are reinforcements sent to assist with the gate breach. Suho was startled and his eyes widened when he felt something was wrong. Rotor silently and suddenly swung his sword to attack him. Suho exclaimed in astonishment, What are you doing? The blade rushed toward him. The road was white. Suho quickly retreated. Ice crackled under his feet. The water splashed white. He managed to duck and dodge. Rotor spoke up and asked, You can dodge? The players of South Korea are pretty good, huh? He swung his sword and slashed at the ice shards flying around. Rotor looked at Suho and said, I don't care about gate breaches or reinforcements. Roger told me to just eliminate anyone who gets in my way. So, he opened his eyes wide and laughed, saying, Let's fight. Fighting you guys is definitely more fun than dealing with gate breaches. He thought to himself, This guy is the captain of the second team in the Ireland Guild's forces. Rue spoke up, That guy is Rotor. The rain was still very heavy. Jiu rode on Ren's back, standing on the roof of a tall building, as if observing. He called out, Brand. It replied, How do I look? I've become super cool after eating a bunch of crystals, right? Jiu smiled and said, Thank you, Brand. It was delighted. He was still sitting on Ren's back, looking into the distance. Suddenly, El spoke up, So we're really starting. Jiu said, The forces of the Ireland Guild South Korean branch are as follows. Branch Manager Roger San is the overall commander. First Team Captain, Chuck Lamont. Second Team Captain, Rotor. Third Team Captain, Callie. As he rode Ren, he thought to himself, And my job is. Jiu frowned and thought to himself, To divide the teams so they can't regroup. He shouted, Water Element. Water Element turns the body into water. In terms of numbers, our side has the advantage. But we can't be complacent because of that. Jiu awakened the power of water, his body seeming to dissolve. Ren carried him on its back and rushed forward. He thought to himself, in terms of numbers, our side has the advantage. But we can't be complacent because of that. Our side is just a temporarily assembled alliance. If we let their teams regroup, we'll be at a disadvantage. Songbai drew his bow in the rain. A glowing arrow tore through the dark night. Chuck Lamond arrived, raised his mirror, and a bright arrow rushed toward him. A loud explosion occurred right after the arrow hit its target. Chuck Lamond spoke up. Is this the welcoming ceremony of South Korea? Song-in sneered. Jaehoon spoke up. Why did we have to run into Chuck Lamond? The two sides clashed, their sword swings emitting a cold light. Doohae gritted his teeth and thought to himself. We're busy dealing with the normal members of the guild, so we don't have a free hand to help them. When will Ranker Kim Jiu finally appear? Chuck Lamond charged straight forward with extreme speed to attack them. He swung his arm and slashed forcefully, creating a large purple stream of power downward. Jaegon raised his shield to block. He braced himself against the pressure from the powerful blow that had just been unleashed. Jaegon shouted, Shield wall. A large mass of power from the ground had just hit the road, creating a loud explosion. He tried to hold up his shield to avoid the terrifying power. The shield was hit hard, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Jaegon gritted his teeth to resist the pressure of the explosion that had just occurred. Suddenly, the rock exploded right next to him. CNP shouted his name in terror Jagon. Chuck Lamond spoke up, so weak. You dare to ambush us with this level of skill? You're hurting my pride. He glared and said, at the very least, you should have brought a ranker with you if you wanted to take me down. Jiu, holding two swords, rushed toward Chuck Lamond. The ranker's right here, you son of a bitch. In the darkness, a blue eye opened wide like a beacon in the night. The pupil contracted to a sharp point, focusing all its will on one spot. Struck by the sword slash, sparks flew amidst the rain. He exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Jiu frowned and looked at Chuck Lamond. Blood splattered everywhere. He took the full force of the blow, his body freezing as blood shot out in two streams, tearing through the red curtain. Cannibalism has been activated. Attempting to egoize player Chuck Lamond. Egoization of player Chuck Lamond failed. A part of player Chuck Lamond has been absorbed. Duhei raised his sword and opened his eyes wide in astonishment, looking at him. CNP turned back, his mouth agape, as if he hadn't understood what had just happened. Cannibalism has been activated. Attempting to egoize player Chuck Lamond. Egoization of player Chuck Lamond. A part of player Chuck Lamond has been absorbed. Jiu asked in surprise. Egoization failed? A part. El spoke up, my lord. He seemed to remember something and thought to himself, asterisk, that's right. That's not important. Asterisk. Jiu silently walked straight toward the group. The rain continued to fall, and water pooled at his feet. He asked worriedly, Jagon, are you okay? He groaned softly. Jiu spoke up, you're too late. Jiu exclaimed, sorry. He reached into the swirling vortex where a blue light was blazing fiercely and said. Jiu reached out to him and said, drink this magic potion. Jagon asked, where did you just pull that out from? Bran spoke up, I'm not a warehouse, you know. Everyone gathered in the rain. The man stood in the rain, his eyes wide with surprise, and frowned as he looked ahead. He spoke up and asked. Suddenly, Rin appeared in front of him, swooping down as if to swallow the person in front of it. Rin lowered itself to the ground and took the man into its mouth before the horrified eyes of everyone. Someone asked, what the hell is that? Duhei asked loudly, a monster. He thought to himself, asterisk, is it an enemy? Or is it? Asterisk. Jiu turned to Duhei and winked as if to give a signal. He stared intently at him, silently receiving the signal. Duhei shouted, the wolf is an ally. Don't attack it and fall back. Its entire body was covered in water energy. It was baring its teeth and rushing toward the people who were attacking it with weapons. Both men held their weapons and angrily aimed at Rin, preparing to attack. A slash came down, and it was immediately wet. The ground exploded with water. Black smoke billowed over its body. It was looking up and howling. A vortex of water opened in the middle of the courtyard, its white color shooting high. Everyone cried out in astonishment when Rin suddenly disappeared. The group searched frantically. Someone asked, is it dead? Rin, with its water energy surrounding it, opened its mouth and roared, rushing toward everyone. The wolf opened its mouth wide in the rain, its white teeth flashing like broken ice. Someone spoke up. It's heading that way. Quick, attack. The man asked. Their rear is exposed. Should we attack to create a pincer movement? Duhei replied, just calm down. If we recklessly join the fight, we'll get caught in the crossfire. A drop of water rolled down his cheek. His lips were tightly closed. His heart churned like waves. Someone said, just now, Chuck Lamond's body disappeared, as if his body had been devoured by something. Just like during the subjugation of the guardian god. Rainwater rolled down Duhei's face as he frowned, his eyes fixed ahead. Amidst the gray rain, everyone swung their swords. A streak of light swept wide. Someone spoke up, I can't see anything. Rin lunged forward, its water energy enveloping all the enemies. Someone shouted, quick, kill it. A loud shout was heard, counter damage. Duhei stood watching the pillar amidst the smoke and fire. He was silent, as if thinking about something. Duhei spoke up, what the hell is this? I can't see anything. A stream of blue light slashed through his collar. The soldiers tilted their bodies in terror to dodge. Roger laughed loudly and said, they had to ask us for help for just a gate breach of this size. A blue slash swept through. A skeleton's head popped off its neck. Our side soldiers still charged forward like waves. From his hand, A mass of blue water shot out and hit a purple spot, exploding brightly. The sound of the impact was dazzling in the rain. A yellow streak whipped a black arm. The armored person opened their mouth and roared amidst the rain and mourning. The person who just set foot in this country, what an underdeveloped country. Brand stood watching intently and then spoke up. I have to hold this group off according to the master's orders. Someone spoke up. He's very strong. Not to mention that weapon. It's the bane of our existence. Roger rushed forward, his blue shoulder armor flashing. The path of his sword cut through the wind. His cloak fluttered, shimmering in the rain. A skeletal hand raised a staff, and a blue light emanated from it, like night moss. Suddenly, from the air, many beams of light surrounded Roger. He looked up. Brand smiled. A blue smoke swirled gently around its finger like a piece of paper. Roger, with one hand, wanted to use his sword to destroy the soldiers in front of him. He held his blade horizontally over his shoulder. Raindrops slid down the steel. He looked ahead with a cold gaze. Roger frowned, his lips curling up as he spoke. It's useless. Roger, as if welcoming the stream of blue light that swept toward him. His armor flashed amidst the rain. The distant buildings were dyed blue. The streak of light swept across, making the glass windows tremble. Brand grunted as the stream of blue light hit it. Roger shouted angrily, "You fool! You underestimate the power of a holy sword." She was startled and glanced at Roger when she heard him speak. "Callie, I can handle this myself. Go regroup with the other teams," she said loudly. "Branch manager, I don't think that's necessary." Roger spoke up. He continued, "Looking at this battle, it's clear their movements are different from normal monsters." Roger frowned, the corner of his eye twitching. A shiver was about to run down his spine. A voice rang out, "I have a bad feeling about this." The rain poured down, whitening the sky. People lay scattered, their hands limp on the wet ground. The group stood silently, staring intently ahead. CNP spoke up. "That blue light just now, was it the Iron Guild?" Duhei said, "As expected, the scale of a battle between rankers is on a completely different level." Jiyu stood silently, as if thinking. He thought to himself, "El Ru, could it be?" She said, "That's right, my lord." It spoke up. "I can feel something very disgusting from it." El said, "That's a holy sword." He exclaimed in surprise, "A holy sword?" She continued, "However, I can feel a different energy from." Brand spoke up, "My lord, the skeleton soldiers have all been wiped out." Jiyu exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" He looked ahead and said, "Faster than I thought." Jiyu turned to it and ordered, "Let's go." A drop of water bounced up, and a wave spread out on the surface. He rode on Ren's back and turned to say to everyone, "I'm going to support another team. After you've treated your wounds and reorganized your formation, let's regroup." Saying this, Jiyu and Ren rushed off like the wind, and everyone stood silently watching them go. He dashed forward, swiftly gliding past the high-rise buildings, leaving trails of light in the air. Rain pattered against the glass, sliding down like morning dew. An angry man clenched his fists and said, "How could the association do this?" Someone else spoke up. "This is clearly an act of suppression. A gate break occurred in Yoksum, but they kicked us out, even though we're the guild managing that area." Manhwa said, "Our Hephaestus Guild won't let this slide." Hephaestus Guild Master, Kong Manhwa, Changean also chimed in. "The association has never acted this arbitrarily before. This is truly bizarre." Blue Dragon Guild Master, Cho Changean. He stared intently ahead, lost in deep thought. Changean looked at the empty chair and spoke up. "Sequa's absence is also highly suspicious." Dohyun spoke up. F Guild Master, Kim Jong. "All of us have voiced our opinions. Now, I want to hear from the leader of the top 10 Guilds Alliance." He asked coldly, "What do you think about this?" Guild Master Li Xiaoho sat in silence, his hands intertwined, his sharp gaze fixed straight ahead. Rain poured from the sky, splashing violently against the rooftops. Raindrops fell with a heavy thud, creating expanding ripples across the puddles. The thick rain drummed relentlessly, its sorrowful downpour spreading across the courtyard. The swordsman lunged forward, engulfed in a brilliant blue-purple pillar of light. Jiwa shouted, "How are things with Dullahan?" Brandhurst replied, "They're still fighting." They must be able to fight this fiercely because they consumed so many crystals. He gritted his teeth, his eyes locked forward as he said, "Thank goodness." It could be said that the army fighting the monsters was divided into two. Jaiwa thought to himself, even the second army, enhanced by the crystals, isn't strong enough to carry the whole team on its own. So it's likely that the Kane Guild is already fighting the second army. I have to hurry, he thought, if I don't end this in 2 hours. At the director's office, Tashik said, "We will use the highest grade barrier to lock down all of Yoksum. But this can't last long." He continued, "The first issue is the cost of maintaining this barrier. Furthermore, if you factor in interference from other guilds, the maximum time we have is 3 hours. Understood? No matter what happens, this must end in 3 hours." The young man stood there, glaring at him in silence. Taigu, still standing there, spoke up, "In 1 hour." Tashik looked at him in surprise and asked, "What?" Taigu continued, "We will open the barrier in 1 hour." Tashik yelled. He turned and gave Tashik a side eye. Tashik angrily clenched his fists and said, "This is different from what you said, father." Taigu stated, "It can't be helped. That's the limit." "What are you talking about?" Tashik demanded. "Even if Yun Siena objects, if you personally," Taigu cut him off, "Li Xiaho is coming here in person." Tashik looked at him helplessly. Taigu ordered, "Call Grigori." Tashik stared at him in silence, not replying. Taigu gritted his teeth and said, "It's time to fight." An explosion billowed up, sending dirt and rocks flying. Several people were thrown off the street. He charged forward, gripping his sword hilt tightly. A burst of light erupted, tearing through the curtain of rain. The slash was blocked with a heavy thud. The blue shield sparked like shattering ice. A hand gripped the blade tightly, blue electricity flashing along the steel edge. The hulking man let out a low growl and lunged forward. His fist slammed into the blade, sweeping straight at the enemy. The punch hurtled unexpectedly toward the young man, whose eyes widened as he hastily dodged. A watery slash skimmed past his back. The blond man spun around. 3 people swung their blades simultaneously, the shockwave sweeping away the entire opposing line. The man charged straight ahead, gripping his sword hilt tightly. A watery gleam flashed. He asked, "Are you okay?" The other person said in surprise, "Vice Guild Master." He continued, "This is going to be tough. One squad was troublesome enough, but now their numbers keep increasing." The other person said, "We're already struggling as it is." Rainwater streamed down his face as he gritted his teeth, looking off into the distance. He added, "The guild's return makes it even more exhausting." Siku dashed forward through the rain, his eyes blazing like an arrow released from its bow. His blade swung in a streak of white light, cleaving straight into the purple-clad enemy. Rudd spoke up, "Back off, Callie. He's mine." She looked at him and said, "You always insist on doing it alone, only to fail right after. Do you have any idea how many times you've repeated that mistake?" Heavy as a sledgehammer, a blinding slash forced the opponent back. He muttered, "These bastards. Even in the middle of a fight, they have such great teamwork." Both of them charged forward, attacking Siku and forcing him to retreat. His foot stomped down, and ice surged upward. The water's surface ripped apart, freezing the entire battlefield. Siku stomped hard. A halo of light exploded, and ice and snow shot out like an inverted tower. A long blade of ice tore through the street, shooting forward like a blue arrow. At the end of its path, the ice bloomed into a frozen flower, blanketing the rainy street in white mist. He swung his arm, unleashing an attack. Ice blossomed amidst the rain, hurtling toward the enemy. Siku scanned the area and said, "First is Callie. She doesn't have any outstanding traits, but her speed and reflexes are the problem. I can't use the surrounding environment to attack because she detects it from the very first movement. That doesn't make her a match for me in a one-on-one fight. The real issue is that guy, Rudd." Rudd, with his arm frozen, said, "Oh man, caught again. How annoying." He called out for help. "Callie," she replied angrily, "you're too reckless." The rain poured down relentlessly, droplets splashing into expanding ripples. Rudd stood still, his legs completely frozen. Callie dashed forward to break the ice. A slash flashed brilliantly, sweeping across his ice-encased legs. As the blade cut through, The ice shattered like glass. A figure darted through the curtain of rain, leaving a blazing red trail in its wake. She lunged forward and delivered a slash. Blood splattered, forming a purple streak amidst the downpour. A body slumped heavily onto the wet ground, blood pooling and washing away with the rain. Suddenly, Rudd regenerated a new pair of legs. Splashing water in all directions, he bolted through the rain. He scoffed, "Why so tense? It doesn't work on me anyway." Unique skill, regeneration. Siku thought to himself, the gap in stamina between me and them is growing wider. I should have used a lethal attack from the very beginning. Even though his combat ability is inferior to Callie's, he acts as a meat shield so she can unleash her true skills. He continued, I have to separate them, even if just for a moment. I've slashed him over 10 times already. Amidst the torrential rain, a thunderous roar echoed through the buildings, as if tearing the sky apart. Callie squinted through the rain, her cold blue gaze darting upward, as if catching a strange signal. She spoke up, Rudd, something is approaching. He asked in surprise, what? Siku conjured a massive cluster of ice amidst the gray rain. An ice spike shot forward at breakneck speed, piercing through the downpour. He dashed like the wind, wielding his twin daggers as he glided across the wet street. Siku, alongside the ice crystals, hurtled rapidly toward them. He landed and stopped behind the other two. Talon turned around in shock and asked, What was that? Jaiwoo appeared with his newly upgraded boots. The acceleration temporarily boosted his movement speed beyond physical limits. He thought to himself, this new acceleration skill I got is thanks to Lu's demonic arts. Although it's quite similar to Blink, its jump distance is much further. He spoke up from behind. Lu said that wasn't a compliment. She turned to look at him, silently pondering. Talon exclaimed in surprise, Who is that guy? I couldn't even follow his movements. Is there another expert like that in Korea? Rotor suddenly raised his arm, noticing something unusual. He was horrified to suddenly find multiple slash wounds on his body. What the hell? Rotor glared forward, scowling. The slashes on his face began to bleed. Suddenly, his body exploded before Kalen's horrified eyes. Blood gushed out, mixing with the rain to form a red stream. Rotor fell but didn't forget to curse. You son of a bitch. He stood up, sword in hand, glaring fiercely at Jaiwoo. Rotor said, Another funny bastard shows up. But no matter how many times you do this, these wounds won't work on me. He was startled when Jaiwoo spoke up, Captain of the Second Army, Rotor. Unique skill, regeneration. Jaiwoo asked, Is my pronunciation okay? Sorry, I'm still learning English. Jaiwoo looked at him and said, I should let you know in advance that your regeneration skill won't work anymore. Rin was glowing on Jaiwoo's chest. Jaiwoo continued, You see, this little guy of mine also has a skill. It aggravates wounds, neutralizes recovery functions, and increases damage. Blood flowed endlessly down Rotor's legs, mixing with the rain to create a crimson puddle. Jaiwoo stepped forward, standing opposite the two of them. The rain poured down relentlessly. Seeing him, Sugu let out a sigh of relief and said, You're finally here. Kalen just stood there frozen, staring at him, speechless. She frowned, wondering to herself, did he block Rotor's regeneration skill? You can't do something like that with just normal items or skills. The two of them stared intently at Jaiwoo standing there. The sound of raindrops pattered endlessly. Rotor's eyes widened, and he broke into a wicked, amused smile. He looked at Jaiwoo and asked, Does that mean you're also a unique skill owner? Jaiwoo smiled confidently, his familiar heterochromic eyes shining. On the other side, Rotor laughed maniacally in delight, exclaiming, How long has it been since I was injured this badly? He raised his hand, looking at it as he continued, I admit, our compatibility is still terrible, and it seems your unique skill has outsmarted me. Then Rotor clenched his fist tightly, his voice dropping. However, his eyes glowed a deadly red, baring his teeth as he declared, Did you think I wouldn't have a countermeasure for this single weakness? These words caught Jaiwoo slightly off guard. The rain kept falling on their armor, making a pattering sound. From the opposite side, a loud shout rang out, Berserker! Instantly, Rotor's legs bulged with massive muscles. Then his arms and his entire upper body began to transform, veins popping out prominently. His body grew abnormally large, still gripping his sword tightly. Rotor completed his transformation into a giant, his strength skyrocketing. The bleeding from his wounds had also stopped. On this side, both Lu and El called out anxiously in unison. "Master!" El reminded him, "Be careful." As soon as she spoke, a giant footprint was stamped into the ground. The ground shook, and debris flew into the air. Rotor vanished from his spot, the ground where he stood cracking apart. In the blink of an eye, he dashed right in front of Jaiwoo, startling him. Rotor stuck his tongue out, his voice full of confidence. "With this, we're evenly matched." As soon as he finished speaking, his sword slashed toward Jaiwoo's shocked face. The distance was just a hair's breadth away. The power of the strike shattered the ground, sending dust and boulders flying. The scene shifted to a window not far away. The aftershock of the blow shattered the tempered glass. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound, exclaiming in unison, "That's insane. Even in this heavy rain, it's still that dusty?" Talon remained calm, guessing inwardly, this battle will probably lean in his favor. She imagined Rotor's giant body radiating a murderous aura, sighing in awe, *berserker. A skill that converts the surplus stats of his regeneration ability to temporarily boost his combat power destructively, *. Talon frowned, feeling surprised. "I didn't expect him to use a skill he hasn't touched in a long time due to its lingering side effects." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, startling her. "Where are you looking?" Just like the glass on the window, the block of ice also showed cracks along with a dark shadow inside. In the blink of an eye, the massive ice block exploded and shattered before Talon's astonished eyes. Sugu reappeared, standing tall. He looked at her, smiled, and said, "I haven't fallen yet. You shouldn't be so relaxed and let your guard down around me." As soon as he finished speaking, blocks of ice were launched straight at Talon. She quickly used her speed to dodge. While blocking the attacks, Talon yelled, "Don't you get it yet? Your attacks won't even touch a single hair on my head." Then, her eyes glowed with an eerie light. In a flash, Talon appeared behind Sugu, confidently declaring, "I can take care of you in a heartbeat all by myself, without even needing Rotor." His face darkened, not rushing to move, but just chuckling after hearing that. Sugu's eyes flashed with determination as he replied, "Seems like I'm being underestimated too much, huh?" He activated his unique skill, Absolute Zero. Instantly, the raindrops seemed to freeze in place, the surrounding air condensed, and a chilling aura gradually enveloped the area. Snowflakes began to fall, and Talon's body started to freeze with cracking sounds. She looked down in horror. Sugu smiled and continued, "The reason I stepped back earlier was to conserve my strength in case things didn't go as planned. But since Jaiwoo is here, there's no need for that anymore." Talon hastily jumped back to dodge the chilling aura, asking aloud, "Can't you see? Your teammate is probably crushed to pieces by now." But with fierce faith in his comrade, Sugu looked at the dust cloud ahead and replied briefly, "We'll see about that." As the dust gradually cleared, the image of Jaiwoo sitting on Rotor's back, pinning him down with two swords stabbed into his body, was revealed. Talon looked over with a dumbfounded expression, her eyes blank, temporarily speechless. The scene was truly shocking to the onlookers. Jaiwoo held his pose, and Rotor's body stood motionless. Everything gradually became clearer. Besides the sound of the rain, Talon's scream now echoed. Sugu turned around, taking slow steps toward her, his voice hesitant. "So now." He stood there, the surrounding air turning into mist. Talon started to panic. She frowned, her teeth gritting tightly. Sugu drew his weapon, coldly saying, "Try blocking this one too." Ice Castle. Everything was now focused on Talon, while she remained rooted to the spot. Talon's eyes widened, her sword raised to her chest, her body almost paralyzed. Deep in Talon's eyes, the reflection of a massive ice block appeared, hurtling toward her. In a flash, a giant ice block as big as a mountain materialized in the middle of the ruined city. The warriors fighting nearby stood there, their mouths hanging open in awe as they looked up. Some smiled in satisfaction, as if they already knew this would be the outcome. Talon was completely frozen, her face clearly showing her shock, unable to react in time. Sugu approached, scratching his head and sighing. "Oh crap, I overdid it. I was a bit hot-headed, so. Then he closed his eyes, letting out a cold breath. Sugil looked to the side, wondering, Jaiwu, is he still not done? Right at that moment, Lu called out from within, Master. Jaiwu snapped out of it, asking back, What are you doing? Jaiwu pulled his sword with all his might, trembling, wondering to himself, why can't I pull it out? What's wrong with this guy's muscles? Just when it seemed Rotor had been defeated, he suddenly broke into an eerie smile. Jaiwu sensed something wrong and focused his gaze downward. Suddenly, Rotor gripped the sword in his hand and stabbed it right through his own body to attack Jaiwu, forcing him to fall backward. Jaiwu slid across the ground, the two swords still embedded in Rotor's back. He looked up in a daze as Rotor's laughter and deep, hoarse voice echoed. That's hilarious. The sword was then pulled out, blood running down the blade and dripping onto the ground. With a stab wound right in his abdomen, he stepped forward and said, I thought this country had nothing to be proud of besides the Demon King and Li Xianggo. Rotor's twisted face looked at him in awe. I didn't expect there to be two players who reached this level. He spread his arms wide and declared, Let's start the real battle right now. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the side. Ranker Kim Jaiwu. This startled both of them, making them look over simultaneously. Xianghun, with a spear in his hand, loudly announced, You need to end this quickly. He stood there, his voice rushed and anxious. Ranker Li Xianggo. Xianghun delivered shocking news. Ranker Li Xianggo is coming. The scene shifted to a nearby area where a group of people appeared. His voice rang out. Isn't it time you told us? Li Xianggo led his people behind him, his voice deep. Association President. His eyes were highly focused, staring intensely forward. Xianggo's question echoed before Taigu's somewhat anxious face. What is happening here? A triangle formation was created by three people. Xianghun loudly announced once again, Ranker Li Xianggo. Ranker Li Xianggo is coming. Jaiwu wondered, Li Xianggo? Rotor gritted his teeth, glaring at Xianghun for interrupting. He interrupted the fight. He gripped his sword tightly and continued. Just when I was getting excited. Rotor unleashed a slash aimed at him and roared. Don't interfere. Realizing he was the target, Xianghun could only stand frozen in fear. Immediately sensing the danger, Jaiwu swung his hand and cast a binding spell. Dark auras were instantly released, restraining Rotor's movements. He looked down, furiously screaming, You bastard! Jaiwu turned and shouted a warning. Xianghun, take this chance to get out of here. I'll end this soon. Hearing this, he paused for a moment to think. Even though the association had decided not to interfere in this battle as much as possible. Then Xianghun rushed toward the crowd, shouting, I will support the K Guild. The situation has changed. Ignoring the chaos behind him, Rotor snorted coldly, looking down at the thing wrapping around his body. He furrowed his brows and yelled, A petty skill like this is nothing. Rotor flexed his muscles, repelling the energy coming from Jaiwu. Jaiwu struggled slightly, affected by the backlash of his own power. Before he could even regain his composure, Rotor's hideous face appeared right in front of Jaiwu. Rotor said coldly, So now, the obstacle has fucked off. He raised his great sword high into the air with his muscular, vein-popping arm and laughed loudly. Rotor unleashed a slash, roaring, The battle has just begun. Suddenly, his face froze in a daze, a hint of anxiety flashing across it. In front of Rotor was an empty space. No one was there. He felt confused inwardly. Did he disappear? Jaiwu appeared on a traffic light pole behind him and spoke up. I hate to interrupt you when you're this excited, but I don't have much time left. Rotor immediately flinched and turned to look at him with bewildered eyes. Jaiwu's boots had been speed boosted. Jaiwu stated firmly, I have to end this as quickly as possible. His voice deepened as he cast Dark Element. Instantly, the core on his chest radiated a dark aura. The scene shifted to the other side, where Xianggo's voice echoed. Isn't it time you told us? Association President. Xianggo and his people stood opposite Taigu, questioning, What is happening here? Li Xianggo tilted his head to the side, asking, Gregory, right? The group of men in black suits still stood rigidly behind him. His voice continued to question. They are standing in the way with threatening expressions. Or are you planning to fight us? Taigu replied, of course not. There must be some misunderstanding. The association requested everyone's cooperation, and as far as I know, all of you accepted that request. Li Xianggo rested his chin on his hand and retorted, cooperation? Calling that request cooperation is very inaccurate. He asked the person next to him. The guild master of the Hephaestus Guild, a guild based here, received an expulsion notice, right? Manu immediately nodded. Xianggo asked seriously, we are just trying to help stop the dungeon break. Why is the association refusing this help? His eyes exuded a fierce glint, his voice hesitating. Or could it be? Xianggo looked at the formation in front of him, led by Guild Master Taigu. He voiced his suspicion. Is there something going on inside that we shouldn't know about? In response to his words, Taigu slightly smirked. Taigu replied, don't jump to conclusions, Guild Master Li Xianggo. We are just maintaining a barricade to prevent further damage. He added, furthermore, we cannot have anyone risk their lives just to provide unnecessary reinforcements. Xianggo immediately interrupted. Unnecessary reinforcements? Xianggo's face turned cold as he glared and questioned. Am I a redundant guard? The two sides continued to maintain their formations, facing each other. The previous statement caused the area to fall into a brief silence. Li Xianggo issued a threat in the form of a question. If we say we will force our way inside, are you going to fight us? Taigu frowned at him, answering briefly with one word. Yes. The answer completely surprised everyone there. They looked at him, murmuring, Association President, why are you? At this moment, a hand appeared in front of Xianggo's group, silencing them. Take stood there, one hand in his pocket, the other summoning his weapon. After spinning it in the air, he slammed his weapon hard into the ground. Take's eyes looked sternly and defiantly at them. The newcomers immediately recognized this weapon. They stirred, their voices distorted as they called its name. Beehive. Do Hyung, standing behind, spoke up. All right, let's advance. Xianggo interrupted, proposing an idea. Then how about this? He placed a hand on his chest and said, I will go in alone. No one will accompany me. Right at that moment, a voice transmitted telepathically to Taigu. Do not worry, Lord Azura. Xianggo brought his hand to his mouth, continuing the telepathic transmission. I won't breathe a word about what I see inside. On the contrary, I'm on your side. The scene shifted inside. A notification popped up. Dark element can transform the body into shadows. At the same time, Jaiwa's body began to transform. He stood up there, dark auras appearing and accumulating, under Rotor's astonished gaze. He looked up with a dumbfounded, confused expression. Jaiwa unleashed those dark elements toward him, shouting, Bind. The pitch-black spiritual energy shot rapidly toward Rotor. He was still rooted to the spot, unable to react in time. As soon as he was bound, Rotor laughed loudly and confidently. You've seen with your own eyes that this skill doesn't work on me. But right after, when he flexed his muscles to struggle, he realized, I can't break free. Jaiwu still stood there calmly. Dark element. Although it seemed like only his appearance had changed. But what was even more important was its second effect. It was the effect of amplifying the power of demonic arts with similar attributes. Rotor's body was subsequently lifted into the air. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I'm being pulled closer to him. Jaiwa gripped his dual swords tightly, preparing to attack. Rotor let out a long, loud scream. Jaiwa's sword pierced right through his head. Rotor's eyes were still wide open, his mouth gaping in horror. Blood flowed, mixing with the rain and dripping onto the ground. His greatsword fell, and at the same time, cannibalism was activated. Jaiwu stood there, enveloped in darkness, along with the notification. Egoification of player Rotor has begun. Egoification of player Rotor is successful. Right after that, the dark auras gradually returned to the night sky. The rain continued to fall relentlessly. His figure also gradually became clearer. After everything stabilized, Jaiwu slumped down and sighed. Because this thing puts an immense burden on my body, I tried my best not to use it. El spoke up. Given the situation, you couldn't avoid it. Lu mocked. What a weak master. He added, you know you can't rest too long just because you're tired, right? Jaiwu replied wearily. I know, stop nagging. Then, Jaiwu glanced down. The group below was looking at him. Segu raised his hand, signaling that everything was okay. Jaiwu thought to himself, looks like they've somewhat wrapped things up too. Jaiwu gave the order, let's go. The sapphire core immediately glowed in response. Ray appeared, carrying him on its back and moving downward. Jaiwu looked to the side and called out, Water Beast. Instantly, it dashed off at an incredible speed. It leaped over rooftops, blinking swiftly and leaving trails of light behind. In the air, Jaiwu asked Brandhurst, how are Dullahan and Hurst doing? He replied, they're still holding out. Jaiwu asked further, where are they? Brandhurst gave directions, just keep going straight a bit more. As soon as Ray's paws touched a puddle, Hurst sent a notification, we're here. Ray's silhouette leaped into the air. Below was the battlefield where Dullahan and Hurst were standing. Jaiwu's eyes flashed with a deadly glint, and he smiled coldly in greeting. Long time no see, Rogers. Hearing that, he immediately looked up, his face contorted with anxiety. Rogers frowned, smiling bitterly, his voice dropping as he gritted out every word. Kim Jaiwu. On this side, realizing it was Jaiwu, Hurst swung his axe. A flash of light from the axe swept across Rogers. He looked up in horror as a dark shadow descended upon him. Hurst slammed his axe hard into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave that forced Rogers to jump back. He gritted his teeth in disbelief. His opponents were just a Hurst and a Lich. Rogers stepped back, thinking, the weapon in my hand is the holy sword. Normally, a whole pile of guys like Hurst and Lich wouldn't even leave a scratch. Filled with rage, Rogers swung his sword in a sweeping slash, cursing, you damn small fries. The light from the sword flashed brightly as he roared, don't underestimate me. In contrast to Rogers' agitation, Dullahan stood calmly, watching Rogers' attacks. Then it let out a roar, raising its scythe to counterattack. Suddenly, a massive explosion shattered the space. Dullahan was pushed back several steps by the force. He frowned, confirming, they aren't normal monsters. Because if they truly were monsters with intelligence, they would have attacked the moment I left an opening after that terrifying strike. Rogers deduced. Hurst didn't attack, but waited for the Lich to recover. It seems they don't intend to defeat me and only want to stall for time. On the other side, Ray was dashing over at high speed. Rogers grew suspicious. Just as he thought, considering the timing, something was very off. Then Rogers also realized this wasn't a normal explosion. Finally, Ray arrived. Jaiwu greeted him from above. Hearing someone greet him, Rogers looked up and asked, who the hell is greeting me? He immediately recognized Jaiwu. Upon landing, Jaiwu ordered Ray to return to the ring. Below, seeing Jaiwu's appearance, Hurst loudly called out his name, Kim Jaiwu. After speaking, Rogers raised the sword in his hand high. Blue streams of light radiated powerfully like a tornado. Now he truly understood. This was the reason why Dullahan and the Lich hadn't unleashed their full power until now. Jaiwu was here, swinging his sword from midair straight at Rogers. His face clearly showed panic. His sharp eyes emitted a thick murderous intent as he took a defensive stance. But suddenly, Rogers remembered something. He had been warned to be careful of Jaiwu's sword. Recalling Ironson's words, if true, it would absorb the holy sword's power. Then he retreated backward to dodge Jaiwu's attack. Seeing him act like that, Jaiwu also knew that Rogers had figured it out. El informed him. It seems Ironson gave him a clue. Liu urged, do something quickly. Stopping his tracks, Jaiwu turned to praise Hurst and the Lich. Good job. Thank you for holding out this long. Both of them bowed respectfully and cautiously to him. You're welcome. And they felt very honored to have fulfilled the order he gave them. Jaiwu opened a portal, allowing Hurst and the Lich to go rest. Hearing him, both concealed themselves and entered. Jaiwu also recalled El into the necklace. Rogers, standing opposite, witnessed the scene, not understanding what was happening. His face scrunched up in confusion as he guessed. What is that power? Were you the one who caused that explosion? But right now, that wasn't what he cared about. What he cared about now was, how did Jaiwu get so strong in such a short time? After finishing, Jaiwu turned to look at Rogers, entering a combat-ready stance. He crouched slightly, declaring, let the game begin. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Jaiwu. In the sky, thunder and lightning raged incessantly. In the air, raindrops raced each other, sliding down the glass panes. On the ground, streams of water flowed endlessly into the drains. Elsewhere, Segu and Seonghun had just arrived. Seeing the two of them fighting like that, Segu breathed a sigh of relief. He had rushed here without thinking, but it seemed there was no need to worry much. Seonghun didn't quite understand what he meant. Segu praised. I just took my eyes off him for a moment, and Jaiwoo has gotten so much stronger. Jaiwoo attacked relentlessly, leaving Rogers no time to react. His eyes gleamed with sheer terror. Even now, he still didn't understand what was happening. Rogers was simultaneously parrying and dodging. Jaiwoo lightly twirled Lu's sword in his hand. Then, he aimed straight for Rogers' thigh and stabbed. Drops of blood splattered. He smiled triumphantly, mocking him. You sissy. Despite the pain, he recognized that phrase as something he himself had said before. Lu urged him. That's not enough. Finish him quickly. Jaiwoo withdrew his sword. All right. As if that wasn't enough, he swung L's sword, pointing it straight at Rogers. One attack after another, he had to dodge left and right. Rogers gritted his teeth, his face full of anger as he cursed. Damn it. Not long ago, you were just a cowardly bug, a nobody. He then swung his sword up to block Jaiwoo's attack, but it was all too late. On another side, a lighter clicked, tiny sparks flying. A lit cigarette was brought to a mouth. Iron Sun was discussing something. He speculated. Rogers must have arrived in Korea by now. Bruce looked a bit worried. Is this really okay? Handing the holy sword over for him to absorb. Iron Sun brought the cigarette to his mouth, taking a drag to reassure him. He trusted Rogers and had already given him a warning. Bruce listened, still a bit hesitant. But before he could finish, Iron Sun cut him off. There's no problem at all. Along with the white smoke, his face sharpened, his eyebrows furrowing deeply. He smirked. The sword given to Rogers wasn't a normal holy sword either. On the verge of death, he would realize it. Back here, he was struggling to withstand Jaiwoo's attacks. Segu and Seonghun noticed something unusual. Even Jaiwoo felt something was weird. Without hesitation, he pulled his sword back and retreated. Seeing Jaiwoo stop so abruptly, Rogers was also confused. Jaiwoo looked at the sword in his hand, realizing, what just happened? Something was just absorbed. It's very different from Kallian. Lu acknowledged. I noticed something was off earlier. El realized. The sword is no longer a holy sword. She stated bluntly. The sword has been tampered with. He suspected. The holy sword was tampered with? According to her assessment, it was no longer a holy sword, but a demonic sword. Roger spoke up mockingly. I thought you were a big deal. His face turned ferocious, his eyes bulging. He spoke to Jaiwoo through gritted teeth. It has to be like this. I will kill you in the most painful way possible. Seeing him gnashing his teeth like that, Jaiwoo asked Lu. If you say it's more like a demonic sword, then can we do anything about it? Lu snorted. That sword is not simple. Jaiwoo sighed. I thought it would be easy to deal with. Rogers, standing on the side, saw this and asked, What the hell are you muttering about? He suddenly took a stance, his tone sarcastic and mocking as he asked him, Are you really having a seizure? The raindrops fell heavier. Furious, Rogers gripped his sword and charged at Jaiwoo as fast as the wind. El saw this and called out, but he didn't care. Rogers suddenly let out a creepy laugh, the sound echoing throughout the space. Back with Iron Sun, the cigarette had been stubbed out in the ashtray. Bruce stated, This is a normal holy sword. He looked at Iron Sun, affirming that he trusted and had high expectations for Rogers, which was why he gave it to him. Hearing him say that, Iron Sun chuckled slightly, acknowledging, You could say that. Returning to the battle, Rogers thrust the tip of his sword straight at Jaiwoo. He leaned and swayed to dodge him. Jaiwoo clearly showed surprise mixed with a bit of confusion. Seeing this, Seonghun was about to rush out to help him, but Segu held him back. He realized there was something unusual. The tip of Jaiwoo's sword stabbed into the ground. Using the momentum, he swung his leg, delivering a kick right to Rogers' face. The kick sent him flipping backward, falling flat on the ground. Jaiwoo was confused, not knowing what was wrong with Rogers because he was already weakened earlier. El explained to him, It's because of the sword. Rogers was struggling to sit up. El affirmed, The holy sword has been tampered with. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which fell and mixed with the rainwater, staining the ground. Before El could say more, Rogers seemed to notice something was wrong. What was happening inside his body? His face scrunched up, baring his teeth, looking absolutely ferocious. She continued, "Eventually, it will absorb all the power of its user." Hearing about the sword absorbing power and transferring it to the owner, Bruce commented, "What a terrifying sword." He raised another concern. The goal of building forces in Korea will become harder. If Rogers weakens quickly, it will cause a disadvantage. Hearing this, Iron Sun chuckled lightly. "No need to worry. This is a very sophisticated sword. Gradually, he will be overwhelmed by the sword before he even realizes it." Raising his wine glass, Iron Sun's eyes sharpened. He pondered, affirming that Jaiwoo would become a stepping stone for his revenge. Bruce felt uneasy, looking straight at Iron Sun. He clicked his tongue and assessed, "This revenge will take another half a year, so there's no need to worry too much." Iron Sun thought of Jaiwoo. He had tried to force Nike's power in a short time, but he doubted whether Jaiwoo needed to do that in Korea. The battle was not over yet. Roger's whole body trembled as he cursed him as a bastard. He suddenly dashed toward Jaiwoo as fast as the wind, growling fiercely, "What the hell did you do to me?" Seeing Rogers charging at him, he swung L's sword horizontally, slashing the hand holding his sword. Rogers was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Blood splattered before him. Jaiwoo calmly swung his sword in the quiet rain. His hand had been chopped off. The sword, along with blood, flew backward and clattered onto the ground. A cry of agony roared out. Rogers tried to drag his body to reach for the sword while calling out for his hand. From above, Jaiwoo looked down at Rogers' agonizing body and felt fed up. He didn't expect the revenge plan he had spent months preparing to end like this. Liu clicked his tongue, accepting the result. Just end it. Brandhurst showed deep hatred, cursing, "This enemy deserves this punishment." Jaiwoo called Rogers to turn around. In his hand, he was opening the cap of a bottle containing some red liquid. According to Jaiwoo, this was an elixir. As he spoke, he poured it down. The red liquid inside the bottle spilled out, flowing down his arm. Rogers turned back and chuckled. Then he burst into loud laughter. After pouring it, Jaiwoo tossed the empty bottle behind him. He knew Jaiwoo had realized it and threatened, "Going against the Ireland Guild won't do you any good." Rogers suddenly spat out a somewhat arrogant line, but it was ridiculous that he had at least spared Jaiwoo. He looked at him with utter contempt, advising him to check his status window. Liu cursed him, "What a madman. Helping him out, and he goes crazy." Rogers checked his status window. He panicked when he saw he was at level 1, and all his skills were empty. Rogers screamed, "How the hell am I at level 1? Jaiwoo stood there enduring his rambling about his level, comparing himself to a fly. He lost his patience, squeezing his eyes shut, unable to take it anymore. He swung his fist, punching Rogers right in the face while cursing. Jaiwoo kept cursing while relentlessly punching and kicking Rogers' face. El spoke up to remind him, "Why are you getting so mad?" Liu chimed in, "Because Jaiwoo has a sad past with it." In reality, he was at level 1. Segu and Seonghun had to try hard to hold back their laughter because he was proving that being level 1 wasn't a big deal. Right at that moment, blinding beams of light appeared in the sky. Seonghun turned pale, suddenly realizing it. He turned and called out to Jaiwoo, "The barrier has been open for a while now. Lee Seongo is coming." Hearing that, he stopped his hands, turning to give Rogers a warning. He could consider himself lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened a portal. Jaiwoo shoved Rogers into it, ordering Hurst, "Use the elixir you collected on him. After all, he can't hold out much longer." Jaiwoo didn't forget to remind it, "Take care of that holy sword too." Hurst obeyed, catching Rogers. Liu and El called out to Jaiwoo simultaneously. He replied, "I know." In front of them, a golden light appeared. A terrifying wave of mana could be felt from miles away. In the midst of that light, a figure faintly appeared. It was Lee Seongo. As soon as he arrived, he confirmed his thoughts were correct. Seongo noted, "This can't be considered a normal explosion." Looking straight at Jaiwoo, he asked if he was Kim Jaiwoo. He asked how he knew him. Seongo replied nonchalantly, "Not to brag or anything, but the Azura Guild's information network is quite reliable." Seongo glanced over, wanting Jaiwoo to tell him what had happened inside this place, and for him to say it himself. Seonghun suddenly called out to Seongo, introducing himself as Hyo Seonghun from the association. He reported the situation. We've mostly resolved the explosion, but unfortunately, some people from the Ireland Guild sacrificed themselves. Seongo chuckled lightly, quite a funny joke, making Seonghun pause. He reached out his hand, commenting that seeing everyone here had handled them, he would negotiate with the Ireland Guild instead. Seongo proposed. They said they would let me meet someone who possesses what I want. Hearing Seongo say that, he immediately thought of the elixir. He spoke firmly. Currently, there is only one person who has that. Seongo's expression suddenly turned sharp and cold, his voice full of threat. If you don't want to see your successor chopped into pieces, then show yourself. His words left all three of them stunned. Right at that moment, a mocking voice rang out from the flashing light. You caused this mess yourself and then claimed to be an apostle of God? Then from behind Jaiwoo, flashes of light appeared, revealing Ban and Sooyoung. She spoke up sarcastically. The reunion I've been waiting for so long has been completely ruined. He turned around in shock, seeing Sooyoung smirking at him. The people around stood watching them with some caution. Seonghun was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. The Demon King? For real. Sooyoung crossed her arms, smiling faintly. Your friend seems very surprised, huh? Jaiwoo's eyes darkened as he thought. She was so close, yet I didn't feel her presence at all. He was thinking about how he was in Sooyoung's hands, and that he was her enemy. Sweat dripped down Jaiwoo's face. Lu noted, her stealth ability is on a completely different level. Sooyoung turned her face away, complaining, your reaction is boring to death. She had hoped to surprise him. She clicked her tongue and continued, whatever, we can talk about that later. Then Sooyoung turned to look at Seongo with a bewitching gaze and asked, you need the elixir, right? Seongo replied coldly, that's right. Seeing that, she clasped her hands behind her back and said softly, to be honest, your vessel has been tainted. Sooyoung smirked. Moreover, are we close enough for me to hand over the elixir that easily? Hearing that, Seongo remained calm, stating coldly that he wanted to make a deal with her. She asked mockingly, what if I don't want to? In the sky at this moment, countless golden rays shone down. Sooyoung continued, even the elixir can't stop his corruption. At most, it will only slow down the process. Sooyoung winked, reaching her hand out, feeling it would be a waste if the elixir was only used for that when it was so precious. Seongo slightly lowered his head, his voice deepening. If so. His back flashed, and a sword sparkling with golden light appeared. Seongo declared, there will be no other choice. Segu and Seonghun were both shocked when that light appeared. Ban stood still, saying nothing, while Sooyoung smirked faintly. Jaiwoo thoughtfully observed Seongo, who was looking in his direction. He asked in astonishment, is that the white sword? Could it be? Lu said flatly, the holy sword. El was a bit wary. They are even stronger than you now. Seeing Sooyoung approaching, he stood still, provoking her. Do you think you can handle this sword? She closed in, her purple eyes looking straight at Seongo as she said coldly, no matter how strong you are, fighting me and Ban alone. Wouldn't that be very difficult? After speaking, Sooyoung reached her hand back, asserting, this place will also be engulfed in a sea of fire. Don't you hate killing? She turned back, locking eyes with Seongo. He immediately said he had no time to argue about this. Sooyoung agreed, fine. After all, you never listened to reason anyway. She suddenly disappeared, leaving a purple mist surrounding Seongo, and instantly appeared next to Ban. Reaching her hand back toward him, Ban slipped his hand into his coat to find something. Then, he handed her a purple bottle. Segu and Seonghun stared at the bottle in astonishment. It's the elixir. Sooyoung tilted her head, smirking. Let's see how Seongo will negotiate. What will you give me in exchange for this elixir? He glanced away. Your successor. Jaiwoo was slightly startled, looking at Seongo. He said sternly, and the others. Everyone here will be allowed to live. She closed her eyes, speaking arrogantly. That's a threat, not a deal. You're acting like a street thug. After saying that, Sooyoung tossed the elixir bottle towards Seongo, adding a condition. You are not to touch my disciple for 1 year. Got it. Catching the bottle, Seongo's armor disappeared. He immediately agreed, promising to keep his word. Then, Xiango was about to turn and leave, but Suyang suddenly stood with her arms crossed and called out loudly, "Wait." She demanded he swear on his honor as a god. Xiango shot a sharp, cold glance back. Suyang looked back at him with a mysterious gaze. Jawa found it very confusing. Xiango said nothing more and disappeared. The golden light also vanished with him. Afterward, Xianghun slumped to the ground, groaning. Just because of that pressure, I couldn't even breathe properly. Looking up and seeing the Demon King was still there, Xianghun asked, "Are you two his disciples' friends?" Suyang threw her arm around Jaiwa's neck, telling everyone, "Stay and handle the rest. He and I are leaving first." Hurst yelled from inside, "Stay away from my master." Jaiwu was bewildered and confused. And so, all three of them, Suyang, Ban, and Jaiwu, vanished in a purple light, leaving Segu and Xianghun staring in astonishment. In the hazy light, Suyang and Ban appeared, talking to each other. He unlocked it, huh? He unlocked the demon eye with his own power. What an amazing kid. He thought Jaiwu deserved that person's attention. Lu called from inside, "Wake up." She rolled her eyes, looking at her people. Lu called again, "Wake up, master." Seeing Jaiwu wake up, Suyang smiled. "You're awake." He slowly sat up, his body aching. He looked around in confusion, recognizing the place. My house. In the basement, Jaiwu thought silently. Suyang had appeared suddenly and even knew where he lived. Realizing something, he turned to look at Suyang and asked, "The demon eye. You said it was a way for us to communicate, but you used it to spy on me?" She nodded. "I can see everything through the demon eye." Jaiwu yelled, "That's an invasion of privacy. You shouldn't spy on my personal life." Suyang rested her chin on her hand, asking softly with a teasing tone, "Are you embarrassed? I thought you were cute." Jaiwu glared at her. "That's not it." He pushed himself up. "Anyway, why did she find her way to his house?" She said nonchalantly, "Can't a master visit her disciple's house? I couldn't attend the housewarming party, so I thought I could visit on another occasion." Jaiwu stood up straight, groaning, "Oh, my back." Regardless, he owed her a lot. After all, she had used 3 bottles of elixir for him. He looked at Suyang and asked, "Who are you to possess the demon eye?" Moreover, Xiango. Before he could finish, Suyang told him to stop. She looked at Jaiwu thoughtfully, guessing, "You must have a lot of things you want to ask. But now is not the time. I'll explain when the time is right." Handing him a cup of water, Suyang continued, "There's something more important." Jaiwu pondered silently. What could be more important than the demon eye, the elixir, and Xiango? Holding the cup of water, she said softly, "Listen." Suyang looked up at Jaiwu with sparkling eyes, making a proposal, "Let me live here." He froze stiff. A moment later, Jaiwu shouted loudly, "What?" From his house, a crisp laugh rang out. Suyang was flattering Jaiwu's mother, Sujin. She praised her rosy white skin, saying if she claimed to be a young maiden, she would believe it. Sujin was delighted by the compliment, smiling brightly. Yuyang then turned to praise Suyang, saying she was very beautiful, just like Sujin. Being praised, she clicked her tongue in thanks. She kindly asked Jaiwu, "Where did you find such a beautiful girl?" Yuyang chimed in, "I almost thought you liked men." He couldn't understand how things had turned out like this. Yuyang and Sujin curiously asked Jaiwu how he knew Suyang. He furrowed his brows. Then he widened his eyes, determined to find a way out of this situation. Because Jaiwu couldn't satisfy this mother-daughter duo with their rich imaginations. He frowned, sweating as he thought, "What should I do?" Looking at Yuyang, he knew whatever he said now would sound ridiculous, and things would only get more complicated. Jaiwu felt the problem was very difficult, praying to the universe for help. Suddenly, he remembered something and his eyes widened. Then he suddenly stood up and called out, "Puppy," making Yuyang stare wide-eyed. "Puppy." Jaiwu ignored everyone's questioning looks, bolted out the door, and made up a random excuse. "I just adopted a puppy." He ran straight outside, stopping to catch his breath. Suyang called out from behind, "Wait, where are you going?" Jaiwu held up the necklace and asked Elle, "Can it transform into a smaller shape?" Elle called out to him. Lu teased, "Look how desperate he is." Then the necklace glowed under his plea. Rin appeared in an incredibly cute form. Sujin and Yuyang saw it from behind and praised it endlessly. Yu Young approached, picking Ren up and asking a series of questions. What breed is it? Its fur hasn't been dyed, right? She turned to ask Jaiwu. What's its name? Can I name it? Jaiwu wiped the sweat from his forehead, answering consecutively. It hasn't been dyed. And also, I already named it. Its name is Run. Yu Young happily carried Run, spinning around in the yard, praising him. You're the best. Finally, you look cool for once. Hearing that, Jaiwu felt a bit hurt. For once? What about the years I earned money to raise you? Su Young walked over from somewhere, praising. You seem to know how to use your brain, huh? He frowned in annoyance. Whose fault do you think it is that I had to do that? She stretched, looking extremely relaxed. Su Young wanted to talk with Jaiwu. She told him that Ban had already found a suitable location. At a cafe. Jaiwu called Seonghan. He apologized for leaving early, leaving the cleanup to him, and expressed his thanks. After hanging up, Jaiwu let out a sigh of relief. He thought back to how he had left others to clean up after causing so much trouble, feeling guilty. Su Young noticed his depressed expression and teased him. He asked, Did you read my mind? She denied it, just guessing based on your face. She reassured him not to worry too much. Those people were experienced, so there was no need to worry. Even if he were there, he probably wouldn't have helped much. He denied it. That's not a comforting thing to say. But the most important thing was that she was the one who caused the mess. Jaiwu asked, Is a cafe near my house really okay? I still think we should meet at a soundproofed cafe inside the tower. Su Young told him, Don't worry. Ban's barrier is much better than those cheap things. She guaranteed that the people around wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying, nor feel their presence. Elle added, This barrier couldn't have been set up by an ordinary person. He nodded, Got it. Su Young rested her chin on her hand, agreeing to answer the questions he had. Jaiwu pondered silently. He had many things he wanted to know, but the different feeling he got from their reunion. He couldn't pinpoint it exactly. He remembered what Su Young had said to Seongo. He spoke up, Ban, right? You're a player. Ah, no. He hesitated a bit. You're human, right? Meeting Ban's gaze, Jaiwu immediately felt uncomfortable. Su Young broke the silence. She asked him, Is this the first question you want to ask? Your senses are quite impressive. Su Young suggested, Why don't you ask your sword first? Lu told Jaiwu, Ban is a demon. Lu added, Not just a demon, but the embodiment of brutality. Suddenly, Ban stood up, knelt before Jaiwu respectfully, and called him master. His expression was extremely serious. Jaiwu was momentarily frightened by the action. Su Young had been holding back her laughter, but finally couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. After laughing, she gently wiped away a tear. She turned to start a conversation with Lu. He was amazed that Su Young could hear Lu's voice. You can hear the ego's voice? She nodded. I can hear L, and that little guy you wear around your neck too. Lu explained to Jaiwu, because you two share vision. He was momentarily agitated, and her voice rang out again. That's how it is. Jaiwu stood up abruptly, unable to believe Su Young could read his mind. She clarified that she couldn't read his mind. It was just because he was thinking about what he wanted to say to her. Su Young couldn't read his mind, even if he stood still. Lu affirmed, She's right. Jaiwu rubbed his forehead. Take it easy. I can't process all this information at once. Su Young chuckled. So my disciple is quite silly, huh? Elle and Brandhurst simultaneously defended him. Then she slowly explained to him. First, let's address what you seem to be misunderstanding. The person Ban is showing respect to isn't Lu. Su Young pointed at Jaiwu, saying nonchalantly, It's you. He went from one surprise to another, his face showing astonishment. Lu cursed the bastard Ban as the one who betrayed him in the past. She rested her chin on her hand, glancing sympathetically. Ban was one of those who incited the rebellion when the Lord of Demons was imprisoned. To him, Lu is no different from a king of a bygone era. He shows respect to you because you took someone like Lu as a subordinate. Lu cursed, You damn bastard. Meanwhile, he calmly drank his tea. Su Young clicked her tongue. Let's put the reminiscing aside. Then she returned to the main topic. She still rested her chin on her hand. Let's talk about the demon eye first, shall we? He looked up, a bit suspicious, but listening intently. She guessed, You have a lot of things you want to ask. Perhaps you awakened it not long ago. Even Lu doesn't know. However, I really want to ask you this. Hearing that, Jaiwu was puzzled. She crossed her arms, looking at him thoughtfully. How did you awaken the demon eye? Looking into his eyes, Su-young didn't let him answer before saying, after all, the demon eye is the symbol of demons. At this point, Jiawoo looked bewildered and asked again, you mean, this demon eye, isn't it the power you gave me? Lu also spoke up to emphasize the important information. I told you already. That power isn't something humans can exchange. He was extremely confused, bringing his hand to his face. Then where did it come from? Is this power something I had from the very beginning? Elle saw Jiawoo's mood and tried to reassure him. The power that woman transferred to you might be a catalyst, but the one who truly cast it was you, Master. Su-young crossed her arms, confirming her thoughts. That's right. I never thought you could cast the demon eye. As soon as Lu heard that, he curiously asked, are you a descendant of a demon or something? He still couldn't believe it, repeating the important factor. What are you talking about? You met my mom. She's human. He spotted a loophole and immediately asked bluntly, then what about your dad? Hearing this, Jiawoo seemed to wake up, muttering, Dad. An image of a long-haired man faintly appeared in his mind. He lowered his head, his eyes suddenly turning melancholic. I'm not sure. Seeing the atmosphere become tense, Su-young waved her hand to remind him. It's not a big deal. But honestly, the demon eye isn't a normal ability. Only demons of a certain level can possess it. She had long noticed the precious color of Jiawoo's eyes. But among them, there are some special types of demon eyes. And your purple demon eye is a special type. He found it hard to understand, asking again, what do you mean by special? Su-young smiled brightly, explaining deeper into the matter. The color of the demon eye represents the demon's rank. Green is low tier, red is mid tier. Jiawoo paid closer attention, waiting for an interesting answer. Then purple is. Her words made him widen his eyes in shock. Royalty. Su-young's face became mysterious as she emphasized, the demons with the highest rank. The ultimate tier of the demon eye. Nothing stands above it. That is the purple demon eye. She crossed her arms, stepping closer with a grateful look. Thanks to your information, I can use all types of demon eyes. Lu spoke up with a seemingly disdainful voice. Don't make me laugh. Even I don't remember using all the demon eyes, so how could you? Hearing that, Su-young pointed at the ring, probing. You're the demon eye, right? Normal demons have one demon eye, but I'm different. At this point, Jiawoo also turned with a curious look, and you? He had now vaguely guessed her identity. Are you human? If the demon eye is the symbol of demons, then aren't you a demon too? But Su-young didn't have the identity Jiawoo predicted. I'm a special case. Perhaps you're also a special case like me. As soon as he heard the conclusion, he jumped in surprise. At this moment, Jiawoo blushed, waving his hands high. What are you doing? Lu remained calm and immediately reminded him. I see. So that's how it is. Stop acting crazy and take a look. But he still didn't understand the intention, stammering. So that's how it is. What the hell? It took a few seconds before Jiawoo gathered the courage to peek slightly. Su-young had now lifted her shirt to reveal her stomach. Only then did Jiawoo understand what she wanted to show him. Asterisk a gem? Shaped like a cat. Asterisk. Immediately, Su-young mentioned its origin. I received a demon transplant. Worried and confused, she explained further. In other words, I'm half human, half demon. Someone standing on the boundary. Su-young went on to explain the outstanding advantages. Ban's cat part also has predatory power like Lu. Although it's still limited and has more side effects than Lu, it can devour and absorb other types of demons. She pointed at him with a very smug look. I didn't think you could awaken the demon eye. But from what I see, you're very special. You're someone who can fulfill my wish. But Jiawoo was still confused, asking for clarification. What wish? Seeing this, Su-young remained calm, reiterating, didn't I tell you? The reason I've gritted my teeth and endured being called by that shameful name Demon King all this time is to kill him. The true Demon King. The scene shifted to another somewhat gloomy place. The Ireland Guild, Korea branch. Commemorating the fallen warriors in the dungeon break in Yeoksum district, which was destroyed on the day of its establishment. But public opinion was still in an uproar and reacting strongly. Many guilds had cleaned up thoroughly, so no news leaked out. It's absurd. Sacrificed right after setting foot in Korea? Rest in peace. The Ireland Guild was destroyed, but other guilds like K, Childhood, and Shining Star suffered hardly any casualties? Does this make sense? There's some conspiracy. This is crazy. After this unbelievable event occurred, the reaction from the press and the public completely exploded. Fortunately, they still found a solution to soothe the situation. But Lee Siongo's testimony helped calm public opinion. The words of a high-ranking ranker carried a lot of weight with them. The other side still didn't have any extreme reactions. On the other hand, Iron Sun reacted unbelievably calmly. He must have been suspicious too, but all he did at the press conference was send condolences to the fallen. Thanks to that, this story gradually came to an end. Since the people involved acted like that, public opinion in the US gradually cooled down, and this event closed with only a few sporadic controversies. The funeral was also held solemnly. Many people came to pay their respects before the altar of the deceased. The sunset sky turned a breathtakingly beautiful, vibrant purple. Jaiwoo returned home with a heavy heart. Although our side didn't suffer much damage, my heart is still heavy because of the unavoidable casualties. Elle spoke up with deep sympathy, emphasizing, "It's not your fault." Lu also agreed with that sentiment, encouraging him wholeheartedly. "Master, although you were the one who made the proposal, they all made their own choices." Brandhurst's voice rang out excitedly. "That's right." As soon as Jaiwa stepped inside, he was startled. "I'm home." Soo-young was chewing loudly while noticing him. "Welcome back, disciple." He also sighed helplessly. "Do you really consider this your home?" She was eating, so her words sounded a bit muffled but very confident. "What else? I don't have anywhere else to sleep." Jaiwoo was speechless, hastily reminding her of manners. "Don't talk with your mouth full like that." Hearing that, Soo-young swallowed and spoke clearly again. "What else? I don't have anywhere else to sleep." He wearily took off his coat, asking further, "Where did you live before this?" Suddenly, Jaiwa's eyes changed completely. Now, the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt in his head. In the end, I still don't know many details about that day. Those two still haven't revealed more to me. You are not yet qualified to hear this. I will tell you once you pass the test on the 50th floor. Even now, Jaiwa still hadn't found the answer. What kind of condition is that? At this moment, he shouted outward, asking in confusion, "Where are Yu Young and my mom?" She focused on watching TV, but still replied, "They went out to eat. They went out to eat with Take." Yu Young even brought Rin along. He stood in the room putting on his shirt and sighed. "Really? Take two." But suddenly his eyes widened as Jaiwoo realized in shock. He covered himself and rushed down the stairs to confront her. "Are you looking through my demon eye?" Soo-young smugly smirked, showing her teeth to tease him. "Not bad." He scratched his head, looking annoyed, and pleaded, "Please do something about it. I can't even take a shower normally." But she affirmed confidently, "Of course, I won't look in those situations." At this point, Soo-young beamed and turned to explain first. "I'm saying this because you seem to be misunderstanding. But I'm not doing this because I want to, okay? Got it? This is the only way for me to understand the situation without contacting you as much as possible." Jaiwa gradually felt relieved but still emphasized, "I understand. So do something. You don't need it anymore either, right?" She wasn't in a hurry at all, asking confidently, "Really?" "No regrets." He let out a sigh, not truly understanding her real intention. "Of course. Is there any reason for me to regret it?" At this time, Soo-young also stood up, looking extremely shy. "To break the shared vision, I have to take back the energy transferred to you. Transferring it in is easy, but taking it out is different." She took step after step closer. "Not only that, you've awakened the demon eye. To regain my power at this moment, I'll have to." Soo-young hesitated for a moment, then stood on her tiptoes. She suddenly gave Jaiwoo a kiss. Seeing this, Brandhurst felt shy. So embarrassing. Lu didn't expect things to go this way, cursing, "Damn it." Only then did he snap back to reality, stepping back in panic and stammering. What was that? What are you doing?" Soo-young leaned her face close, looking amused. Such an exaggerated reaction. "Was that your first kiss?" Jaiwoo remained silent, covering his mouth in deep thought. She didn't expect her own words to be accurate. "Really? Is that expression for real?" Soo-young crossed her arms, explaining deeper into the matter. "Anyway, the shared vision has been removed. Your eyes will slowly change back to their normal color. You haven't lost the demon eye, But because it was previously enhanced by my power, it will now return to its proper state. Then she mentioned another positive advantage. From now on, I won't be able to hear the ego's voice either. What a pity. It was fun being able to hear it. As soon as Elle heard this, her reaction changed. It's not fun. Brandhurst quickly grasped the situation. Is Elle mad? She became even more cheerful, continuing to play around. I didn't expect that to be your first kiss. Sorry about that. Jaiwa felt like he was going crazy in his head, constantly debating. Should I close my eyes and beat her up? But Lu intervened in time to stop him. Hold it in. You'll lose. At this moment, Suyang turned and walked forward. Well then, shall we go? He still stood there, bewildered and confused. Go where? She quickly repeated some information. The basement. Ban has prepared something for us. As soon as Jaiwu walked in, his jaw dropped in amazement. He looked at the scene inside, unable to believe his eyes. Is this place really our basement? He kept turning his head, looking around. What the hell is this? Elle intelligently recognized this magic. It's spatial amplification. Lu also had to praise. In this field, I have to admit he's top-notch. She stood behind, explaining and firmly affirming. Impact nullification has also been installed. So even if you and I fight, there won't be any problems. Got it. Even if you and I fight. Hearing this, Jaiwood turned and pointed at his own face, asking in annoyance, fight. But Suyang calmly nodded. Yeah. He seemed to disbelieve it, asking again, you and me? She enthusiastically confirmed it again. Jaiwood didn't seem to like it, asking for the reason, why? At this point, Suyang implicitly understood and emphasized the question, what do you mean why? She conjured a purple divine flame, questioning back. Does a master need a reason to spar with her disciple? Suyang's eyes turned cold as she declared battle. Come at me, disciple. I will help you level up. Lu started to worry about his situation. Master. But Jaiwu was sweating profusely, his mouth twitching. I understand what she's saying. The purple flame glowed fiercely. Suyang drew a sword and shared. To be honest, I don't have much to teach you right now. But passing the test on the 50th floor is a different story. She explained deeper about the difficulty he was about to face. The 50th floor is considered the second advancement floor. It's a special floor for those who possess a unique skill. Suyang smiled cheerfully, instructing carefully. Enhance your own unique skill. You will have a chance to acquire a second one. She mentioned Jaiwa's friend whom she had seen. Like that friend of yours. At this point, he sweated, vaguely realizing something. So she heard my conversation with Sego. Then Suyang pointed her sword forward, emphasizing, but it's not like I have absolutely nothing to teach you. She immediately issued an order to him. First, raise your sword, disciple. I don't like guiding with just words. Jaiwa's eyes changed, darkening suddenly. He started to stand on his tiptoes to gather momentum. Then, he charged straight toward where Suyang was standing. Jaiwa swung 2 diagonal sword strikes to attack. But a silhouette had faintly appeared behind him. Jaiwa was still completely unaware. Suyang's voice rang out from behind him. Seems easy, huh? Her eyes became even more sinister and provocative. How do you feel? Jaiwu was extremely tense at this moment, acknowledging, she's too fast. Lu had to speak up to reassure him. She's not as fast as you think. She's just adapting to your physical capabilities. Elle then revealed the combat method Suyang was using. You only feel that way because she knows your blind spots, master. I'm quite annoyed with her, but I have to admit her combat skills are truly superior. Hearing that, Lu was confused and asked, annoyed? What? But Elle had no intention of giving an answer. Just stay quiet, Lu. At this time, Suyang stood at a distance. My combat skills and experience. She smiled smugly, eagerly anticipating the battle. You know well, right? I'll let you experience it all. Suyang aimed straight at Jaiwu. He focused all his attention to predict her moves. She appeared in a place no one expected. Where are you looking? Suyang's movements were indeed very hard to predict. I'm right here. As soon as she finished speaking, a sword almost slashed across Jaiwu. She moved everywhere, sharing a story. Li Xiango and I are like cats and dogs. We are sworn enemies. Of course, if the two of us clash, neither will leave in one piece. Regardless, Suyang still sighed. It was very difficult for us to maintain the balance. She continuously launched attacks. Your existence, my successor, and Ironson's interference have broken that balance. At this point, Jiwoo struggled to ask, why are you telling me these things now? But Soo-young only replied cryptically, I'm just getting straight to the point with you. You need to become stronger, far surpassing your current self. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand. Within 1 year, we made a pact. Soo-young's words gradually became serious. If you don't grow stronger than Ironson, her eyes turned terrifyingly sharp as she emphasized, you will end up dead. Then Soo-young transformed into another form. Unique skill, Black Flame. Two opposing powers clashed intensely. Beneath her feet, another demonic aura surrounded her. The two opposing powers created a massive explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Small cracks also appeared on the ground. But right after, those cracks gradually sealed back up. Soo-young's hair tie had also snapped. Jiwoo was now lying exhausted on the ground. She brushed her hair back and had to admit, your last attack was quite something. Truly my disciple. But Lu interrupted, praising her instead. You're the amazing one. At this moment, Soo-young suddenly looked away. Oh right, I forgot to tell you this. She leaned down deeply, revealing an interesting piece of information. You and I are the same age. So from now on, let's talk comfortably. But Jiwoo didn't find it amusing at all. Why is she talking like that at a time like this, in the forest during the pitch-black night? Something was being dragged along the ground. Rogers was exhaustedly dragging a large object forward. Someone was observing from high above. Brandhurst appeared from behind, softly calling his name, Rogers. He took out a filthy loaf of bread. Human food. That loaf of bread was thrown straight onto the ground. Seeing it, Rogers' eyes lit up. He quickly grabbed the incredibly dirty loaf of bread. Rogers held it with both hands, biting into it and chewing ravenously. Brandhurst, watching as if enjoying a good play, remarked, Look how happily you're devouring that. He raised his voice in a lecturing tone. It seems someone like you still desperately wants to live, even though you deserve to be drawn and quartered to death. Thanks to the great master's kindness, you are still here. Never forget that grace. Brandhurst then carefully reminded him. It's also thanks to his leniency that your wrist was reattached. Brandhurst pulled out his familiar leather whip. If you know what's good for you. Brandhurst cracked the whip forward, emphasizing, Then get back to work, Rogers. He collapsed in pain, lying flat on the ground. Rogers' face darkened as he clawed at the dirt. His eyes were bloodshot, full of resentment. I will kill you. Iron Son. Brandhurst, standing far away, realized, I see. His fury has completely changed direction. He couldn't help but praise Jiwoo in his mind. Instead of taking revenge easily, Master is using him as a pawn for his next revenge. Truly befitting of the great master. I wouldn't dare judge his intelligence or his vessel. Brandhurst took out an architectural blueprint to examine. Even the reason he made Rogers build a structure like this. As he observed, he realized the intention. There must be a profound reason. Jiwoo, who was also watching, felt very satisfied. It seems everything over there is progressing very well. But Lu didn't understand and asked curiously, why are you making him do things like that? He turned his face, smiling calmly. I'm just making him pay the price. At this moment, Jiwoo turned and softly called someone's name, Ban. He casually reminded him, You can just call me Ban. You're qualified to do so. Hearing that, Jiwoo immediately changed how he addressed him. All right then. Jiwoo wanted to check on the situation. Is the thing you're working on still going well? Seeing the magic circle, Brandhurst cheered in praise. It's so sparkly, Master. He recalled the past event that happened. Can I enter your portal, Great Master? It seems there are still many things that need further research. At that time, Soo-young was beside him, confidently reminding him, Ban's knowledge of engineering is very profound. Regardless, he will definitely be of help to you. Jiwoo's face darkened as he carefully considered it. Those were the Demon King's words. Keeping that kind of person around won't be comfortable. Lu also spoke up to remind him. Even though he's a traitor, the truth is he's very skilled. Also, he's not human. Ban reported with a satisfied expression, I'm finished. The magic circle suddenly lit up brightly. Jiwoo couldn't believe his ears. What? Finished? Ban then used a comparison to illustrate. Your portal consumes too much power. Compared to an electrical device, it emits too much heat. He proposed a more efficient solution, so I gathered the excess mana into one point. Ban stood next to the glowing magic circle to create crystals. He shielded his eyes from the glare, extremely surprised. Crystals? That's truly amazing. Jaiwoo couldn't understand the true purpose of this. But isn't this just returning the crystals that Brandhurst ate? Although we can sell them back, I don't need money right now. He turned and didn't deny it. You're right. If it were just creating normal crystals, then this would only slightly increase efficiency. Ban's eyes became mysteriously strange. But what I'm aiming for, he emphasized every word he was about to say, is something more special. Ban mentioned an incredibly precious item, clear crystals. He briefly explained this precious fuel, the essences that become materials or ingredients to create countless magical tools are called crystals. Their value changes based on the amount of mana gathered, and that amount of mana is also the factor that determines the color. Jaiwoo picked one up, looking it over carefully. This crystal must be very special. But what do we use it for? Elle was confused and reported, strangely, I can't feel any mana emitting from it. Brandhurst had a similar feeling. It feels like it's completely empty. Jaiwoo was still bewildered. Clear crystals. Ban already had a plan and affirmed. Because this type of crystal is very rare, it will become valuable very quickly. As long as the appraisal proves it's not a fake, there will be long lines of people waiting to buy it. But he didn't care too much about that. Anyway, making money is good. He turned back, flashing a mysterious smile. When they find out their true value, even 1 billion gold won't be enough to buy them. Hearing that, Jaiwoo's face went blank. He stammered, asking again, true value. But Ban didn't provide an answer. You don't need to know right now. When you need to, you'll find out. Lu was very curious and immediately interrupted. Then just tell us roughly. But Jaiwoo understood this person's temperament very well. Ban is a man of few words. Even though he calls me Great Master, he doesn't seem very cooperative. He just feels like a friend of a friend. Although that Demon King lady isn't my friend. If he doesn't want to, he won't provide any information. He noticed the change in him. But it seems because the experiment to create that crystal was successful, he's in a pretty good mood. At this point, Jaiwoo asked straight to the point, and thanks to that, I heard some things. The portal is a territory. Ban drank a cup of water, confirming again. That's right. To be exact, it's an abandoned territory. He seemed surprised, asking for more details. You mean, a territory is a land ruled by someone? That person is a demon, right? He put the cup of water down, emphasizing clearly. It could be, but it also couldn't be. It's not just demons who possess territories. Jaiwoo grew more and more confused, asking rapidly. Then who else? And why did they abandon their territory? More importantly, why did it appear on Earth? He sighed wearily beforehand. It seems I have to talk quite a bit. Ban closed the bottle and corrected the information. It's not that they wanted to abandon it. It's just that there will be deserted territories. He also offered his prediction, and there will certainly be territories that aren't deserted. If you want to know more, Ban gave an interesting piece of advice. Climb the tower. Once you acquire a new ability after passing the 50th floor, I will talk more about this story. There was a strange, solitary door. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The gray smoke gradually billowed out of the air. Jaiwoo was pushed back, having to retreat a long distance. Then he stood still to regain his balance. Su-young smugly questioned, when a girl like me approaches you, how long are you going to keep running away? He wasn't one to back down either, retorting, isn't the way you approach me abnormal? What other choice do I have but to run away from someone like you? Hearing that, her expression instantly changed. Your words hurt me, you know. Immediately, Su-young closed in on his face. Jaiwoo gritted his teeth, unable to react in time. She swung her sword forward and stepped back. Rejected. Su-young leaned in close, reminding him, let's continue our lesson, shall we? He didn't hesitate to face her in battle either. Please instruct me. As she charged, she posed another question. Although death is a very powerful skill, it's not a finishing blow. What will you do if you can't take down the opponent in one strike, huh? Lu softly reminded Jaiwoo to be careful. Those are just the basic moves. Su-young's attacks closed in terrifyingly. It left him with no time to react. Jiwoo was knocked flying straight to the ground. Soo-young, from high above, carefully commented, "Your attacks are too simple and full of openings. Because when you attack, you only focus on using your new power. Do you really think something like that will defeat Iron Sun?" Hearing this, Jiwoo frowned in annoyance. Iron Sun. He immediately regained his form, flying back up. Jiwoo tried to close the distance to Soo-young. He poured all his power into his sword. The synchronization level was increasing. Jiwoo's power erupted terrifyingly. Soo-young also paused, her jaw dropping in surprise. Even Jiwoo himself couldn't understand it. "This is," Liu quickly explained, "because the synchronization level between you and me has grown, the death skill has also evolved." In his mind, he started to feel extremely bewildered. What is this feeling? It's like reaching an inexplicable level. Jiwoo widened his eyes, focusing more. "That's right. This is like..." Elle suddenly called out to wake him up. "Master." Seeing the situation change, Soo-young snapped back to reality. "Damn it." She immediately rushed over and pushed him down. She grabbed Jiwoo's collar, reminding him, "Control yourself." Then Soo-young threw him hard to the ground. She herself. The rocks and dirt below seemed to shatter. Jiwoo lay on the ground, in immense pain. Only now did he snap back to reality. "What just happened?" Elle worriedly shouted for Jiwoo. "Master." Soo-young approached to check on him. "Are you awake?" I don't know if I should praise it." But Jiwoo was exhausted and couldn't remember anything. "What just happened?" She crossed her arms, very surprised. "What do you think?" My disciple almost lost himself. Soo-young smugly recalled the feeling at that time. "So? How was it?" The feeling of almost being swallowed by the darkness. Jiwoo's face still clearly showed his confusion. Darkness? Why is she acting so dangerous, like a know-it-all? She immediately explained further, "Like I just said. It seems the feeling of reaching an inexplicable level took over your reason. And the feeling like weak humans were all kneeling at your feet." Soo-young mentioned the name of this phenomenon. That is demonic arts. This is also why demons are always obsessed with demonic arts. Her expression became strangely thoughtful as she suggested, "Go find the player who possesses the 100 swords." He sat on the ground, looking up with a confused expression. "Who?" Soo-young briefly introduced the person. "He is a player who possesses swords with special abilities. The Kali sword that Iron Sun possesses, as well as Roger's Nike sword, were all bestowed by him." She gave the reason why it was needed. "You must get a holy sword and use it to enhance L. The balance is being broken because your demonic art's power is too strong." Soo-young explained the cause. "Got it? The balance is what makes you special. You can't let yourself be pulled entirely to one side." Jiwoo slowly stood up, agreeing. Then she threw her arm around his shoulder, happily reminding him, "And like I said earlier, we're the same age. How long are you going to keep your distance? Why not talk more comfortably?" At this point, Jiwoo still didn't seem to believe it. "Are we really the same age?" Soo-young happily turned away, confirming, "That's right. If we calculate by Earth age, then yes." But he couldn't understand that concept. Earth age. She walked away with a bright smile. "Forget about it. Let's go get something to eat. That exercise earlier made me so hungry." Soo-young suddenly remembered and wondered aloud. "Have you Young and your mom returned home yet?" Jiwoo could only guess. "Probably, right?" Then he raised his hand, commanding powerfully, "Storage." Brandhurst spoke up in frustration, emphasizing carefully, "I told you I'm not a storage." Jiwoo took out his familiar phone. Now he tapped on his phone, recalling in his mind, "I remember they said they were going shopping." Suddenly, Jiwoo's eyes changed. The phone screen displayed an incoming call. He was surprised and immediately recognized the picture. Mr. Jichuan? Perfect timing. Jiwoo picked up the phone to see what was going on. This is the first time he's called me. What's the matter? Hello? But the other end of the line was completely silent. He was surprised and repeated a few more times. "Hello? I can't hear you saying anything." Soo-young, walking ahead, instructed, "I'm going up first." Huang Jichuan breathed heavily, unable to speak yet. He looked again, wondering in his mind, why isn't he saying anything? Elle offered her own guess. "It's probably because of the barrier, master." But Jiwoo immediately denied it. "Impossible." Ban said he left the signal open. He tried speaking into the phone a few more times. Hey, sir. Can you hear me? A weak, struggling voice echoed from the other side. Jichuan used all his strength to signal him to come. Please, come to the workshop. He was sitting in an extremely desolate scene. Save? At this rate, it'll be too late. Jichuan couldn't even finish his sentence. Minsu will. Jiwa hadn't even processed it yet. His face was pale, full of anger. The towering skyscraper stood tall. At the Terra Cafe dining area of the tower, the staff were having a very lively meal. Seong-hun was eating happily when suddenly a phone call came in. The screen displayed the name, Ranker Kim Jae-woo. He put food in his mouth while answering. Hello? The handsome and beautiful secretary Hyo, Seong-hun speaking. On the other end, someone spoke up. Mr. Seong-hun. It's illegal for a player to go outside without permission, right? He was a bit confused but still answered. That's right. After all, it's very dangerous. Why are you asking such obvious things? Are you studying law? Jae-woo asked next. I need to go somewhere quickly. Can I be exempted using my mercenary rights? Seong-hun replied. Of course. You just need to let me know in advance. Where are you planning to go? I'll come with you. After a short silence, he asked doubtfully. Ranker Kim Jae-woo? He looked down at the screen. He hung up. Hanging up, Jae-woo immediately vanished. On the ground, only a faint wisp of smoke remained. He moved swiftly through the bustling streets. He dashed across the roofs of skyscrapers alongside the birds. Jae-woo's body moved so fast that only afterimages remained. He accelerated to the max, shooting forward like an arrow. Then Jae-woo changed direction, diving straight toward the ground. Jae-woo slid across the street in an incredibly cool pose. He stopped, dust billowing around him. Jae-woo glanced forward. We've arrived. He equipped his armor, summoned his 2 swords, and looked toward the pitch-black door. Jae-woo tiptoed down the stairs. Asterisk besides Mr. Jichuan, I can't feel any other presence. Could it be that some suspicious guy has already broken in? Asterisk he walked extremely carefully, talking to his 2 swords in his mind. You should still be careful. No matter how sharp your detection skills are, you never know. Brandhurst asked. My father, will he be okay? Father? He's Brandhurst's father. Liu asked suspiciously. Then is Master the mother? Since you were the one who added the ego. Do you want to mess with my brain even more? That was a long time ago. Jae-woo stepped up to the door at the end of the stairs. He raised his hands in a defensive stance. Jae-woo closed his eyes, focusing his mind to sense the space ahead. Instantly, the layout of the room appeared in his mind. Jae-woo opened his eyes. All right, let's go in now. Jae-woo slowly turned the old doorknob. Gently pushing the door open, he asked softly, Mr. Jichuan? What happened? The sight in the room made Jae-woo freeze. He was stunned to see Jichuan slumped in the corner of the room. Jae-woo rushed over, shouting loudly, Mr. Jichuan. He grabbed his shoulders, shaking him continuously. Mr. Jichuan, are you okay? Jae-woo glanced down at Jichuan's hand. He froze when he saw it. His hand. That hand was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. It had been completely crushed. Jae-woo looked around. The equipment was also all gone. Asterisk what monster did this? Asterisk Jichuan's groan pulled Jae-woo back to reality. Mr. Jichuan. He raised his eyes and whispered, You're here. Jae-woo hurriedly rummaged through his inventory. Drink the elixir first. I'll take you to the hospital. But his words made him pause. Forget it. Jichuan said weakly. I know, my time is up. His strength had been depleted. Liu said coldly. At this point, even the elixir won't do anything. Jae-woo couldn't believe it. Impossible. Jichuan spoke. There's not much time left. Can you listen to me? Jae-woo listened intently to him. About the request I mentioned to you before. Recalling Jichuan's previous request. Someday, when I need it. Will you help me out once? Jae-woo had agreed. He closed his eyes and said, I am one of the pioneers, or whatever you guys call it. Jae-woo was shocked. You are a pioneer? Recalling the past, he continued. I am a pioneer. As you know, we are the ones who became players at the same time the tower appeared. When Jishun was young, he struggled to fight goblins. In the beginning, the tower was a place no one understood. We knew nothing. Even hunting goblins was very difficult. He casually dropped a sentence. Many of us died. Even so, my comrades kept fighting to save humanity. Jichuan's voice held a hint of regret. But honestly, I had no desire to become stronger. So, even though I felt very sorry for my comrades, I still decided to stop climbing the tower. A violent coughing fit interrupted his words. Jiwoo called out worriedly, "Mr. Jishun." Jishun comforted him. "I'm fine. I just sneezed." He continued to sink into his memories. At that time, I was just a ranker. I had nothing to do with alchemy. But before becoming a player, I had walked the path of a blacksmith. He continued, and I could craft some equipment of a certain level using a player's abilities and blacksmithing skills. Of course, at that time, I couldn't create special equipment like now. Jishun made some basic equipment. Then, an incident occurred. Jiwoo asked cautiously, "An incident?" Jishun lowered his head, recounting. "When I was about to reach the 50th floor, I entered the tower once again to prepare for the second advancement. I wanted to find clues on how to upgrade my blacksmithing skills because they had reached their peak." He looked up at Jiwoo, asking grimly. At that time, a question suddenly popped into my head. "Have you ever thought about these things? About why we have to climb the tower?" He froze, unable to say a word. Jichuan posed a series of questions. Does the tower only expand upwards? What is in the basement of the tower? Is the first floor really the first floor of the tower? Questions like that. He didn't answer those questions, but continued. "I spent many years looking for the basement of the tower." Jishun recalled his journey when he was young. "I wandered all over the first floor to find the lands I had set foot on." He had fought countless monsters, as well as explored places no one had ever discovered before. And he had walked countless paths. Perhaps no one knows the first floor better than I do. Jiwoo listened to the story attentively. After all of Jishun's efforts, there was a result. Finally, I discovered something. He looked at Jiwoo and said, "It was a door leading to the basement." He was shocked. A door leading to the basement? A sharp pain pierced through his head. Jiwoo painfully braced his hands on the ground. A few drops of a nosebleed fell to the floor. Jichuan's words made his brain ache. And the place I arrived at after stepping through that door was a completely different world. A robotic voice echoed in Jiwoo's head. "You have acquired information you are not qualified to know." The voice announced, "Penalty will be executed." He screamed in agony. Jiwoo's vision began to blur. Jishun asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Jiwoo held his head in pain. Elle and Brandhurst asked anxiously, Master, what's wrong?" Lu spoke up, "Calm down." The stone he wore glowed and floated up. Jiwoo remembered everyone's words. "You are not yet qualified to hear this. Once you pass the test on the 50th floor, I will tell you." Many people had told him that. "Once you acquire a new ability after passing the 50th floor, I will talk more about this story." Jiwoo writhed in pain on the ground. Asterisk the 50th floor. Ability. Penalty. So it was something like this. Asterisk L kept calling, "Master." Jishun beside him asked hesitantly, "Are you okay?" Jiwoo looked up. "I'm fine. Please continue." He gritted his teeth, enduring the tearing pain. Asterisk it feels like someone is ripping my brain apart. But maybe I'll never get an opportunity like this again. I need to keep listening. Asterisk. Jichuan paused slightly for a moment. "Don't push yourself too hard." Remembering the hellish scene in the basement, he recounted, "The basement of the tower is not a beautiful place like we thought. The ground is scorching hot, like desolate deserts. We definitely couldn't survive there." The ring on Jiwoo's finger flashed. "What is it?" Lu was about to speak, but then stopped. "That place is probably—" "No, just keep listening for now." Jishun wandered aimlessly alone in that hellish land. "I walked around to investigate this place for a long time, but I couldn't find anything special. It was as if I had stepped into an endless portal. It's a place like that." Suddenly, he stopped his tracks. "So, I tried to go back the way I came. However, at that moment, he turned around. Behind him was a massive, ugly monster. I encountered a monster." Jichuan's face was filled with fear and shock. That monster charged to attack him. That monster was much stronger, compared to all the monsters I had faced in the tower before. Jichuan struggled to fight back. Even I, one of the strongest pioneers, was made to look like a useless fool. He was exhausted, unable to fight back. And just when I felt I was about to die, a red-haired figure approached. She appeared. Jiwoo held his head, asking, Is she your wife?" He sighed. It was truly an interesting first meeting. He wondered, "Your wife is also a player?" Jichuan answered weakly, "No, she." But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed. Jiwoo panicked and shouted loudly, "Mr. Jichuan!" He lunged forward, shaking his shoulders vigorously. "Mr. Jichuan, are you okay?" El said emotionlessly, "Master, the old man's life is now." Jichuan struggled to open his eyes, whispering, "Bag. Take the things in my bag." Jiwoo looked doubtfully at the bag on the ground. "Bag?" He pulled out a piece of paper and a golden hammer. Jiwoo was puzzled. "That is?" Jichuan trembled as he propped himself up. "It's a rough map of the first floor in the tower. It includes the portal leading to the basement. If you go there, then Minsu will." A fit of coughing interrupted his words. Jiwoo called softly, "Mr. Jichuan." Jichuan tried to hold on to his consciousness. "I can't die like this." Minsu is still. He leaned against the wall, looking extremely worried. The stone on Jiwoo's necklace glowed. The little girl kept calling out, "Master, Master, can't you turn a person into an ego?" "What?" The girl asked a question that stunned him. "Then can't you save my father?" El answered for him. "It's very dangerous, Master." Jiwoo stared blankly at Jichuan. El continued, "Not only might the egoification fail, but even if it succeeds, there's a chance he won't fully come back to life." Lu didn't think so, but I don't think that's a bad idea. Anyway, he's about to die, so we should at least try. Jiwoo pursed his lips, saying nothing, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment of thought, he spoke up, "Mr. Jichuan, I want to tell you this," he said slowly. "Although there isn't enough time to explain thoroughly, it seems I have a way to save you." Jiwoo added, "But to do that, first I have to kill you. And the success rate is only about 0.1%, maybe even lower than that." Jichuan didn't mind. He smiled and said, "If you think it's fine, then don't overthink it. If there was such a thing, I would have begged you to do it anyway." He suddenly asked, "Why do you think I called you here?" Then he answered himself, "If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have called." Jiwoo pressed his lips tightly, silently making a resolution. The ring on his hand emitted red lightning. Then, the lightning transformed into Lu. He thrust forward with all his might. "If it hurts, please endure it." In his eyes shone determination. The sharp sword pierced through Jichuan's chest. He softly thanked him, "Thank you." The sword absorbed the fresh blood, activating the skill. Activating cannibalism. "Please save Minsu. Minsu is a blacksmith who can surpass even me. I believe in Minsu." Everything passed. On the ground, only a thin purple mist and a hole in the wall remained. Jiwoo stood up. A virtual screen appeared before him. On the screen, text appeared. Egoification of player Huang Jichuan failed. The fragment of player Huang Jichuan has been absorbed. Fragment, huh? It's not a complete failure. We will definitely find a way. Jiwoo lowered his head in deep thought. Brandhurst comforted, "It will be fine, Master." He replied, "I think this is better than doing nothing." The screen in front of him disappeared. Jiwoo asked, "Lu, what do you think about the things we just heard? Judging by your reaction earlier, it seems you know something too." He didn't answer immediately but warned him, "You might receive a penalty." He was a bit hesitant. "A penalty? Just hearing information, and I have to experience such pain?" "Of course. I don't blame it on your demon eye or your intelligence, but if you were to die, it wouldn't be strange." Jiwoo asked again, "Is it that serious?" "That's right. Maybe the old man didn't think that far ahead. Or maybe that story is so important that he had to risk telling you." Lu used his glowing red eye to look at him and said, "I will only say what's in the safe zone." Like the old man said, there is another world existing. Just hearing a segment, Jiwoo's head started to ache again. Not only that, there are so many that you can't even count them. Seeing him react like that, Lu had to postpone it for next time. "I'll tell you more another time. Don't rush. Just acquire the ability first." On the first floor of the tower, the scenery was peaceful and green. A leader holding a spear said excitedly, "Once the sacrifice is complete, the door will open." The guy standing in front of the kneeling demons raised both hands and said, "And then, the gods who will punish this world will arrive. The apostle will become the king of the gods." The demons below cheered in unison, "Lord Apostle, sacrifice, sacrifice." The leading monster turned to look at the person standing next to the coffin. He asked, "Are you dissatisfied with something, Lord Apostle?" The man remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. He quietly looked at the person lying in the coffin. Suddenly, he said something out of the blue. "When the barrier to the passageway hasn't been opened, You won't know what will happen." The guy asked back, "Excuse me?" The man reached out, gently touching the lid of the coffin, and replied, "Nothing." He closed the coffin lid and said, "Let the sacrifice begin." Suddenly, a beam of light shot over. The beam collided with the ground, creating a small explosion. The man was startled and turned to look back. Amidst the thick dust, there was a faint silhouette. Jiwoo appeared, dual-wielding swords in a majestic stance. His eyes widened, radiating murderous intent as he asked, "Minsu, where is he?" Returning to a few hours ago, Jiwoo dashed across the roofs of buildings, constantly thinking in his head. This is the rough map of the first floor in the tower, the place with the portal leading to the basement. His figure moved swiftly and nimbly. Lu asked, "Are you sure?" Jiwoo replied firmly, "I'm sure." He asked further, "Do you know the location marked on the old man's map?" He answered confidently, "That's right." Jiwoo's eyes gleamed with confidence. There's no way I could forget, because that's the place I went to every day, before I met El and Lu. Jiwoo arrived at the tower. He steadily walked inside. Jiwoo reminisced. This is the place I usually visited after my guide work. This is a desolate land where no player sets foot on the first floor. During that time, he had wandered the first floor countless times. A secret place just for me. The wanderer on the lowest floor of the tower longer than anyone else. That remote place is where only a single goblin appears in a day. At this moment, Jiwoo had arrived at the location from the past. He reached out to touch the barrier in front of him. Jiwoo frowned, saying, "There's a barrier." Lu spoke up, "An intrusion prevention barrier. And more than that, this is a barrier to prevent others from detecting it." He couldn't help but be nosy. "For someone like you, this insight is good. Is it due to the influence of the demon eye?" He asked back, "Someone like me?" He repeated the question, "Someone like me?" Lu hastily covered it up, "The best. Someone like Master is the best in the world." Jiwoo held his chin in thought. "Anyway, we're here. But what do we do now? Just hitting it won't open it, right?" "It's not that easy." Lu provided information. "Barriers like this usually need a key to open." "A key?" Jiwoo suddenly remembered the key he found in Jichuan's bag. Could it be? That's right. Maybe that is the key. He touched the key to the surface of the barrier. Instantly, the barrier opened, leaving him utterly amazed. Returning inside the barrier, the man was standing with his arms crossed in front of the coffin. When the entrance barrier hasn't been completed, you truly can't know what will happen. He didn't finish but ordered, "Nothing. Let the sacrifice begin." At this moment, Jiwoo suddenly appeared. The man was startled and looked back in shock. A faint silhouette appeared amidst the dust. Jiwoo, dual-wielding swords, questioned, "Minsu, where is he?" He landed, creating a small crater. The monsters formed a circle around him. Jiwoo's eyes were cold yet sharp. He looked coldly toward the coffin. A coffin. I can feel Minsu's energy emitting from there. Before coming here, he had killed a group of demons. I got the information from a guard on the way here. Jiwoo organized the information he had just gathered. First, they are from the Caven Guild, and their goal is The coffin had been drawn with incomprehensible patterns too. Sacrifice Minsu, a person possessing a similar bloodline to someone else. To open the door connecting to another world. Jiwoo thought to himself. The Caven Guild. I feel like I've heard this name before. He glanced at the demons wearing white cloaks. Most of them are mid-tier rankers, like Guild Master Kim Dong-hee. There are even quite a few rankers. He looked toward the leader here. But the most dangerous thing is, Lu warned, based on the power I sense from him, it seems he can match you, Master. Please be careful. Jiwoo carefully considered, if I face the others, he will have a chance to attack me. The stone worn around his neck suddenly glowed. A blue light escaped, transforming into a spirit beast that attacked unexpectedly, catching the demons off guard. What is that? The warrior of God. The cultist said in disbelief. Impossible. How can an ordinary person possess the territory of God? Is he also an apostle of God? He muttered to himself as if trying to convince himself. Impossible. Jiwoo stood majestically amidst the smoke and fire. That guy must just be putting on some trick. He angrily summoned his weapon. You bastard. He charged straight at him. Don't disturb our sacrifice. The cultist's eyes flashed terrifyingly. He brought down a powerful strike on Jaiwoo, but he easily tilted his head to dodge that blow. He looked at him with utter contempt and snorted coldly. The cultist unleashed a flurry of attacks. You arrogant bastard. How dare you offend the apostle of God? Jaiwoo gracefully dodged all of his attacks. He mocked him. You cowardly rat. You keep dodging my attacks. Try dodging this one too. Jaiwoo gripped his sword tightly and dashed forward as fast as lightning. Jaiwoo and the cultist attacked at the same time. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was winning. The cultist swayed, blood dripping from his chin. He forcefully pulled his sword out, and fresh blood splattered. The cultist fell to his knees, constantly muttering, "Why?" He collapsed heavily in front of Jaiwoo. The apostle of God. Even right before his death, the cultist still tried to ask, "Why stop? The sacrifice for?" His voice weakly uttered the last words, "Lord Andres." Jaiwoo found the name somewhat familiar. Andres. But Lu had a strong reaction to the name Andres. Could it be that bastard? He asked worriedly. You know him? I can feel Lu's overwhelming fury. His memories brought up the image on the 30th floor. Even when facing his own body on the 30th floor, he didn't vent his anger to this extent. Lu didn't want to worry him, so he said, "We'll talk later. For now, focus on the enemy in front of you." Jaiwoo's eyes returned to their cold sharpness. I know. Amidst the noisy sounds, Jaiwoo looked straight at the man. He also used an ice-cold gaze to look back at him. The two looked at each other warily, surrounded by the noisy sounds of the cultists. Jaiwoo was a bit apprehensive. He's not even moving. He sweated nervously. Asterisk, so should I attack first? But this, asterisk. El spoke up. I don't see any intention to kill from him. He asked loudly, what is your goal? Aren't you their ally? Why are you just standing there? Only then did the man speak. I don't want to witness this either. His back looked somewhat lonely. Witnessing my own son being treated like this. Hearing this, Jaiwoo froze. He stammered. Then you are. The man's face gradually became clear. Asterisk Minsu's dad. Asterisk amidst the chaotic scene, the two of them still conversed calmly. Recalling the images of Minsu and Jichuan, Jaiwoo asked in disbelief, You are Minsu's dad? And Mr. Huang Jichuan's son? He chuckled lightly, joking. Are you taking a census in a situation like this? You're really working efficiently. He asked as if he already knew the answer. Anyway, since you infiltrated my barrier, my dad must have sent you here, right? He placed his hand on the coffin lid, answering his question. That's right. I was the one who harmed my dad and kidnapped my own son. Brandhurst found it hard to believe. Why would he? Cheyenne turned his face away and said, I'm not on the same side as those guys, but I did all these things out of my own will. If I say this was unavoidable, does it sound like a hollow excuse? Lu questioned, Master, doesn't that person look too old? If he's Minsu's dad, then? Lu continued, I heard the tower only appeared about 23 years ago. At this moment, Jaiwoo realized the problem. Listening to you, it seems. Cheyenne was confused. The years don't quite match up, do they? Jaiwoo said bluntly. Mr. Huang said the time he met his wife was when the tower appeared 23 years ago. He asked doubtfully, Aren't you around the same age as me? But considering Minsu's age and your appearance. He smiled faintly. Are you wondering about that? Do you know of the existence of another world? Jaiwoo replied, Yes. A little bit. The flow of time there is different from Earth. Jaiwoo remembered what Suyong had said. We are actually the same age. If we calculate by Earth age. So that's why she said that. Cheyenne continued. Unlike my dad and Minsu who were born on Earth, I was born and raised in another world. His face turned grim. And a person belonging to another world will suffer a heavy penalty for their existence. So I thought about it for a long time. A small crack appeared on his face. Wondering if I should return or not. And wondering what I should do to return. He noticed something unusual. Asterisk something just. You saw it too, right? Asterisk. Cheyenne covered his face with his hand, trying to speak. So my dad stopped me from continuing to belong to my world anymore. And completely cut ties with me. Jaiwoo thought to himself. Asterisk, so for some reason, he became estranged from his son after sealing the door leading to the other world? It seems so, asterisk. He coughed lightly. Even though it was very painful, I still endured it for the sake of my son. Cheyen's face became terrifying. Andres told me that I should only live for myself, so that I can become the king of that place. Jaiwa's face turned serious. Andres, I just heard. Cheyen explained. It seems you are completely unaware. He is the commander of the ones your soldiers just fought. While speaking, he suddenly became strange. Maybe, Jaiwa wondered. Why is he acting like that? Lu explained. It's because of a mental attack. Andres's special power. On Cheyen's face appeared countless cracks spreading at a rapid pace. He looked down at his hand. It seems he has some resistance to that attack. But this very thing has become a poison. The prolonged, incomplete brainwashing has created a completely new perception. Will become a king? Flames began to appear from those cracks. He kept muttering, become, dad, Minsu, sacrifice. Cheyen's face was completely engulfed in flames. His mouth kept uttering nonsensical words. Become, dad, Minsu, sacrifice. The flames flared up high. The cultists screamed. The apostle is reincarnating. The flames spread. The cultists shouted to each other. Run. One cultist screamed. If we stay here, we'll all die. Cheyen was now completely controlled. He flew up, commanding an army of monsters. Don't let a single one escape. The cultists panicked. The barrier. We have to open the barrier. A flame swept through, wiping out all the monsters. It still had a cultist in its mouth. It glanced backward. Cheyen had now completely transformed into a giant monster entirely made of fire. He fired an attack straight at Jaiwu. He raised his hand in terror to cover his face. A terrifying heat. Jaiwu telepathically called out. The fireball had closed in on him. Jaiwu thought to himself, too late. The fireball collided, creating a horrific explosion. Raised spiritual energy surged in the air. After the explosion, Jaiwu was still standing firm. His whole body had no major injuries. El called out joyfully, Master! He frowned, panting heavily. Thanks to the water attribute, I survived. The power of this flame is too strong. You won't be able to endure it for long. Your skill proficiency is still too low. Cheyen looked down at Jaiwu indifferently. He slammed his hand down hard where he was standing. This strike sent a pile of rocks and dirt flying. Jaiwu nimbly moved behind Cheyen. Jaiwu frowned, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. He clutched his chest and fell to his knees. El and Brandhurst were worried. Master, are you okay? He breathed heavily. Just as I predicted. Directly using an attribute skill put a massive burden on my body. But it's much better now than before. Jaiwu asked Lu. Should I let Ray monsterize and then attack? So I won't be affected much by the attribute skill. He immediately denied it. Forget about it. Your basic defense is completely different. Moreover, the damage won't even pierce through that guy. Cheyen continued to gather a fireball on his chest. He hurled the fireball toward him. Jaiwu stood still, letting the fireball approach. He sprang up to dodge but suddenly remembered. Right. The coffin Minsu is lying in. But it was too late. The fireball flew straight into the coffin. Jaiwu froze, watching it all unfold. He stomped his foot hard on the ground to stop. He looked anxiously at the thick smoke rising high. Jaiwu called out worriedly. Minsu. Lu quickly reassured him. Calm down. The kid will be fine. The black smoke gradually cleared. When we first entered this place, he's quite skilled. The black coffin remained intact. Around it swirled a blue smoke. A barrier? Jaiwu looked at it with some surprise. A barrier skill? He breathed a sigh of relief. You should have told me earlier. You didn't ask. Jaiwu regained his composure. Anyway now. He looked toward Cheyen. I just need to face this thing without worrying about Minsu anymore, right? Lu asked, do you have a plan? He answered confidently, of course. If the water attribute doesn't work. Saying that, Jaiwu stepped his feet a bit wider. He cast his power. Then I'll use the fire attribute. A purplish-red flame swirled around Jaiwu. The wind began to rise, blowing around him. The purplish-red flame blazed high with an imposing aura. Jaiwu's eyes burned with fire. His entire body was also enveloped in flames. Let's see if I can burn that guy. Jaiwu looked up at the towering, massive Cheyen. He charged forward, full of determination. Let's see whose firepower is stronger. Jaiwu began to rush at him with insane speed. In just the blink of an eye, he left countless sword marks on his body. Cheyen roared in pain, Looking up at the sky, Jaiwu was quite surprised that he wasn't heavily injured. How is he not heavily injured after that? It's as hot as hellfire. But it seems to be effective. Suddenly, he issued a command, bind. Thick tentacles sprouted around him. Those tentacles wrapped around Chaeyen's body. Then those tentacles tightened, rendering him unable to move. Jaiwu's eyes became sharp, staring intently at Chaeyen. He dove straight down like a powerful missile, piercing Chaeyen. But he laughed with sheer delight. Lu pierced deep into his chest. Lu got annoyed. You shallow fool. Can you stop with that half-hearted crap? That opponent is stronger than you. You have to finish him quickly while there's still a chance. But Jaiwu still couldn't bear to strike the killing blow. But he's still Minsu's dad. El spoke up. He is no longer human. He has turned into a demon controlled by evil spirits. While she was speaking, Jaiwu's eyes suddenly flashed, looking at Chaeyen. He counterattacked, tossing his body away like a leaf in midair. He tumbled to the ground, his two swords knocked out of his hands. Jaiwu quickly retreated far away to dodge Chaeyen's attack. The armor on his bicep was blown open with a large hole. The damage is getting bigger. If I delay any longer, it'll be dangerous. Jaiwu used the Demon Eye skill. A skill that disappeared after the Demon King. Oh no, Suyang took back her power. But that power is slowly returning to my body. He stared intently at Chaeyen. Now that I can see with the Demon Eye, I can finally see the giant who is both human and non-human. Lu asked, What do you mean, Master? Jaiwu replied, Well, I don't really understand it either. He took a stance while saying, But now I know what to do. Memories began to surface in his mind. Death doesn't just mean destroying something. Expand the depth of your imagination. Jaiwu remembered Suyang's words. You will definitely be able to use it more abundantly than before. Jaiwu looked up at Chaeyen, sighing, Not Minsu's dad. Just a giant fire monster. Chaeyen threw a fireball at him. Dirt and rocks flew blindly, making it impossible to see anything clearly. A fireball emerged from the dust cloud. Chaeyen was still dazed, not understanding anything. Then, as fast as a live bullet, Jaiwu used all his strength to launch himself onto Chaeyen's shoulder. He was face to face with him in midair. He channeled all his power into a violent tornado, as if tearing the sky apart. In an instant, blue and red beams of light shot straight down and pierced through his body. Jaiwu landed in an incredibly cool pose. The explosion shook the ground, blowing it apart. Flames erupted, and ash flew up like waves. As the aftershock passed, monster corpses lay scattered on the ground. El spoke softly. I was afraid the fire would spread across the first floor. Thank goodness. The tower is truly amazing. Chaeyen had returned to his human form. His entire body was charred black, lying slumped on the ground, his breathing faint. Jaiwu approached and asked, Are you awake? He whispered weakly, My name is. His dry lips parted. My name is Huang Chaeyen. Another name of mine is. Chaeyen closed his eyes. A faint red crown appeared above his head. Descendant of Bin. Lu suddenly remembered. I know now. Jaiwu asked in surprise, You know him? My dad is. Oh no, that doesn't matter. He didn't finish but changed the subject. Now ask him about Andres. He knelt on one knee and asked Chaeyen, Andres, can you tell me more about Andres? Chaeyen said weakly, Find the Caven Guild. Chaeyen's voice was very broken. Andres will. El said, His life force is gradually fading, Master. Chaeyen tried to raise his hand, pleading, Please take care of. He looked at Jaiwu with pleading eyes. Take care of Minsu. Jaiwu frowned at him, not answering. He lifted his sword from the ground. He still struggled to speak. Take care of him yourself. Jaiwu didn't answer, but only raised his sword high. He stabbed it hard into Chaeyen. Fresh blood dyed the area red. The system voice rang out. Activating cannibalism. Proceeding with egoification of the giant fire human. Egoification of the giant fire human is successful. Chaeyen turned into a purple mist, gradually drifting away with the wind like a freed soul. Jaiwu looked down at his hand. Swirling energy radiated from his palm. With mixed emotions, he said, In the end, I killed both the father and the son with my own hands. El heard this and spoke up. You did your best, Master. Lu reminded him. You didn't have any other choice. Now what you should think about is how to get the kid out. He tilted his head, looking back at the coffin. The barrier. Can I break it with the hammer like before? Lu replied, "Unfortunately, no. The operating mechanism is different now. That bastard band could probably help. But right now, he's in the basement." Jaiwu slowly walked toward the coffin. Ray stepped forward and called, "Great Master." It reported, "We have taken care of all of them." Jaiwu turned his head and saw the Legion wearing skull masks kneeling in a row behind him. "Once you're done cleaning up, you may return." Hearing that, the demons replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Then they turned to clean up the battlefield. Jaiwu looked at the coffin and ordered, "As for the rest, move that coffin very carefully for me." The coffin was carried through the spatial portal by 4 people. A soft sound echoed, catching his attention. He saw the angry face of a goblin holding a spear in its hand. Jaiwu asked it, "You are?" Then he suddenly remembered. Jaiwu waved his hand to greet it. "Is it time? It's been a while, huh?" The goblin gritted its teeth, staring intently at him. Suddenly, it turned around and ran for its life. Jaiwu looked at its back in confusion. "What? Why is it acting like that?" Lu explained, "Its instincts must have told it that it can't defeat you." Jaiwu smirked slightly, a smile clearly forming on his lips. "Really?" He picked up a small stone from the ground. Jaiwu smiled lightly and flicked the stone at the goblin. The stone flew straight and hit its head. It made it fall flat on the ground. Jaiwu smiled in satisfaction. "For some reason, I feel so relieved." Lu said, "Good for you." In a split second, a blinding light suddenly flashed behind him. Elle and Brandhurst called out to him. "Master." "Just now," Lu asked, "did you feel it too?" "Just now was." Jaiwu stared blankly at the blazing light. "The aura of an ego."